Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Third POV. The sun settling high into the sky, reaching its peak for the day, the festival continued. The first day ended on a very positive note. More and more tourists fluctuated from everywhere around the west. The sheer popularity of Tempest was at its peak, and today, Rimuru did intend to make it even brighter with the first event of this festival. The music concert, if everything goes well, will skyrocket the interest of Tempest, as not only they would instigate a culinary revolution but also in the art industry. Currently, Dawn was sitting on a high balcony while enjoying some tea. The concert will start in a few hours, so for now he could just enjoy it. Since Hinata and Shizue will accompany Luminous and Rimuru during their official meeting and all. Dawn himself was given a sort of break, not like he actually intended to work. His mind wasn't in a state where he could properly focus on his job anyway. Dawn, I am not really fond of tea, but Tempest products are really something else. Sat with him was Eleanor and Testarossa, while Flora did the brewing. The others couldn't join because they were busy with the festival. As for you, it seems she had some business to attend to and quickly fled early in the morning before dawn. Flora, let's see, this tea is made with fresh leaves of a plant called Nuorga. It has a fruitful sweet taste mixed with the acidity of lemon, a perfect balance between sweet and sour. Eleanor, I think we got something similar in England. Dawn, is that so? Looking down, he quickly analyzed the cup of tea containing their drink. One could easily tell the special treatment they were getting, as even the word luxury couldn't describe this cup. Dawn, are those flower symbols made with adamantine? He sweat dropped while realizing that even a full swing of AS rank adventurer wouldn't scratch this cup. Dawn, anyway, can I ask a question, Testarossa-san? Testarossa, Sure, as long as I can answer. Dawn, I noticed a certain violet-haired demon following me around and running as soon as we made eye contact. The Blanc Primordial couldn't help but chuckle. She has been quiet until now since her role as Dawn's guide was still active. Testarossa, I guess she is worried about you. Dawn, worried? Strange, I would say she is more scared of me though. Testarossa, no, you misunderstood me. She isn't worried for you but about you. Ultima was scared that someone piss off Dawn and he would start another nightmare for her. It seems the trauma he instilled in her was more intense than he thought. Dawn, I see how convenient it is for me. Smirking, he just remissed at home drinking his tea. Meanwhile, you was walking down a long and pretty empty street. It was one of the external layers of the city which didn't fall off compared to the more popular area, but since it's far away from the center, less tourists come here. It's a perfect place to find some cheaper products. You, I'm looking for a better cloak since mine is getting old. While she pondered and checked a few raw materials that could be used, on top of her head was a sleeping fox. You couldn't leave alone as she got intercepted midway by Curie, who was still awake and forced you to take her too. You, maybe one with armored leather. It's pretty expensive but Tempest's quality is guaranteed. Curie, yon, why not ask master? He will surely find the best equipment for you. You, well, I want to buy my own thing myself, huh? Actually, why am I buying my own furniture? Where would I even use this cloak for? Her body became rigid for an instant as an internal dilemma started, but right after, she seemed to have forgotten what she was struggling for and continued her shopping spree. Later that day, everyone was gathered in the large Colosseum arena. Thousands of spectators were gathered in their seats to watch this event unfold. In the center of the arena, a large stand covered in several veils awaited to unfold. Musicians gathered inside to play their part. On top of everyone, a few boxes where the important guests rested. Actually, there was a distinct line in the tribune separating the nobles and commoners just so the former group wouldn't make a fuss. And the operation was quite successful as no one really complained and just waited for the performance to start. Switching to the most important box where Rimuru himself was sat at, the box was larger than the other, being the royal one. Inside, only 2 couches adorned with gold and a very soft red sofa. There was only one other guest, which was Luminous. She was herself interested in this music concert, so it didn't bother her having to act all formal because of her image. Though she would have rather been a simple maid in hiding. Luminous, I hope for you, those musicians of yours are good, because I'm pent up with all those bothersome meetings. Rimuru, haha, I guess Luminous is the kind to throw her work to the other. Poor Dawn, I'm sure he must have suffered a lot working under her. Giving her a sheepish smile, Rimuru turned to look ahead. Behind him was his personal butler Diablo, who was acting like always, a weirdo. As for Dawn, he stood motionlessly behind Luminous, keeping a straight neutral face as he observed the situation. Rimuru, well, I'm confident in making this a success. Luminous, heck, confident aren't you? Dawn let out a small smile as he listened to the interaction between the 2 former demon lords. They were a lot closer than they should be. Dawn, Tilting his head, he suddenly felt a pair of eyes on him and naturally turned his head to directly fix the praying gaze. Curiously, it was a black cat laying on top of one of the large pillars that make the external layer of this arena. The cat, upon noticing Dawn's attention, flinched, her hair hissed as she quickly jumped down into hiding, only for a few seconds later, peeking her head through the edge. Dawn, is that Ultima? How funny. He mentally chuckled before returning his attention toward the main stage. A loud noise rang through the field, marking the start of the concert. Earning the attention of everyone, all eyes fell upon the falling veil, revealing several musicians and particularly two Kijin who led the dance. Dressed in a pink and violet revealing dress, Cheyenne played the violin and Shuna held the many touches that her piano had to offer, another piece of violin near her suggesting a switch in the middle of the song. Around them were Goblina, humans, and other exotic races, all holding musical instruments more beautiful than the other. The sheer aura and presence, those few being held, were enough to silence the entire arena. A confident smirk plastered on Cheyenne's lips, she smiled elegantly before playing the first note, who was soon followed by all the others. A musical war started, chaos and harmony. Those few musicians had successfully captivated the whole crowd with their art. From the higher note to the deepest one, from a pitched sound to a merveille grail, 2 long hours flew by without anyone noticing. Even Luminous had to admit the sheer excellence behind this performance, the natural grailing sound coupled to the beautiful Kijin duo's appearance. Once again, Tempest succeeded in showcasing their might and worth. Dawn, this is really nostalgic. Whereas, Dawn didn't have the expression of one impressed, but rather a pure and distant look that made him remember the past. Not many know, but in the memories of Elite, he could find a moment where the piano was mentioned, over 7 years of practice all for naught. Dawn, he had practiced so much while never really appreciating the instrument, all for the sake of his parents' expectation. Sometimes, even the most meaningless human has a story of his own. Closing his eyes, he just let the notes ring through his ears, the gracious melody turned into shade of sadness. Dawn, are they trying to make me feel more depressed? Snickering, the concert soon came to an end, ending the performance on a large note. All motion stopped as Cheyenne and Shuna made way to the center and bowed in grace. Ending the show on that note, soon the crowd erupted in cheer. Rimuru himself started to clap his hands with a big smile while Luminous showed an impressed expression. Luminous, what an impressive way to finish this second day. Rimuru, marvelous, I didn't expect Cheyenne to be that good with a violin, I guess she does fit the role. Diablo, Kufufufu, I have to admit they outdone themselves this time. Clapping his hands, praise of all sorts were thrown at the musician. Dawn, with this, they'll easily become an international celebrity. Demands asking them to come play for a party or some royal banquet will soon flood in, it's only natural of wanting to have something like for themselves. Rimuru, oh. I almost forgot. Sui, you can start the fireworks. Sui, hi, right away. Immediately after his order, several explosions grinded the sky into a swirl of colors, the spark ignited by the handmade fireworks of Kaijin and Vesta decorated the dusk-filled sky. Dawn, now this really looks like a festival. The next several days then went on. Since Dawn had his share of fun, he decided to go help Luminous a bit and give Hinata and those who helped a break. Now, Dawn could be seen in a meeting room with several other nobles who had requested a meeting with Luminous. Since Tempest Festival also acts as a political means to gain power and influence, Luminous was forced to partake in these meetings from day one. Rimuru was busy, so instead, the Minister of External and Foreign Affairs took his place, Testarossa, who also had to act as guide for Dawn, so being in this meeting was a double hit with a single blow. Dawn, I'm regretting this already. Sat behind a table fitting for 2 people, the other guests were all lined up on 2 feast-like tables, the long plate made of artistic wood went down several meters. Enough to fill a seat for everyone. What problematic was that those nobles weren't incompetent. Dawn, it seems, their brains aren't all down corrupt, and added to that, their frustration must help them to not act harshly. Up until now, Luminous accompanied Hinata attended those meetings, since Luminous was claimed as a goddess. It was hard to almost impossible for the nobles to interact with her, so they turned toward Hinata, who herself didn't act without Luminous' consentment. Basically, they couldn't make any progress no matter what they tried, so when Dawn announced that he will be the one who participated in those meetings instead of Luminous. That he will come alone, the one who was announced as the supreme commander of Riberios's army, a hero who held the highest authority below the goddess herself, an authority equal to the Pope and Holy Emperor. The nobles realize that they can't mess this up. Dawn's fame precedes him. They know that if they play their cards right, they can forge a bond with the highest cadre of Rubrios. This is by far more valuable than gaining a favor from Luminous, who appears and disappears as she wants. Noble, our household would gladly promote the teachings of Luminism. Noble, we sincerely believe Luminism and your eminence the hero can bring light to this world. Noble, we all saw how big of a potential the monster nation has, as expected of the Holy Empire, to support them before anyone. Sweet-coated words flew from every direction. Certainly some newbie would have fallen for them and acted on emotion. But Dawn was more annoyed than anything, though with his former life's experience he managed to keep a straight face. and awaited the good moment to end this meeting, though he had to admit. Dawn, the most irritable thing right now is Testarossa, who doesn't do shit besides smirking at my misery. Sighing, he forced himself to answer and forge a seemingly start of a political relation with them. Dawn POV. I came out only several hours later, only to meet some merchants on the way out toward the hotel. I wanted to teleport. But I thought about it a bit too late, though I did encounter an unexpected guest. A woman I interacted with once sometime weeks ago. She is originally a criminal in a way, but her public image wasn't bad. One of the cardinals of the underworld, Noivera, also the descendant of Origin's brother side, so my niece. Noivera, I greet the great hero. Bowing her head elegantly, she surely did recognize me despite the use of a mask last time, even if my hair color is different. Thought she faked her greeting in front of the others, since it would be heard for me, a high cadre of Rubrios, to be close to some pirate business. Dawn, I see. I heard quite a lot about you, Miss Noivera. The monopoly you instilled in the ocean is impressive to say the least. Noivera, those compliments honor me, and so I hope you can accord me a few minutes of your time. Her head still down. I would have refused normally, but since she was related to me, and that she practically gave Yui an escape boat from the other merchant, I just smirked and asked her to raise and follow, while carefully studying the merchant's movements. They were quick to understand that I was going to leave now, so some of them tried to sneak in our discussion, but tricks like these are old as the world. They would need at least several millennia of experience to beat me in a mental warfare. Noivera, so, was I of any help? Sir Dawn, or should I continue with higher honorific? Once we were far enough from those merchants, she finally spoke up. However, the barrier she had made was gone. She was talking to the men who she had talked with before. Dawn, you can drop them. Anyway, how have you been? Noivera, very well, and as for your question, nothing much have changed. Well, the sea started to fluctuate a bit irregularly since an island was miraculously blown up. Dawn, blown up. Noivera, actually, it was one of those who I pointed to for your research, a giant hole in the ocean which covered several hundreds of meters under the water. Ah, I think it's because of me again. Noivera, we later found some residue of mana. Our guess would be a natural explosion caused by a remnant of the power that once changed the ecosystem and thermal fluctuation of the continent. Haha, well, both events are caused by me, and naturally I didn't cover my magicule, so a link between both events is plausible. Anyway, I shall bury this truth with me until I die. Dawn, I see. Well, it might just be the storm dragon's resurrection. His magicule can cause quite the chaos. Noivera, that might be right. Fortunately, it seems she won't question me any further about his. Noivera, that aside, I still came here in hope of forging some relationship with Rubrios. You can't imagine how surprised I was when I found out that the man that barged into the underworld, killed one of us cardinals, would be such a famous figure. Dawn, surely I don't need to remind you to keep that secret, right? Noivera, my mouth is sealed. Beside, who in their right mind would want to make you, out of all people, an enemy? I chuckled a bit and looked up. We had arrived in front of the hotel. I and the others were staying. The best and most expensive place within Tempest. It's also the most guarded. Even a few royal families might struggle to rent a room here. Well, that's mainly due to the current guests inside, since the hotel in itself turned into a foreign estate for important guests. Dawn, well, it seems we have to part ways. Noivera, yes, I thank you again for giving me some of your time. It seems she decided to drop the matter of relationship with Rubrios, well, she is quite the admirable worker. Might as well give her a helping hand. Dawn, I'll tell my assistant to contact you. Rubrios has a big chunk of sea that covers its border. I'm sure Miss Noivera can prove her worth to Rubrios. Noivera, yes, I will make sure to not disappoint you. Look at this girl, her assurance seems really nostalgic to me. This might not look like much, but for me, I can see the essence of someone wielding the blood of a Virion. I don't really know if her blood was special, but it seems even after so long, a Virion isn't really gone. Dawn, good. Unconsciously, I reached out my hand to pat her head. My action must have stunned the poor girl, but I didn't really care. After that, I quickly turned around and walked off with a wave of hand, though I did feel a peak of bloodlust somewhere around. It was quickly contained, so I couldn't pinpoint the exact location. I guess the likes of Noivera must have a lot of enemies. But she should be capable of fending off for herself. Dawn, well, it's already noon. I wonder what the others are doing. I didn't feel very tired. My mental strength seemed to have developed further, so the stress I felt was quickly recovered. Well, I can still pass by the onsen, just have to turn off heat resistance before. Dawn, by the way, Curie isn't back yet. Well, I doubt anyone can harm her, so it should be fine. Third POV. The evening then passed, ending the third day, then the fourth, as nothing but the usual routine happened. Though the most notable thing that happened during that fourth day was the tournament inscription. Many adventurers decided to try it out since death was forbidden. And the rewards were more than alluring. A certain lighting hero was also forced. Coincidentally, he had met Rimuru a day before. Masayuki Hanjo, though reluctant, he had decided to join the battle and forfeit once the preliminaries ended. Also, due to the massive amount of inscription and participants, several group stages were formed, since it came out unexpectedly and the success of this tournament exceeded Tempest's prediction. The tournament will prolong for several days. Since the 6th and 7th days weren't very eventful, it didn't bother the original schedule. In fact, with the blaze set by the tournament, the announcement of the Labyrinth at the end of the first week will surely be even more well-welcomed. Masayuki, I hope nothing bad happen. Sighing, he was currently alone in a bar, owned by a certain green-haired dryad who was more active than ever since the start of the festival. Masayuki, and hopefully, the group stage I'm in isn't too strong. Those group stages will be held under the form of a battle royal. The last 2 survivors pass to the next stage. Though there were a few exceptions, as some of the executives of Tempest like Benimaru, Cheyenne, or Diablo were directly selected in the 8 of final. Masayuki, though I can't help but have a bad feeling. And sure, his guts warned him well, as when the sun reached its peak, the 5th day announced the start of the group stage battle. Several battles in 10s or less took place until the 7th group entered. Masayuki with his team got a pretty warm welcome as he was a awaited guest. His name was famous, the human present all cheered for him. This was enough to make anyone proud, but Masayuki himself felt his shoulder getting heavier because of their expectation. Masayuki POV. Okay, everything should be fine. I can see some goblins and ogres, but they don't seem that imposing. If I avoid them properly, I should be able to keep face and walk into the next round, then I forfeit. Sauka, ahem. So, I just learned that a very special guest. Please give a very warm welcome to a representative member of the Holy Empire of Rubrios. Sauka, given the benediction of Goddess Luminous herself, this warrior will grace all of us today in this arena. So please everyone. I want a loud welcome to the one proclaimed as the Ace of God. Wait. I didn't sign for that. Don't tell me that Monster is going to be in the same group as me. I quickly looked up. In one of the most prestigious boxes with an almost near-perfect view over the arena, I could see Demon Lord Rimuru and Goddess Luminous. Both of them were chatting like nothing was happening, but rather than focusing on them, I quickly looked at the men standing on guard behind them. Sauka, a hero who has protected the Holy Empire for over a century. Welcome Don Arceid. Ending the presentation, even louder cheer and clap resonated than when I entered. This isn't shocking considering that man's reputation. Even I, an otherworlder, is bound to know him, a hero like no other. I was even compared to him at some point. The protector of Rubrios, the sword of the goddess, the strongest human in the West. He had a lot of cringy names, yet they inspired so much terror in me at this very moment. I could only watch as the man who was previously standing behind the goddess in the VIP box, grab his sword and jump down. He landed on the opposite side of the arena. A veil of dust settled as he made his presence known. Masayuki, haha. I can only hope he won't target me. The 2 last survivors pass, so there is no need for us to fig. Masayuki, hick. Dawn, so I got into Masayuki's group, interesting. Why is he staring right at me? Did I catch his attention already? Don't tell me he's gonna rush and target me. Just to see how strong I am compared to the rumors. I swear I didn't even want those rumors to spread. They are over-exaggerated anyway. Dawn, hey, you know I have to beat him up for pulling a baddie like Velgrind. I really got a bad feeling, and what's up with his sword? Even if it's still in its scabbard, I can't help but feel threatened, as if it was glaring at me. I'm imagining things right. Jinrai, there is no need to worry. Our hero is the best. Jiwoo, haha, even the great Don Arceid had to come down and fight Masayuki-san. Bernie, we'll just show him that his era is done and it's time for Masayuki-san to shine. Can't you all shut up, kindly? This guy is clearly on another level. Is he even human? No human can live for centuries. I guess he is at least a saint, since he trained Hinata Sakaguchi. In fact, that girl would have been a better match. Wait, why do I feel like I got thrown into the final boss room right from the start? Sauka, then, if everyone is ready. Let's start the 7th group stage battle. Are you ready? Raising her arm, our commentator and referee was quite beautiful. I have to say, a human-like lady with lizardman features. Sauka, start. Slamming her arm downward, she fended off the air as the last word I wanted to hear was said. Masayuki, okay, Bernie, Jiwoo, Jinrai, let's take a defensive formation for now. Jiwoo, what? Why? Bernie, we should attack. Let's eliminate them all. My mind shook a bit at their suggestion. I wanted to yell at them how crazy this was, even if we were fairly strong as adventurers. Ogres were still hard to defeat. They were sturdy and their knowledge over martial arts were neglectable. Dawn, oi, you guys are stupid or what? Huh? Turning around, it seemed his words weren't directed toward us but every fighter present. Since the round started, everyone engaged into a fight. They all chose an opponent and thus a lot of 1-versus-1 situations unfolded. Some groups were more reserved and awaited the right timing. I wanted to do the same, so I can't blame them. Dawn, none of you came toward me, when all of you know that I'm the biggest threat. This guy, it's normal. Who in their right mind would rush toward someone like that? Dawn, you all already accepted the fact that one of the two winning spot belonged to me, but in reality you all should have jumped at me all at once. Instantly, my instinct kicked in as I grabbed my sword and quickly took a few steps back. Dawn, now it's too late, let's conclude this round quickly, I will personally face those who stay on their 2 feet. Magicule dripping out of his body, soon a waterfall like mixed bloodlust and aura exploded. Even if I was further away than the rest, I struggled to keep my legs standing, my sword stabbed into the ground. I supported myself while fighting off the terror dwelling in my mind. Slowly, the first fighter fell unconscious, soon followed by many others, each wave of his power dealt more and more damage. Until only 3 of us remained, I helplessly saw my 3 supporters fall unconscious before main. The barrier around the arena serving to protect the civilian had cracks all over, just how damn powerful is he? Just with his aura, I felt like facing a wall. Not a wall, an entire mountain. This is a hero, a true hero who had fought countless battles and achieved power beyond what someone like me could understand. Masayuki, haha, I want to go home. My eyes were already tired, I really gave my all to stay awake, a few strands of hair falling in front of my eyes, I was completely washed up and he wasn't even serious. Dawn, 3, not bad, you ogre, no you're a Kijin, what is your name? And now, he is going to eliminate us one by one. Rina, our Rina, sir. Dawn, I doubt you'll surrender on your own, so draw your sword and come. Rina, yes. What? She didn't even hesitate, is she not scared by what she just experienced? I can't understand them. Her legs are shaking, she is clearly weaker, so why is she so adamant in fighting him? Rina, here I come. Still, I kept watching, as the now Kijin raised her twin dagger, taking a short step she leaped through the air. Her form was beautiful to say the least, but she was instantly subdued when she came across Dawn's sword. It was even drawn, he just parred her daggers so effortlessly, before sending her off to the realm of dream by tapping on the back of her neck. With her gone, it's just me and an orc who was standing, arm crossed on my left. Dawn, it was pretty good, stand proud, you got potential. And contrary to his scary demeanor, he gently settled the Kijin down, before standing up and facing me. Dawn, next, Masayuki Hanjo, you got quite the reputation backing you, I should get serious about that. Masayuki, what? My voice came out shaky, I couldn't see if he was being sarcastic or serious, just that the next second, a blade was flying toward my neck. Dawn, who was still very far away, was now right in front of me. Is this how I'm going to die? My pupil shook as I saw my entire flash several times in my mind, I couldn't react or move, this was just inevitable. The aura of this hero took the form of a grim reaper the closer his blade got from my neck. Sauka, stop. We got our winners. And as fast as he arrived, the blade stopped, a gale of wind blew my hair everywhere, while my face contorted in blue fear. Masayuki, huh? Looking toward my left, I then realized that the orc who was standing still was already unconscious. Sauka, contestant Gord had fainted while being on his 2 feet, we apologize for not noticing earlier, participants Dawn Arcead and Masayuki Hanjo qualified. Ending our round, I immediately flopped onto the ground the moment Dawn-san moved his blade away. Dawn, how disappointing. Those were his last words before disappearing and reappearing beside Goddess Luminous. I survived. I didn't die. Haha. For once, I bless this rotten luck of mine. Citizen, look. The lighting hero Masayuki managed to stand through the great hero's test. Citizen, how marvelous. As expected of the hero Masayuki. Merchant, the lighting hero's performance was nothing short but incredible. Noble, this is truly the birth of a new hero. Why are you guys praising me? I take back my words, this rotten luck is infuriating. Third POV. Having regained the VIP lounge, Dawn bowed his head lightly before standing back behind Luminous. Luminous, you put up quite the show there. Dawn, I hope you liked it. Luminous, I sure did. Smirking, she had only gave a single instruction before Dawn went down, to show them what Ribirio's power looked like. In reality she just wanted to brag. Luminous, did you see, Rimuru? It was impressive, right? Rimuru, well, it felt a bit overwhelming. I mean, there was no suspense or anything, but it seemed the audience liked it. Luminous, Fufu, I can't wait to see your subordinate going against Donkuin. She looked really smug there, a little bit too smug, which earned a timid laugh from Rimuru. Rimuru, Raphael-sensei, what are the winning chance of Diablo AG? Raphael, 3% in Dawn's favor. Rimuru, ugh, this tournament just turned into Donkuin's punch bag. Sweat dropping, it was way too unfair to have him there, still it's too late to withdraw him now. Dawn, by the way, where is Velzard? Haven't seen her in a while. Luminous, I think she went to pay a visit to that stupid lizard. Dawn, Veldora. They must be in the labyrinth, then. Rimuru, at least he doesn't participate in the labyrinth beta test, something tells me he would be going on a rampage after seeing Veldora. Thus the 5th continued before ending, a well-entertained day filled with fight. Ending on yet another positive note, the festival continued. 3rd POV. The 6th day of the festival starting, early in the afternoon, the last few batches of participants fought, qualifying the winners to the next round. Though, it seems after the sudden announcement of Dawn's participation, some people just forfeited on the spot, as much pride and greed they possessed. They weren't all idiots who would run towards someone already out of reach, while those with a passion for fighting and a thirst for strong opponents would give themselves a chance. This led to Dawn having an internal crisis, since instead of scaring the unfortunate one away, he attracted the battle maniac. Those who passed the group stage and were now in the round of 16 were eager to fight him. Dawn, at least, because of my show-off, I'm directly in the round of 8, meaning I just have to fight 3 times to win this. Thought his fight might be the hardest, as once the semi start, he will be forced to either fight Diablo or Cheyenne. Dawn, I don't think I'll lose my mind, it's just annoying, and the last fight was against Benimaru. Since he is on the other side of the tournament branch, there were some other strong contestants like Gabuta, Ranga, or the Masked Carrion. But none of them could compare to those Dawn listed. On top of that, he already knew the outcome of the tournament. Without him, the final should have been Benimaru against Diablo. Though those sources cannot be accurate, since Rimuru himself is stronger than the original, his subordinate also grew in power. Dawn, now the only problem is that demon. Carrera, while Ultima was too terrified to participate, Testarossa had her duty. Since Diablo entered, Rimuru couldn't refute Carrera's entry. She might overpower Benimaru, but luckily for him, she isn't on his side of the branch, but rather if she wins all her fights. She will face me in the round of 8. Dawn, I might have to be a little more serious than I planned. He only thought that because if let too much time, Carrera might just snap and cast a gravity collapse in the middle of the city. Surely, she was eager to fight the one that terrified her fellow Primordial. Dawn, anyway, I have to say, taking a dip in the onsen in the middle of the day isn't bad. Since the next round didn't concern him, he went to the onsen, and coincidentally a few of his acquaintances followed by. Dawn, though I didn't expect to meet you here, King Gazel. Gazel, haha, well the tournament will only get interesting later, for now I plan to wholeheartedly enjoy the wonder of Tempest. Gazel Dwargo, even if he and Dawn aren't exactly friends, his father had forged a weapon for Dawn a long time ago. Dawn had seen the early stage of Dworgen, so he was naturally bound to the Dwarven nation, even if it's only a little now. Dawn, I agree, but you got quite the company. With them were a few others. Fuse, the guildmaster of a branch of the Freedom Guild in Blunmund, beside him was Audley, the scientific Vesta. And another particular guest was Lucas Schwartz, one of Dawn's people. Dawn, to think Lucas would become acquainted with the King of Dworgen, I really didn't expect that. Lucas, shut it, we just met in the city and got along. Gazel, he is really strong. I immediately recognized his worth after gazing at him. We then proceeded for a spar, and I have to say this brat is a prodigy. Dawn smirked, but not for the reason you could think of. Dawn, prodigy, well he doesn't know that Lucas is almost as old as him, also he was awful with swords back then. Horizon was the one who taught him, that's why they were so close, or at least that's why Lucas looked up to him that much. But never once in 2 decades, Dawn received a positive report. It was only later when Lucas switched to a claymore-like sword that he progressed. His skill set particularly matches brute strength after all. Lucas, that crazy old man just bumped into me and dragged me out, that's all. Dawn, I see, I guess you guys were a good match. As the words escaped his mouth, a hint of regret appeared. It went unnoticed by everyone beside Lucas, who just looked away. Their relationship wasn't the best, and it deteriorated ever since Horizon was captured. Lucas surely expected him to get up and go to his rescue instantly, but instead, he has been waiting for months. Lucas, unlike me, our leader is strong and has enough power to go there and confront Demon Lord de Grol, so why is he waiting? Being able to enjoy such a festival while one of them is out there suffering really isn't sitting right for Lucas. Dawn, perhaps Lucas should learn for a while under Hakuro, it could help. Gazel, oh ho, that's a good idea, I'm sure the brat will manage to get through his hellish training. Dawn, right. Without asking the opinion of the one concerned, his fate was set at that moment. Shaking hand, both Gazel and Dawn looked like a father who had set up their son. Dawn, by the way, what's up with this guy? Vesta, oh, Dawn Dano, well Fuse-san has fainted since, well the emotional shock of meeting someone of your stature here hit quite hard. Dawn. Later, Dawn came out of the onsen, his skin still steaming from the long bath he had just taken. Wearing just a simple plain black shirt, he went to buy some juice since it's a well-known tradition in anime and Japan to drink juice after bath. Dawn, I always wanted to try, but Elite never went to Japan, so I have no memory. Taking the opportunity, he brought a small can of apple juice and sat on a bench nearly, drinking slowly and peacefully while some curious eyes stared at him. Dawn, I see, the freshness of this juice right after a hot steam bath really helps, it's almost as good as the kebab at 4 a.m. Nodding in approval, his piece was interrupted as a group of people he knew entered the store. Dawn, oh. I didn't expect to meet you guys here. His voice gradually sounded weaker as he realized the situation. Velzard was leading the group, behind her was Flora and Veldora carrying dozens of shopping bags. Eleanor was serving as a guide, as if she always lived in Tempest, a map in hand, and lastly you was there with a big wallet in hand. Ramaris is here too, though she seems more transparent than anything. Dawn, what the hell? Velzard, oh, Don Kuin, we need another bag carrier. In the back, Veldora seemed to be at the end of his life. It seems shopping with girls is as horrifying as fighting Evarage. Dawn, I got some business to attend. Velzard, huh? But Luminous is taking care of everything right now, so come, we'll find you some clothes. Dawn, I didn't expect you to be the kind of woman to buy a lot. Velzard, well, Eleanor here is quite fashionable, she showed me the wonder of shopping, and I got to say it's quite amusing. Dawn quickly glared at Eleanor, who averted her eyes. His gaze then shifted to Flora, who was looking pale. Dawn, are you okay, Flora? Flora, leader, help, it has already been 75 shops, we haven't even eaten and more than 3/4 of their purchases are delivered. It was hard to believe considering the high amount of bags she was currently carrying. Dawn, why you, how much money did you guys spend? I counted around 7 stellar gold coins already. Dawn froze for an instant. He condescendingly glared at Velzard, who seemed to have finally understood that she messed up somewhere. Velzard, wait. Don't look at me that way. What did I do wrong? Dawn, why is Kiri? Ramaris, that I know. She stayed behind in Shizue's care, she must help Hinata and Rimuru take care of some meetings. Dawn, I see. Velzard, hey, don't ignore me. Sighing, Dawn went to you and took the pouch full of coins. Dawn, I take this away, from now on, you got only 25 gold coins per person. Limiting their budget, his voice dripping in authority left room for the girls and Veldora to negotiate. Flora, thank you, leader. Velzard, maybe I should go visit Rimuru, he might just give me some more coins, or should I use Flora? After all, she is the richest. While being dejected for a moment, a fierce glare filled with greed and malice came out of Velzard's eyes. She just looked like a cat ready to bounce on its prey. Flora, gulp. Dawn, anyway, I'll have to go, so enjoy your day. Waving them off, Dawn just left the room and went outside. Dawn, since I'm wearing those simple clothes, I won't be recognized, good. Though, the shirt given by the Institute is quite tight, from his chest to his stomach, it flexes his body a bit too much for his liking. Dawn, I'm alone, I wonder what I should do. He hasn't been left alone on a day off since forever, maybe he should go buy something, but material or any kind of equipment is useless to him. Some food. He only ate because the others do so, as a spiritual life form he doesn't have such need. Dawn, maybe visit some cultural place or While thinking, a few strands of silver flashed in the corner of his eyes. Instinctively taking position, he followed the hooded individual, who seemed to have also noticed his presence, walking a bit further until they were in a more isolated place. The individual removed her hood, revealed her long silver hair, gems-like eyes and pointy ears. Dawn, it has been a while, Your Majesty Elmesia. Elemsia, what a bad boy, we are close friends and you dare use honorifics with me, just call me Elchan like you used to be. Elmesia Elru Sarian, Empress of the Sorcery Dynasty Sarian, the land of Elf, she and Dawn are long-time friends, but since Sarian didn't want to involve themselves in the politics outside their own territory, meeting has become quite hard. Still, both of them had become closer when Dawn journeyed around the world for centuries. Sarian was always a place that welcomed him. Dawn, sure, so where were you going in such a hurry? Elmesia, well, I just wanted to vent some frustration. Dawn, did something happen? Elmesia, Dawn Kuin, wah. Can you believe that? At first she let out tears of frustration before closing the distance, hugging Dawn while complaining her heart out. Elmesia, I decided to enter the tournament they held and I was eliminated in the group stage. Me out of all people. Dawn, Who did you face to get eliminated? Elmesia, that's the problem. No one told me the John Primordial was here in Tempest. She kept throwing explosive spells. She even deliberately kept a weakling alive so she could eliminate me. Dawn, I guess Carrera just wanted to face a strong opponent since the other might have disappointed her. Thus, Elmesia's grand plan to make a grand entrance in this festival failed as she fell against a primordial demon. Dawn, let's just go grab some food, I'll keep you company for a bit. Elmesia, you're really cold-hearted, even my perfect acting didn't move you. Returning to a confident expression, Elmesia dusted off her dress before smirking. She was indeed frustrated, but she wasn't childish enough to let this get to her. Elmesia, I watched your match, quite the impactful ending, heh. Dawn, at the end, Masayuki gained even more glory. Elmesia, right, I don't really understand why everyone cheered for him though, it was clear that he was on the verge of breaking down just facing your aura. Dawn, well, he is just a lucky bastard, he will become my nephew in the future, I'll beat him up correctly later. Elmesia POV. Whoa, I never saw Don-kun make such a terrible expression, it feels like he is going to end the life of 1,000 men. I shouldn't pry further if I want to keep being sane. Dawn, anyway, let's grab some food and catch up, I think we got a lot to talk about. Elmesia, sure, but it will just be trivial friendly talk, it's not like you got a child and a wife, right? I heartily laughed forgetting to check on Dawn's expression, before freezing as I noticed him flinching. Elmesia, whoa, no way. You got a girl. Who is it? I yelled out in concern, how dare seduce my friend? Who I saw was like a little brother. Wait, he is more mature than me, but I'm older, right? Dawn, wait wah. Elmesia, or is it a child? You adopted a child. I grabbed his shoulder while shaking him, trying to force any answer out of him, you can't hide anything from me you vile bad boy. I'll drop everything out of your soul if needed. Elmesia, ouch. Dawn, stop this. Lightly tapping my head with his hand, he clearly infused some magicule in it to make me feel more pain, bastard. Meaning. Idiot. Elmesia, TCH. You better explain, also did your girlfriend ask you to tint your hair? Not like you are any less handsome. In fact, I think white hair suits him more, mainly because his magic element is based on ice, also his eyes seem much colder, MMH. Dawn, I'll explain everything if your ladyship could share with this lowly duke a drink. Elmesia, hi, let this beautiful Empress Aka wait, Duke. Since when did he have a nobility title? Dawn, so. Is my lady coming? Offering me his hand in a very courteous manner, I glared at him suspiciously before taking it. Well, as he said, I'll get my answer with a good drink. Whoa, my head is spinning. Tempest's alcohol is really the best. Elmesia, John is so mean. Wah. Drunk and deprived of my resistance, we sat at a table in a pretty famous bar. Don-kun himself was slightly red as he let the alcohol take effect. Dawn, haha, don't worry, I'll avenge you later. Elmesia, hi, so what's up with your appearance? Is your girlfriend more beautiful than me? This did upset me a little, I am not interested in Dawn romantically, far from that, but he doesn't seem appealing by my glorious appearance at all. And that's annoying, I'm very proud of my regal yet dignified beauty, I want to see what kind of woman managed to melt this man's cold heart. Dawn, I don't see anyone at that moment, but I did have someone like that in my past life. Elmesia, I see, huh. Past life. Immediately looking up, I felt my head sober up as I registered his words, past life, huh. So he is a reincarnated, well I did have some suspicion but to think they came true. Elmesia, I see, so who were you before? Dawn, just some small duke that failed to protect his land, I think back then Sarian wasn't built yet, it should be around several dozen generations before the Falmouth from 2,000 years ago. MMH, so 2,000 years multiplied by multiple generations, wait, how old is this guy then? I mean, he was certainly born 2,000 years ago. But his soul has traveled across the age, he might be even older than me actually. Elmesia, a duel, huh, so you were a noble, why didn't tell me before? Dawn, a lot happened and most of my memories were sealed, now I'm back and complete again. Taking a sip of his drink, his face was getting redder and redder, and before I knew it he was already releasing a wave of his particular blessing. Since he had pledged loyalty to Luminous, he also has her blessing which is basically a highly condensed form of seductive magic. Looking behind me, I could see some of the other customers present being entranced into his charm, seriously I should stop him from drinking. He is surprisingly weak against alcohol, well I guess he never truly drinks. Elmesia, oi, sober up already. Releasing a burst of my haki, I snapped everyone out of their daze, while it didn't have much effect on Don-kun, he was still sane enough to take control back over his body. Dawn, ugh, sorry accidentally let out the blessing of lust. It's a power he never uses, because it's meaningless for someone like him, I still remember the first time it awakened accidentally. He wasn't even fully Luminous subordinate but since he was going to be anyway, he somehow had her blessing. I still remember how much of a mess the castle was at that time. Dawn, anyway, let's order some soft drinks and I'll continue my story. Elmesia, hi, to think the great hero of the West would be this weak against alcohol. Dawn, shut it, you aren't better, crying over a simple defeat. An irk mark appeared on my forehead as I flashed a sweet smile. Elmesia, I hope somehow managed to blow your smirk off, jerk. We glared at each other for a moment before bursting into chuckle, at the end we were still good friends. And so, I then passed the next few hours talking, by now the next stage of the tournament should have started. But we didn't really care. What truly interested me was his story, a reincarnated duke with a reincarnated daughter. The same daughter who runs around everywhere without anyone knowing. Elmesia, have you thought about writing this off and selling it? I'm sure a lot of people would love such a story. Dawn, spare me please, I'm far too old for that. Waving his hand, he then continued to answer my every question. It was truly fascinating, despite knowing that he purposely left some part out. I enjoyed the story of his life, but also it saddened me. In 2 lifetimes, he had lost everything twice. Sure, his situation now is clear. But if he had regained his memories 2,000 years ago after he had killed that girl Luna, I don't think he would be the same as now. Dawn, anyway, can I ask you a few pieces of advice too? Elmesia, sure. Dawn, what should I get for my daughter? Elmesia, well I guess some sweets would be a safe choice. Dawn, sweet, huh, I think there is a big sweet factory in Ingratia, should I pressure the king? Whoa, he started muttering some scary thing to himself. Little girl, your father is mentally deranged, I pity you. Elmesia, what about a teddy bear? Dawn, that would be nice, I could find some exotic bear and peel them off. What is the fluffiest fur anyway? Yeah, he is hopeless. Well, I'm still rooting for him to be happy. Perhaps the key to open him up is this girl Mirai. Though I still pity her, I doubt she will get any boyfriend as long as Don Quinn is alive. Oh, maybe I should ask him about that. Elmesia, what if she get a boyf? And just like that, I didn't even have the time to realize my weakness, as I accidentally unleashed a catastrophic bomb in the middle of Tempest. My consciousness blacking out, at last I felt the crushing murderous intent that Don Quinn released. Third POV. Fortunately, Velzard realized the sudden spike of bloodlust in time and activated suspended world before reaching to calm Dawn. It took some time, but finally, he fixed everything and concluded with Elmesia. Before returning to his hotel room, more tired than he should be. Dawn, I need more alcohol in me for this kind of discussion. Sighing, he just went to bed before remembering that the tournament was still ongoing. Dawn, the round of 16 should be done by now. I didn't receive any call or thought communication, so most likely, my fight starts tomorrow. Closing his eyes, he just decided to drift into sleep mode. Dawn, yeah, let's just sleep for now. The next morning, Dawn was forced awake by an angry Curie. Curie, master. Wake up. Jumping in the air before landing right into Dawn's stomach, the poor hero groaned as pain traveled from his core to his brain. Dawn, what's up? Did Rudra attack or what? Curie, Kamara finally woke up. I want to meet her now. Dawn, can't you just ask Shizue or Rimuru? Curie, they are busy. Dawn, I am busy too. Curie, but you are my master, it's your duty to take care of me. Dawn, okay, let's go. Waving her tail, Curie happily hummed before jumping on top of Dawn's head, her size shrinking to a modest ball height. Shortly after, Dawn was out. It seemed he slept more than he wanted as the sun was already high in the sky and the street was crowded. Curie, by the way, I was told that your next match was set. Dawn, I see, so who am I fighting? Curie, Carrera-san. She was grinning madly earlier, saying how she would beat you. Dawn, defeat me, huh? Curie, go easy on her, master. Because she is actually very nice. Dawn doubted her words since he knew how mean and explosive Carrera is, but he guessed that somehow Curie got food from the John Primordial and earned her favors. Dawn, anyway, where is Kamara right now? Curie, I heard Ramirez Granny is taking care of her in the labyrinth right now. Dawn, then to the labyrinth. Following his words, they were in the next instant standing in the deepest floor of the labyrinth. His presence wasn't noticed by anyone. In fact, the entire floor was silent with no sign of life, only a room lightened further away. Dawn, Veldora, Ramirez and 3 other magic signatures, huh? Taking a step forward, he then opened the door and pulled the handle. A blinding light flashed at him through his eyes and didn't waver at all. Inside was a large laboratory. Dawn, oh, isn't this the laboratory that gave so many headaches to Rimuru at the end of the web novel? It's also here where Ramirez will create a portal to the other world. But that was a story for the future, a distant future. Right now, Ramirez was carefully studying 3 creatures. Well, small is a crude word, as only the little fox was small. The other 2 creatures had achieved humanoid bodies after their respective evolution. Dawn, Zijin and Apito, huh, it seems Kamara hasn't achieved her humanoid form yet. Veldora's training for them had already started and they gained humanoid form much earlier than they should. This must be a side effect of Rimuru himself being stronger. Dawn, interesting. While his interest was sparked at Zijin's development, Curie on the other hand was getting agitated as her eyes landed on Kamara. Realizing the pressing, she paused. Dawn chuckled and made his presence known. Dawn, am I interrupting something? Ramirez, oh Dawn Kuan. You're here. Startled by his sudden appearance, Ramirez let off her tool and greeted him properly. Dawn, wait, tool. What was she doing to Zijin? Ramirez, MMH. Oh, if you are wondering, I was experimenting on Zijin's body since it's like a pure gold mine of information. Dawn, I see, anyway, I'm here for my little partner here. Ramirez, Kiri-chan. Oh right. I almost forgot. She eagerly wanted to meet Kamara-chan. Interlocking her finger as she exclaimed her realization, she then called Kamara, who jumped in front of her confused. Kamara, did something happen? And I'm glad to see you again, Dawn-san. Dawn, the feeling is shared, little fox. Bending down to scratch Kamara's head, the little fox purred while trying to deepen the connection. Kamara, *BRRR*. Dawn, also, I came here to introduce you to someone. Kamara, someone. Popping out of her trance, she looked up and noticed the other small fox that until now kept quiet while staring at her. Dawn, allow me to make the presentation. This one is my partner Kiri, she is also your grandmother. Kamara, oh I see, wait, grandmother. Dawn, yup, the one your mother talked about. Smiling, Dawn gently put down Kiri, who was getting more and more excited. The two fox then stared at each other. They were similar if not the same. The major difference in their appearance was their fur color. A bright shining gold for Kamara while snow silver fur for Kiri. Kamara, are you really my grandmother? Kiri, sure I am, look at how big and cute you are. Sprouting sweet words, Kiri nudged her nose on Kamara's head. An unfound and unknown connection bound the two. And unconsciously, their bonding started at that moment. Leaving them be, Dawn went to Ramirez, giving some space to the daughter and grandmother duo. Dawn, at least now, you can tease Kiri for being a granny. Ramirez, haha, I was starting to get hurt from her teasing. Dawn, well you are pretty old to be FA. Ramirez, ah. Instantly giving him a cold glare, Dawn flinched and shrunk back. Dawn, never mind, I didn't say anything. Ramirez, yeah that's better, by the way what are you doing Veldora-kun? Turning her attention toward the storm dragon who had been keeping a low profile ever since Dawn appeared. The dragon flinched and looked up while letting out a dry three-staged laugh. Veldora, I was thinking about leaving, since this guy is here now. His expression was terrified as when he was educated by his sisters, it seems the experience of being beat up with the after effect of Lord of Fate terrorized even a true dragon. Veldora, I need to get away from this sicko. No wonder he was trained by Velzardne. Dawn, now that I think, why are there is the two of you here? Don't tell me. Ramirez, haha, Veldora-kun was very insistent in helping me, he even let go of his manga for that. Like glass breaking, Dawn let out a very scary expression while Veldora tried to run away, unfortunately for him. He wasn't fast enough and got caught up before being dragged outside somewhere else on the last floor. Dawn, me and the breeze dragon need to have a proper discussion. Ramirez, sure, take your time. Waving her hand amused by the situation, it was something she expected, she also wanted Veldora away since he was very loud so Dawn came up handy. Ramirez, now, Zijin-kun, Apito-chan, let's resume to our experiment, hee. Once she made sure Dawn and Veldora were gone, Ramirez turned toward her two subjects with bright stars in their eyes and a creepy smirk. Zijin, stay behind me, Apito, I'll take the hit. Apito, why yes. Ramirez, hee. A few hours later, Dawn was now in the Colosseum, since it was publicly announced that he would be fighting and that the round of 8 would now take place. Standing in the backstage, waiting for his name to be announced, Dawn stared blankly at his opponent who had a wide grin plastered on her face. Carrera, finally a worthy opponent, I had enough of fighting those Mego. Dawn, I guess L-chan wasn't strong enough to pause you from any threat. Carrera, L. Well, it doesn't matter. Aren't YA ready? I can't wait to beat you up and boast it against that lowly. Dawn, speaking of Ultima, how is she doing? Carrera, huh? I guess, she is doing fine. Actually, she always asks anyone where this guy is to avoid him. Pondering, for sure Ultima showed a new part of her personality those last few weeks, in constant fear, even Carrera couldn't make fun of her after seeing the devastated state she was in. Dawn, I see, maybe I should pay her a visit soon, I am too harsh on her, does she like sweets? I should give her something next time. Carrera, yeah. I'm sure she will be glad, I think. After exchanging a few light talk, finally their name was announced, being the third match of the round of 8. The other already took place, and the overall shape of the final was already being drawn. Dawn, well Masayuki was eliminated earlier, though his popularity increased instead of lowering, Kabuta won and will surely face Ranga next turn. Among those waiting in the semi, Cheyenne, Benimaru, and Diablo were the big names. That aside, the third and most anticipated fight of this round of 8 was now about to start. Dawn POV. Well, there are a lot more spectators than I anticipated, the rulers and nobles of other nations are here too, didn't know they were so eager to watch me fight. I'm really popular aren't I, though I doubt that many would have come if Carrera's identity was revealed as one of the primordial demons. Anyway, I looked toward Rimuru and Luminous Box for an instant. They assisted at each match. Well, Rimuru did, Luminous kind of went off in the middle, but yeah. Now their eyes were fixated on me and Carrera, the two of us facing each other. I could feel her burning glare piercing my soul. Though I wasn't really worried, I'm even contemplating if I should only use sword art. Carrera, oi. Don't dare hold back, I'll crush you fair and square. Dawn, I see, well if you ask so nicely. Drawing my blade out, Shinexalia was presented for the world to see for the first time. On the way, my eyes flashed on Elchan, who had her face hidden below a hood. She was silently cheering for me. Dawn, how are you feeling? Shinexalia, greater than ever, I can finally be of use to master. Dawn, good, then let's get started then, we got a delinquent girl to discipline. Taking a basic stance, I let out a slight smirk signaling Sauka that I was ready. Sauka, then, our third match will now start. On one hand, Dawn Arcead, as everyone knows. On the other hand, Executive Carrera, a powerful and dedicated servant of our Lord Rimuru. Ready, start. I didn't really listen to her speech, my attention was focused on the girl in front of me, and as soon as the word start synced in my mind, I bursted forward, not giving her any time to breath. My blade was already near her neck. Carrera, what the? Thought I couldn't kill her, so I just decreased my speed and let her get away. This should be enough as a warning since she was looking down on me. Jumping backward, Carrera directly made several spheres and had them explode right into my face. Dawn, huh? It hurt less than expected. Brushing it off, I used the smoke generated by her attack to move up. Standing in the sky, I observed calmly the situation unfold. Carrera was nowhere to be seen, at least out of reach for universal perception, but I knew exactly where she was. Dawn, if you want to win, you need better tricks than that. Tightening my grip on Shinexalia, I slashed down several magic projectiles thrown toward me, the source being the smoke screen below. So she opted for a total concealing of her Magiculan presence. I honestly didn't expect this troublemaker to use such tactic. But that says a lot, she isn't underestimating me now. Dawn, This girl really lives up to her surname being a living bomb, as the projectile exploded upon making contact with Shinexalia. The sky or the ground, everything was covered in smoke, while another wave of explosive projectiles were thrown at me. Dawn, right, left, below, in the back and in front, is she trying to blow up everything? I groaned annoyed while slicing each attack, not minding the explosion. Still, it was getting annoying to be constantly bombarded. Is this her plan? If that's all, then this is nothing but a waste of time. Dawn, unique skill, blade heart, activation. Flying up higher, I dodged the rest of the projectile before raising my blade, the sharp side going down. I purposely added more strength than needed to see what would happen. Slicing the air and the space, in an instant my attack connected with the ground. Carrera must have felt the danger coming because she instinctively went out of the way before I had even lowered my arm. Anyway, the ground was split in half and a large singular horizontal crack performed the barrier protecting the spectator. Dawn, TCH. I quickly turned toward Rimuru and noticed that Veldora and Velzard were there too. Did they join mid-fight? I didn't expect Veldora after I beat him up earlier. Well, that's good, with them here, the barrier will be maintained perfectly. Carrera, where are you looking at, you punk? Dawn, don't worry, even without eyes I could defeat you. I quickly shifted back my attention toward this little demon, watching her burst from the ground, flying right toward me. The already split arena exploded into pieces, but that really didn't matter. Was Carrera really trying to fight me in close combat? This is stupid as she is specialized in magic and long-ranged spells. Dawn, well whatever, if that's a challenge, bring it on. I settled back Shinexalia into her scabbard much to her dismay before taking a martial stance, my hand curved into a fist while the other waved down near my wrist. Carrera, take this. Nuclear burst. Two bright gold spheres made of nuclear magic formed in her two palms. Our distance was already close enough for me to carefully study her eyes filled with craziness. Though, what was important was the high sheer density of Magicule present in her two small attacks. It might hurt a bit. Dawn, that's some cheap trick you got there. Unfortunately for her, this pattern and offense can only be used upon very close contact, and that's the thing, my mind is filled with hundreds if not thousands of different art. Involving sword, other weapon, hand, and martial arts. This is why, even if she was confident in pulling such skill in the middle of a fight, going out of her comfort zone, she would never be able to reach me and enact her plan. At a nearly impossible timing, I use my right hand to push wrist, before grabbing her forearm in the momentum. At the same time, I shifted my other hand right toward her neck, grabbing and choking her in the process. The position I had led us in allowed me to perfectly unbalance her and covered my blind spot in which she could have made those projectiles explode. Dawn, I give you advice, even if you have sharp fangs, don't bear them toward another predator. Smirking, I pulled her toward me before she could respond. I had pushed my knee into her stomach and followed by a circular kick at the same place. Sending the primordial fly high into the sky, I was confident in her being knocked out by the combo I just pulled. Dawn, it's the end, huh, I guess this is as far as she can g. Huh. My words stuck right back into my throat when I looked up. The sun seemed much brighter than usual. No, it wasn't the sun, just Carrera who was coming back, a huge smirk plastered on her face. She was falling back toward the arena. In her hand was a massive ball of energy that conveyed the power to wipe out the surface of the world. Dawn, has she gone crazy? This is going to destroy the entire city. The barrier might stop it, but this is going too far. Carrera, ha 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 ha. Take this, you piece of shit. Full blast, John. I quickly drew out Exalia and gathered Magicule. My eyes narrowed as I analyzed the incoming blast. All magic has flaws. A spell is constituted of several structures that once disturbed, it will leave a spell useless. I can't just attack headfront because of the unstable magic she is performing. Everything will just blow up upon contact. I could overpower it, but then, my attack will cause much more destruction. Wait, I could do that. Dawn, change of plan. Relaxing my body, I took a deep breath before waiting for Carrera to approach. The closer she got, the more intense the land shook. Even if it was still at a considerable distance, the sheer amount of Magicule she was releasing could enact severe atmospheric change and turn upside down the ecosystem. Thunderous flash of lightning jumped everywhere as the sky turned brighter and brighter as she came close. Finally, once she was close enough, her fist coated in unmeasurable energy, I let out a cold breath. Dawn, frozen world. Using myself as the core point, everything around me turned into ice. Carrera and her attack, the destroyed arena, the barrier surrounding us. Fortunately, it didn't reach out for the outside of the barrier, but everything inside was pure ice. Even the molecules present in the air, no air itself was freezing. It's cold, I can tell it is, while I didn't feel anything. My own body seems to have been turned into ice. I just called it Frozen World, but I believe it's an even better version than the one I used before. Asterisk crack asterisk. Anyway, moving my body, I forcefully broke out of the ice as diamond blue shards broke everywhere from my body. A technique that instantly destroys anything that isn't a spiritual life form, and even then, only a digital life form might be capable of freeing themselves. An ultimate art branch based on ice magic, Velzard's deceleration art and the Lord of Fate. Dawn, I won. My face an inch away from the frozen Carrera, her eyes were solid ice, the magic steel body given to her by Rimuru was done for. Dawn, though you can't complain, I had to stop you somehow. My attention shifted toward the giant ball of snow. The size was enough to fill up a good part of the arena. This girl really tried to blow up everything. How stupid. Anyway, Rimuru will restore her somehow. Dawn, oi, referee. The match has already ended. Turning toward Sauka, she was speechless. No, the entire audience had their mouths open, not knowing how to react. And it's understandable. I just hope no one will analyze my magic and retrace the fact that I was the one who casted Frozen World 2,000 years ago. They won't sue me, right? Sauka, yes. The winner is Dawn Arcead-sama. We will now take a short break until the arena is usable again. With that done, I can pass to the next round, leaving on a positive note. Rimuru POV. They overdid it. I panicked a bit when Don-kun destroyed the barrier. I had planned to dress a new one myself, but Velzard-san beat me to it. I was actually amazed by how sturdy and perfect her barrier was. I guess not every true dragon is an otaku one who lazes around and plays chef from time to time. Anyway, after a while, the climax of the battle happened and Don-kun won by using some crazy ice magic. Rimuru, just watching gave me the shiver. Raphael, after analysis, everything within the barrier from the organic matter to the tiniest molecule was turned into. Hey, isn't that too broken? He even froze that super chaotic attack of Carrera. Velzard, that was magnificent. Luminous, indeed, it's refreshing to see this spell again, though it seems Dawn has improved it. I couldn't really understand those ladies, but it seems Don-kun had used this spell in the past. In any case, I should go help Carrera, she seems stuck in the ice. Raphael, notice, individual Carrera's material body is unusable, creation of a new exoskeleton made of magic steel, successful, retrieval of individual Carrera's spiritual body, successful. Whoa, I think Carrera saw hell for an instant. Well, I hope she won't become a Ultima 2.0. Rimuru, that's really unfair. At this rate, the winner of the tournament is clear. Even Carrera was no match for Don-kun, and Raphael estimated that Diablo only had 3% chance of winning. This is so rigged. Well, there is no use of thinking about that now, Don-kun is just that strong. Rimuru, well, that aside, it will take a few hours before resuming to the tournament. Sighing, now that I think of it, Yuki-kun should be in Tempest now. At first, I wanted to bring him along with the children, but he said he was coming with a group of his own. I didn't receive any report, so I thought he was running late, but the first week is already almost done. With Raphael-sensei, we were already suspicious of Yuki-kun for being the mastermind backing up Clayman. So I wanted to observe him during the festival. Velzard, by the way, Rimuru-kun. Rimuru, MMH. Velzard, can you spare me some gold coins? Rimuru, eh. The sound of the arena being reformed, I turned my head toward Velzard-san while being dumbfounded. Third POV. Life itself is a challenge, those who were fortunate to be born with a golden spoon far away from all these dangers couldn't know. While those who had to go through hell to just survive, had to bear with it. Deep down inside a prison in an unnamed land, a young man had his 2 wrists chained up, his body was covered in bruises and all possibility of regeneration was negated. Fresh and old injuries, how long was he there? He couldn't now without having access to the sun, everything was just a pit of darkness. Every day since he was imprisoned there, well almost as if the only time where he had contact with another living being was when the one who chained him here came to visit. Click asterisk. The ground shook as someone approached, the prisoner could only flinch as the door in front of him unraveled once again. A man, not a monster, had come to visit him again, the body of a giant, the menacing glare of a predator. This was Demon Lord de Gruel, and the one he imprisoned here, outside of all prying eyes was Horizon White. De Gruel, you look as pitiful as ever, anyway I got some news and a gift for you. The giant wasn't particularly interested in whatever scheme Guy had planned but still, he decided to obey his order. Bringing out a crystal buoy of communication, it has a long recording inside. De Gruel, don't expect your friends to come help you, they must have already abandoned the dead weight that you were. Horizon, does it really matter? Once again, de Gruel got stuck on a nerve, he had realized ever since Horizon was imprisoned here. He never complained, the torture didn't break him, the weeks without food or water were useless because he was a trained saint. The mention of his friend and mental torture were also for naught. De Gruel, I don't know if it's blind trust or loyalty but Don Arcead won't come save you, he neither has the power or guts to do that. Horizon, aren't you just terrified? De Gruel, huh? Horizon, you know very well, inside you are shaking in fear, the only reason you haven't killed me is because I am your sole leverage against my master, you are nothing but a loser who tries to reassure himself to keep whatever pride loarked. Without warning, de Gruel had sent the heaviest punch he could gather right into Horizon's stomach, the impact shook the land. Fending off the already low air within the cell, the thick wall crackled under the pressure, while Horizon lost consciousness for a moment before waking up with a smirk. De Gruel, you damn brat, you are only alive because Guy wanted to, it doesn't matter who I have to face, I'll destroy them eventually. His voice ice cold, it was a rare instance where de Gruel lost his cool, it actually happened more often ever since Horizon was brought here. This kid just managed to get under his skin just fine. De Gruel, anyway, just watch this recording Guy prepared, you brat. Tossing the recording ball right in front of Horizon, it was at a distance out of his reach, purposely set there so he could never stop whatever was going to be shown. Silence then reigned in the cell as de Gruel left, not bothering to close the giant door in which guarded the cell. Horizon, this hurt, I don't know how long I can keep up with this, maybe a few months. No, I might break before. Once the enemy was gone, his eyes melted his truth feeling, he was tired, even for him a superhuman who fought countless battles. He was reaching his limit, and his willpower was the only thing left that kept him fighting. Horizon, abandon me, huh, I wonder, perhaps the Dawn I know could actually do that, will I be okay with such outcome? He himself didn't have the answer, in the past he had proven his loyalty to Dawn, over and over, even ready to kill the other members of their group. Of their family for his sake, he was convinced that dying for the one who gave him a new life, would be fine for him. But now, he felt like he still had so much left to do. Horizon, life, huh? His eyes dropped down staring at the crystal ball, the recording had yet to appear, probably damaged due to de Gruel's outburst. But finally, a light scenery appeared within the shackle of the recording ball, a peaceful and joyful scene that Tempest Festival is. Horizon eyes stayed impassible as an image of his friends, family, strangers, all enjoying themselves. Smile and laughter craved on everyone's face, while he was rotting up in this cold cell. His vision grew blurry as a lone tear escaped his eyes. Horizon, I can't break down now, I have to go back to his side, I have to protect what we built over the age. Back to Tempest, the 6th day concluded, now the quarter-final was decided. Dawn returned to the hotel and laid down, the next day was going to be active, having 3 consecutive fights or so he thought. Without any notice, Rimuru had sent a thought message. Rimuru, this is a small announcement for all the remaining participants of the tournament, first congratulations, and secondly, due to a problem in our schedule, the quart, semi and final will all happen at once tomorrow when the sun reaches its peak, a final battle royal. Ending the communication on that cold note, Dawn couldn't help but grin, he was also getting tired of brushing around the bush. Ending this with a single fight is perfect. Dawn, oh right, tonight, we had set a dinner at a restaurant, I almost forgot. Him and the other Genesis Knight, just them tonight, it's like a family gathering thought one of them was missing. Dawn, let's just get ready. Sighing, he just settled the undesired thought aside and went on, later he arrived in front of the said restaurant. Wearing a plain black folder, he quickly entered and before anyone could see him, he gave his name to the waiter who went to call his manager. Afterward, Dawn was guided in an exclusive room, the inside was generously decorated and few servants were standing around waiting to serve. Dawn, seems like I'm the last one. Everyone was already present, you, Flora, Shu, Lucas and Eleanor. Dawn, I didn't expect you to be here either, Shizue. Shizue, hee, sorry I was a bit busy the last few weeks, but I couldn't miss this gathering. Despite being part of the group for only 2 years, Shizue still felt at home with these people. She couldn't miss this dinner, she herself wanted to be there. Dawn, anyway, let's sit down and enjoy. Signaling the waiters and waitress to leave and bring in the food, everyone took their seats. Talking about all and nothing, chatter filled with room with those who had better communication skills. It seemed like the girls were talking about how Velzard was addicted to shopping, while Lucas talked about swords with Shizue. Shu on the other hand was quietly eating while switching with his newly developed toy. Dawn, so peaceful. Each individual present was powerful enough to be high cadre in any nation, they all shared a single trait. A traumatic past, yet they were all acting like normal people in this colored room. Dawn could only smile while resting his chin in the palm of his hand. Observing quietly, his eyes shifted for an instant toward the empty seat on his left. Dawn, just wait a bit longer. A wild tone corrupted his eyes as he meant his words, this didn't go unnoticed by the others who decided to ignore it. They knew what he was thinking and that asking would just spoil the mood. Eleanor, oh and Lucas, I didn't expect you to ignore the tournament, you like those kinds of things don't you? Flora, Era, now that you mention it. You, wasn't he just scared to face our leader? All intention instantly shifted toward Lucas who gave them a deadpan stare. Lucas, as terrified as I am, I was just too busy training with King Gazel and missed the inscription. Shizue, PFFF, you know you could have asked me or Dawn-san, we could have got you in nonetheless. Lucas, meh, it's too late now anyway. Dawn, it sure is, besides I don't think he has the level to face the likes of Carrera, Cheyenne yet. Lucas, why do I feel like you just dismissed me? Chuckling, Dawn didn't try to hide it, he just grabbed his glass and sipped in his drink while ignoring the chuckling sound in the background. Flora, still, you make quite the acquaintance with King Gazel, this could be beneficial politically. Lucas, oh please great lord, spare me the smartass talk, I'm just a lowly brute. Praying to himself, he was a muscle head, whenever political talk was engaged, he would crawl down and try to erase himself. In a way, Flora was both his best and worst friend, her second personality Ada being a psychotic lady got along well with Lucas. While Flora herself was Dawn's secretary, she is a noble character who helps a lot in foreign and internal affairs. The worst friend for a brute who mainly rely on strength. Flora, Fufu, we'll have a long talk later, Lucas Cohen. Lucas, ugh. You, poor you, once Flora get into it she won't stop until everything is covered. Shizue, don't worry, I can help too. I talked a bit with King Gazel when Rimuru-san met with him, he is a good man. Flora, oh, then I count on you Shizue-san. Eleanor POV. I couldn't help but chuckle at their shenanigans, there was this slight tension roaming around ever since Horizon was imprisoned. I could understand too, I myself wondered why our leader didn't go rescue him and waited, but at the end, I decided to trust his judgment. Isn't that what a leader role is? Us members are just pawns for him to order, we are his arm and legs, our job is to follow the directive. This might sound weird but it's reality, those at the top order those below, and when you have a competent person above, you can rest easy and trust him with your life. I'm content in following Dawn, but now, seeing him like that, his gaze distant filled with unexplainable emotion. I felt my heart ache, it was clear to me that our leader, our boss, our commander, he ensured that all of us had a good time. But then, I feel like slowly, a wall formed between him and us, this is so hard to explain, I guess, I just feel like he is trying to resolve things by himself and separate us from his world. You, MMH. Is something wrong, Eleanor? Your expression doesn't look good. Eleanor, huh? Ah, don't worry, I was just thinking. My gaze unconsciously went toward our leader, which earned an understanding nod from Miss Yu. I guess she also had similar concerns to mine. You, by the way, Dawn-san is going to face most of Tempest's executive tomorrow in the final, isn't that a bit unfair? I smiled slightly at Yu's direct answer to my worry, using my finger to play with the few overgrown strands of my hair. I decided to stay quiet and watch. Flora, that sure sounds unfair, won't they just team up to win? Lucas, meh, why are you guys worried? It's not like he'll lose to anyone there, anyway. Shizue, I thought about that too, when Rimuru-san brought this up, many were against it but it was backed up by Luminous-sama, so no one could retort. Luminous-sama, huh, I don't know her that well since I barely had any interaction with her but, I can see her agreeing to that. Dawn, well Luminous-sama ordered me to show off Riberios's power, so it isn't that bad of a situation, I just have to defeat the 7 other participants. Really, you are the only one capable of saying that while knowing the enemy force, if I'm not wrong. Tomorrow's final, the names listed are quite infamous for me and other officers who worked with Tempest in any way. Diablo, Benimaru, Sui, Cheyenne, Gabuta, Ranga, and the Masked Lion Champion, also known as former Demon Lord Carrion. Out of the 8 participants, 6 are from Tempest, and a primordial demon is among them. Lucas, you see, this guy is a monster of his own. There is no need to worry for someone like that. Pointing his finger at our leader, I glared at him for not showing proper respect, not like I'm not used to it. He is really just a musclehead. Dawn, now, you don't have to worry, in fact you can all expect a good show tomorrow. Why does he sound so mischievous when saying that? Flora, Fufu, I pity the other, he has that evil look he bore whenever he gives me impossible tasks. Dawn, well, I'm more concerned about the after-tournament. Shizue, oh. Did you plan something? Maybe we could book another good restaurant to celebrate. Dawn, nah, I had something else in mind. Now I'm curious, I think the other two, leader isn't a greedy person, gold or fame mean nothing to him. Beside he has it all, and even now he just follow the rest of us when we go out, tonight he proposed a gathering for all of us. He never does things for himself. You, so what did you plan? Lucas, I'm curious too. Dawn, MMH, I plan to ask her later but I guess now it's fine. Huh? Her? We all stared at him weirdly as he let out a dry chuckle, he then turned toward me and with a smile, he spoke up. Dawn, so Eleanor, will you go on a date with me after the tournament? All. Eh? Did my ears malfunction? Or is my mind playing trick on me? I looked around only to see the other shocked, their eyes were almost out of their socket, focused on Dawn then me. Asterisk cling asterisk. Finally, the sound of a glass shattering snapped me back, realizing I was not dreaming or in an alternative reality. I pinched my cheek and looked up at Dawn completely speechless. Dawn, so. Is that a yes? All, eh. I couldn't focus as my heartbeat accelerated, my face probably flushed red tomato, the answer to his sudden invitation got stuck in my throat. This can't be, right. I misheard, tell me I misheard. Flora, wait Yu-chan. Stay with us. Yu, who had dropped her glass from shock, was now hyperventilating for whatever reason, she seemed to have the most impactful reaction out of everyone. Eleanor, why yesh. Biting my tongue while responding, my blush deepened while I buried my face into my hand. The other didn't even laugh at my condition, this is just how startled we all were. My embarrassment just grew larger as I heard Dawn chuckle and get up. Dawn, well, it has become quite chaotic so I'll take my leave now, I'll pick you up after I win the tournament so be ready, Eleanor. I just nodded, unable to form any logical and coherent sentence, this was just too sudden for me to stay cool-headed. Dawn POV. I did quite the bold declaration just now, but it's necessary. Dawn, I can't hesitate on the mean in time like these, Eleanor is the one I can trust the most with this task. Looking up, the moon was shaped like a crescent, it gave me a sense of loneliness, compared to the other nights. There were no stars in the horizon, just a plain dark sky devoid of clouds or celestial objects. Dawn, really, I feel lonely. Moving on, I didn't join my room but instead a more isolated place within the Jura forest. I was far away to not hear any noise from the festival but at the same time, I could see a glimpse of light escaping the top of the city. Dawn, I had my share of fun, now it's time for me to get back to work. Right now, my swordsmanship and magic are among the best this world has to offer. My skill set is polyvalent and my ultimate skill allows me to fight the strongest, the condition and status of my existence too. I'm rapidly reaching my limits, I am not like Rimuru, despite my digital nature, I don't have the reactive evolution feature to back me up. This should be concerning but at the same time, I feel reassured, because no matter what happens during the incoming war, I know that I tried my very best. Dawn, I just have to achieve the final step of my development now. New ultimate skills would be useless, I can't gain another hero egg and corruption would just lower my standing. But there is still one kind of power that many others have, if I base my story's domain, I can make it happen. World system skill, they are a type of sub-skill originating from an ultimate one. The art of creating a separate dimension with your own characteristics, Rimuru's imaginary space, Testarossa afterworld. If I can bring out the Lord of Fate's power in such a way, I can complete my evolution, then the weapon that Veldanava tried to create would be done. Dawn, then let's start it, I got a long night ahead of me. The only problem is the complexity of such a skill. I had given a lot to make story's domain which would be a lower version of a world system skill. Instead of bringing the enemy into a separate dimension, I separated the world surrounding me. At that time, I still had the Lord of Stories, which had power like a reader or author, due to these sub-skills. I could create such an overbroken ability, but now, I have none of them, I have to create it on my own. Failure, this word really stuck hard at that time. I laid down watching the orangish sky as I passed the entire night trying. At the end, I didn't even get a clue on how to achieve it. Each time I try to materialize it, the world around me would freeze, fate and ice are colliding as if trying to fight for dominance. Do I lack mastery? Dawn, this is annoying. I haven't failed that much since forever, anyway, I should get going. Dawn, fortunately, my body allows me to overextend myself without consequence. Curie, Master sure is stubborn. Sighing, I had already noticed Curie approaching and settling on top of a branch near my settlement. It has been a few hours now. Since I wanted to focus on my training, I ignored her. Dawn, I have to do what I can. Time is precious, this is a project that went down into history and age, I cannot fail. The war can start a week after this festival, or a few months later, maybe even years, but it's right around the corner. My plan going forward will be to save Horizon even if I end the giant race, then I end this stupid game between Rudra and Guy. And finally, I'll accomplish my own fate and bring down the author. Curie, can we get breakfast already? I'm getting hungry. Dawn, weren't you with Luminous and Velzard? Curie, well there is this new guy who just arrived, his name is Yuki or something like that, I didn't feel him so I left. Dawn, Yuki. Now that I think, he should have arrived much earlier, did he plan something else? Should I kill him now? If I talk with Rimuru, I could surely get him gone, I could also place Flora as the Freedom Guild's president. Curie, why not think after eating? I'm hungry. Dawn, oi stop that. I quickly grabbed Curie by the back of her head as she started biting and hitting me. Curie, then let's go. Or are you planning to eat grass? Dawn, calm down, I'll buy you something but for now just be quiet, I'm having a headache. Curie, if you make me wait another hour, I'll transform and wipe out half of this forest, MPHF. And then she went pouting, seriously my head, I held my nose in annoyance. I can't feel hunger neither is Curie, this is more of an enjoyment than a need, I am not one to enjoy food, I eat to follow the other. On that point, Curie is really unlucky to serve me. Now this is interesting, I am currently in the Colosseum arena, where all the participants of this final battle royal were gathered. The space around us was enlarged so we could fight to our heart content, the only problem is that everyone's eyes are fixated on me. Dawn, am I really going to be your focus? Even Carrion. They might really just jump me up for whatever reason, this is why for the first time since the tournament started. I drew out Shinexalia before even the start, I could end this quickly but this is a rare occasion where I can experiment and progress in forming my world system skill. Dawn, I'll just cheat a little then. Activating, Eyes of Fate, I looked into the order of attack, Cheyenne will be the first one to rush at me. Diablo will stay on standby until the end, he is the most interesting opponent for me because of his skill, it's still not a proper world system skill but despair time can be compared to it. Dawn, then let's go with that pattern. I focused my eyes while focusing my Magicule into my legs, despite being a digital life form, I still like to use my own movement to leap into space. Moving without time lag and instantly becoming mentally tiring at some point. Sauka, now ladies and gentlemen. We finally reached it. The last turn of this great tournament. But before starting the festivity, our beloved ruler and His Majesty the Demon Lord has a few words to address. The classic speech of the local ruler before the great final, anyway since it will take some time I'll just check on the audience. There are a lot more spectators than before, approximately 1.5 times more. I also heard that Rimuru quickly developed a new method with the communication crystal to livestream this battle royal all around Tempest. Speaking of Rimuru, he just got up, still in the VIP box, he walked up to the edge facing a large balcony and an even bigger crowd. Behind him were the usual Luminous but this time, Velzard and Veldora along Ramaris and Testarossa, as a servant, were present. Rimuru, first I would like to thank the countless warriors who fought in this Colosseum. As a witness of every single stage, this was a great adventure and we finally reached its ending. I could also notice Elchan, the Genesis Knight, Gazel, and some other influential nobles in their own respective box. It seems like Elchan revealed herself to Rimuru and got her own separate box. Hinata and Shizue were taking care of the children, the boys were particularly focused on what was happening. While Chloe looked at Rimuru with hearts in her eyes, once we locked her she gave me a sweet smile and wave of hand. I returned them but I couldn't be as sincere when my focus deviated toward them and standing near her, Yuki Kagurasaka. He is here, he might have noticed my glare since he looked away with slight fear, I didn't expect myself to be in this trouble. But there is a reason, he is the final villain of the web novel of Tensura, from what I can see we are currently living through the light novel. So Yuki isn't that much of a threat but, the whole timeline is messed up, if Evarage and Feldway are down, then Yuki might just take his spot because he is a villain too. Rimuru, on that note, I believe everyone is just waiting for this final round to start, but before the Tempest has a last surprise to announce. So he is doing it now, following his words, a large to almost gigantic screen formed in the middle of the Colosseum. Dawn, water magic. No, they are using the communication crystal but I can't find the origin of this large screen, this must be Raphael's doing. Rimuru, I present to you all, the Labyrinth of Tempest. Image flew by the large screen, a short video of some chibi adventurers crossing the floors of this 100 large labyrinth. Treasure, boss and wave of monsters, a challenge for all, this was perfectly presented to attract the crowd's attention. Rimuru, a place filled with adventure and rewards, while having no risk of death, this is what the labyrinth is, we will later reveal more, so stay tuned. With that being said, I will now step down and let you all enjoy this final. Ending his speech, I couldn't help but smirk as the silent crowd erupted into cheer, even if not much was revealed and the overall project was still hazy. He just made the announcement at the right time when all eyes were watching, he even used the hype surrounding my appearance in the tournament to promote his project. Was this Luminous' plan? No, she isn't one to help a foreign nation. Sauka, simply whoa. As you all heard, our founding festival has yet to end. Now let's start the final round of the great and first tournament of Tempest. Rising her fist toward the sky, she did a good job too at fueling the heat. Sauka, ready warriors. Then I hereby declare the final round, start. Third POV. Immediately after the word escaped Sauka's mouth, the first one to move was Cheyenne. As he predicted, she was going right after Dawn, the ground bursted under the pressure of her step, in an instant she fended off the air and met her opponent. Dawn, how feisty. Despite knowing the immense raw strength Cheyenne possessed, he didn't dodge, instead parried the incoming punch with his own. An impactful start as the surrounding dust scattered in the air, soon enough, a spark of lightning bursted inside the veil of dust. Clashing their fist and legs, Cheyenne and Dawn engaged themselves into a close combat match ignoring the other. Carrion, damn, they sure go all out. Gabuta, Gosu, they are really scary. Gulping, Gapta was the only one who was fearing instead of enjoying the situation. Diablo, Kufufu. Benimaru, seems like we missed our chance, well, how about having a round of our own Sui? Sui, it wouldn't be fair if we were all going against the outsider, so let's do it. Benimaru, though I didn't expect you to participate, shouldn't you hide in the shadows? Sui, I have an illusion spell to change my appearance and my name isn't Sui at this instant, call me Eiko, young lord. Both glared at each other, they clearly had a rivalry of their own. Diablo, well, since both Cheyenne Dano and Benimaru Dano are taken, why don't we play a bit, my dear comrade? Since the interesting prey were all taken, Diablo turned toward the remaining participants, Carrion, Gabuta, and Ranga. Ranga, growling, I'll win this for Rimuru-sama. Carrion, I wanted to try to face off a primordial anyway. Gabuta, please let me go home. And so this final battle royal split into multiple matches, having their own clash, the intensity rose up nicely. All went according to Dawn's plan, he had purposely challenged and taken Cheyenne into a 1 versus 1 to trigger the natural code of honor within the other participants. They wouldn't interfere in their singular fight as they aren't mindless monsters but are possessing pride of their own. Dawn, with that I'll face both Diablo and Benimaru after dealing with Cheyenne, the best course of action. Cheyenne, oi. How dare you look down on me? Sending another punch, Cheyenne got angry when she noticed how Dawn paid more attention to his surroundings and the others' fight than their own. Dawn, look down. Sorry but I'm way too out of your reach to even see you below. Grinning, he stealthily grabbed her wrist and twisted it backward until he was positioned behind her. Cheyenne, ugh. Dawn, you possess raw strength but your technique is barely above average. His eyes stared through her back where her Odachi sword was attached. Dawn, if you understand, stop holding back and use all you got because this ain't it. Coating his fist with Magicule, he smashed it right onto Cheyenne's Gorokimaru, the large blade crackled under the pressure while it followed Cheyenne into her downfall. Her body gasped as she was sent right into the barrier surrounding their battlefield. Cheyenne, art, a single punch hurt that much. She coughed some saliva while her regeneration acted, the punch wasn't even directly connected to her yet her skin and organ were twisted and burnt. Dawn, I told you, get your act together and come it with bloodlust or you'll lose before I even use my sword. Cheyenne could only grit her teeth, while Shinexalia was out of its scabbard, Dawn hadn't swung her yet. Worse is that he took on Cheyenne in close combat with only one hand, the difference in skill was overwhelming. Cheyenne, fine, don't regret it later. Her eyes shrunk in rage before a tint glow made of amethyst shone through her iris, her unique skill, Cook. A reality and law-altering skill that once evolved could even harm Rimuru. Cheyenne, now die. As she exclaimed, Cheyenne appeared above Dawn with her Odachi tightly held between both of her hands. Slamming the divine weapon downward, the entire battlefield shook, simulating a large magnitude earthquake. But what was truly important was how the air and space itself was smashed and destroyed during Cheyenne's attack, even Dawn could tell the threat behind her attack. Dawn, not really, in the end it was impossible for you to harm me. But to her despair, Dawn wasn't even harmed, he had Shinexalia out engaged in a battle of raw strength with Cheyenne's Gorokimaru. Both blades clashed while their user glared at each other. Cheyenne, why you? Dawn, I wanted to test a few things but you aren't a good opponent for that, way too chaotic. Sighing to himself, he increased the strength in his hold and overpowered Cheyenne, sending her crash into the barrier again. Dawn, let's see. Leisurely turning around without wasting more time on his opponent, his eyes met with Diablo's who had already finished his fight. Behind him were 3 unconscious corpses, Carrion's body was revealed and bloodied while Ranga and Gabuta were knocked out on top of each other. Diablo, Kufufufu, as expected Dawn Dano, there was no way Cheyenne Dano could have defeated you. Dawn, she put up a half-decent fight. Clapping his hands, Diablo watched the entirety of Dawn's fight. He could be said to have been mesmerized by the high level of technique and raw skill behind Dawn's action. Diablo, is that so? Was she stronger than Carrera? Dawn, in a way, her last attack could have definitely killed even a primordial. Diablo, how funny, don't underestimate our kind, you might regret it. His voice retreated back into his throat when a violent aura burst through the arena. Looking up behind, Cheyenne got up with the angriest look she ever wore. Cheyenne, RAHHH. I'm not done yet. Holding her breaking Odachi, she glared at Dawn with competitive hatred. Her teeth were showing beastly as an astral aura formed behind her. Diablo, how scary. Dawn, you should learn to abandon when needed. Sighing, Dawn gave her a meaningless side look before letting his breath turn into a cold hail. Dawn, might as well settle a new arena for later. Cheyenne, Ignoring his action, Cheyenne just rushed forward. Like a mindless beast she jumped horn first toward her enemy. Sword in hand, she was ready to blast everything on her path. Dawn, Ice Palace. Cheyenne was truly a formidable foe. She was strong enough to be said to be among the upper rank in Tempest. Yet at that moment, she felt more powerless than ever, her enraged attack coupled with her unique skill. Her blade and hand were just an inch away from her enemy, ready to tear him apart, yet they were immobile. Her surroundings, which was once a large arena within the Colosseum of Tempest, was now a large ice palace with several pillars and a complete roof covering their head. Cheyenne, what? Dawn, seems like you can't alter my ice. He was still not fully facing her, indicating a lack of interest. Right before the impact he had completely nullified Cheyenne's momentum. Using deceleration via magic, moving within a world where even light was too slow, Cheyenne was suddenly interrupted and stopped right in front of him. The air flew chaotically as all the power within that strike rampaged. Through it only did that much because it was allowed. Dawn, go sleep now, the true fight is just about to start. Snapping her consciousness away using the Lord of Fate, he officially eliminated Cheyenne from the Jura Tempest Federation. Rimuru POV. Now that was savage, poor Cheyenne, I told her to not mess with Donkuin but she had to do it. Velzard, that wicked Oni sure has guts, I doubt many would stand tall after discovering Dawn's identity. Rimuru, haha, well she has some screw to lose. She is too daring for her own good. Ramaris, well to be fair, her performance was really good. Luminous, her skill seems quite deadly. Her unique skill, cook, it's really an odd skill that can turn her hideous food into fine meals, well appearance aside. Velzard, she seems to have the power to alter reality to a certain degree. Dawn was basically a counter to her. Rimuru, a counter. Now that I think about it, besides his ice magic and swordsmanship, I don't really know his power. Veldora, he is a monster. Rimuru, he can increase the pain of his punch in such a way that it hurts even hours later. Ramaris, well, it's not fair to reveal the secret of someone without his consent but I can at least tell you that he possesses a powerful light spirit, also an IC. Velzard, Ramaris. It's starting to freeze here, I can't feel the cold but the air seems to freeze under Velzard-san's influence. Whatever Ramaris was about to say, it didn't go well with Velzard-san. Ramaris, MMH. Right, sorry Velzard, I just got careless. Anyway, he has a spirit called Dusk. She often is asleep but once awakened, Dawn can use a greater form of holy magic. Rimuru, that sounds dangerous. I stuttered while trying to ignore Velzard-san's obvious discontentment. Luminous, you guys should focus, the main event is about to start. MMH. Returning our attention to the arena, it seemed Benimaru won against Sui and now directed his blade toward Diablo and Donkuin. The 3 finalists stood face to face while exchanging inaudible words, well I could hear them. Diablo, Kufufu, your power seems to have risen further up Benimaru Dano. Benimaru, I'll gladly boast your compliment after winning this tournament, Diablo Dano. Dawn, oi, don't forget me you too. It's just filled with trash talk. Anyway, this final doesn't have much suspense since Raphael basically spoiled me before even the start. Third POV. The first one to move was Benimaru. He used the new battlefield made of ice to slide and increase his speed further. His blade aimed at Diablo, he judged him to be the less dominant opponent. Benimaru, I'll deal with you first. Diablo, fair enough. Bringing out his claw, the black progenitor let out a fearless and wicked grin. His golden iris pierced through Benimaru's attack and easily shattered his stance. His claw dancing through the air, he perfectly disengaged Benimaru's swing, startling him. Benimaru, was my attack this easy to read? Diablo, when you have as much experience, it's easy to do so. While the both of them fought for dominance, Dawn couldn't help but sigh and muffle his hair. Dawn, are they really ignoring me now? How annoying. He wasn't avid of fame or greed, but he had his own pride. Being ignored in such a way did annoy him. Dawn, still Diablo sure is scary. He isn't the strongest demon after guy for nothing. His eyes focused on the divine Oni and Primordial's movement. They were fast enough to be invisible to the naked human eyes. But Dawn could clearly see their fighting stance, their breathing pattern, their footstep. Everything was like in slow motion for him. Dawn, MMH, care for a small dance Shinexalia. Shinexalia, anytime master. In a matter of seconds, Dawn ended his analysis. He memorized both Benimaru and Diablo's skill and jumped in for action. Midway, he raised his left hand and conjured several floating ice swords. They levitated around him while seemingly moving on their own. Dawn, you know, the power of fate is really scary. Let's test this new skill, Swords Will. Following the procedure of giving a will of their own to those swords, the 5 ice blades moved on their own now. The command was simple, the 5 of them are fated to target Diablo and pressure him until Dawn disposes of them or they are destroyed. Dawn, it's working. This was a miraculous effect he accidentally created while training last night. While he tried to make a world system skill, the Lord of Fate was used over and over. Swords Will was naturally invented, but it was merely a prototype without continuation. Benimaru, WH. Diablo, Kufufu. Both Tempestian fighters got startled when Dawn appears right between them, his sword in hand. He ignored Diablo and went for Benimaru. Forcing his hand, Benimaru started to sweat when his body moved instinctively. Several hundred sword exchanges were made in an instant as both were led further away. Dawn, not bad, you can still react to this level, then should I speed up? Benimaru, you really are a monster. Dawn, how ironic, but I can't say I'm fully human so it's fine. Their swords collided as they spoke. Benimaru had to admit silently, the man he was exchanging blows was a monster on its own. Benimaru, his swordsmanship in particular, I was startled by the display of magic power earlier, but his sword skills are even greater. And despite the difficult wall he was facing, Benimaru was smiling. He enjoyed fighting an opponent like that, whose skill was honed for who knows how many years. It was truly an enjoyable duel. Meanwhile, Diablo had to deal with 5 swords made of ice more ferocious than any beast he had encountered. Diablo, those swords, they are moving without a clear pattern. I can't shatter them. Since their fate was set by Dawn himself, they would tempt her with Diablo no matter what for as long as he wanted. That was just how fate worked. Living beings are subject to an infinite amount of possible fate, but a blade that was given a single one is different. Diablo, TCH, how annoying. He couldn't even use his unique skill to get rid of them. They weren't living beings but material ice made by magic. Diablo, I'm humiliating myself in front of Rimuru-sama. This isn't good. Dawn Arceid, it seems like besides your monstrous skill, you also possess odd power to back up. Getting serious, he focused on the irregular flying blades. From behind to above, below to the front, right to left, they rushed at him with the intent to shred him apart without any rest. Back to Dawn's fight, Benimaru could be seen being pushed back while guarding the incoming sword slash. Benimaru, he is really going faster. How much is he holding back again? As time passed, Dawn's speed kept increasing without stopping. He was still keeping a straight face and remained calm. Dawn, first sword, third sword, seventh sword, he can still keep up, huh? Benimaru, I didn't want to use it here but I guess I have no choice. Igniting his sword with black fire, for the first time since the beginning, Dawn's assault stopped and he was pushed back. Dawn, hellfire condensed, huh, it sure packs quite the heat. Benimaru didn't answer and started his counter-attack, leaving no room for rest. He knew a moment of hesitation would be fatal. Dawn, but, how stupid can you be? His voice came out cold as the mist that formed around him, a phenomenon similar to when he used Ice Palace. Benimaru, what? Dawn, you dare light this small candle in front of me, a master at ice magic, or are you foolish enough to believe that your fire can melt my ice? As his voice rose in volume, Benimaru was projected backward. A frozen wind strongly hit him while the hellfire surrounding his sword extinguished. Benimaru, what is that? Even cold resistance is bypassed. Dawn, you guys should peg down a bit. It's not because Rimuru named you and that you progressed tremendously that you can defeat anyone. Roaring like a lion in front of a lamb, Dawn immediately ended the fight afterward. Shinexalia shone bright blue as the field was covered by another layer of ice. The conclusion was reached once the frozen mist settled. Benimaru's frozen body could be found, stuck in a block of ice. Under the horrific small ice age, Shuna, or the Tengu tribe who had him as their leader's husband, they all got worried for the Red Oni. Dawn, no matter how heated your fire turns out to be, it will always fall short in front of the coldest frost. Placing his hand on the block imprisoning Benimaru, he dissolved the ice, letting the Oni fall unconscious. Dawn, now, shall we start the last dance, Diablo? Once he was done with the divine Oni, Dawn turned his head sideways and glared toward Diablo. The black progenitor had a few scratches on his butler-like outfit. His regeneration had healed the injuries, but still, it showed how much struggle Diablo put up against those swords' will. Diablo, are you going to face me yourself now? Dawn, naturally, to begin with I never expected those ice blades to defeat you, it would be underwhelming to say the least. Diablo, you are more prideful than I thought. Dawn, less chatting, more fighting, come at me Diablo. Taunting with his index finger, Dawn wanted to ask him to use despair time and the full extent of his unique skill, temptation, but that wouldn't be right. For one, Dawn shouldn't know Diablo's skill and power, and secondly, there was no reason to use such power in a tournament like this one. Diablo, very well, but I already am aware of the fact that I cannot win, so let's end this on a single note. Dawn, MMH. Smirking, Diablo stretched his arm up, his major and thumb connected as a palpable tension melted the surrounding ice. Dawn, that stance, wait, is he really going to use it? Diablo, I reserved this skill for a special occasion, but I got a special order from a certain being, you see. Dawn, a certain being, huh, the only one I can think of is Raphael, is she trying to help me? A sinister aura flared out of his body, it was enough to knock out and instill fear in the bravest champion. Diablo, now let's start the last dance, despair time. Instantly, the world around Dawn turned void, he was sucked into another dimension full of darkness. Dawn, oh. Diablo, you should be careful, as long as you are in there, your fate is under my watch. Dawn, how insolent, you dare talk about fate with me. Diablo, I'll just destroy your physical body for now, huh? But much to his expectation, despair time wasn't working, or rather, he did manage to pull Dawn into a separate dimension, but he couldn't harm Dawn as he wanted. Diablo, what the? Dawn, I see, so that's how it's working, it seems I was going in the right direction. Meanwhile, Dawn took his time to observe the structure of the skill, it was truly complex, that just showed how much experience Diablo had amassed over the eternity he had gone through. Diablo, how are you resisting? Your fate, this reality is mine to control. Dawn, oh, you still haven't realized. Diablo, huh? Taking a closer look, Diablo's insight in the matter helped him to quickly understand the situation. Dawn had set a barrier around him, based on his ultimate skill, it didn't have a shape or name, but it was still present. Deflecting everything bound to harm him, including reality wrapping or fate twisting, the command set in the barrier was protect Dawn Arceid's existence, thus as long as the barrier was present, fate itself wouldn't allow Dawn to be harmed. It was a perfect defense similar to what Uriel's absolute guard could muster, though it has one weakness. If an ultimate skill user decided to attack, then the barrier won't stand for long. Dawn, thank you, Diablo, you gave me some important piece of data, now let's end it. Instantly breaking the despair time, Dawn casually took a step forward, fissures in the reality surrounding him. One could see the void world that unique skill, temptation could send you in those fissures. Dawn, so. Are you going to keep this up? Diablo, it's my loss, I forfeit. Raising his two arms, Diablo did the only logical thing he could do in this situation, forfeit, it was a crushing victory for Dawn. Sauka, we have a winner. Please make some noise for this proud warrior. Dawn Arceid. With this, the tournament had reached its conclusion. Third POV. The tournament having reached its conclusion, Dawn received a personalized sword made by Tempest's greatest blacksmith So Kaijin and Kyrobe. Though it was no use for him, he still took his prize and celebrated this short victory. The ceremony ended quickly and now plays to Rimura's next announcement. It was just a few words about the new labyrinth and how it will mainly work. He also added that in the great banquet later this evening, he will explain in further detail to the respective leader of each nation. The final touch would be the opening ceremony for the labyrinth, which will happen in 2 days from now on. It was delayed because of the massive hype around the fighting tournament. Ending the first week, the first day of the second week will be focused on a demonstration. Hinata along with a few members of the Great Saints were selected to raid the labyrinth. Thus only then, the labyrinth will be opened for the public. It still needs adjustment, but it's good enough to welcome thousands of adventurers. Naturally, Rimuru and Ramers planned a lot more through time. That aside, Dawn left after the award ceremony ended. He went to give his respect to Luminous and some other people as an official matter. But then, he left for his next schedule, guiding himself to the entrance gate of the Colosseum. He altered his appearance with an illusion spell to avoid any commotion. Once there, his eyes darted toward a woman he was way too familiar with. Dawn, did I make you wait? The young lady whose appearance ranged from 20, was one of Dawn's closest friends and subjects. Eleanor Von Trinity, her name didn't really matter as at the moment, she was just a pretty lady which incarnated the perfect appearance of an elegant noble lady. She was wearing a casual black loose shirt, long navy blue pants, her slightly curled brown hair with a small crescent moon-shaped hairpin. Eleanor, no, I came here a few minutes ago after you won. Dawn, I see, those clothes look good on you. Eleanor, I'm glad you like it, the girls and I took a lot of time thinking last night. Her purple eyes radiated a light gleam. She was truly a beauty, perhaps not on the level of Luminous or Testarossa, but she held her ground. Dawn, speaking of girls, do you mind if we depart right away? Eleanor, MMH. His eyes slightly edging to his right, Eleanor took a curious peek and started blushing when she realized the situation. Behind one of the pillars, near a tree, one on the bench faking reading a press paper, it seems not only their companion from the Genesis Night Order, but also Velzard, Luminous and other prominent figures were spying on them. They went as far as skipping Rimura's announcement for that. Dawn, seems like our little date leaked, not like I was trying to hide it. Eleanor, I don't think we will manage to lose them. Dawn, don't worry, have you forgotten who I was? Giving her a warm smile, Dawn offered his hand. The gesture startled Eleanor, who ultimately took his hand. The next instant, both of them vanished without any fluctuation. They were just gone as if they weren't here to start with. Once they were gone, behind one of the Colosseum pillars, the girl who was observing the situation with a scary aura surrounding her body. She had held tightly the pillar ever since Eleanor and Dawn started to talk, and once gone, her mind finally snapped as the pillar broke under her grip. This can't be right, there is no way, this must be a nightmare, why am I even that angry? I feel like snapping a house or two. Should I buy a grave for my good friend over there? Execution, shave her hair, maybe I could turn her uglier. Muttering in a low whisper, the sinister aura around her kept increasing bigger and bigger, scaring Flora, who was standing behind her. Flora, girl, you are way too scary, where is my kind little you? On the other hand, Velzard was grinning slyly. Velzard, I know he grew bolder ever since he recovered from his past life, but I didn't expect this. Luminous, poor Ramaris, I'm sure she would have preferred watching the scene rather than helping Rimura with his labyrinth. Velzard, true, anyway, I can't sense Dawn's presence anywhere around the city. Did he leave? Luminous, MMH, he is cunning enough to teleport into another city for the date. He surely knows that we would track him down and spy. Velzard, well, let's give him this point. It's his first date in this life, so have him enjoy it. The vampire queen nodded. She too wasn't overly curious to the point of ruining an important moment of her friend's life. Lucas, he really did it, damn. Shoo, when are you getting a girlfriend yourself? Lucas, ugh. Don't shoot me with an emotional bullet. Meanwhile, Dawn had teleported both himself and his date to a rather bold location. Reappearing from Tempest to this foreign place, Eleanor opened her eyes to see a large restaurant that screamed luxury. Eleanor, where are we? Dawn, we are in the best restaurant of the Eastern Empire. Eleanor, Her shock was understandable. They were in the enemy's territory for a date. Eleanor couldn't understand what was going on in Dawn's mind. Dawn, this restaurant is reputed for being Rudra's favorite dining place, so I thought why not test it? Eleanor, but isn't that too risky? Dawn, no need to worry, in the worst case I'll just have to wipe out the Empire. It terrified Eleanor how casually Dawn just stated that. On top he had this smirk that screamed confidence. Dawn, anyway, let's just go in, we have a lot to talk about. Eleanor, sure. Though he didn't mention it, another one of his reasons for choosing such a place is Velzard. She can easily skin the entire world. So finding him after he teleported would be a matter of time. In case she decided to keep following them, Dawn chose this unexpected location. There was simply no way Velzard would check the Eastern Empire considering the current political conflict between the West and East. Dawn, but before we go further in, you must have realized by now but I didn't invite you out of love. Eleanor. Eleanor could only sigh and nod. She had this hunch, because it wasn't like Dawn to propose thing like date at such moment. Eleanor, I already made that oath when we met. This second chance was given to me by you, so tell me what I need to do. Dawn, Eleanor, oh also, I have to say, you really are a sinful man. Pointing her finger out, she poked her partner's chest with a smirk. Eleanor, you knew that no matter what, I'll follow you, even if it's in my own grave. That's why you chose me, right? Dawn, I can't say this didn't cross my mind. Eleanor, I see, then let's go in, we'll discuss with a good glass of wine. The day then passed by. Dawn and Eleanor went back to Tempest a few hours before the evening banquet. They couldn't miss that event as much will be revealed, though once back Dawn acted the same as always. But Eleanor was oddly quiet. Those who knew her, mainly Flora, deduced that something must have happened on their date, but she thought it was for the best to not inquire too much. She trusted them, and knowing her leader, he must have shared some information which Eleanor alone needed to hear. Flora, how tiring. I just hope leader won't give me a short notice mission. We are all aware that the Great War is incoming. Once it begins, you won't be left with just some short notice mission. Flora, poor future me. Both of them were dressed nicely. Flora switched to a purple kimono with a flower pattern. She usually wears her own dress. But since Tempest has good quality clothes of that style under Shuna's command, Flora decided that it was appropriate to wear one of these this evening. Though she stood out because among all the guests, she was the only one who wore different clothing, every other was accustomed to the theme classy. I got hooked by Velzard-san, but this dress is too much for me. Just like you, every woman was wearing some pretty dress, their fabric reaching all the way down to the ground. A night blue dress with several ornaments decorating her wrist and chest, her leg perched off the dress showcasing a pure and radiant elegance. Flora, bear with it. What are two cute flowers doing here alone? Why don't you girls join me for a drink? Being rudely interrupted, both girls turned toward the newcomer. He was a fairly handsome blonde man. He had his jacket set detached on his shoulder. A black folder which was open around his chest area, flexing his muscles and charm. Can't you just leave us alone? Haha, my name is David Rollers, I'm the son of a famous baron in Ingratia, surely, you won't refuse my company, right? Trying to force his way, he tried to grab Yu's arm but before he could, another hand tightened around his wrist. Flora, don't touch her. David, hey, you are quite feisty, I like that kind of play too. Flora gave him a disgusted glare which didn't affect this young nobleman, only then she realized how short he was. Despite being from a low-ranged height, Flora herself was almost as tall as David. Flora, I think you need AO, never mind. David, are you accepting my proposal now? Flora, no. Well, I guess good luck, you'll need it. Looking up, a shadow stood behind David, a menacing shadow which excluded some bloodlust. Completely oblivious, David sighed in annoyance and turned back toward his original target. David, so care for a drink now. Addressing you once again, the girl instead of being disgusted gave him a smile filled with pity. Good luck. David, WH. Suddenly, a hand accompanied by a world-shattering pressure fell down on his shoulder, feeling dread journeying around his whole existence. David turned around with a pale face, his eyes darted backward when he saw what appeared to be a giant. Surely, it was all in his head, the rampaging bloodlust made this man look like a monster when he was just standing there. Dawn, I just heard something quite amusing, care to say it again? Brat. His legs shaking, David gulped nervously, now understanding how royally he messed up. Meanwhile, Dawn was having an internal dilemma. In his mind, two choices were ahead of him, taking the form of an angel and a devil, both argued. Dawn, what should I do to this brat? On his right, the devil took the form of a chibi Luminous, while on his left, the angel turned out to be a cute little Ramorous. Devil Luminous, kill him. Angel Ramorous, castrate and shove him into the underworld. As you can see, a very hard dilemma was presented to Dawn, while he did his best to not unleash his bloodlust in such a crowded place. Dawn, right, you said you were the son of a baron. David, why yeah. So you know me? As expected, I'm pretty famous. His voice gradually grew weaker as he shrunk under Dawn's unmovable gaze. Dawn, then, Flora, make sure to investigate everything about this baron's family. I'm sure you'll find something interesting enough for Rubrios to move, right? Flora, as your wishes, I'm sure a lot of cases will be uncovered afterward. Smiling, she understood Dawn's hidden meaning. Basically, even if they find nothing, they should create some crimes and reasons for Rubrios to jump and crush them. In an instant, the Baron Rollers' family was doomed because of their heir. David, our Rubrios, wait, white hair, why you? Dawn, seems like my new appearance is engraved in everyone's mind now. Massaging his neck, he gave the poor young nobleman a sly smirk before snapping his mind out. Dawn, now that I think, my hair just grew from black to white, doesn't that make me like those old people who aged? It sure does, thought I doubt anyone would call you an old man. Dawn, MMH. Carrera. While deep in thought, he caught in the corner of his eyes, the John Primordial. It seemed she had fully healed and acquired a new body. Upon calling her, Carrera, who was on guard duty, flinched and slowly turned toward the voice she recognized. Carrera, shit. Why is he here? Hesitating, she ultimately decided to greet him back, though their last fight did leave a living impression in the back of her soul. Dawn, can you take this guy away? Carrera, meh, sure, poor guy, well he is lucky no magic was used on him. She even felt pity for the victim, while not knowing the situation, she just went along since she didn't want to deal with Dawn at the moment. Carrera, what do you mean at the moment? I ain't fighting him again. This guy is a demon. Dawn, MMH. Tilting his head, he wondered why Carrera seemed to scream to herself. Dawn, did I freeze a screw or two? Meh, she is a living bomb, so no need for much brain cells. Flora, anyway, leader shouldn't be guarding Luminous-sama. Dawn, which kind of idiot would attempt ill in a room where I am? Flora, ignorant people, there are a lot more than you can think of. Dawn, fair enough, Hinata is with her. Nodding, Flora brought up a glass of wine and handed it to Dawn. The three then faced each other and cheered, sharing a symbolic drink. Flora then left earlier as many sweets came out, and she wanted to enjoy herself a bit more tonight. Dawn, let's leave then. MMH. But the banquet just started. Dawn, I just mean, let's go to a better location, it's too crowded here. Smiling, he pointed his finger to the second floor. Since Dawn's new appearance was now known, he was getting some stare from around everywhere. You was also starting to gain fame along with the other Genesis Knights. It's only natural after the birth of a new myth. An elite group of individuals working directly under Goddess Luminous, a force led by the supreme commander of Rubrios. This tale was bound to become a gossip subject. Sure, shouldn't we call each other? Like, Eleanor. Dawn, nah, they are all enjoying themselves, besides I had things to talk with you about. Agreeing to his proposal, they soon found themselves on a balcony in the second floor. They could hear the quiet whisper of the guest from below, and gazed on the stars-filled sky above. Leaning forward, Dawn took a short breath before closing his eyes. He looked really peaceful, which confused you. Did something happen? Dawn, in a way, yes. His voice came out softer than usual. Dawn, would you believe me if I told you that I had a daughter? Dawn POV. And as expected, all I could see on Yu's face was pure and genuine confusion, before forming into horror. This was the normal reaction anyone would have if I suddenly announced that to them. What? How? When? With this, I now know, Yukitanashi in front of me right now isn't my daughter as I suspected. Her reactions are way too genuine and there was no way she could lie so blatantly to me. Also her fate diverged a lot from Mariah Virian I had met last time. Dawn, it was just a joke. What, this isn't funny. Dawn, I know, that aside, I just wanted to talk about the past with you. You are really confused right now. I know I am, but I can't help it. Knowing the course of fate is scary. I know who will die and who will live on. I can change their fate, yet I can't help everyone. Life was never fair to begin with. I know it more than anyone now. Dawn, now that I think, the day of our meeting is coming near, should we celebrate it? That isn't a very glorious day to celebrate, you know. Dawn, not really. After all, if that day I haven't met you, then nothing would be the same today. I still remember vividly, if that day I hadn't saved her from those slave merchants, she would have died the next day, ending her own life. Fate really reunited us at that time. Well, if you want to. Dawn, what kind of gift would you like? There was also another reason for me to want this, also connected to fate, a forced fate. Well, everything would be fine really. Should I prepare one too? Dawn, no need. It's only a father's duty to spoil at least once his daughter. You wasn't Mirai, or at least, that's what she wanted to make me believe. It's a half-truth and half-lie. You was indeed a whole persona of her own, a new individual, but she is just a shell. Mariah Virian is inside her soul. Everything about you and myself is too coherent to be a coincidence. The day we met is also the day I calculated to be Mirai's birthday. The fact that she could trick my eyes of fate became adamant when I returned my memories to the past. Dawn, I'm sorry for everything, Mirai. At the same time, in the background, fireworks raised up to the sky and exploded. A myriad of colors filled the already shining sky. Under that aurora-like explosion, Yu's eyes went blank as I dispelled the constant spell she had casted upon herself. Her eyes shone bright blue, her hair turned ashen then snow white, a sense of noblesse stored within her very existence. Mirai, how? Dawn, I would like to say that it's my paternal instinct, but I haven't realized until now. This is pathetic of me. The fireworks reflecting in her azure eyes, I looked at her with regrets. This was a moment I had to fight off, to clear the few regrets I had. But I really can't look her in the eyes, my guilt is just that big. Mirai, Dawn, it's fine, Mirai, you already made me proud enough. I gave her my most sincere smile yet, my hand reaching out for her head. I slowly stroked her hair. She really reminded me of Catherine, but with my physical features. I admired her face for a few more moments before activating the Lord of Fate, snapping her consciousness away. I also removed the memories of this interaction just now. This was for my own greed. There is no need for Mirai to grow attached to me now. It's fine. I saw what I wanted. Dawn, you suffered a lot because of me and your mom. It's fine now. Leave the rest to your pathetic father. I gently carried her in my arm, teleporting to her room in the hotel. I laid her down on the comfy bed, grabbed the blanket and covered her warmly. Dawn, I swear on everything I possess, you will live on, Mirai. Looking at her innocent sleeping face, I felt my heart tighten. I clenched my fist while glaring at her fate. Death, she was bound to die during the war. I looked into her memories just now and realized how much she was planning for me. For us, the burden of fate shall only befall on me. I was granted the title of chosen hero by fate after all. Dawn, sleep well, Mirai. Bending down, I planted a kiss on her forehead before vanishing out of the room. I can't fail now, not in a million's reality. I wanted to just erase all the insirable memories she had, so she could live like a normal person, but couldn't, as she wouldn't be Mirai anymore if I did. Third POV. The sun slowly rising after the long night that extended due to the end of the first week, the Jura forest grew liver as soon as the first ray of shine pierced through the cloud. One would believe that after the climax of yesterday, the next day would turn out calmer, but wrong. Rimuru's presentation of the labyrinth hyped the whole nation. Rumors and gossip of this new structure for adventurers spread it at an unparalleled speed, and constant new adventurers arrived in Tempest the next dawn. Meanwhile, waking up from a light slumber, you opened her eyes before closing them back, trying to escape back to the realm of dream. Flora, Yuchan, wake up, we have a ton of work. A sweet yet threatening voice suddenly called the little princess, making her flinch. She groaned before abandoning and got up on her own. Stretching lightly, she suddenly felt nauseous. A headache assaulted her mind. Ugh, I feel like I forgot something important. She tried to remember, but as if a large black hole suddenly popped in the middle of her memories, she couldn't remember anything. Last night, she couldn't remember anything from the banquet. The rest are here, someone tempted with my mind. I can't trust my own memories now. Without even noticing, or rather Mirai didn't have the you persona active to fake her own thoughts. She had used the existence known as you. Mirai compared to you was much more cunning and analytical. She took after her mother. As Dawn decided, you and Mirai are not the same person. Rather, you isn't Mirai while Mirai is you. I have to go through all my memories and reorganize everything. She instantly realized that something was wrong, and even if there was nothing, she was better being cautious than not. Wait, my appearance, I'm normal, but my personality, when did I revert it back? Even during sleep, I let you take control just in case. Realizing the situation, she couldn't make sense of what was happening, but one thing was sure, something happened last evening. Something that didn't mean harm to her. Harm, why do I feel warm when I think about it? Her hand instinctively reached out for her head. She really couldn't comprehend what was happening to her this morning. With Dawn, he was waiting in a meeting room. Since the labyrinth was announced, Hinata shall act as a tester in front of the royal families and some nobles. Thus, he had an early meeting with Rimuru, acting as ambassador of Rubrio since Luminous wanted to laze around this morning. The same for Velzard and Ramaris. They all went out together earlier and avoided this kind of meeting when at least the vampire and fairy should be present. Dawn, seriously, you two didn't abandon me. Hinata, naturally, I will be fighting during the crash test later. Shizue, and well, Ramaris-san sent me here in her stead since I helped quite a lot during the labyrinth creation. Dawn, now that's surprising. I didn't expect you to find that interesting. He was genuinely surprised as Ramaris and Rimuru took a rather modern approach similar to an MMORPG, so someone like Shizue who is traditional is most likely not going to be hooked in. Shizue, it's really interesting. Also, seeing Rimuru-san's childish antics while creating was quite funny. Dawn, I see, well, glad you liked it. Smiling, Shizue truly found her place in Tempest. Well, it was predestined as she was Rimuru's destined one. Her and the slime's relationship only grew ever since she came back alive. Her sincere emotion toward Tempest and the well-being of the inhabitant just proved it. For Shizue, Tempest was as important as her students and the Genesis Knight. Hinata, by the way, shouldn't Dawn-sensei be a better choice to test the labyrinth? Dawn, no. Simply because what I can achieve isn't achievable for most. Hinata, oh. If Dawn did it, the labyrinth would most likely be influenced by his presence in. People would just folk around trying to prove themselves face to Dawn. This is why Hinata, who is famous as well, her reputation and fame make the perfect balance between promotion and challenge. Dawn, still I hope you take it seriously. After all, some powerful monsters are residing in the labyrinth. Shizue, yes, Hinata, you may even lose, hee. The words of her two teachers gave the poor knight bad feelings. But Dawn's judgment was based on the fact that Zijin had finished his evolution. On top of that, Apito, Kamara, and Adelman are all within position. They achieved power to assume their position faster than their original self. Dawn, Riberios's prestige is also in the game, so Hinata, don't lose easily. Hinata, why are you talking as if I already lost? Dawn, who know? Shrugging his shoulders, their discussion was soon interrupted by some people entering. Fortunately this morning they only have guests that are close to Rimuru himself. So pretty much everyone knows each other. Gazel and Elmesia are big names among the lot. While non-nobles like Fuse or Yuki also came in being invited, the room slowly filled with people of all kinds and importance. Yuki POV. Me and Kigali came here personally to see how Tempest was doing, but I can only swallow my saliva and crawl after seeing the masterpiece that this festival was. Even the stoic Kigali was in awe seeing all the things that Tempest had to offer. Worse is that we came here late, so we missed even more. Anyway, fortunately Rimuru-san invited me to the premiere of this labyrinth thing he created. I can investigate this matter closely as the project in itself is a world changer. Oh man, this was the biggest mistake I ever made. The moment I took a step in the meeting room with Kigali, both of us flinched. Among all the guests present, all ignored us beside one. I recognized him instantly as he put up a shocking show last day. His snow-like hair, his crushing blue gaze, this giant of the West, known by many different titles and feared by all. Yuki, this. Kigali, we need to run, this monster is showing clear hostility toward us. I ignored Kigali's obvious remark and cleared my throat, running away isn't an option. We are in the core of Tempest, in a room with honorable guests who have both power and influence. If we were to turn around and run, we would be as good as dead. Yuki, first let's calm down and get to our seats, we need to know why is the Dawn Arseid glaring at us like that. Kigali, you idiot, this monster can kill us anytime. Her whisper gradually grew louder, not like I can't understand her, no in fact, Kigali as a former demon lord must know more about Dawn Arseid than most people. She is genuinely terrified of this man, and I can understand after witnessing his fight last day. But panicking won't do anything, let's stay calm and leave without causing a big scandal that could cost our life. Dawn POV. I just sent a spike of bloodlust toward Yuki and Kigali to see how they would react, and as expected they showed fear. It's natural after seeing overwhelming power, though Kigali seems different, she must be scared because in the past I had crossed some of her subordinates. When she was still Kazalim, since then rumors about me going to Jistav to hunt the demon lord there started, I never went but Kazarim must have anticipated such a situation for centuries. And now that she had witnessed my power, she must realize that if I did appear in front of her, things wouldn't have ended that well for her. Dawn, I made up my mind, Yuki Kagarazaka, you shall die before the start of the war. He might not be purely evil, but I have to get rid of this variable now that I still can't, if somehow, he obtains power akin to the Yuki of the web novel. A lot of things will go wrong, he needs to die for the future. My eyes glowed predatory as I kept staring at Yuki, like a beast watching over his prey. Even after the door opened again and everyone got up as Rimuru made his entrance, I stayed sitting with my eyes set on Yuki, this surely didn't go unnoticed by everyone. And the main concern must have realized that he wasn't going to leave this place unscattered now that I made up my mind. Yuki, shit. He is serious. His expression morphed into pure panic, he tried to seek help from the others and naturally he found Shizue who he thought was dead. For a brief moment he showed relief before he pleaded mentally his former teacher to help. But Shizue herself was confused about the situation. She knew that I wasn't an irrational person and he must have a reason for my action. Rimuru, MMH. Is there something wrong, Dawn-san? Dawn, sorry, I just caught sight of an annoying insect and wondered how I should get rid of it without bothering anyone. Rimuru, IIC. Finally letting Yuki go, I gave Rimuru a smile, he has suspicion on Yuki so my own action must be a sort of confirmation for him too. Dawn, anyway, shall we proceed with the labyrinth? We are all here for that, right? Third POV. Switching up the subject to what everyone was here for, there was still a looming ominous aura surrounding the place. No one could really forget how Dawn was fixed on Yuki, and subconsciously they all helped him as now Yuki was watched from everywhere. Running away was definitely a wrong option now, this was basically Dawn saying to Yuki, just stay here quietly, I'll finish this matter first before taking care of you. And the Grandmaster could only do so hoping for the best, he couldn't focus on the presentation and discussion during the whole meeting. He just isolated himself while racking his brain to find an escape route. Rimuru, so as we concluded, Hinata-san will test the labyrinth and try to clear it as a demonstration for everyone. Just now, he finished explaining things like the rest floor, the treasures you could find, the different types of ordinary monsters and a few bosses. While hiding the major boss floor like Zijin, Rimuru also announced the shocking news about Veldora being the final boss. Elmesia, as much as I love this concept, isn't Veldora, the storm dragon a bit overkill? Gazel, yes, no one will be capable of clearing the labyrinth. Rimuru, don't worry, Veldora will never go all out, we make sure that if someone ever manages to get there, they'll receive fair treatment and rewards. Nodding in satisfaction, it seemed no other questions were requested, so Rimuru continued. Rimuru, then, Hinata, would you please go prepare yourself? We start the raid in a few hours. Hinata, then I shall take my leave. Getting up, she bowed to Dawn before leaving, she had to gather some knights and go to the labyrinth guided by Shizue. The main show was about to start, while the tension inside the meeting room was greater than ever. A few more characters profile also, the illustration were made by Monarch Jr. Name, Mirai Virian. Age. Race, enlightened human. Gender, female. Kind, dimension traveler. Height, 176 centimeters. Hair color, snow white. Eye color, pale blue. Status, alive. Affiliation, Duchy of Avirion, heir, ancestor of the Arseid, manga company, adopted father on Earth. Country of residence, non-affiliated. Occupation, heir/princess of Avirion. Existence point, 99.000 EP, sealed. Use appearance. Name, Flora Ada Florence. Age. Race, enlightened human. Gender, female. Kind, otherworlder. Height, 170 centimeters. Hair color, black. Eye color, amethyst. Status, alive. Affiliation, Fallen Light, former, Florence family, former, Genesis Knight. Country of residence, Rubrios. Occupation, assistant of Dawn Arcead, second in command of the Genesis Knight. Existence point, 225.000 EP. Unique skill, alter ego. Unkaiyu skill, deceiver. Unique skill, killer. Name, Eleanor Von Trinity. Age. Race, enlightened human. Gender, female. Kind, otherworlder. Height, 180 centimeters. Hair color, brown. Eye color, purple. Status, alive. Affiliation, Fallen Light, former, Trinity Nobility, former, Genesis Knight. Country of residence, Rubrios. Occupation, Ace Spy. Existence point, 160.000 EP. Unique skill, clairvoyance. Name, Curie. Age, 421, without seal. Race, cryptid fox, 9 head. Gender, female. Kind, otherworldly being. Height, 30 centimeters, smallest form. Hair color, silver. Eye color, blue. Status, alive. Affiliation, Origins Party, Dawn's partner. Country of residence, Rubrio/Tempest. Occupation, Mystic Fox. Existence point, 7.000.000 EP, unsealed. Third POV. The Labyrinth of Tempest, a 100 floors big structure made by using Ramras's power, and under the supervision of Rimuru. This was one of the main announcements Tempest had for the world, a revolutionary structure for the adventurers, and scientifically, it was purely incredible. For this, anyone with a sane mind could tell that investing time in this would be worthwhile in the long term. And that's why, currently everyone focused on the large screen in front of them. Hinata and her team were shown stretching and getting ready on the very first floor of the labyrinth. Dawn, seems like Luminous really won't come. Well, she must have taken my words to heart. Having asked Dawn's opinion, he had given the vampire a detailed answer as to how things would happen during the demonstration. She must be having fun while Dawn was stuck here for hours while Hinata tried to clear the labyrinth. Dawn, well, I can at least see Hinata's progress. She trained hard lately. Sighing silently, he just resumed watching the screen. After a few minutes, it finally started. Grabbing her sword, Hinata rushed in with the group of 30 paladins. Shizue was also there to supervise, so she won't be fighting. Ramaris, am I late? Sorry, I got caught up in something. Suddenly appearing in the room, her entrance was followed by a blinding sparkling light. Embarrassed for being late at such a moment, she quickly settled down beside Dawn once Rimuru excused her. Dawn, so where were you? You stink alcohol. Ramaris, Velzard-san invited me and Luminous for a drink last evening. We got a bit carried away and ended up drinking the whole night. Dawn, hey, it seems you girls get along just well. Ramaris, we sure do. Smiling, the two shared a quick discussion before returning their attention to the main event. Hinata had already crossed the 20th floors as the early stages were too easy for her. Each floor until now didn't last a few minutes, just the time she discovered the structure. Dawn, where are the other two then? Ramaris, they should be having a hangover now. Since I had to come here, I just snapped out of it, but they had no reason to do so. Dawn, they are surprisingly human. Ramaris, well, a hangover is one of the rare things that makes us, spiritual beings, feel anything. Dawn couldn't help but agree. Since becoming a spiritual being, life has been quite dull because they don't need to eat or drink, they don't need to sleep, never run out of stamina. Finding entertainment over thousands of years is hard. Alcohol always helped in some way. Dawn, anyway, Hinata is going very well. Ramaris, yup, even if the lower floors aren't very populated yet, she is clearing them with ease. At this rate, she might reach the 70th floor in an hour. Shifting back their attention to the screen, Hinata had just cleared the 30th floor. She was speeding up, even if the exploration part was decreased for the fighting one. The knights still found a few treasures. Their natural experience and amount was advantageous in this kind of raid. Rimuru, nice, she is doing well. At this rate, she'll reach the first boss monster faster than expected. Gazel, this is very impressive. The treasure they collected is very good. Some even found unique graded weapons. Elmesia, on top of that, it's neither easy nor hard to find them. A stroke of luck coupled with skill. Giving their opinion and analysis, everyone was positively surprised at how well developed the labyrinth actually was. Rimuru, still she is going a bit too fast. I know she is above the average adventurer, but should I increase the difficulty? Dawn, she started showing off. Rimuru, huh? Dawn's eyes narrowed as he glared at the screen, dissatisfied with something, and it seemed he wasn't the only one who noticed it. Elamesia, after the 38th floor, her swordsmanship became more grand and beautiful but less efficient. Gazel, that's right, for now, it's enough to deal off with the early floors but I doubt she will manage to clear everything at this rate. Ramaris, how cute, she switched from your swordsmanship to a mix of all. Ramaris directly poked Dawn's nerve. He wouldn't show it publicly but he was actually fond of Hinata learning from him. After all, she, Cronoa, trained him when he was still a kid. Dawn's sword art was the most destructive and efficient when it came to speed. Hinata learned from him directly and adopted his style fairly, yet, just now something in her mind clicked and she started relaxing. And using a mix of Shizu's technique, it decreased the efficiency but instead developed a beautiful form. She was basically showing off because all of her teachers were watching. Rimuru, But I think her technique is almost perfect. Where do they find fault in her form? Dawn, I didn't expect her to be that reckless. Resting his chin on his hand, he watched silently. He had taught her that a single mistake could cost her life. Once she reached the 80th floor, her showing off will become a mortal mistake. And as he thought, Heinet crossed the 50th floors, the first sign of struggle for the knights appeared. They had to slow down their pace as resting became a necessary need, and so this was the perfect time for Miura to introduce the resting area. A place where adventurers could get into anywhere and on any floor, to rest. Naturally there is some condition like some room blocks the teleportation or you can't go there during the fighting phase. Yuki, that's... Dawn, I think I just heard a bug, I guess it's the season. Rudely interrupting the Grandmaster, this small break of the contenders end up leaving a large blank tension in the reaction room. Yuki, he doesn't even let me talk, is it to prevent me from sweet-talking the other ruler and potentially earn an ally? Dawn, I can read you just like a book, so don't overstep your boundaries and wait for your execution quietly. The others in the room could only look at Yuki with pity and suspicion, while those who couldn't read the room just ignored the whole ordeal. Rimuru, damn, Yuki really pissed off Don-kun somehow, I pity him. Elmesia, poor young man, he was cursed with a sad fate. Whispering to themselves, it seems the Elven Queen and Chancellor of the Jura Forest developed a small friendship after passing some time together. Dawn, I can hear both of you. Sighing, at least it seemed that no one would either try to stop him or they simply didn't dare. Back on the screen, Hinata and her group had finished their break and resumed to the labyrinth. They just crossed the 70th floors and sweat could be seen all over the knights' faces. Hinata too was showing some sign of struggle, mainly because she wasn't going in the right direction, though this quickly changed as Shizue decided to approach her. She couldn't help them fight but she could at least fulfill her duty as a teacher. Shizue POV. Ah, Hinata, even if you grew much stronger and became the famous head of the 10 great saints, you are still so childish. Not like I'm complaining, this reminds me of the cute little Hinata I took in back in the day. I can't help them fight but still, this doesn't mean I will just stand still. Once they cleared the 74th floors, Hinata ordered everyone to take a quick rest in a safe zone. She sat down a bit away while refreshing herself. I decided to take this opportunity to go and have a towel with her. Shizue, Hinata-chan. Hinata, hip. Oh, it seems I startled her. Maybe I got a bit too used to the Genesis Knight's work. Hiding your presence is required most of the time after all. Shizue, sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. Hinata, it's fine. So, is there something wrong with Shizu-sensei? Shizue, nope, I just wanted to have a talk with you, can I? I asked her with a simple smile. She didn't seem to mind so I took a seat next to her and wrapped my arm around my knee while leaning forward. Shizue, so, what are you doing? Hinata, huh? Oh my, it seems my tone came out harsher than I wanted. Still, as a teacher I can't let her weaken herself like that. Shizue, you can't fool me. Hinata, the swordsmanship you are using is a mess. It's like you are trying to mix everything together without knowing how. Hinata, I just think Shizu-sensei's style suits me more, but Don-sensei's technique is better. Shizue, you really are becoming more childish as the days pass, I sighed. Ever since we reunited, she has been clingy like a little kid who hasn't seen her mother in a while. It's cute and a bit worrying at the same time. Shizue, you already know this but in a fight, we have to be ready to kill. Hinata, yes, only the strongest survive, I know that well. Shizue, this is why, don't let your emotion chain you up. Don isn't just strong, his technique is what I would call unmatched, so don't hesitate and fight, okay? I gave her sincere advice and cheer. Don Arcead, no, our leader wasn't normal, I'm mentioning him because he is the perfect example of an anomaly. Well, Rimuru-san too, but I guess it's more normal since he is a unique monster. Don however is a human, who achieved the unachievable, in a way. I just hope that Hinata would follow his step rather than mine. I'm not as great as she pictures me to be. Hinata, I see, yes, I see, sorry Shizu-sensei, it seems I showed you a shameful side once again. Shizue, don't mind it, and now go clear this labyrinth. I'm sure you are capable of it. Hinata, hi. She immediately got up with a newfound determination. I'm aware of what I just said, there is a monster on the 90th floor. The temporary floor boss, Zijin, he might crush Hinata's spirit after what I said, but I actually believe that she can pull this off. Yes, if she can use that, she can win. Dawn POV. Oh. It seems Shizue was more perceptive than I thought. She must have given Hinata some advice and corrected her mistake. This is more like it already. I couldn't help but let out a short smile while watching Hinata cross the 80th floor. Her form got a lot better. If she continues like that, she will rush out the 10 next floors. Adelman might be a bit of a challenge. But Hinata was trained under me. There is no way my student would lose against an undead. Speaking about Adelman, I forgot about him back then. When he was still a priest of Rubrios, I totally forgot he would be betrayed. Ramirez, this got a lot more fun to watch now. Elmisia, it sure did. That Hinata Sakaguchi is much stronger than I thought. Rimuru, this brings back memories. Watching silently, I avoided using Fate's power to see the result. It would ruin all the fun. And then, soon enough, the first true fight began. Adelman standing tall on the 80s floor, a silent room that hid thousands of undead below. A glittering sinister aura flared in Adelman's skull, his eyes lit in blue fire as he met Hinata's gaze. Instantly, all the hidden undead groveled from the ground. Venti and Albert rose up to their master's side. Their threatening aura, the less experienced knights shrink in fear while the other readied himself, knowing damn well how hard this fight will be. Gazel, that skeleton undead, is strong, but how come he can enact holy magic like that? His question was legitimate to ask. After all, monsters shouldn't be capable of using what everyone thinks of as holy magic. But what they fail to realize is that holy magic doesn't exist. At least, the one everyone knows isn't what it seems. All think that holy magic is a power reserved for humanity and all, but in reality, holy magic is just a concentrated power based on faith. Shuna proved it by using it. As long as you strongly believe in something or someone, you will be capable of using holy magic. This source of power is almost omnipresent in all living beings. Luminous-sama herself is harvesting this non-neglected power. Elmisia, why don't you ask our holy magic expert, Gazel-kun? Gazel, expert. Oh, right. Suddenly all eyes turned toward me. Were they that curious? I can't reveal what I just explained in my mind. Because there are a few insirable people present, so let's just keep it short. Dawn, this Adelman is wearing one of Riberios's robe. His past self must have been a strong priest and somehow he managed to mix his holy magic with his cursed nature. How I lied didn't really matter because even if they discovered it, no one would question me. After all, a monster capable of using holy magic is a big deal. When not long ago, Rubrios had a slightly anti-monster politics. In the other's perspective, they should think I find such prospects annoying. Gazel, I see, that makes sense. He then shifted his attention back to the fight. Well, fight is a big word, as beside Hinata, all the other knights were being tossed around by Wenti's dragon body and Albert's swordsmanship. All they could do against these two beasts was to hold them back until Hinata finished their leader. Speaking of her, she was outmaneuvering Adelman quite well. Using his large army, he was keeping Hinata at a good distance and casted dozens of spells, a basic pattern for a mage. Ramirez, seems like Adelman is using the technique he got from training with Carrera. Dawn, MMH. Did they train together? Ramirez, oops, I promised to not tell. Covering her mouth as she made a mistake, luckily for her only I was close enough to hear her. Ramirez, well, if it's you it should be fine. Rimuru asked Carrera and the other primordials to train a bit the army and our defense force. Huh. That didn't happen in the original, at least not Carrera or with the other primordials. Is it because Rimuru is more powerful than he should be? Or is it because I had made Testarossa appear earlier? In any case, Adelman is also much stronger than I remember him to be. Dawn, but that won't be enough to beat her. I smirked when Hinata finally found the solution. In an instant her brain must have gone overload as her body moved more instinctively than anything. Sometimes, your inner instinct will just take over. This is a natural phenomenon when you are facing a wall. Dawn, you can't just keep dodging at this moment, because no matter how long you can survive, it's meaningless if you retire and get eliminated in the meantime. At the moment, Hinata's eyes surely could see the perfect pathway from her position to Adelman's. Her body then stealthily traveled across the battlefield. In between the undead, she managed to squeeze herself through and get her blade near the boss's neck. Dawn, she won. Sure, a simple strike won't take down Adelman, but this isn't a real situation, but a demonstration for the dungeon. Once Adelman was decapitated, his army stopped, indicating the victory of the invader. This was a quick yet efficient conclusion. Gazel, such speed and accuracy, she really deserves her nickname of Witch of the West. I nodded 2 times, feeling a bit proud. Back to the Labyrinth. This fight didn't end positively as more than half of the knights were eliminated. It's the first victim of the Labyrinth. So Rimuru used this opportunity to show that the resurrection bracelet worked. As long as you die inside the Labyrinth you will be revived. The new presented system merveiled the audience. This once again added another layer of worth to this already inestimable labyrinth. Chatter from the quieter watchers, which were mainly composed of followers of the big shot or some other like the King of Blunmund, grew big. Naturally, they didn't dare join the conversation with the likes of Elmisia or Ramirez, as they judged that staying quiet would be more beneficial than speaking and making a mistake. But this revival ordeal managed to wake them up and forget the important guests present. Dawn, how noisy. Ramirez, at least that bug you hate so much is quiet. Dawn, yeah. I side-eyed Yuki, who was panicking. I just muted him with my ultimate skill, basically giving him the fate of a mute guy. He won't be able to escape it as long as it's not countered by another ultimate skill, but that's his problem. He was currently trying to talk with Kigali, but his voice just didn't come out, leaving the elf/undead confused. Well, that was until she felt my gaze and understood that I took action. Dawn, she is more cunning than I thought. She quietly glared at me while supporting Yuki. Before whispering her supposition, he quickly calmed down and stopped making a fool of himself. Our eyes locked as a short staring contest started, which ended with him losing. He averted his eyes and remained quiet for the rest of the meeting. Anyway, having crossed the 80th floor, now Hinata was going for the 90th, but before that she had to fight Kuma. Dawn, huh? Ramirez, oh, I forgot to tell you, but Kamara is still playing with Kiri-chan, so she won't be present. Dawn. Seriously? Ah, this damn fox. Well, it's not that bad, since Tempest needs to hide their force too. Not like any of the Guardians were fighting seriously, still showing their skills recklessly would be a huge military loss. Anyway, since Kamara is gone, Hinata's next opponent is Zijin. She should have been more exhausted after fighting Kamara, so I expect her to perform better than I expect. Hinata POV. The 90th floor. I don't know why, but I have an ominous feeling about this one. I looked behind me and checked on the remaining knights. Only 7 were left from the original 30, and after witnessing the boss fight at floor 80. I can only hope for the worst. I took a deep look and tightened my hold on my rapier before giving a look to Shizu-sensei. Hinata, okay, everyone. Let's gather our last strength and win this. Giving out my instructions, I didn't try to reassure them, as the remaining knights are all experienced warriors. Arno, Fritz, Bacchus, Lytus, and some others, they all knew that most of them would be gone after this floor. Even after knowing that they won't really die, it was still unsettling. Still, no one of them would back down. After all, I lied by telling them that Luminous-sama was watching this. Hinata, let's go. Slowly walking down the stairs toward the boss room, I felt a chill down my spine when we crossed a sort of gate door. Soon enough, we found ourselves in a large plain cave. In the middle of it, a lone figure was there, sitting on the ground meditating as if waiting for us. His eyes suddenly glowed crimson red as his figure grew up, standing tall. His body was made of a sort of cellular metal I didn't know. He had the form shape of a humanoid insect, a beetle to be accurate, but in contrast to that weak creature, this monster in front of me was absurdly powerful. Zijin, my name is Zijin. I will be the guardian of this floor. His voice came out deep and metallic. I tensed up and readied myself as my instinct screamed to run. Is this the one monster Dawn Sense was confident in beating me? I heard he was barely evolved, so I thought that I was still superior, but are the monsters in Tempest just evolving that fast? Also, much to my dismay, my skill couldn't get a read on him. Hinata, I see Zijin. My name is Hinata Sakaguchi and I will defeat you. Fortunately, there was only one opponent this time. We can all gang up on him and... Zijin, you take too much time thinking. Hinata, ugh. In an instant, I saw the blur of punch reaching out for my face. I instinctively brought up my sword and parried a heavy blow. My arm shook under the pressure as I saw Zijin right in front of me, his eyes as calm as ever. Arno, huh? Lytus, what just happened? Hinata, you all. Spread around, and cast Holy Field. I quickly ordered them, knowing full well that if they kept standing still, this beetle would destroy them in a second. I have to temporize him while they cast Holy Field. 4 of them should be enough, but since they are tired from our previous fight, all the remaining 7 knights have to give their power to erect the Holy Field. Zijin, you managed to react to this, huh? Hinata, you seem to oddly look down on us. Zijin, I had met your commander yesterday. Hinata, and... Zijin, I just expected more from the student of such a monster. A beetle calling a human a monster doesn't fit right, you know. Well, it doesn't matter what he says, I have to focus. My sword clashed against his fist, letting me think that he is a physical specialized fighter. At least we won't need an anti-magic area. Still, I can barely keep up with his face. On top of that, he has no opening. What kind of martial art is that? Hinata, it's a mess. I feel like fighting one of those anime characters I would watch on TV. I clenched my teeth and kept up. Finally, after what seemed to be an eternity, the fruit of my patience paid off as a transparent barrier formed around us. On the 4 cardinal sides around us, my knights stood tall while painting. Their bodies must be reaching their limits, yet they still managed to make the barrier. This barrier has no effect, positive or negative, on me, while it will weaken this mons. Zijin, you think something like that will stop me? My mouth was left hanging when a surge of power rose from Zijin. He roared indignantly, causing everyone to fall back. The sudden shockwave bursted through the barrier field, shattering it into pieces. Hinata, what in the world is that? I myself fell onto a knee while holding my sword. How boosted is that thing? I quickly checked on the other and none of them survived that. Their bodies were vanishing in particles indicating their death. Hinata, how am I supposed to win? I gritted my teeth in frustration, even realizing how much Zijin has been holding back hurt my pride. Is it my loss already? I couldn't even get to the 95th floor. No, I have to win this. Hinata, it's not done yet. I pulled myself back up with my remaining strength and took a battle stance. Zijin, good, I just finished my warm-up. Hinata, did your teacher teach you how to trash talk too? He stayed quiet after that. He must have realized too, if he rushed straight forward, he would overpower me with raw strength. But he didn't. It seems he was still looking down on me or just didn't want to end this fight like that. Hinata, wait. Then suddenly, I noticed something. All around us, there was dust settling in the air. Zijin's former burst of power filled the entire cave with particles. I looked over Shizu-sensei and nodded to myself, a natural chemical reaction resulting from dust and fire, an explosion. If I can make an opening and catch him off guard, an explosion of this size should be enough to at least damage him. I just have to protect myself, and since chemistry isn't as developed here as on Earth, he surely won't see that coming. Hinata, 3 seconds, I have 3 seconds at best to pull this off or he'll notice something is wrong. I had realized how sharp Zijin's sense are. Earlier when he broke Holy Field, he had prepared in advance to break it. His fighting sense and instinct are fitting of a monster. Zijin, are you done scheming? Because this will be my last attack. Readying his fist, he was seriously trying to end this, and I got ready to welcome him. At that moment, I felt like the world was slowing down, my eyes fixated on my opponent. I felt my heart dropping when I saw him move. 3 seconds away, he was still standing. At the same millisecond he was in front of me. I hurriedly countered his blow and used the momentum to get away. 2.8 seconds away, I calculated the time I needed to summon a fire spirit, 1.2 seconds, so I activated the summoning immediately. The reason I didn't simply use a fire spell with my own magic is because that won't be enough. I need the spiritual effect created by the spirits. When an explosion occurs, the quality of the dust doesn't matter but the flames are a different question. The light particle of spiritual photons will ultimately be mixed up with the explosion and cause much more damage. 2.4 seconds, Zijin kept following me while I did my best to dodge and lead him toward the center of the room, where the dust was the most compact. 2.1 seconds, I coughed out blood as he caught up to me and managed to inflict some blow. I had to purely rely on my saint's body for that. 1.8 seconds, my pupil inflated as I got ready for the incoming explosion. 1.7 seconds, I waited slowly, even a single millisecond can be a giveaway. 1.6 seconds, finally a fire spirit appeared behind me. Upon appearance a chain of effect directly caused the entire room to ignite in fire. I at that very last moment covered myself in the thickest barrier I could make at the moment and watched Zijin burn in confusion. Hinata, burn down, beetle. I smirked realizing I had succeeded. My vision then closed as the room itself exploded under my scheme. But that doesn't mean I won. Surely that explosion infused with spirit power must have damaged him, but I wasn't naive enough to let it blind me for a victory. I quickly healed the minor injuries as my barrier broke by the end of the explosion. Quickly stepping through the dust I found Zijin's figure kneeling on the ground. Part of his body was damaged but barely enough to call it a bruise. How resistant is he? Anyway, at least he seems shaken up. I leaped through the dust rapier in hand, and put every bit of magic left in me, my conscience fading away. I still carried my attack. Hinata, end this now. I couldn't use a dead-end rainbow as it would crush his soul, but I have another attack that affects physicality. I still have yet to fully control it, but it's now or never. Hinata, pierce the very limits of this body, dawn break. Right away, as my sword reached out for my opponent, I felt a sensation of satisfaction rush out my entire being before fading away. My brain raced at the usage of dawn break, but ultimately I didn't even see if I succeeded or not as I collapsed unconscious the moment I had finished the sword art. All I could hear in the background of my darkness-filled mind was the sound of Zijin and me falling on the ground. Third POV. The audience room was quiet. Hinata and Zijin's fight managed to amaze not only the common fold but also the strongest beings. Ramaris could only clap her hand as she watched in amazement. This little girl managed to defeat her greatest project. On the screen was unconscious Hinata laying on the ground breathless, while Zijin had a part of his chest and his entire left part gone, destroyed by the sheer insanity of dawn break. Ramaris, I had my doubts, but it seems that no matter how sturdy the ore used, you can't make something resistant enough to block art like dawn break. Her eyes involuntarily shifted toward the creator of the technique. Dawn had his hand covering his mouth trying to hide his grin. Surely Hinata exceeded all expectations he had set on her. She defeated an opponent that was near impossible to defeat. Her last move was also perfect. Surely Dawn Break could still be upgraded, but Hinata's reproduction was enough to win against a demon lord. Heck, once she wakes up, if she can still reproduce the same performance, then the 4 dragons king on the 5 last floors will be a breeze walk. Dawn, she did it. Even if the whole labyrinth was stronger than it was originally, she still beat Zijin and entered the last 10 floors. Apito was the next fighter, but since Hinata is out, she will be given much more time to rest before going for a solo dive on the last 10 floors. Even after this big showdown, there was much left to be uncovered, or at least that's what everyone thought. Rimuru, I think we should stop here. Hinata-san already pushed her limits, any more will just be too much. His sudden announcement halted and crushed the increasing hype, but it was understandable. After all, Hinata managed to squeeze everything she needed for Rimuru's explanation. The remaining floors can remain to be a mystery for the other nations to discover through raid. Veldora, what? Rimuru. You promised me I would fight today. Rimuru, calm down Veldora, Hinata is exhausted, we can't ask Air too much. Veldora, BBU. Dawn, I can be your opponent if you want. Suddenly hacking into their tough communication, well, it's more like Raphael took the initiative and invited him over. His voice startled both Rimuru and Veldora, though the latter suddenly remembered he had something to do. Veldora, I forgot I had some holy text to read. I'll go first, kohahaha. His three-staged laugh was dismissed along the thought communication. At the end Rimuru just sent a thanks to Dawn for stopping that breeze dragon before he could cause a ruckus. On that last note, the crash test of the labyrinth ended. Shortly after closing the meeting, Dawn left and teleported in the labyrinth to the 90s floor. Upon arriving he saw Hinata still unconscious, her head resting on Shizue's lap as the older woman fed her a full potion slowly. Dawn, you don't have to heal her, the bracelet will manage her health. Shizue, I know, but, still, when watching the fight I felt the urge to butt in. I guess my teacher instinct didn't want to see Hinata hurt. Dawn, I see, well the physical injuries aren't really a problem, she was neither fatally wounded and her spiritual body wasn't involved, so don't worry. Shizue just smiled while closing back the bottle of full potion. A little more than a quartet was used and Hinata's body was almost fully healed. Dawn, though I wonder how you got that potion to work, after all, Hinata has a potent magic resistance. Shizue, oh that, well, after I notified it to Rimuru-san, he had Vesta-san research for a way to bypass magic resistance. I think he most likely used some composent to show that the potion wasn't a threat for the body, so the resistance would be lowered. Even so, it shouldn't work on Hinata whose power exceeds the norm. In reality, her body was just empty and not in a critical position. That's why the magic resistance just didn't activate. Shizue, still, Hinata-chan is really awesome, right? She managed to defeat Zijin-san in a splendid manner. Dawn, is there something wrong? Surely Shizue was proud of what her student managed to accomplish, but then, after settling down, she looked down with a hint of sadness. Regret? No, it was a bit of jealousy. Shizue, I trained really hard after joining you guys and finally I won against Hinata-chan, but after seeing today, it's clear that she had reached another cap ahead. Dawn, so you are feeling inferior to your own student? Shizue, a bit. Naturally I'm glad for her, but as I lived without my nightmare, I started to really like the short, even minuscule distance between us, that distance where I could ever count on me. The sentence, don't worry I'm here, could only be said when a party was stronger. Shizue had already shown a slight tint of greed. She wasn't evil or bad, she just finally felt like she could enjoy life, and so she just wanted to be a teacher for Hinata a bit longer. To this prospect, Dawn stayed quiet and watched as Shizue patted Hinata's head gently. Her head fell on her sleeping face. Shizue, Dawn, leader, can I make a request? Dawn, tell me. Shizue, please, teach me that attack too. I feel like I want to be more greedy and achieve things for myself now. She looked up, her dark blue eyes shone with a wild gleam, she who had suffered from childhood to oldhood. Met a slime who came from the same land as her, she who was supposed to die early but was given a second chance. Shizue Izawa had now reached all the requirements to evolve again. The determination present in her eyes was real, she truly wanted to gain power just because of her own greed, not a ugly greed. Dawn, come meet me early in the morning, I'll show you the path. Turning around, there was nothing left for him to see or talk about here. He didn't wait for Shizue to answer back as it was clear. Her resolve was set into the coldest ice. Shizue, hi, I'll be sure to be there. Dawn, I don't know how it will go, because we don't have much time. The war will start soon, sooner than everyone expects, but maybe this training will at least help you live the way you want, Shizue. At the same time, in the Eastern Empire, Rudranam ul Nazca sat on his throne alone, the room quieter than ever. He held his head in pain as corrupted through defiled his mind, gritting his teeth. For an instant his eyes shone in a darker tone of red. Then the one who looks up after taking control of the body, Michael, also known as Manus of Justice. Michael, this bastard, Don Arcead, he managed to revitalize Rudra's soul. If it wasn't for him, I would have taken over this body in just a few months. He had planned to take over Rudra once the war started. Since his soul was still holding on, he needed to weaken it a bit more. But after his encounter with Dawn in Tempest, Rudra seemed to be young again. Because of that, Michael had to change his plan. Michael, you are here. Suddenly appearing in the room, the man known as the first creation of God, the angel of origin who is known to be the strongest. The general of Veldanava's army and his right-hand man, Fledway, king of Phantom. Feldway, you should be more careful with taking over this body, Rudra is stronger than you think. Michael, I know, anyway how is it going? Fledway, the army is ready, we are just waiting for you to start. Michael, good, Lord Veldanava's resurrection is near, we have to get ready to welcome him. Smirking, the grand final was already ready, all main actors were just waiting for Michael to give the starting signal. History is meant to be rewritten now, there was no stopping back unless the God Creator himself decided to come back. Michael looked up with gleaming eyes, Fledway stayed quiet waiting for his time, he had after all one of the most important role in this incoming war. Meanwhile, at the same time, as if a message was sent, many other figures separated themselves from the world to look at the sky. Guy Crimson, on the edge of the ice continent, he glared up at the sky in his own thoughts, part of the once mighty dead continent was starting to melt due to the lack of Velzard's presence. Guy, the world isn't just about to change, I knew it, a long time ago, the balance already broke, it's time for me to get my job done seriously. In Tempest, Dawn stood on top of a hill, the capital city Remura was busy filled with noise and light, as busy as ever. Dawn. Staying quiet, he didn't say anything as everyone will become victims of this war, Dawn himself was awaiting the inevitable. All we end here and begin there, his role must be fulfilled, no matter what. Dawn, this will be the stage where the main character will shine the brightest. Third POV. On a fresh morning, as the third day of the second week of Tempest's festival started, Dawn found himself in the training ground. Since the festivities were still ongoing, there were a few to no soldiers here, they were on guard's duty and resting after all. In front of him was Shizue, she was panting and breathing heavily, sword clutched in hand as she tried to get up. Dawn, you already have excellent technique and basics, but if you really want to learn, Dawn break, you'll need to learn several other types of sword art. He spoke in a dry tone, before bursting forward, he swung a wooden sword down toward the helpless girl who did her best to parry it. There were only 2 rules that Dawn gave her before the training, one is that she couldn't dodge and had to parry each incoming attack and the second one was that there won't be any break until the end. Shizue, I feel like each and every part of my body is breaking. She could only fathom at how much struggle Hinata had to go through following this training in the past. Dawn was merciless. He didn't care if you were tired or injured, the training must continue, and for that, he swung another series of slaps. Each one growing faster and stronger, Shizue could feel her body crumble under the pressure. Despite her saintly body, she was feeling tired and her mind was on the verge of snapping. Dawn, you are slowing down. Sending yet another slash, this time the impact broke Shizue's balance as her knee went nimble, falling down, she gritted her teeth trying to muster any strength she had left. But her opponent didn't wait for her to recover, Dawn merely brushed off his stance and focused all his strength into his arm, holding the wooden sword with 2 hands. He swung down a powerful vertical slash, the sheer strength put in it broke what seemed to be the sound barrier and all Shizue could see as she looked up was Shizue, death. But before it could make contact with her face, the wooden sword stopped brutally, the sudden deceleration from high speed to stop generated a powerful gale. Shizue's eyes flew among the hair as all the dust behind her dispersed, the sword an inch from her nose, she could feel a light burn who was already healing. Dawn, at this rate, it will take years for you to learn it. Shizue, aye. Removing his sword, Dawn took some distance as Shizue fell on both hands, she looked down with sweat all over her face. As she just experienced a brutal way to die, that attack, if it was carried away in a true fight, she would have been disintegrated. Shizue, this isn't something you can feel when just watching, the leader is even stronger than he seems to be. It was a crushing defeat, a simple and hard loss. Dawn, are you going to abandon? You are already strong enough to fight most. Shizue, no. But unexpectedly, Shizue slowly got up, her legs were still shaking and her body was in shambles trying to get itself together. Still, she stood up, there was determination, fear and even anxiousness on her face. Shizue, you said it will take years, how many to be exact? Dawn, I'll say at least a decade to get the basis done. Shizue, then let's get it 15 times harder. Dawn, are you serious? He himself couldn't believe what the girl was saying, he just did a light training on her and she collapsed helplessly. And now she was asking for more, yet her determination was real, how could he say no to that? Shizue, if you thought that this would discourage me, you are wrong, I lived a far worse life after all. Smirking, she held her sword high into a stance, trying to replicate the one she saw Hinata use. Dawn, hey, fine, how can I not answer to such a spirit? A few hours later, Shizue could be seen laying on the ground, her clothes were dusty, her skin was pale as she was breathing irregularly, the world was spinning around her. Her sword lay near her too, she just went through the closest thing to hell in this living world. Dawn, tomorrow morning, the same hour, don't be late. However, Dawn didn't seem to have even trained, he looked at the girl with a smile before leaving. He didn't help Shizue up because he already felt the presence of a few people approaching, so he took his leave first. Shizue, am I going to survive this? She spoke to herself, her arm and legs were aching and didn't respond to her call. At the moment, she could only stare at the blue sky filled with clouds, waiting for whoever has to come to help her, and surely, a few moments later, Rimuru arrived with 2 bottles of water. Rimuru, Shizu-san. What happened here? Shizue, hee, Rimuru-san. Chuckling after seeing the slime's shocked expression, she had just told him that she was starting a new training this morning. But never had Rimuru imagined that it would result in Shizue being in such a state. Meanwhile, Dawn arrived behind the training ground where a girl was waiting for him. Dawn, did you wait long? Chloe, nope, still you did quite the hellish training for Shizu-sensei. There stood Chloe Aubert, leaning on the wall with both her hands on her back. She smiled sweetly before approaching Dawn. Dawn, you asked to talk, so what do you need? Chloe, tell me honestly, how much time left before the big war? Dawn. Dawn grew quiet at this question. Chloe was still a time traveler, she was aware of things that Dawn himself wasn't. Dawn, at best, we have a month, at worst 2 weeks. Chloe, so fast, even in the former timeline, it will only happen 2 to 3 years later. Dawn, this is why I need to strike first. Chloe, what are you going to do? Dawn tightened his fist, he looked down with a solemn look and spoke up. Dawn, I'm going to take over the barren land and defeat Duel first. Chloe, I see, then, can you help me before that? Dawn, are you speaking about your adult body? Chloe, yes, it should be sealed in Rubrios right now, but I cannot just recover it by myself, I need to meet some specific condition like Hinata's death. Her time travel story was a complete mess, triggered by Hinata or Rimuru's death. There were a lot of conditions just so she could get back into her adult body. But all those could be bypassed with certain help. Chloe, but, with your power, you could overrule that, right? Dawn, I won't say it's impossible but there will be a lot of change. Chloe, like? Dawn, I will either have to snap Hinata's soul myself and send it back to the past with you or, I will have to be the one going back with you, in either way it will create a whole new temporality. Chloe, that's... She took a thinker pose and pondered. Dawn Arcead, this name never appeared in any of the previous timeline. Neither are the Genesis Lights or most of Dawn's acquaintances. If she goes back in time, there is a chance that she won't meet Dawn and thus making this timeline void. It was a complex paradox, which resulted in this current timeline being unique to all others. Chloe, this is complicated. Dawn, wait, maybe things are a bit different. Chloe, what do you mean? Dawn didn't answer and instead bent down, his finger slowly reached for the sand-like ground and started to draw something. He drew 4 points in a horizontal fashion. Dawn, I am an irregularity. Chloe, I shouldn't exist normally and we should have never met in normal times. Chloe, well, that's true. Dawn, that's why I think this timeline is different from all the others. Chloe, how? Dawn explained. The first point he had drawn symbolized the time Chloe time traveled, the second design when she got sealed by Luminous. The third is when she is unsealed and joins the war, the fourth is when Rimuru or Hinata die and she gets sent back in time returning to point 1. Dawn, but what if this cycle was broken between point 4 and 1? Chloe, broken. But I did time travel, wait. Dawn, yeah, I think that some irregularity made you time travel in another reality. You might not know but this whole world has an infinite amount of timeline and reality. Drawing 4 other points in the same motion as the first 4, Dawn named them point 5 to 8, he linked point 4 when Chloe traveled back in time and point 5. Which meant a whole new reality where Dawn exists. Dawn, the original cycle still exists but in all the infinite possibilities, when you time traveled back last time, instead of appearing in the past you came here in this reality. Chloe, that's... Dawn, remember, a lot of events happened faster than they should. Malim's rampage happened 2,000 years ago while it should have started over 20,000 years ago. Chloe, you're right, then, what happened to the original cycle? Even Dawn didn't have a proper answer to this, rather than that it was a supposition. Dawn, imagine a time traveler going back in time, at a precise date he is presented 2 choices. He has a piece of stone in front of him, the choice is either he throws or doesn't throw it, thus 2 possibilities are born. One reality where he threw the stone and the other where he didn't. This timeline and the original are the same. Dawn, my theory is that the Chloe Aubert from the last timeline went back to the cycle but at the same time you came here, both realities can exist at the same time, we just will never meet each other. Chloe, then, if I went back now, would I meet you again? Dawn, surely, this current world is the first of a new set of reality, if that's right, then from now on I will appear constantly in the future timeline. His finger drew from point 6 which represented Chloe being sealed in this timeline to point 7 where she should wake up. Then from point 7 to point 5. Dawn, you will restart around a few years before we meet at Muth. Chloe, what is going to happen? Dawn, you don't have to worry, since everything is already messed up, we can just adjust everything. He then crossed the entire structure, washing off all the points before getting up. Dawn, after all, this single round where I appear is when you'll get your happy ending. Chloe, Dawn. Dawn, anyway, let's go grab some food, even if you'll return to your adult body eventually you can't neglect this childlike body. Chloe, wait huh? Grabbing her by the back of her shirt, she was lifted before settling on his shoulder. Chloe pouted cutely as she glared down at Dawn. He was really treating her like a child. Chloe, can you stop that? Dawn, you act like a child in front of Rimuru and Shizue, so do the same with me. Chloe, ugh, you know I can't, don't you remember how the cute little you and I met back then? Dawn, oh that's right, I had to prove to you that I wasn't telling the truth, I think I mentioned your body Mizu ouch. Chloe quickly slapped the back of his head and pulled his hair as her face flushed red. It was truly embarrassing for her how a stranger knew her body proportion back then. Chloe, shut up, you creep. Dawn, haha, well you can't say much as we both are and we're adults in child body. Chloe, fair enough, anyway go buy some ramen. Dawn, sure, there aren't many events today so let's pass the rest of the day together. Chloe, hee hee, a living wallet. But suddenly, she felt a threatening presence. It seemed the bloodlust was focused on her as Dawn didn't seem to react. Chloe turned around and tried to pinpoint the source of it, only to meet a pair of blue in the shadow behind a tree. Chloe, who is that? Those eyes are awfully familiar. Focusing, that person didn't hide herself, though after a few more seconds, she left, a few strands of white hair flew as she turned around. Chloe, that's odd. Later, the two of them could be seen in a ramen shop. The chef was a kind goblin and the restaurant was buzzing off business. Chloe enjoyed the speciality of the chef which was a bowl of ramen with extra garniture and meat. As for Dawn he just ordered a drink as he didn't feel like eating anything. Dawn, slow down, no one is going to steal your food. Chloe, you asked me to act like a child, so let me enjoy my food, you old man. Dawn, you are mentally older, just eat slowly. Grabbing a napkin, he carefully swept the splitting sauce on her cheek, and Chloe just let him do without complaining. This scene was the perfect replica of a father bringing his daughter to a restaurant which melted the hearts of a few married women also present with their children. Dawn, though I don't know how you can eat this much, in that underdeveloped body of yours. Chloe, don't question a lady's stomach. She straightened her back showing off her non-existent chest. Dawn, how childish. Chloe, well you asked for it, anyway I got another question. Dawn, sure, ask away. Chloe spoke as she used her chopstick to catch some noodles. Chloe, you met Yuki-san, right, did you do anything to him? Dawn, well, he should be in his room with Kigali trying to break off the fate I had given him. Chloe, that sounds rough. Dawn, it's not really, I'm sure Kigali will somehow find a way to break it. Chloe, if you say so. While talking she kept eating, not minding a single instant for Yuki's fate. She trusted him enough to hand over one of the biggest war factors, but that was a matter Dawn will take care of soon enough. Chloe, Dawn-san. Dawn, MMH. Chloe, can I order some gyoza too? Dawn, sure. And so, the little heroine ordered another series of food. She continued to munch happily until a voice barged in the middle of their conversation. A sweet and crystal-like voice coming from a hooded woman, standing right there beside their table. It has been a while, sir, may I share the table? Dawn looked up and hid his surprise as he couldn't possibly expect this person to be here. Chloe, wait, that's the person who was releasing that bloodlust early. Dawn, it's you, huh, sure take a seat. Nodding, the said person took her seat right next to Chloe and lightly pushed her in the process. Chloe, ugh, my ramen. Some of her soup spilled on the table. Chloe was certain that this woman had done that on purpose. The reason? She couldn't know. I apologize, I didn't give you my name the 2 times we met. Dawn, it's fine, thought I already knew you, why did you come here, without your disguise? Mirai, well then, please accept this late introduction, my name is Mirai, I am a commoner adventurer from the West. Smiling, she still hid most of her head under her hood. Chloe on the side could only look at her and realize how similar she is to Dawn. Chloe, are they related? No. From Dawn-san's story, his appearance is from a past life from thousands years ago, it couldn't be relative from that far back then. Dawn Arcead and this little girl is Chloe. The said little girl pouted and glared at Dawn for calling her that, still she kept quiet as she felt like this interaction had that sort of tension. Mirai, I see, Dawn-san, nice to meet you. Chloe, she completely ignored me. Mirai, so can I ask, I mean, you two seem really close. Dawn just stared at her. He seemed to have realized the problem. Mirai was jealous, that night where he had revealed himself to her before erasing her memories. She must have realized something was wrong, and no matter how well he performed the mind spell, Mirai's fate changed at that moment. She acted outside her character and went out to meet her father. She didn't know why herself. She just felt like she had to do it, but after leaving with her true appearance she saw Dawn with Chloe, that ignited a spark in her. She thought that she never needed something like paternal warmth, but seeing her own father showing the kind of affection to another child. Mirai somehow snapped. Reason and logic were defeated by feelings. This led her to be here now. Dawn, Chloe is like a sister to me. Chloe, yes, I don't know what you've been imagining, but that's all about our relationship. Mirai, I see. Anyway, I just came here to say hello. I'll take my leave now. Realizing her mistake, she snapped back to logic and instantly got up and tried to leave. But before she could, Dawn grabbed her sleeve and looked at her straight in the eyes. Both their pupils gleamed crystal. Mirai, yes sir. Dawn, it's all right, don't forget to rest, okay? The table grew quiet instantly. Chloe looked at both of them with a perplexed look. There was clearly a connection between them. It almost reminded her of Leon and herself back then. No, it's a connection even stronger. Mirai, yes, thank you, duh. She muttered the last word inaudible to the point where even Dawn couldn't catch the sound. His grip on her sleeve loosened, finally letting Mirai leave. Her body had stopped shaking and it seemed her impulse of today was gone. Chloe, so who was she? And finally, once she made sure that the girl had fully left, Chloe asked the question that was eating her out mentally. Dawn, she is the brightest star in my personal world. Chloe, MMH. I see. Looking away, Chloe immersed herself in her own thoughts for an instant before releasing a deep sigh. Chloe, by the way, that star of yours spilled my food, get me another bowl. Dawn, yes sure. Dawn didn't really care about how much he would spend today. After all, he was given by Rimura that super extra deluxe black card prototype that basically connects all his purchases to Tempest Central Treasury, unlimited money. Dawn, Chloe, can I ask you something too? Chloe, anything as long as it's my cup size. Dawn, you brat, anyway I just wanted to ask what kind of gift children like the most. Chloe, children, that's an odd question coming from you, but well I guess a plushie bear or some toy. Dawn, I see, should we leave for the market after this? Chloe nodded, not really minding, she wanted to buy some books anyway. The day then passed and then another. The festival was reaching its end. On the 5th day, Rimura decided to open the labyrinth to the public. The announcement was greeted with numerous cheers, and from the first day onward, the labyrinth bloomed in business. There were even rumors that the Witch of the West, Hinata Sakaguchi, failed in conquering it, attracting those in quest of blind fame. While this happened, Dawn was nowhere to be seen in Tempest. No, instead he was in Rubrios with a few of his subordinates conducting a meeting. The purpose? Simple, the incoming war. Dawn, give me the report on the North Coast. Knight Captain, yes sir. It seems the naval army of the Empire is regrouping. A powerful anti-spy spell was casted around their coast, but we have located some names like the Imperial Mage Gadra, Baron Calgurio Heath, and an unidentified lady with otherworldly beauty was spotted. Dawn, I see, that lady must be Velgrine's parallel existence. The Empire's force is around 2.2 million soldiers, human, Magian and otherworld are all counted. Rudra won't hold back on his offense. He was using the fact that Rubrios was at war with Demon Lord de Gruel. Even if the Giants and the Empire aren't on good terms, they have a common enemy. And thus, fighting on one side will result in losing to the other. Dawn, we won't have to worry about any attack from the east, as the Western nation and the Jura Tempest will act as a shield for us. Looking over the map, he started by giving some insight on the topographic war. Their problem lay in the west-south and the north coast. Dawn, retrieve our knights near the border to Demon Lord de Gruel's domain, keep security to a minimal degree and go reinforce the north. Making his decision, despite his authority some protests were made. Dawn himself had declared war on de Gruel, yet he was asking them to weaken our defense against him. Knight Captain, but sir. Knight Captain, it would be unwise. Demon Lord de Gruel is a foe we shouldn't underestimate. High Priest, we have the sea to help in the north, while Demon Lord de Gruel are directly at our border. But their complaint fell in deaf ears as Dawn kept his eyes on the map, calculating multiple possible scenarios. This strangely reminded him of his past life, which felt a bit unpleasant. Though he didn't really listen, the two women standing behind him were starting to grow annoyed. Yu, who was wearing her knight attire, smashed her hand on the table, releasing her haki. Even if it wasn't the strongest and most potent, she was still strong enough to shut everyone up. Yu, quiet. The commander isn't done yet. Dawn, thank you Yu. Anyway, I will consider betrayal anyone who won't follow my decision from now on. Finishing his calculation, he looked up, letting out a bit of his own power. His magicule grinded against everyone overlapping Yu's. Gulp and nod of acceptance were given from everyone as they realized who they were standing in front of. Dawn, as I said before, we will focus our force to welcome the Empire, but that doesn't mean I will let Demon Lord de Gruel take advantage of this. His eyes growing colder, some of the higher executive branch realized that something was wrong. Don Arcead, he was an almost mythical figure in Rubrios. He was known to be the god's ace, the strongest blade of Luminous, a cold hero who was supposed to be perfect. But right now, he was showing a disgraceful side of his handsome face morphed with darkness. He was clearly angry. Dawn, because I will go and destroy him before the start of the Great War. Intertwining his finger, all could tell that he was dead serious, his aura seemed to roar like a beast. And even in his words, everyone present were knights and priests who held some standing among Rubrios. They were recognized for their strength and leadership. At the moment, only them knew about the incoming great war against the Empire. It was inevitable and some of them were fearing the worst. But just now, seeing the greatest hero of the Holy Empire inspired some faith and courage in them. Dawn, 2 days from now on, I will go personally to the barren land and achieve victory. Any objection? The room was quiet, some hesitant to stand up and talk, some tried but couldn't be oppressed by the heavy aura pressing them. But amidst all this, a young knight who rose in rank by giving his all spoke up. Young knight captain, shouldn't your eminence bring a group with you just in case? Dawn, no, all of you would just hold me back. His cold reverberated through the dark meeting room, and despite their harshness no one could retort. Though Dawn wasn't going alone, Eleanor and you behind him would accompany as they have their own use when there. Dawn, no more objection. Then let's pass to the next subject. The great sorcerer dynasty Sarian, Rubrios and Talion will engage themselves in a strong alliance, along with the newly rising Jura Tempest Federation, the armed nation of Dworgen and the new domain of the destroyer Malim Nava. All the name that he just listed were individually terrifying, even the newly raised Tempest was becoming more and more intimidating to Rubrios' eyes. Dawn, the East is securized as the ruler of Tempest and the destroyer will be our wall. I haven't discussed this with Rimuru but it will inevitably happen, after all Veldora is in Tempest. Rudra will want to have the Storm Dragon under his control while Velgrind will use this opportunity to snatch him away from the mere slime. Tempest is bound to collide with the Eastern Empire, and Rubrios could use this to gain time and reinforce themselves. Dawn, this is the birth of the great human and Magian alliance. Rubrios will now evolve and advance further to the path of light. Be proud knights, because you are the one who will create a new era. Once done with the meeting, Dawn's job wasn't done yet. He was back in his office looking through some documents. On the side, Curie was quietly sleeping on the desk while Eleanor assisted him with some tea and delivered the completed document. Dawn, we have to finish this project the fastest possible. Looking over, it was the sketch of a few new spells that anyone could use. The reason for him to go to such length as performing the creation of a new combat force was because of the Empire. Rudra for thousands years gathered Otherworlder and engraved their knowledge into the army, tank, aircraft, naval. Their technology severely outclassed Rubrios. Dawn himself didn't initiate such practice because Rudra would have activated Armageddon the moment he did. That's why, at the dawn of this war, he was going to create a power to counter technology. Dawn, anti-army field, disrupt barrier. Those spells are meant to overcharge their magical cannon and explode on themselves. I still need to finalize a spell to conquer the sky. Eleanor, how about a break first? Even if you can't feel real exhaustion, it's still good to lay back and rest for a moment. Brewing her tea, she was a noblewoman from England, the country who specialized in such art, even if she never learned back then. She was still pretty talented for the art known as tea. Dawn, I guess so. Where is you? Eleanor, she is finishing her assignment, that dimensional ring or something like that. Dawn, yes, how long before it's done? Eleanor, from Shukuin's expectation, by tonight, the first prototype would see life. Some minor adjustments are needed afterward. Dimensional ring, this was something Dawn also requested, based on the storage ring in Tibet, a story he had memories of. It was a ring that engraved a powerful minor space rune allowing the ring to become a whole storage in itself. It would be beyond useful for the world in general. Dawn needed it for the war, provision, weapon, and material. This single ring might literally change the course of the war. Dawn, good, I will check on them later to finish the ring adjustment myself. Eleanor, I'll tell them that. Returning his attention to the stack of paper in front of him, he thought back about another order of his. Dawn, Flora should be dealing with Yuki right now. I wanted to do it myself, but my own greed got the better of me and I had to delay most of the war preparation for the festival. The war was near and they were thick on the schedule. Dawn had started the war preparation against the Giants and the Empire a while ago when he declared war on Degrol. Using the Demon Lord as an excuse so he could begin with the Empire's preparation without anyone knowing, but even so, everything was delayed the moment he decided that he would enjoy the festival. Dawn, I can't win a war of this magnitude by myself, even if on paper, our side seems brighter. We can't underestimate the enemy's force. The remaining Demon Lords, the Imperial Guards of the East, the Angels, and more than anything, the four major factors of this war that Dawn classified as mortal enemies, being that could potentially put him at risk, Guy Crimson, Rudra Namal Nazca, Feldway, and the incoming Manus Michael. Dawn, on top of that, Everage is bound to be unsealed. I still can't pinpoint the location of the spooky palace. The situation is a lot worse than everyone think of. The odd leeching toward us is lower than the enemies. But that was something only he could know at the moment. He didn't mention or reveal that to anyone because it was his duty to keep the morale at its peak. Dawn, I am the supreme commander of Rubrios. I incarn their hope. If I show any signs of weakness, it will result in catastrophic consequences. The pressure on his shoulder was immense, not like he wasn't used to it, just this was the final war, his last battle to achieve everything he was meant for. He can't lose this. He believed in his own victory not because he knew he was stronger but because he had to win. But inside, what about Don Arceid's feeling, not the weapon Veldanava developed but the original human that he is? In reality, he just felt overwhelmed. He didn't show it, or rather he couldn't show it due to his habits of his past life, but he was fearing the future more than anyone. Don, it's my job to protect everyone and lead them to the happy ending. Yes, it's my job. He suddenly froze as he felt a hand connect with his head. His eyes looked aside to see a worried Eleanor. It seemed he was quiet for a few long minutes, long enough for the girl to have called him several times without answer. Worried, she placed her hand over his head as she noticed a sense of discomfort washing the usual calm face of her leader. Eleanor, are you okay? Don. Don didn't answer. No, his eyes darted toward the girl before her figure blurred in his vision. Was it the mental exhaustion? Or the stress? He didn't know, but at the moment, that gesture, those words and the worried expression Eleanor was showing, a genuinely worried expression. All this made him see a sort of hallucination. The figure of Eleanor turned into a nostalgic shadow. Don, Lara. Eleanor, Lara. Who that? Still in daze, Don was shaken up before coming back to reality as Eleanor retracted her hand. His eyes shook a bit longer as he bit his lips and looked down. Don, it's no one. Eleanor, is that so? Weird. Even if it was brief, Don felt his heart calming down. The imaginary hand of the sole blood-related mother figure he ever had hugged him from behind. Don, what a nostalgic memory. I guess it's true when they said that a loving mother will always be with you at your lowest. A tiny smile curved his lips as he grabbed a pen and resumed his work. Don, I can't doubt now. Tomorrow I'll have to fight off Cronoa and wake up Chloe Aubert, the true chosen hero. While this happens, at Tempest, in a dark room, the elven-possessed woman that Kigali was standing there motionless. Rather than standing there, she was held in the air, both her arms stuck on the wall as two sharp knives pierced the palm of her hands. Her face was swollen and beaten, her body was ravaged with injuries minor and major everywhere. The reason for such development came back 2 hours ago. She was still stuck in Tempest with Yuki. Luckily, the other clown didn't follow them, but Dawn had put a team to watch over the two of them. So any suspicious movement could lead them to deal with Tempest's authority, and that's something Kigali and Yuki understood. Besides, they were still trying to break off Yuki's curse. FPR that, Kigali went out in search of a few composant. But instead of reaching her original destination, she met a sweet girl with an innocent appearance. Somehow she was led into that dark room. The girl then switched expressions, her composed form turned psychotic as if another persona took over, and that's where Kigali's nightmare started. Kigali, she is crazy. The pain and cry she released throughout the last 2 hours just couldn't satisfy the girl before her. She was the second in command, holding the highest kind of authority in Rubrios, Dawn's unofficial right hand, Flora Ada Florence. And today, much to Kigali's dismay, it wasn't the sweet Flora that tortured her but the merciless Ada. Ada, how wonderful, can you understand how delighted I was when the leader came to me with this request? Holding a poison knife, Ada took a bit too much pleasure in this. She didn't have a lot of occasions to come out, as Flora was more useful in everyday life. That's why whenever Dawn requests directly to Ada, she will always prioritize her own pleasure. Naturally, the well-being of the mission come first, but in this kind of task, a little more torture won't hurt anyone. Ada, I heard you had an ultimate skill. I wonder why you won't use it. Hi, I really wonder. I want one too. Maybe I should open your limbs one by one to see how it works. The reason as to why Kigali didn't use her Lord of Dominion, Melchizedek, is because she still believes that Don Arceid was in the city. Also, with all the people such as Luminous, Melim Nava and Demon Lord Rimuru, topping the Storm Dragon and White Ice Dragon that was spotted. If she revealed herself to be an ultimate skill holder, they would grow even more suspicious, and then, their fate would be definitely sealed. That's why she had to hold back. Kigali, why you bastard? Ada, my what a beautiful cry. The toxic-covered blade instantly pierced the former Demon Lord's stomach the moment she opened her mouth. With that, she applied the effect of her unique skill, Killer, to disable and cripple Kigali, completely killing her regeneration and intensifying her pain. Ada, now that I think, wouldn't it be better if I give your body to Leader? I'm sure he'll find a way to extract your ultimate skill. Flora's purple eyes were corrupted crimson by Ada's madness. The smile she showed instilled pure fear within Kigali's core, yet, no matter what, Ada kept moving the blade through her victim's limbs, going at a slow and agonizing pace, earning louder and more painful cry each second passing. Ada, you see, the task I was given this time was to kill Yuki Kagarizaka and make sure he pays for the crimes he would commit in the future. Kigali, At. How does that even make sense? Ada froze her hand when the elf retorted, her crimson eyes who bloomed with life turned colder as she removed the blade for the half-opened body. Blood gushing, splash of red tainted the perfect black kimono of Flora. Ada, you didn't understand. That was basically Leader giving a blank card. He just wants you guys' death, no matter how much pain you receive before meeting your doom. Her crazy smile returning, the pain Kigali was facing increased tenfold as Ada turned more violent. Ada, but, since I'm a nice woman, I came here with a deal for you. Kigali, huh? As the pain subdued again, Kigali looked up with dead eyes. She was tired of feeling that pain. Even hope of coming out of her alive started to dismiss as she realized that her soul was directly shaken. Ada, you see, I don't really like Don Arceid, so I plan to backstab him sooner or later. Join me and I'll let you live. Kigali, you want me to believe th? Kigali looked up with newfound rage but soon grew quiet as she showed Ada's expression. It was pure disgust. She really meant those words, at least her face showed that. Kigali, are you really? Ada, you can't trust me. Well, you have no other choice. Her slender hand reached out for the elf's cheek. Ada smiled once again before removing the 2 knives that tied the Curse Lord, letting her fall. Due to the severed limbs and injuries, Kigali could only stay on the ground, unable to feel or move her body. Ada, so. I will help you get your revenge, doesn't that sound good? Kigali, aye. Ada, tick-tack, the clock is turning, make a decision quickly or I'll have a change of mind. Finally, a ray of hope illuminated Kigali's world. She who was just tortured to the bottom layer of despair saw a glimpse of hope in her own torturer. Because her expression was way too genuine, disgust and hatred, that's what Ada displayed toward the words Don Arceid. Kigali, why yes I won huh? Finally, as she was about to answer, Kigali felt her head drop on the ground along her body. She didn't receive any hit yet all her life force was being sucked somewhere, she couldn't understand how and why but it just happened. Her pupils moved up to see an evil grinning Ada, standing there with the craziest expression one could possess. Her lips quivered upward to almost reach her eyes, the image of a deadly flower came flashing right on Ada's face. Ada, foo-foo, ha 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 ha. Holding her head, her laugh had no end, she looked down on the elf with such look that an ant wouldn't even receive. Ada, you really believe that? Me betraying the leader? How crazy is that? It disgusted me, just thinking and bringing those words to my mouth almost made me crazy. Her hands reached down to her shoulder, she hugged herself in disarray as the prospect of herself betrayed the men she trusted more than anyone rang. Her mind started leaping in craziness and unfortunately, the one who shall receive the craziness's wrath was Kigali. Ada, hi, the poison I covered my blade with, it's a special kind given to me by Don Arceid himself. A deadly poison that has a single fate, to enable any regeneration and to slowly eat away one's soul. Naturally it won't work on many, but Kigali who was a wandering soul, this was her mortal enemy. Ada used that poison knowing that the elf woman would drop dead in a few minutes and decided to use the remaining time of her alive to give her false hope. So Ada could savor the purest despair Kigali could offer at the very end of her life. Ada, you know how easy it is to trick you dumb shit with my power. On top of that, Flora/Ada had the unique skill, Deceiver, Ada's natural disgust for betrayal and the skill's effect made Kigali's despair even more savoring. Kigali, she is the devil. Her vision slowly turning dark, she could feel her end coming near, or at least that what she thought as Ada stretched her arm at the very last moment. Killing the poison inside her, Kigali was still too weak to even live at this point, still her eyes caught a glimpse of the grim reaper formed by Ada's sinister presence. She could listen to Ada's last words before having her conscience fading away. Ada, I still like the idea of having your skill given to leader as a gift, so be grateful you'll be alive for a few more days, in my care. Her crimson eyes sparkled in the darkness before returning to its original purple shine, Flora taking back the control of her body once Kigali was confirmed to be unconscious. She stood there with a bored look. Flora, Yuki Kagurazaka is next. Third POV. Sitting behind his desk, Dawn quietly listened to Flora's report. She had neutralized Kigali the day before and was now slowly making preparations to eliminate Yuki Kagurazaka now. Dawn, so you kept her alive? Flora, yes, Ada thought that keeping an ultimate skill holder would be more beneficial in the long term. Dawn, ultimate skill, well fine, I needed a gift for her after all. Pondering, today was a busy day, since his first move in this great war will be played. Dawn, Flora, I need you to do something else after you're done with Yuki. Flora, there is more, fine tell me. Dawn, under Kigali, there is a group of clowns, I need you to track them down. Flora, clown. Oh you mean those clowns like the one Shukuin caught up with his trap back during the Walpurgis. I heard he managed to escape though. Dawn, yes, there should be 2 more, Tear and Footman along with Laplace who escaped, the 3 of them are quite powerful in their own right, but if it's you it should be fine. Dawn was positive, Flora or Ada was more than powerful enough to take those 2 clowns. Flora, if you say so, then I shall kill them. Her voice suddenly sounded colder. This was a rare phase where both Flora and Ada merged, it only happened when both personalities agreed on something clear. Both of them wanted to carry this mission perfectly, so their voices and thoughts merged, Flora's reasoning with Ada's craziness. This didn't influence her fighting ability though. Dawn, good. Cutting the thought communication afterward, Dawn got up and sighed. Dawn, Velzard-san, Luminous-sama, can you both come back to Rubrios for the day? Sensing another set of thought communication, it was finally time to carry out his promise. Velzard, MMH. Well sure. Luminous, ugh my head hurts, hangovers are really something else. Dawn, just turn on your resistance. Their communication grew quiet. Dawn expected them to arrive in a few minutes, so in the meantime he contacted another person and teleported away to get her. Around 20 minutes later, everyone needed to be gathered in front of the holy coffin where the hero Cronoa's body was sealed. Luminous, so, what is happening now? I didn't expect you to gather everyone and get them here. Velzard, so there was such a place in Rubrios, is that the woman that sealed Veldora? Right now, Luminous and Velzard were present. Dawn was a bit far behind with little Chloe who was glaring dagger toward him. Chloe, don't you dare peek at my body. Dawn, I won't. Lastly, another one who was totally confused as to why she was there. Hinata, where is this place? Why is there a sequestered woman here? Why am I here? Dawn, calm down, Hinata, for now, I just brought you here in case something goes wrong. Hinata, I still don't understand. Dawn, you will soon, so be quiet and stay on the side for now. Ignoring her concern, he walked toward Luminous and Velzard before briefing them about the situation. Dawn, Luminous-sama, I'm going to unseal Cronoa and give her body back to her owner. Luminous, WH. Her eyes widened and she quickly turned toward the hero's corpse and then toward the other invited guest. She then realized. Luminous, don't tell me that little girl is. Dawn, she sure is, Chloe Aubert, currently a student in Ingratia's Freedom Academy, and it's now time to wake her up. Luminous, I didn't expect this to happen so soon. You should have told me yesterday so I wouldn't have drunk. Now I have an even bigger headache. Pinching her forehead, she had already sobered up, but the sudden flow of information given was too sudden. Dawn, I wanted to, but I knew damn well that you wouldn't have managed to rest and enjoy the festival if I did. Luminous. This was then that Luminous realized, Dawn seemed to secretly care for his close one more than anyone would think. He knew that even if announced late, he could deal with Cronoa's seal. That's why he didn't try to hinder the possible happiness the other could attain. In short, if Dawn could do something by himself, he would do it even if having the other involved would make it easier. Luminous, but then that raised the question, how much more are you hiding from us? I always thought you were more on the collective side, trying to achieve results with the best course, but in reality, you are more of a lone wolf. Dawn's results until now were good, that gave away the illusion that he always took the right decision, using all means at his disposal. But in reality, ever since he came back from his long journey, he was always overwhelmingly superior to his opponents and the problem he had to resolve. Luminous, so, what do you need us to do? Dawn, Velzard and you will form a barrier around us. I need you two to maintain it until we are done. Velzard, that doesn't seem that hard. I suppose you don't want either Guy or Rudra to know what you are doing. Dawn, yes, Cronoa or rather Chloe is our trump card. Looking over at the little girl, Chloe was discussing with Hinata about something. Dawn didn't try to pray in, but surely she was getting briefed about the situation, at least a part of it. Dawn, normally this ritual should be done only after Hinata dies. Her soul would go to the past with Chloe. The process is complex and chaotic to say the least. In reality, it wasn't really Chloe that went back in time but Cronoa, the Monas that currently dwell inside little Chloe. Dawn's plan this time was to use the power of fate. He shouldn't be able to directly awaken Chloe in her adult body. Dawn, that's why, I need to split the process into hundreds, no thousands of pieces. Dawn POV. After finishing the preparation, I took Chloe near the holy coffin and tried a simple maneuver, but as expected it didn't work. So I have to go the long route. Dawn, are you ready? Chloe, yup, thought it's a bit weird to see your own body like that. Dawn, if you can still make jokes, then you definitely are ready. I looked toward Hinata, who was doing as I said, staying on the side. If everything I tried failed, then I would have to end her life myself and proceed with the ritual. But that shouldn't be a problem now, because I need to make a copy of her fate and use the copy as the original. This is something me and Chloe discussed too. Hinata is a good girl. Chloe told me honestly that their fate got tangled together and that Hinata suffered a lot because of that. Even if she doesn't have the memories of the past timeline, Chloe still felt guilty, so I decided to change that. Hinata won't need to experience that. By having a copy of her fate, I would kind of create a new Hinata that won't really exist and go back in time in her stead. The fate would then cease to exist once its purpose would have been fulfilled. Dawn, let's start. Destiny beyond fate. I watched as Chloe closed her eyes and laid beside her true body. A series of calculations and problems quickly rose within my mind. Copying a fate isn't easy. I have to go through each and every single instance of the said fate to understand and perfectly implement it. Fate is a delicate and sensible subject, because a single mistake can break down the whole structure. If fate was a tower, then a small nail at the very bottom that seemed insignificant would become the downfall on all. Dawn, next I have to separate Cronoa from little Chloe, then send all three souls into the sealed body. I gritted my teeth as I felt a heavy weight hit my own soul. Seems like the great spirit of time isn't happy with what I'm doing. Fate and time are rigid concepts that can only work together. Each time I change fate, the future is altered. A large clock-like magic circle glowed below and above us. My vision started to shift as I forced myself to stay up. The holy coffin was shattered and Hero Cronoa's body started to float. I had succeeded. Chloe and the copy of Hinata's fate were back in the past. Meanwhile, Hero Cronoa shall be rampaging under Manus Cronoa's instability. Dawn, it's not done yet. Destiny beyond fate. Adding another order to myself, my body even without my consciousness and soul will move on its own to fight off Cronoa. Meanwhile, I shall go back with Chloe. Since Hinata won't be truly there, I need to help her get back there. Dawn, Velzard, I will be fine so no matter how long it takes to maintain this barrier. Velzard, you are being too reckless, but since you are asking me so nicely, I can only agree. I smiled and nodded, using once again destiny beyond fate. I left a copy of my own fate inside this body to go back in time. Third POV. And as he wanted, both Dawn and Chloe went back in time, 2,000 years ago. The time they would pass adventuring in the past, and the time passed in the present Rubrios was unrelated. Those 1,700 years would happen in a few hours in the present. And during those 2 hours, Dawn and Cronoa were constantly clashing, having summoned her armor and rapier. Manus Cronoa controlled the very essence of the hero Cronoa. The negative emotion that gave birth to such beings was left uncontrolled and rampaging. On the side, Velzard and Luminous were maintaining a powerful barrier that managed to seal off Dawn and Cronoa's aura from the rest of the world. Since Dawn's body was left without a soul but with the fate of fighting Cronoa until he came back, his body didn't have anyone to manage his aura. The burning effect of the strongest currently shown heroic Haki shook the land constantly, while the Magicule was kept in. Each and single clash between the two heroes/Mana sent vibration throughout the entire continent. For the world outside, it was just a sudden earthquake, a continuous one that lasted hours. Velzard, should I just freeze both of them? Luminous, I doubt your ice would hold on for hours. Velzard, it has already been 5 hours, what if something went wrong? Velzard was in reality starting to get worried. It pained her a bit to see Dawn acting like that, fighting Cronoa, his eyes lifeless as his body moved. His arm swung Shinexalia in a very robotic way. He was clearly not himself. Each of his attacks lacked any kind of emotion and passion. Velzard, this is really a shameful display, thousands of years of honing his skills only to show such pathetic swordsmanship. Her eyes carefully fixed the very ongoing fight. Meanwhile in that fight, Dawn and Cronoa fought mercilessly. It was a silent discussion with their sword talking, the legendary rapier Moonlight and the holy armament's armor. Clashing against Shinexalia, despite the emotionless tone behind their fight, the two weapons generated a rhythmic melody as neither warrior felt any kind of exhaustion. Their sword kept moving around in a similar pattern like two AI who had concluded the best route to fend off their opponent. But two AI operate at the same scale, meaning, when one takes the edge, the other adapts instantly. This process then keeps ongoing eternally. Dawn. Manus Cronoa. The sound of their footwork, the air being fended off by their swing, moving under a tick melody for anyone who isn't proficient in art. They would call this a dance, a very beautiful and graceful dance. Each time their aura bursted against each other, the other would be nullified. Sure, there was some limitation in their powers and circumstance, but at the moment they were evenly matched. Dawn jumped away with his sword tight in hand. His breath was perfectly calm as he parried yet another heavy assault from Cronoa. Before countering and passing on the offense himself, this was more a game of defense than anything. Flying off, Cronoa landed near the barrier before crouching down and piercing the ground with Moonlight rapier. The flow of time seems to have been disturbed as several pillars made of solid stone surrounded Dawn. However, unfazed, he simply broke through them. Dawn. Slash in every single pillar of stone into pieces. The fast consecutive slash annihilated them until not even dust was left hanging. But even that didn't manage to get a reaction out of neither of the two as they just went on with their fight. A long fight that started to last way too long, as the 7th hour passed by with still no sign of waking up. Some were starting to grow impatient, others were still on edge despite the lack of ambience in this fight. It was just a calm sea with a single ondulation. And finally, once the sun started to go down, leaving the bright shine of the day for the clear darkness of the night. The fight finally stopped. Both Dawn and Cronoa ceased any movement before dropping down unconscious. Velzard, Dawn Kuin. Sensing the Magicule dropping, the barrier was quickly undone and everyone ran toward the two heroes in question, hoping that nothing bad happened. Hinata quickly laid both Chloe and Dawn beside each other, and now they could only wait. Surely a few minutes after the first of the two opened their eyes. Chloe came back first. Her navy blue eyes radiated life as she got up slowly. Chloe, ugh, I feel like waking up after a long dream. Holding her head, she was slowly trying to get rid of the drowsy feeling assaulting her mind at this instant. Still, her body felt fine. It seemed that her child body was gone now, leaving just her adult one, another effect of the time paradox. Luminous, so. Everything went well. Chloe, well it sure did. Where is Dawn-san? Velzard, right here. Hinata, his breathing is normal. Velzard, like his breathing state would determine a spiritual lifeform's condition. Shutting the paladin up, Velzard checked on Dawn's spiritual body and found nothing wrong. It seemed he was just feeling some kind of drawback. Since he went back in time without skill related to that, and his soul wasn't bound to Chloe directly. Chloe, wait, why is he unconscious? Velzard, what do you mean? Chloe, ugh, my head, right, I remember he was supposed to go back with me, but that's strange, I don't remember feeling his presence when I landed in the past. Her confusion was real. This was when Velzard and Luminosa realized something went wrong. Hinata, however, was still confused. Luminous, what could this possibly mean? Velzard, don't tell me. Dawn, I'm fine. Waking up at his turn, Dawn just opened his eyes tired. He was perfectly fine, but something else was worrying. His eyes, while they showed a certain degree of coldness before, now they seemed almost lifeless. Velzard, is that really you, Dawn? Even Velzard felt a sense of doubt. The one sitting right there in front of her wasn't the same Dawn Arcead as the one she talked to a few hours ago. Dawn, yeah, I just need some time alone, we can brief everything together later. Velzard, I see. Getting up, he let his hair fall down, hiding those cold eyes before leaving. Velzard, who stood there frozen, couldn't muster the strength to confront him directly. The reason was his words. There was a sense of loneliness, a pure and honest despair and tiredness, as if he had discovered something he wanted to bury. Velzard, what happened there? Chloe, this is definitely strange. Chloe herself was a bit worried, as she never Dawn acting like that before, Luminous and Hinata too, but at the end none of them could act on the spot. They all stayed quiet before switching up the subject to Chloe's state, since they were trustworthy to a certain degree. She decided to share the story of Cronoa and some parts of the past timeline. Dawn POV. Coldness, that's all I felt as I faced reality. When we went back in time, I saw it all. I saw the reason as to why the timeline is so messed up. Why Malim's rampage happened earlier, why Chloe and me met accidentally, why Lara, Luna and Sola had to die like that. I understood it all clearly, I saw it with my very own eyes. So this was my fate, Veldanava, the reason I didn't appear before in any of the other timeline. Because Veldanava saw it too, I didn't appear because I wasn't meant to appear. My fate isn't mine, rather it's someone else's. Dawn Arcead should have been a normal boy who would have died before his 18th birthday. Origin of Virion should have just been the father of Mariah Virion, but he should have died back then and never reincarnate. I am the reason for all this, my fate is to defeat the author, I am Veldanava's blade for that. But originally someone else had this role, my daughter Mariah Virion, she was the one who was supposed to go through this hardship. The pain and sorrow would ultimately lead her to lose everything. While I should have died, I still hold the power of fate, the current me, before even my birth as Origin of Virion, I had altered my own fate. The future and the past, in a way I saw the world in a third perspective, before my beginning and my end, I wrote down my own fate. I took Mirai's influence on everything, a time paradox, this phenomenon that allows us to change the course of an entire reality from a single moment. Once I took Mirai's fate to defeat the author, everything followed. The existence of Shiria and Catherine adapted as they managed to bring Origin of Virion into his next life. Dawn Arcead met Chloe Aubert, which ultimately helped him grow stronger to survive. The author's influence going over Dawn Arcead early on, the death of his mother, the fall of Muth, Ria's death for his development. Horizon, Eleanor, Flora, all these names shouldn't be recorded as in the original fate, they won't even live. My change in the course of fate allowed them to stick on me and survive. That's also when I realized, how many was it now? This isn't the work of a single try, countless failures, countless tries. Chloe has only one memory of this reality. But the truth is different, it's already my reset. Each time I would go back with Chloe, I would wipe out her memories before watching over the world on the third perspective that fate is. Fate is omnipresent, I became fate for that moment, but at the same time I am not fate itself. Veldanava saw it all, that's why he approached me, because I held the power to be his blade. The reason those close to me died before is because of me, the reason I suffered was because of me, the reason everything felt so convenient for my development was because of me. More events flashed in my mind, my teleportation to the ice continent, it was supposed to be me falling into a trap, but it led me to grow even more. Luna turning into a tyrant in our fight, so I could get my second hero egg and evolve further. The past, present and future were all carved by my own hand. Dawn, and ultimately I created my very own fate, my own story. I grabbed my hand before looking down tired. This moment was crucial because I fully gained Chloe's trust and bound my soul to her cycle. Meaning if we were to fail, I would go back with her again, and overrule her cycle again. That proves another point, the author doesn't know about the time loop, he knows about Chloe but he doesn't know how many and can recall the memories of the former timeline. Dawn, hey, at the end, I just want a happy ending for her. My left hand lowered down toward my chest, I grabbed the part where my heart should be, feeling the cold and unnecessary beats. This was truly a story of a failure, a hero, and a thief. Dawn, no. Rather than creating my own story, I just forced it through. A storm of emotion swirled in my mind at that moment, I couldn't even call myself a good person. Curie, Master shouldn't keep everything to himself like that. And amidst my own breakdown, I felt the light warmth of Curie's for brushing my hand. I also felt Shinixalia shaking on my wrist. I guess even someone like me needs friends to comfort you when you are at your lowest. Dawn, thank you, you too. My eyes wavered, staring at the two. They couldn't read my mind or memories, but even this time, it was planned. My own breakdown was part of my fate. I needed people that comforted me and gave me back strength when I needed it the most. And for that, the time paradox acted and I met Curie. This was simply too convenient that I met such a powerful companion in the middle of nowhere. In a dimension filled with beasts of destruction, a single intelligent life form. Dawn, at the end I'm just a selfish man, who defied his own fate. What I just thought wasn't totally accurate. In reality, I didn't go through all those timelines, rather than that I saw the future fate and unconsciously adjusted those future. I live in the present, watch from the future and change the past. Using eyes of fate I can see in what the future looks like. And thus my future self would use fate to change his past being my present. In a way, eyes of fate allows me to connect with my future and past self. With this power I was able to change everything, but now only that, I also changed anything. From the original fate where I should have died as Origin and never reincarnate, I should have been able to change fate because in the chronology I would have never gained the Lord of Fate. The creation of such artificial skill was only possible through Shiria's effort and Catherine research. That's why instead of me of that original reality, it's the me who had reincarnated that used the Lord of Fate to change the past. If Tensura novel is the original world, Mirai's timeline is the second one born from the author's presence. Inside that second reality, there was a timeline, maybe 2 or 3, even 4, countless of them where different scenarios happen and among one of them. Origin of Virion acquired the Lord of Fate. He who was blessed with such power had to watch his daughter die, over and over. The fate that manifested in the form of power in his hand was utterly useless in front of the greater threat. Until the very end, this single attempt in gaining that skill allowed him to change everything. Time paradox, he used that phenomenon to change everything. Instead of being on the try, he influenced the very past and changed the very first time Chloe set foot in that reality. Wiping out the time traveler's memory so she could keep following the same script for as long as Origin wanted. I changed the past over and over, my own memories being altered so I could reach this point. If the author is the one currently trying to rewrite the story, I was the one who observed him to change the ending. He is the author and I am the editor. Dawn, I have all my answers now, there is no reason to doubt anymore. Getting up, I let the dominating silence fill the room as I carried Curie in my arm. My hand stayed on my sword leaving me a sense of relief. The preparations are almost down, I now need one last jump to reach the desired ending. Flora/Ada POV. How boring, was this supposed to be the great villain I was tasked to hunt down? I grinned madly while slowly walking through an alley of Tempest, since I kindly asked the force of Tempest to cooperate. I basically asked Ultima-san and Carrera-san by mentioning the leader's name. They really warmed up and closed this entire side of the city for us. It wasn't much actually as it didn't even take 1 out of 100 of Tempest capital, still, that brat Yuki went directly in. Flora is really useful these times, using psychology, showing the corpse of that elf assistant to her master to make him panic. The poor guy couldn't even cry or scream because of the curse leader put on him. I'm a bit sad I won't be able to hear his pain. But since it's the leader's doing, who am I to blame him? Ada, who are you? Still, if I can't hear those screams, I'll at least want to see that despair in his eyes. I tilted my head creepily while observing my surroundings. The quiet place that should be a lively street surrounded by Japanese-style houses was turned into a hunting ground. Yuki ran inside there while I had those demons perform a barrier around the section to avoid any escape. Now it's just him and me. Though, I did try to kill his leg but somehow my skill didn't work. Is that the reason leader was wary of him? An ability that allows the nullification of other skills. This is just a supposition but that would explain why the leader wanted Yuki dead. Flora, I told you we should have finished it fast, now he is on a run and the place is huge. Ada, don't worry, if it's a hide and seek, there is no way I'll lose. I let out another fierce grin before closing my eyes, feeling the chilling air hitting my senses. I focused with a confident side. Finally, after a few minutes of total focus, I heard the sound of a panicked heart, an irregular and fast beat that could only be produced when terrified. Ada, hey. Licking my lips, I killed the sound of my footsteps and slowly made my way toward the center of the closed area, inside a small building that appeared to be a forgery. Making my way in, the rhythmic heartbeat made my blood boil until finally, I reached my destination. Peeking my head above a desk, my eyes gleamed in excitement as I stared right down at a helpless brat. Ada, found you. Yuki, you bitch. Instantly, at a pace faster than I could react, he launched a circular kick toward me. I flinched a bit as it landed right into my face sending me crashing into the ceiling. Ada, I wish I could say it hurt but you'll need more than that to beat me. Killing the pain, killing the wound, killing the internal injury, his skill emulation only worked on himself, or at least he wasn't aware of the nature of my power. Yuki, what a monster. Ada, are you trying to talk? How cute. Yuki, I can't fight her here, Tempest soldiers already closed the area, I need to find an escape even if it's nearly impossible. Ada, anyway, my beautiful face almost got a bruise because of you. Flora won't be happy about that, after all she took careful care of our appearance. Ada, I wish I could insult you for that, but I guess Mother Nature already did so, seeing how my injured face is still more attractive than your pitiful deaf appearance. Stretching my hand and cracking my neck, I followed by summoning a few death swords that were instantly crushed by his skill. Is this removing the entire area of skill? But I can still feel my power flowing inside me, it doesn't act on Magicule but the power itself, huh? No, that's not right, because my regeneration skill isn't working. I stared down at my hand and looked over a scratch I made myself. To test it out, I had to use my unique skill, Killer, to act as healer. That means he can nullify all kinds of skills but somehow not mine when I use it on myself. Ada, oh I see, you are truly unlucky, haha. I laughed while holding my face as I realized what was happening. My skill, Killer, allows me to simply end whatever I want. It's a broken ability and my guess would be that to kill my pain, the skill will act on itself and kill whatever affecting me. His skill was judged a danger for me so it was killed, that means, instead of aiming for him, I aimed toward his skill. Ada, you'll die painfully. Doing as I thought, my lips curved upward as the muffled scream of this ugly brat resonated. Holding his right arm that he just lost, confusion, fear, and terror. I could see them all in this brat right now, and yet we just began. Flora, they are here. Ada, ugh. I quickly jumped back as I felt a sudden urge of death looming around me. Escaping those grasp, two shadows emerged from who knew where and stood in my way. Ada, hey, are they the one leader mentioned? Those two new guests were wearing clown-like masks, the bigger one who seemed to be as big as a balloon wore an angry-looking mask, while a petite girl tainted with pink clothes held a mask with a single tear running down. So those two are Tear and Footman, but where is the third one? Ada, oh. Flora, yeah, that Laplace guy took Yuki and ran away while the other two occupied us. Ada, it's fine, I have to kill them all anyway. I let out a mad smirk and jumped at the opportunity, I just have to kill both of them first. Tear, naha, we're out of here. Ada, wah. What the ass, she taunted me. Footman suddenly grabbed Tear and bursted off, completely leaving me in the dust. I stood there motionless for a moment trying to understand what just happened. Still, there is no way they could bypass the barrier. Ada, wait, no. How did they enter to begin with? My brain froze as I realized something was wrong. I quickly ran after them before finding a hole. They went underground. Since the barrier was placed around the area, we didn't cover below. Ada, those bastard. I tightened my fist to the point where my own blood burst from my palm, my teeth grinded in fury. Ultima, you lost them. And once again, another voice came to disturb me. Looking up I saw Ultima and Carrera. The barrier around the area was breaking down. They surely noticed the intruders leaving, so they came here to check on the situation. Ada, yes, I failed. A bitter taste was left in my mouth. I looked down shamefully before falling on my knee and smashing my fist on the ground, leaving a clear dent on the concrete like matter. Carrera, those guys are pretty fast. They dared make a hole in our Lord's great city. Unforgivable. I told you we should have put another layer of barrier. This was a request from Ada, to weaken the barrier so Yuki could experience a slight hope of breaking it. Ultima, are you okay? Third POV. While Carrera complained, Ultima was clear up checking on Ada. Maybe it's because the Violet Primordial found Ada interesting. Ada, and no. I'm not okay. Looking toward the ground, it was one of her rare occasions to show off and she failed. Ultima, meh, it's fine, huh? But contrary to her words, Ada showed such expression that would put even Ultima's torture scene to shame. Her mouth curved high, almost reaching her eyes. Her pupils showed craziness as Ada reached out her hand to grab her face. Ada, kidding, how could I not be okay after that? Everything went as planned. All those that were affected by the unique skill, Killer, can be tracked, like a serial killer who had set his eyes on a prey. Flora marked Yuki, and now the lingering feeling of bloodlust and the scythe of death will follow him until the end. Ada, now I know where all the remaining clowns are. You messed up really big, brat. Her voice came out psychotic. Whisper-like laughter escaped her lips as she hid her face behind her hand. Hints of her crimson eyes shone through her finger. The monstrous sight she displayed in front of the two primordials was purely animalistic. Carrera, damn, she is even crazier than you, Ultima. Ultima, hey, I can tell this girl is a good person. Carrera, ugh, don't forget who her boss is. Ultima, hick. Her skin shivered as the one person that shouldn't be mentioned in front of the purple loli was brought up. Ada, now shall we proceed to the next step? Let's call this operation, Catching 4 Rats. Slowly getting up, Ada undisputed herself and turned her gaze toward the nightly sky. The direction she was looking at was where the clown fled. But before she could take another step, someone appeared right behind her, a silently menacing presence that meant no harm to the people present. Dawn, you seem to have fun, Eta. Eta, boss. His sudden appearance didn't go unnoticed, particularly by the two primordials in which Ultima instantly hid behind Carrera. Carrera, what the hell are you doing? Ultima, using you as a cover. Why is that guy here? Carrera, how the hell would I know? Struggling to get her violet kind off, the smaller primordial held tightly on Carrera's arm, her body shaking furiously. Eta, why is the leader here? Oh, don't worry, I'm in the process of completing your task. Dawn, I know, I'm here for something else. Where is Kigali? Eta, huh? Wait, is it me or is he a bit different? Flora, and no, you are right, his eyes feel so empty. Eta was stunned for a moment but still she complied and guided him to the room where she had settled Kigali's tortured corpse. The elf secretary was still chained up, her consciousness barely holding while she still lived. It would hardly be called being alive. Eta, I tried to get her to talk during the night but she managed to keep everything in. I doubt it's her willpower but rather some spell that seals her memories. Dawn, well it's fine, someone like her wouldn't give me any useful information anyway. Stretching his hand toward Kigali, Dawn destroyed all the chains around her. The elf just fell down like a rotten corpse. No reaction, no emotion, she was totally broken, not like it mattered to Dawn. Dawn, Raphael, you are here right? Raphael, affirmative. Dawn, I got a small gift for you, this elf here has a pretty powerful ultimate skill, take it. Even now it was planned from the future, fate being altered, Dawn's presence in the past where he had shaken up Demon Lord Kazalim with just his name. Dawn's survival and his millennium journey led Kazarim to awaken his ultimate skill, which served the purpose of being given to Raphael in the future. Raphael, analysis of individual Kigali, confirmed, ultimate skill Lord of Dominion, Melchizedek, confirmed. Dawn simply watched as the Lord of Wisdom did her job, taking everything left in Kigali. Dawn, Lord of Dominion, that skill is originally an ultimate enchantment provided by Michael, not a proper skill, but due to fate being altered, it was given to Kazarim as a whole new ultimate skill. Raphael, MMH process completed, individual, Kigali has now been fully analyzed, I thank you for that Dawn Arcead. Dawn, did you just drool for getting a new toy? Raphael, it's your imagination. Dawn deadpanned before shaking those thoughts away, now he was getting to the main part. Dawn, I said it was a gift but surely you don't expect me to get nothing in return, right? Raphael, naturally, state your request. Dawn, I need you to get a few skills, though you currently can't fill my whole request so I expect it to be sent to me the moment you achieve it. Raphael, very well, but under the sole condition that the skill demanded doesn't pass the unique grade. Dawn, yeah don't worry. Falling silent, the discussion ended like that, surely Raphael didn't want to stay long because of her new toy. Ada, are you done? Dawn, yeah, well, I got some time before going to the barren land so why don't we hunt together for a bit? Ada, hunt. Dawn, you said it yourself, there are 4 rats on the run. Ada suddenly grinned as she was proposed on a hunting date, taking off with a large smile she bowed gracefully in thrill. Ada, then allow me to lead the way. Yuki POV. That girl is an absolute monster. I thought Dawn Arcead was the only true danger in Rubrios but if all those so-called Genesis Knights are like that demon. She was literally torturing me and taking pleasure in my despair. Laplace, we should be far enough for now but we can't stay here for too long, boss. Yuki. I tried to talk, my mouth opened and my tongue bloated, but no sound came out, just a muffled noise. I gritted my teeth in annoyance. I can't even use skills like telepathy since my body is unable to use skills because of anti-skill. No, it doesn't matter for now, we need to escape. I quickly grabbed a branch and started to write on the ground. Kigali was captured, the Genesis Knights are surely out there to hunt us down, we need to leave now. I made sure to be short and accurate, and it seemed it worked as Laplace nodded before turning toward Tempest's direction. Shortly after, Footman and Tyr arrived. Laplace, as you said boss, the thing is that the president is still alive, our connection hasn't been severed yet. Tyr, then we shall go save her, hi. Footman, we can sneak in again, those bastards will see what I'm capable of. No. This when do, right now Tempest is worse than a fortress, going back there is total suicide. And I made sure to tell those guys about this, True Dragon, former Demon Lord, Rimuru-san himself, the Knight of Rubrios and even the Elven Elite. Laplace, we need to flee, Ingratia won't be sure anymore, our last chance is the Empire. I nodded, Kigali's lost is a big problem but losing everything here for her is just too much. Footman, what? Are you serious? And as expected, the most hot-headed of the group Footman growled in anger, he grabbed Laplace's shirt and lifted him slightly off the ground. Even when Clayman died, he was the one who showed the most excessive reaction, while all of us regretted in our own way. Tyr, see calm down Footman. Footman, you guys are really agreeing in abandoning the president. After ever. Footman, shut up Footman. The hierarchy among the moderate clown troupe was clear, while Footman was powerful on his own. Laplace had something the other clown didn't. He was smart, a quality of his that made him superior to the likes of Clayman, Footman, or Tyr. Laplace, do you really think it makes me happy? I'm forced to smile even after losing Clayman and the president. His blood-red eyes shot up with darkness as he stared right into Footman's mask, a hint of bloodlust coupled with pure rage extended through the air. It wasn't unusual for them to fight like this, still I had to stop them now because we don't have much time. Dawn, well sadly for you, your time is already up, should have checked the timer before. Yuki. He is already here. Wait. Why is he here? Shouldn't it be that girl? This is even worse, we definitely can't take on that guy. I spinned around and delivered the most powerful kick I could muster at the moment, but all it did was connect with his left arm. He didn't even try to block it, no he just took my kick and stood there, unfazed as I fended off the air behind him. The minor blow I assumed caused the other clowns to react and move at their turn, or rather they tried. Eta, killer zone. Yuki, she is here too. Shit. We felt our leg giving up, the nature of her skill is still unknown but she is extremely dangerous. I looked down and saw all our legs missing, blood gushing out as our face ate the grass. Dawn, well this hunt fell short, I guess these rats aren't that energetic. Yuki, why you bastard huh? My voice. I can speak again. Did he undo whatever he did to me? But now it's too late. Dawn, Ada likes listening to the scream of those she kills, so at least your pathetic existence would have managed to bring some joy to someone at the very end. Yuki, you guys are sick. I looked up in anger, I had so many plans and preparations that waited for me to crave the future, yet this monster in front of me ruined everything. Yuki, what are you? You can't be a simple human. He agreed to that demon's torture, even now he looked down on me with such coldness, I doubt even the ice continent condensed into an ice ball would match his eyes. He is simply merciless, I can't feel the sense of greed or justice in him, he is just a monster. Dawn, what I am, huh, well the most accurate answer I could give you right now would be, the villain, I am the villain of this story. He looked down on me, his figure kept growing bigger as I realized, this was truly the end, no talk, no words, no action could make me live. I looked behind me and saw Laplace, Footman, and Tyr frozen, a large block of pale blue ice imprisoned them. I couldn't know if they were still alive, but one thing was sure, I couldn't do anything. Dawn, if fate is the absolute rightful route, then I am the villain for altering it for my own greed. His hand stretched out and stopped right in front of my face, he covered my vision as the bright moon shone behind him. Looking up, I slowly and agonizingly felt a lack of connection by my brain and body, my vision kept growing further away. As my head flew off of my body, that demon Ada had mercilessly separated my head with a short sword, I could still see the motion of her arm as I looked down. My vision of the world slowed and turned gray, everything lost color beside the glowing predatory pupils of that guy, Don Arcead. He just fixed me right in the eyes, without moving, he just watched my head flying high in the sky before making contact on the ground, lifeless. Third POV. At the same time, in another dimension, inside a seal that was set to keep the world's most destructive being, Evarge, or now known as Varja. Inside the gigantic corpse that took the form of a black dragon with purple scale, there sat a petite lady. As time passed, her humanoid form refined, her piercing amethyst eyes found a new resonance with the abyss, her figure hadn't changed much. But still, her power was growing tremendously fast, this being named Varja was supposed to be alone for the next eternity in that seal. But this time, she had a visitor, a being taking the form of a human but contrary to normal people, every single part of himself was made of glitch particles. It was as if reality itself was being disturbed by his simple presence. Author, why did you call me, Varja? The author, a being from unknown origin, he was the one who granted the name Varja to the ever-terrifying world-destroyer dragon. Varja, I felt a sort of distortion, this isn't the first time as those spams kept happening even before I got a name. Author, what? Varja, I feel like something changed, this is weird honestly. Author took a second to think carefully, his imaginary hand reached for his chin and he pondered for long minutes. Before reaching a light supposition. Author, tell me Varja, who is the enemy you have to kill? Varja, are you talking about the hero? Author, yes, give me his name. Varja, you called her Virian. At that moment, a brief silence filled the subspace, the author couldn't fully realize the situation but one thing was now sure. Something interfered with reality, and that thing didn't affect the world-destroying dragon, Evarge. The power of fate held by Don Arcead had a single exception that overruled his control of the evil god and the reason for him to alter the world so many times, Evarge/Varja, an anomaly that for the first time in all of Dawn's retry, was granted a name, the being capable of killing fate itself. A being capable of killing Dawn for good, that was Varja, the one exception to fate. Author, Virian, I guess I can make a detour before confronting you, my dear Dawn. The author, the evil blade, Varja, the weapon forged by God, Dawn Arcead, the true protagonist, Rimuru Tempest, and the former main character, Mirai Virion. This war will decide the fate of all. Third POV. Under a blazing sun, the so-awaited day finally arrived. Dawn departed from Rubrios to the barren land. Accompanied by Yu and Eleanor, they went off on horseback but soon left after they exited Rubrios. Using teleportation, they arrived near the border between Rubrios and Demon Lord Degrol's territory in an instant. Standing there, a few knights present guarding the place greeted them. Dawn, stand down, knights, keep the guard up, we never know what a demon lord is thinking. Dismissing them quickly, Dawn continued his march and got on one of the outer posts of Rubrios. This gave him a piercing view. She pale blue eyes gazed on the horizon, the wind hitting his face gently. A few thoughts passed through his mind briefly. Eleanor, the view is really breathtaking. Dawn, have you already pinpointed Horizon's location? Eleanor, I know the direction where he was taken. By retracing their path, I'll find him in no time. Dawn nodded and turned his attention toward you for a moment. She was just mindlessly gazing at the given view. A long and grassy plain that suddenly stops on a dead land, corrupted with the destroyer's rampaging magicule. Dawn, we'll leave right away. Once near the giant settlement, we'll go in with a light reflection spell. Nodding to his instruction, both girls did a last check on their weapon and provision. Light reflection, this was a simple spell allowing the user to make himself invisible. Using the sun reflection, this was the perfect time to use it when the sun was at the highest in the sky. And in this day where not a single cloud could be seen across the vast sky, it was the most optimal way to infiltrate a place without wasting too much magicule. Shortly after, the three could be found running toward the barren land. Their movements were fast and accurate in motion so they would not leave any hint of their passage. Soon enough, they reached the battlefield where Horizon was taken away. Traces of the battle were still lingering both in the air and on the ground. Dawn, I can picture what happened with just the battle remaining. Eleanor went first and activated her unique skill, clairvoyance. Her eyes glowed purple as the past revealed itself to her. She could see Horizon laying on the ground unconscious. Several wounds covered his body. The next image was Degrol, a tall man, king of the giant, part of the Holy Titan. He grabbed Horizon and tossed him over his shoulder before going off. Eleanor, good, I got it. Dawn, lead the way. From now on be extra careful. I would like to avoid you two being found out and engage in an early fight. You, there are two giants ahead. And before they knew it, they arrived at the giant city, a village incrustation in a stone hill. The house was big. This was the holy void of Damargania, the land of giants. The inhabitants here were humanoid titan whose size exceeded the norm. The smallest individual here would still beat the biggest human. Dawn, where did Degrol take Horizon? He analyzed the state of the village. The giants appeared inactive. The two giants at the front were seemingly on guard duty but they weren't focused at all. It was way too calm for a race and nation in an ongoing war with a super nation like Rubrios. Eleanor, right ahead, in the giant castle. Right ahead of them, on the highest location, an ominous-looking castle which serves as the base of operation for Degrol. This was also where the strongest presence was residing in. Dawn, I can feel four really strong aura, Degrol, Glass Sword, and those two. Why are they here? One of the other two were awfully familiar. This made Dawn furrowed his eyebrows. Dawn, change of plan, we'll neutralize every single giant we cross. You, huh? Before the girls could react, Dawn's hand stretched forward and he mercilessly froze the giant guards' body. Their internal structure and soul were crushed under the frost. Dawn, this is still an infiltration. I just want to avoid us to be surrounded when the time comes. Eleanor, if you say so. You, make sense. No objection, they trusted their leader enough to follow such a sudden turn. This was definitely more dangerous than the original mission. But who cared? They were knights, fighters, heroes, and more. Even if they were ordered to destroy the entirety of the barren land, they would carry out the order. Because, once again, they trusted their leader more than anything. Moments later, the three of them ran through the giant village. Those unfortunate enough to cross paths with them would be dealt with instantly. Their bodies were covered with the light reflection spell to hide them. Dawn observed closely. Something was definitely off, as some of the giants should have been at least capable of reacting before being frozen. Dawn, it's as if they abandoned all fighting spirit and become an empty and lazy corpse. Shinexalia, Master is right. Some of them have realized the presence of intruders, but since none was killed, they decided to not fight back. Dawn, I see. Dawn's mouth quivered as he pieced the situation together. Most likely, the giants, despite being loyal to Degrol, were unhappy with the incoming war. The entire race must have split in two factions, one that supported Degrol and the other that opposed the war. They finally started to live in peace, the war behind buried in the past, but all this is being menaced because of their leader. On top of that, all of them knew what it meant fighting a war against Rubrios. Them losing was as possible as them losing. But casualties would be too much and dramatic no matter which outcome happened. Dawn Arcead, this name wasn't just famous among the humans. Even monsters who had achieved a certain level of civilization learned this name and how to fear it. But there was also another factor, it was Dawn's power, fate. The past must have been altered again from the future that has yet to arrive. The power of fate can influence a lot of things, mainly decisions. Even if there is a faction that wants to rebel, they should have stayed quiet and followed duel's rule. But using fate, the reality where they decided to not stay silent and rebelled was brought out. This time, fate was just used to bring out what the giant race secretly thought. Dawn, you two, we got another change of plan. Eleanor, what now? Dawn, Eleanor, go with you and rescue Horizon. I'll take a detour and act as bait. He wanted to test out something. If his thoughts were true, then all he had to do was gather all the attention on himself. Duel cannot ignore him running amok in the middle of their capital city. But. Dawn, don't worry about me, I also need to verify something else, you two will be fine. Turning around, he patted her shoulder while flashing the sincerest smile he could muster at the moment. I see, please come back safe. Dawn, we'll join up at Rubrios outpost camp in a few hours, the next day at most. Okay. She looked down with conflicted emotion. On the side, Eleanor stayed quiet, but she could clearly feel the awkwardly intimate atmosphere. Eleanor, ahem. Sorry to interrupt the both of you, but we should get going. Oh, yeah. Dawn, sure, we'll meet later. With that, Dawn ran off, the spell surrounding him dispelled on itself as he jumped up high in the sky. Dawn, what is the best way to catch attention? Easy, just destroy everything. Magicule pouring out of him, a wave of dread fell upon the giant village as every single inhabitant looked up horrified. Dawn, now come out quietly, duel. Frozen world. Launching the ultimate ice spell midair, everything below from the house to the water source deep down underground turned into pure ice. The living being too weak were sealed inside, and those who could resist fell down unconscious. Dawn, first sword, But as he was about to let out another attack to pin the nail down on those giants, a large shadow erupted from the castle and appeared right in front of him. A fist covered in murderous intent then made way toward Dawn, as his eyes remained calm and locked in, bringing his sword up to parry the blow. A loud sound blasted throughout the barren land as the fist and sword crashed against each other. Dawn, hey, you really came out. Duel, you bastard, I knew something was wrong the moment I felt an unknown powerful aura. Dawn carefully looked at his hand, still holding Shinixalia, his entire arm along his blade were shaking under Duel's fist. Duel, but that's also your biggest mistake, now I can just take care of you. Suddenly increasing the output, Duel pushed his fist, and as if all resistance were cut off, Dawn was sent crashing into the ground. The impact broke the ice and buried him deep underground. Dawn, a guy underestimated his raw strength. Laying down, stuck in this frozen land, he looked up bored. It didn't hurt much, but surely the feeling of being overpowered that easily wasn't pleasant. Dawn, I need to take that a little more seriously, also it seems the others didn't take the bear, I need to do something about them. His eyes growing colder, he blew his air out of the way and teleported back to the surface, standing midair. He looked down on Duel, who returned with his own glare. Duel, as expected it won't be that easy. Dawn, can't say the same, should I turn this battle short? Dawn wasn't confident in losing, but it seemed his teasing didn't please Duel, who cracked his fist and readied another attack. Dawn, Curie should be done with my task by now, everything is going according to the plan, I need to stall a bit more time against Duel. Rising his sword, Dawn had let his little pet friend back in Rubrios to assist Shu about another request of his. It wasn't a secret, or at least what appeared on the front might have just been a decoy for his true aim. UPOV. Sneaking inside the castle was easy once Dawn-san casted Frozen World. The ground was constantly shaking as most likely he engaged in a fight against Demon Lord Duel. I looked ahead as Eleanor guided the way. She was careful, as we all could feel a very strong aura, perhaps at the same level as Duel inside the castle. Did they though? Duel would be enough to take care of Dawn-san. How foolish. Eleanor, we are right above the prison cell, but going in any further would be dangerous. Then let's dig down from here. Eleanor, it would be wiser. I nodded and placed my hand on the ground. Sure, this ice is filled with magicule, but the thing about the spell known as Frozen World is that it's nothing but simple ice. By covering my own arm with mana, one could easily break through it. The true danger of this spell is that it can freeze and turn original matter into ice. Can you tell how deep the cell is? Eleanor, not accurately, but I would say around 20 feet down. It isn't that deep. With that, I started the work, pressuring the ice. It broke as I started using my unique skill, Shadow. The ice below us is originally ground made of stone. All stone has thousands of tiny fissures within their structure. Using shadow manipulation, I pressure those fissures and advance down. It was fast and easy work, but even so, I didn't know why I felt like we were missing something. Eleanor, it's right there. Perfect. As yet another block of ice shattered under the pressure, a shard of ice fell down as we stumbled on an open room. I quickly checked for any presence below and nodded after being sure it was safe. This place is filled with magicule, it's almost impressive. Eleanor, I wonder why, this place seems inhabited yet you'll need hundreds of years of stacked magicule to get to this level. I can feel Horizon's presence behind that door, let's go. In front of us was a gigantic door made of metal, perhaps even magic steel with how dense the magicule here is. We made our way to the door which was slightly opened. Looking through the gap we saw our comrade chained up. His arm were up, shackle around his wrist, his body covered with blow impact. Eleanor, what a pathetic state. He seems unconscious, let's get him and leave. I analyzed the room, noticing every single detail there was to see, the condensation, the fissured wall, the print imprinted into the ground. And a small communication device ball set on the ground. This subjected not only physical torture but also mental one. Eleanor, ugh, those chains are tough. While I looked around, Eleanor brought out a unique grade dagger and tried to cut down the chains but to no avail, the dagger seemed to break instead of the shackle. I approached closer and used shadow manipulation on it but it failed, there was no opening, this was like engraved on his wrist. Go guard the door, I'm going to leak some magicule to break these. Eleanor, okay, but be quick because we won't have much time afterward. I nodded and turned my full attention on the unconscious man in front of me, then started to gather mana around the dagger. Every ore in matter can be overpowered, no matter how durable they are, even a legendary grade weapon can break when met with a denser material. It's the same for magic ore, if you overpower it with dense magicule, you can shatter something you couldn't before. It failed. But to my expectation, it failed, this means those shackles aren't made by anyone. Then it clicked in my mind, Horizon is Don-san's subordinate, he was taken away instead of being killed. They must have a reason and that was to put some kind of pressure on Don-san, they actually expected him to come here himself. Not me or Eleanor, those chains are enhanced to resist Don-san's power, so how could I overpower something like that? I bit my lips before sealing my resolve, strands of my hair started to turn white as I unsealed some of my true power. Just a little, this place is dangerous, staying here any longer would be too much. My eyes glowed blue, as I felt the tip of my finger growing colder. Mirai, frozen state. My main and most powerful element is also ice, I guess it just flows in our soul, if there was a motto those from Avirion should follow. It would be, seal and ice your goal, become ice to achieve it and turn into ice all your emotion of it. This doesn't sound really good but perhaps because we have such a cold way of thinking that those from Avirion will achieve greatness in the end. Finally, as my thought process ended, the shakes around Horizon's wrist froze up to the very core before breaking. My appearance returned to you at the same time, I quickly caught the unconscious man and carried him over my shoulder. Let's go, we need to get out of here now. Turning around, I tried to check for Eleanor but froze as I saw her laying on the ground. I didn't expect two little girls to be here, now it's a bit overkill to have all come here. My eyes widened and shook in fear as I realized the new individuals standing at the door entrance. I didn't feel their presence despite the threat they posed. This is bad. Demon Lord Dino, Demon Lord Leon Cromwell and Glass Sword, one of the equal to Demon Lord DeGruel, part of the original Titan Ashura. Why are those three here together? Dino, oh man, I want to sleep. Glass Sword, TCH, did you guys really force me into this for some brat? I really hope DeGruel knows what he is doing, we lived in peace since Fen was sealed but all this is about to be broken. Leon, shut up, it was Guy's directive, thought we should have met Don Arcead here, not some lousy girls. I took a step back not seeing any way I could get out of here, maybe I could if I abandoned Eleanor and Horizon but that isn't an option. No, there is still a way, but if I do that I'll expose myself and my true identity to the world. Is that the only way? But then all I worked so hard to get here would be for naught. I have to run. That's right, it's the most optimal way now, for my goal, for my father no, I can't abandon my comrade, I can't because they are precious to my father too. I felt my heart aching, simple, horrible and disheartening thoughts crossed my mind at all times. I tried to process them but in the end, I was left in a state of confusion. Leon, anyway, we were told to get rid of the intruders, once I'm done, I'll leave, got another thing to manage. Glass Sword, I already saw your face enough anyway. I instantly got my guard up when I felt fluctuation in their aura, every single cell in my body started to scream as I got ready to unleash all the power I had. A long-term fight would be suicidal against three opponent like that, if I have to fight them, I need to end it the fastest way possible. Asterisk boom asterisk. I jumped slightly when I felt a strong vibration shaking the ground, some ice shards settled on the ground and started to levitate as the wall threatened to collapse. Dino, what's happening now? Leon, something is approaching and it's something big, damn you Guy, why did I agree to this? It seemed not even those demon lords knew what's going on, I couldn't help but start fearing for the worst. Wait, that aura, it can't be, that was his plan. Shit. Realizing the situation, I held tight on Horizon and quickly snatched Eleanor off the ground before running deeper into the cell. Before diving onto the ground, the entire cave we were in then shook as the ceiling exploded, but instead of being buried under those piles of ice, the direct sky could be seen, here in the core of a small mountain. What had just pierced the ceiling was Demon Lord duel, and on top of his chest was Don-san, his sword mercilessly impaling the Titan's stomach. Don, I told you, we aren't on the same level. duel arced. Moving his blade throughout the injury, Don-san shifted his attention toward me and gave me a silent message though a nod. He wanted me to get out of here. Since he had arrived, all the focus will be on him. Do I have to leave? Leave him alone here. I gritted my teeth and grabbed the two unconscious lad before using the wall and jumped up toward the freshly made open ceiling. Leon, you won't go any. Don, shut up emo dude. I didn't look back despite the large rite of spirit and shooting past me. My sole goal was to get out of here and get those two safe. Third POV. As Leon tried to intercept you, before he could get too close, Don had appeared in front of him and kicked him right in the face. The ray of photon that the platinum saber had formed through his ultimate skill was deviated and crashed into the sturdy wall. Don, oh, are you still awake after this kick? And me who wanted to send you to the world of dream, so you get some pleasurable time with Guy. Landing down on duel half-alive corpse, it couldn't call the fight easy as despite his size, the earthquake was fast enough to get Don some injuries. Still he got the upper hand at some point and sent duel down here where he could feel all the powerful presence gathered. Leon, you. Don, now, this is a 4 versus 1, quite unfair isn't it? Don observed the three standing opponents. Glass Sword was glaring at him with murderous intent and rage. Leon was healing himself and Dino showed a rare surprised expression. Dino, this guy is no joke. Don, so you were really here, how annoying, I don't want to fight you yet, Dino. Dino, huh? Why is he looking at me like ugh? Suddenly, a sharp pain accompanied with a distant memory made its way to Dino's mind. He couldn't properly see what that memory said. But in the flash of an instant, he saw Veldanava standing in front of him, stretching his arm toward his eyes, before muttering a few silent words. Dino, what was that? Don, you let your guard down, sleeping ruler. Dino, ah. Without emotion, or rather with a mix of sadness and unworthiness, Don made his way to Dino with killing intent. Though it was only the exterior shell, as Don didn't intend to kill Dino, Shinexalia was brought out shielded as he landed a heavy blow right in Dino's abdomen. Don, first sword, Europa. The fallen angel's body curved, Dino cried in pain, a rare unsettling pain that made his mind shift off for an instant before he found himself crumbing into the wall. He couldn't guess how far he was sent off but that made it clear, Don was much faster than he could react, even if he was distracted. Don, now it's just you two left. Glass Sword, so the rumors were true, you sure look tough. Don, and you look more bland than a skeleton. Glass Sword, you piece of sh. Without warning, Don traveled through space and tried to land yet another blow but to his surprise, Glass Sword reacted and caught his blade with both his large hands. Don, oh. Glass Sword, oi oi, that's not very knightly, attacking when the enemy is talking. Don, your brother duel did the same thing, I guess same soul, same cowardly. Their eyes locking, a silent rage filled the ambient air. At the same time, duel tried to get up but Don wasn't having any of this. He lifted his leg and stomped down heavily, the ground broke another layer as duel coughed out saliva. Duel, arg. Don, well, as much as I want to keep this fight going, I accomplished my goal, it's time to leave. But unexpectedly, Don retracted himself, he jumped back and stood in the air right above his enemies. Glass Sword, running away now. Don, you could say that but. His hand quietly caressed the hilt of Shinexalia, his gaze stayed on Glass Sword before in the split of an instant, he had unsheathed his sword before returning it to its scabbard. A single instantaneous slash which went in to slice Glass Sword's light arm, without anyone noticing. Glass Sword, huh? Don, don't misunderstand. His voice dripping in low venom, he unleashed the potent hero haki to a toxic level for the demon lords, while Glass Sword and duel were actually wholly born from the original Titan Ashura. For them, Don's aura just appeared to be a hyper-condensed ball of magicule blinded with killing intent. But for the like of Leon, he held his throat feeling his mind being torn apart, only now he realized the gap of strength, a rift similar to the one that separates himself with the likes of Guy Crimson and Malim Nava. Don, you are still alive not because I can't kill you, but because I allowed it. With those last words, Don started to fly away but this was far from the end, he stopped on his track when a spike of magicule rose from below. Looking back, he saw duel slowly getting up, his eyes red of rage, his body covered in a blue aura bursting his surroundings away. The ground barely kept up with his power. Don, oh. duel, you think I'll let you get away after all this? Don, can you stop me? Only the winner gets to decide on the end result, after all. duel, you crossed a line today, I'll definitely kill you now. Don, what is death to fate? Before he could finish another random quote, his vision turned dark, but rather than losing consciousness, his eyes were just overshadowed by something much larger than his field of vision. That being de Gruel's hand, he jumped up and rushed right at Dawn. His hand grabbed the hero's face without care. His wrist twisted up as he applied an world-shattering pressure on Dawn's skull. Thunderous spark of magicule shocked and devastated the land. De Gruel, die. Lifting his arm upward with Dawn still in his hold, de Gruel intended to throw him down with all his strength, but before that could happen, Dawn spun his leg and jabbed it into the Titan's ribs. De Gruel, you think that's enough? No answer was needed. Dawn grabbed the Titan's arm and used it as support to send another kick at the same spot as before. His legs dancing, after the third blow, de Gruel was forced to let go. Dawn, your hand stinks. De Gruel, he is hurting something deeper than the soul. Each of his blows are menaces. Dawn, well, you know the quote, an eyes for an eyes. Without taking out his sword, he rose his hand and took a fighting stance, that further provoked de Gruel, as a swordsman not unsheathing his sword just meant that his opponent couldn't bring out the best of his ability. De Gruel, I'll definitely crush you. His power further destroyed Damargania. Their fight had yet to end, while those strong enough felt the clash of their power. UPOV. I quickly ran through the barren land, with both Horizon and Eleanor's body, but as soon as I arrived at the outpost where I settled both of them down, the sky started to turn grim, as if a storm was forming. The clouds were all being aspired toward where Dawn-san was fighting. The aura that emanated from there was devastating even here, hundreds of miles away. The wind was turning violent, and despite being in the middle of the day, the clouds were menacingly dark, covering a part of the west. This is a fight between catastrophe. Eleanor, what's happening? Hearing the familiar voice, I spun around and immediately went to Eleanor's side. We were ambushed, though Dawn-san came up and helped me get away with both of you. Eleanor, I see, sorry, they suddenly bumped in, I didn't have the time to react. It's fine, something tells me that Dawn-san knew this was going to happen. Is he after the Heaven's Gate? This was weird how he suddenly went off to fight de Gruel alone. His sensory ability is way better than mine or Eleanor's. It's impossible that he didn't notice the other menace. He also didn't need us to begin with. That means, he used us to get Horizon out, so he could stay there himself and engage the fight. Is this really what happened? He predicted that Eleanor alone wouldn't be enough, and I was the only choice left that had the intelligence and ability to get away. Knight, Lady Eleanor. Lady Yu. We have an urgent message from Rubrios. What? Knight, the war broke down with the Eastern Empire. An army of several hundred ships and unidentified aircraft weapons are currently traversing the ocean. What? This early? No. Dawn-san and de Gruel's fight has already reached a point where the entire world must know about it. Everything broke down at the same time. We can't stay here any longer. Eleanor, get Horizon and we'll leave for the north coast right now. Eleanor, yes. Third POV. At the same time, several actions throughout the entire world happened. Tempest, who was reaching the end of its festival, were taken aback where the goblin rider working outside the city to patrol the forest noticed an entire army grinding toward Tempest. Not only there, in the bay down at the southeast part of the continent, the army of Eldorado could be seen arriving. Their direction was the peak of Demon Lord Malim's territory, being tasked with the duty of separating Malim Nava from Tempest by causing havoc in her territory. The heavens were starting to crack too as Armageddon was activated. Throughout heaven and earth, the Tenma War, the final battle has started. Taking all by surprise, the recent peace instaured by Tempest was now gone. But amidst all this, the true danger appeared somewhere else, on top of Malim's domain, where several Dragonute watched as the sky lit up. A rift appeared behind them. The rift slowly expanded before reality shattered like glass. A young woman with long white hair and crystal-like eyes walked out. She wore a long snow-like robe. Her skin was paler than any vampire. The aura she excluded instantly made those around her vanish. Varja, the game has finally started. The World Destroyer's main body being still sealed, Evarge with the help of the author came out as a mere clone. Most of her powers were sealed, probably around 2% could be brought out. Still, the dread that followed her started to rot away the entire mountain she was standing on. The final actor has also arrived. Third POV. In the Jura Tempest Federation, the ruler of the monster Rimuru Tempest looked up at the grayish sky. Cracks seemed to form with each passing moment. It was truly an apocalyptic sight. Rimuru, Raphael, what is happening? Raphael, notice, from all the records registered, this is what people have been calling the Great Tenma War, a 500-long cycle that began with the invasion of millions of angels. The slime's eyes narrowed as at the same time, the report of some goblin riders came in. The Eastern Empire has sent an army. Several airships of modest size and one larger. On top of that, the scorched dragon Velgrind could be seen in her dragon form. This was the Imperial convoy. The heroic emperor was directly on the battlefield. Because of that, Rimuru had to cut short the festival and held an emergency meeting. Contrary to the joyful atmosphere they previously had, the meeting room was ice cold as silent tension threatened to explode. Rimuru, now that everyone is here, let's get straight to the point. Taking his seat after observing the sky, Rimuru wasn't like his usual carefree self. The Falmouth War was still recent in his memory. Now the Eastern Empire was being a threat even greater than Falmouth. He didn't want to lose anyone like before. Benimaru, the Empire has sent quite the force toward our border. The confrontation is inevitable. Rimuru, how much time before they reach us? Sui, at best in a few hours. It seems they have been preparing for this war for quite some time now. The room grew quiet. Such a thing was happening while they enjoyed a festival. Even if it was sudden and unannounced, they still felt regretful. Vesta, if I may, I have received some communication from another nation. Now all the attention was on the scientific. He had a crystal ball of communication with him that displayed multiple reports from the west. Vesta, Rubrios has engaged in a war on the Northern Ocean. They are at quite the disadvantage because of another incident. The hero Don Arcead is currently in the holy void of Damargania fighting the demon Lord de Grol. The end of his sentence was followed by a heavy shake of the ground, a seemingly earthquake along the rising spike of two dreadful aura coming from the furthest west. Rimuru, Raphael. Raphael, notice, this is most likely the ongoing fight between Dawn and demon Lord de Grol. Rimuru, Rubrios engaged in a full-out war on two sides, the Great Tenma War suddenly happening, the Eastern Empire coming for us as well. What in the world is happening? The situation was getting more and more confusing as the second passed. It was hard to make a correct decision when everything broke at the same time. Vesta, from this instant, we know for a fact that Dworgen and the sorcery dynasty of Sarian are sending troops to support Rubrios. Rimuru, I see. Where is Malim by the way? She suddenly left earlier. This was something odd too. In the middle of the festivity, the so childish Malim grew serious and flew off without a word. Her face showed a rare serious expression. Ramaris, I can answer that. Raising her hand to gain all the attention, Ramaris explained how a sudden destructive presence appeared in Malim's domain. It seems Malim got worried for her people and flew back with Fry and Carrion following shortly after. Rimuru, well Malim should be fine. Ramaris, yes, no need of worrying for her besides no, we should get ready to welcome the Imperial force. This energy coming from Malim's domain, it was really terrifying, but I can't let Rimuru worry over that in such dire situations. Ramaris knew how bad the situation would turn if Rimuru, the leader of this place, started setting his mind on several matters at the same time. The Eastern Empire cannot be underestimated. Malim is among the strongest beings in the entire cardinal world. She can handle her problem on her own for now. Rimuru, yes, everyone, get ready for the war in Veldora. Veldora, yes. Rimuru, you seem awfully quiet, do you have something to say? Veldora, well it's about my older sister. Rimuru, MMH. Did something happen to Velzard-san? Veldora let out a dry cough. Sure, his relationship with Velzard improved a tiny bit, but the same couldn't be said for his other sister. His finger curled nervously. Veldora, no. My second sister, Velgrind the Scorched Dragon, is with the Empire. Rimuru, oh yes, are you scared of her? Veldora, what? Me, scared? Never. I mean, just a little bit. His body shook heavily under the eyes of all. The Spirit Queen could only sigh in exasperation and answer in his stride. Ramaris, because of Veldora's childish nature, he was often educated/tortured by his two sisters. Now he is traumatized. Rimuru, is it that bad? Shizue, when you see how merciless Dawn-san is, I can understand that he was taught by Velzard-san. Ramaris nodded. This sure was breaking down the mystical veil around the legendary true dragon kind. Rimuru, maybe you should stay here to protect the city, Veldora. Veldora, no. Not expecting his refusal, Rimuru jolted and looked up at him weirdly. Rimuru, huh? Why? Veldora, I'm not dumb, Rimuru, I know how bad the situation is, so let me fight. If I can be of use, I even fight with my big sister. His sudden maturity surprised everyone, particularly Ramaris, who always saw him as a small child with teenage syndrome. Rimuru, I see, then let's include you too. I can't be picky in this situation. A map materialized on the table. It showed the entirety of the cardinal world in picture frame with the face of their allies and enemies plastered on their respective location. Rimuru, has Rubrios requested help? Vesta, no, Rimuru-sama. Shizue, I wasn't even called back, so I doubt Tempest needs to send help for now. Rimuru, then they should manage. Let's focus on our side for now. Send the immediate order for all the inhabitants of Tempest to evacuate into the labyrinth. Giving out his first directive, as Rimuru-like as it is, he prioritizes his citizens' safety. A ruler without his people is crownless. Rigard, yes. I'll go carry this order right away. Being the Goblin King, he had the easiest way to inform all the citizens and quickly get them to move. Rigard got up and left the meeting room first. Rimuru, now, I want the entire army mobilized. Geld's yellow number shall be split into two groups. The first will protect our capital and the other will join the offense. Geld, hi. Rimuru, the Kurenai squad, Gabiru's aerial battle team and the remaining of our army shall directly meet the Imperial troops near the border. Let's take the battle as far as possible from this city. All, yes. No one dared to even question Rimuru's words, as for all believed in their leader. Ramaris, I shall stay in the labyrinth and keep everyone safe. Rimuru, please do so, Ramaris, and you Veldora, you'll come with me along with the rest of the army. Veldora, if you say so. Benimaru, wait Rimuru-sama. Are you planning on going to the battlefield yourself? Rimuru turned toward him and nodded. Benimaru, I can't allow that, as the general it's my duty to lead the army while yours is to lead us. Rimuru, Benimaru, the citizens will be safe in the labyrinth, we need to get done with the Empire first before the sky fully breaks and the angel invasion begins. Benimaru, that's. Rimuru, you know, I realized how flawed my way of thinking was, while interacting with the like of Luminous, Velzard or Dawn, they got me to think a lot. Shizue, you sure grew up to be a fine leader, Slime-san. What he had gotten from all those encounters was that, the ruler, the king of a nation isn't just the final rampart. He is the main sword and shield for his people, the citizens trust him to protect and slay them, Rimuru isn't weak. He is strong, very strong, yet because of his status, he had to hide in Tempest waiting for his army to fight a war against a much stronger being. The heroic emperor, Rudranamal Nazca is on the battlefield, how could he stay still in such a situation? Rimuru, I won't let anyone die under my watch, clean hands won't achieve anything, I would rather abandon than let my people die in such a way. His speech managed to move the heart of the monsters present, Benimaru could only nod and sit down understanding his lord's motivation. Even the primordial demons were impressed by Rimuru's display of leadership, this was his conclusion, how he wanted to develop Tempest. Testarossa, this was a beautiful milord, but I also have a small report to give. Rimuru, yes, Tetsa. Testarossa, there are two people who wanted to meet milord, I haven't found the right time to introduce them, so allow me to apologize for that. By the end of her words, the door opened and two humans entered, a woman and a man, they were pretty familiar to Rimuru and the other people here. Flora, I would like to formally introduce myself to the ruler of the monster, my name is Flora Ada Florence, and my companion is Lucas Schwartz, we both are members of the Genesis Knight of Rubrios. Bowing gracefully, Flora introduced herself while Lucas tried to follow while struggling. Rimuru, you are Don Kuin's right arm, what are you still doing here when Rubrios is in such a crisis? Flora, this is a direct order from my master, I was tasked to hunt down all the looming threats in Tempest. Rimuru, looming threat. Flora nodded, her head still down as she could feel the deadly gaze of all of Rimuru's subordinates, they were studying her every move, surely smelling the strong scent of blood all around her. Flora, yes, if you may come, Sir Masayuki. Rimuru, Masayuki. I wanted to have dinner with him but the festival was cut short. As Flora asked, the lighting hero Masayuki entered the room with a conflicted look, there was betrayal, fear, and sadness mixed. He walked in quietly and stood in front of all with guilt and the first words he pronounced were apologies. Masayuki, I'm really sorry. His words were accompanied by a 90-degree bow, he was sincere with his words. Rimuru, what did you do? Flora, allow me to explain, two of Sir Masayuki's teammates namely Jiwoo and Bernie were spies for the Eastern Empire. Placing her hand over her chest, she gave a glare at the lighting hero, as for Rimuru, he was once again reminded how the Eastern Empire has been preparing for decades now, even before Tempest's birth. Rimuru, I see. Behind him and on the chair, some of Rimuru's people were leaking murderous intent directed toward Masayuki. However, he realized how bad the situation was and the fact that he brought in some spies, he wasn't planning to run away from his responsibility. Masayuki, Flora-san has already dealt with them, I know I did something unforgivable and I won't run away from any punishment. He kept his head low, he seemed even a bit traumatized, the reason unknown to everyone beside Testarossa who this time was the one who assisted Flora. Since those two spies, Jiwoo and Bernie, were elite soldiers from the Empire, they couldn't take them lightly, Flora also wanted to get everything from them. So right in front of Masayuki and his other teammate Jinrai, Ada had mentally destroyed both spies and directly brought Masayuki here in this meeting. This is why he was still shaken from what he saw and hurt by his friend's betrayal. Rimuru, seriously, so what are you planning to do now, Flora-san? Flora, I'm to help Tempest in the incoming war, it isn't notified yet but the Empire has sent another hidden force waiting for Tempest's defense to weaken. Benimaru, what? Flora's eyes landed on the map, as she carefully approached the table and placed her finger on a spot near the southeast of the Jura forest, near Malim's new expanded territory. Flora, I don't know all the details but was directly ordered even before the war started, right now a special corps with several other worlders and enlightened humans are hidden around there to take over the Tempest, more specifically the Labyrinth. Diablo, wait a moment, you said you were aware of the incoming war and didn't notify us beforehand. His crimson iris directly pierced the black-haired woman's soul, she coldly looked back hoping that no one would catch on that. Flora, I repeat myself but I don't know the full details, but can you really try to blame me over something that most should know? Diablo, you. He turned quiet as it was obvious that a war was coming. It was just Tempest who were too engrossed in their founding festival. By no means, it was unpredictable, just the timing was too sudden. Testarossa, there is no need to be hostile toward Miss Flora, she is here to help after all. Shuna, I agree, the situation won't advance at this rate, I know I won't be delayed on the front line but still. Shizue, I'm kind of an outsider too but I can vouch for Flora, as a friend and a representative for Rubrios. Rimuru, I agree, I can trust Rubrios that much but are you sure, Miss Flora? Shouldn't you help your own country first? Flora shook her head, her gaze fell off toward the large window behind Rimuru, the sky was darker than before. Lighting seems to be roaring through the cloud, a purple shade of veil mixing along the originally dark blue sky. Flora, Rubrios's force are more powerful than what people think of, Tempest is our last barrier from a direct confrontation with the Empire, if you fall we fall too. Rimuru, we are the last wall, I guess this is what everyone in the West was expecting from us. Flora, Lord Rimuru, my master Don Arcead trust you, he believes you will come out the winner from this war, so please accept our help. The slime opened his mouth only to close it right after, he looked down lost in thought, just the time he needed to talk with Raphael. Before reaching a conclusion, his fist tightened as he looked around the room, earning nods from his previous comrade and friends. Rimuru, fine, we shall put everything on the line to push the Empire back, Flora-san can I let you protect Tempest in my stead? Flora, yes, I swear under my name and my master's that no one shall set foot in Tempest before you return. Rimuru, good, now everyone. Get ready, we have a war to win. All, hi. Toward the north coast of Rubrios, a chaotic battle drenched with blood and magicule. The ocean was starting to gain a tint of red from all the death, floating ships armed with cannon on the water and flying battle places dominating the sky. The Empire was formidable and Rubrios were barely keeping it together, furthermore, none of the Genesis Knights or their strongest cadre were present. It was a desperate situation, and you had to face that as she arrived on the scene as fast as she could. When she arrived, thousands were already gone to the afterlife, a heavy rain poured down as several magical circles formed in the sky before destroying some of Rubrio's ships. This is hell. Eleanor, we need to raise up the morale first, I'll go set Horizon somewhere and go for the south side. Yes, don't hold back, we have to reduce the Imperial force a maximum before they reach closer. Nodding to each other, both rushed off on their own path, was feeling sick at the displaying massacre. She wondered where the Ice Dragon Velzard, Luminous Valentine were, they should be here in such a situation but none were present. Yu's eyes narrowed as she got to her destination, hundreds of injured knights trying to recover as another barrage of magic were getting ready to be fried. TCH, I have to get rid of the coming ships first. While the battleships coming from the maritime way were slow, the airships were advancing rapidly and dozens of mages were present in them. Activation. Darkest shade. Tentacles made of shadow started coming from the ocean, they rose up to the sky and grabbed the airship's wings before tearing them apart. Amidst the confusion of what just happened, you kept going as several more ships fell before her unique skill. Her eyes shook as the pressure sent on her body was unprecedented, with limited magicule and power, she could only do that much before starting to feel her mind and body collapse. Ugh. Knight, miss. Was it you who just summoned those pillars of darkness? Yeah, my name is a Genesis Knight, I'm here to take command over the north side. Knight, yes. Right away, please follow me. The knight was just a young lad who watched some of his seniors die. He jumped on the first hope he could see, hoping that he could help in this war. Give me a quick report on our casualties, also no need for an emergency meeting, tell all the captains to stay strong on their post and retreat for a defensive formation, I shall enact the offense by myself. Knight, yes ma'am. The young knight didn't expect such authority coming from such a girl, this might really be the hope this battle needs right now. And so the young knight ran off and soon enough, Rubrio started to counter the enemy's offensive, all troops formed a barrage to block the path and stop any incoming danger. While you tried her best sinking several more ships, it was starting to get really straining on her body as she fell on a knee holding her head in pain. The grunt she let out was filled with suffering and blood, yet she couldn't see the end of the enemy's waves. I messed up, are they purposely coming in timed waves to tire me off? 3 no maybe 4 more minutes before I run out. She clenched her fist and gritted her teeth, her finger curled strongly over her face, her eyes were burning and her vision was filled with a deep blur. But her dismay was yet to start as yet another ship started to fly toward her, she tried to cast another pillar of shadow but a bright light directly dispelled her skill. Wah. Then another bright light shone from above, it was a holy light spell that you knew very well. Disintegration. Her eyes widened as she tried to dodge it but her body failed to obey, she was stuck as her legs shook menacing to break. Foo. On the flying ship, an old man was looking down on her, he was the Imperial Mage Gadra and former priest of Rubrios, a companion of Adelman. He who was betrayed by the 7-day clergy was here to take revenge for his friend Adelman. Gadra, you youngsters are way too powerful nowadays, anyway this is the end, disintegration. His cold and merciless words activated a large structure above the battlefield. If compared to Hinata, this disintegration was on a whole other level. It was covering a major part of the battlefield, ready to destroy everything on its path. You looked hopeless, her life flashed in front of her eyes, her short yet so long life, the moment she opened her eyes in another world. When she was abandoned by her parents and then adopted by a kind man, the goal she had set herself after going through her mother's legacy. Her determination, how she came back to the cardinal world, how she joined the men she wanted to call her father, all this sparkled in front of her in a series of flash. No. This won't end here. Contracting every single muscle composing her body, you cried in rage, her magicule went wild as whiteness started to spread around her hair. It wasn't completely off but her appearance changed drastically, but what truly startled the crowd was the blue light forming around her chest area. It seemed to come out of her heart as you herself didn't know what it was. This was a ray of hope, and what you had forgotten. Be gone. She instinctively stretched her hand toward the magical structure forming disintegration. Gadra watched in fascination as everything seemed to change. It was purely divine, his magic, his power seemed to be vanishing on sight. A burst of power brushed off Gadra and blasted off into nothingness the ship he was standing on. The old Imperial Mage had more than half of his body burned off to crypts. He couldn't understand the phenomenon that just happened. It was just like a natural order that protected you. I did it. Her body finally collapsed. She fell down on her arm while panting. Her heart was burning and her body was set in several symptoms. Fever and nausea were running her mind wild. Still she succeeded in saving everyone. The attack she just performed managed to earn some time before the next wave. At this point 1/4 of the Empire force should be gone. That power just now, was that? She tried to stay put, she couldn't fall yet but her exhaustion caught on as she blacked out. Falling down face first, the knights who just witnessed her power didn't dare move, they were too stunned to act. However, despite her action meant to save them, some were looking at the collapsed girl with fear and anxiety. Knight, isn't she suspicious? How can someone like that be in Rubrios? Knight 2, yeah. Where was she earlier? My friends all died. Knight 3, and her hair. Miss you has black hair. Not white. She must be an imposter. Comment and doubt spread it around the northern part of the battlefield, some were even considering killing off a potential threat. But before they could take action, the one she was supposed to kill came back. Gadra rose up in the sky, his body burnt to the bone. He was regenerating a part of his body as if he was an undead, his eyes menacingly stared down toward Rubrios's knights. Gadra, that power, it got me good. But it won't work a second time. He searched for you and found her unconscious. This hit a nerve as he started laughing madly. Gadra, too bad you won't even witness your own death. His hand shone brightly as a fire and holy spell were conjured. They started fusing, leading to the creation of a mystical fire ready to turn its target into ashes. It quickly closed the distance between himself and you, intending to assert a fatal blow, but as the flames hit the ground, you was nowhere to be seen. No, instead she was several meters in the air, being carried by someone. Gadra, who? The man turned around, with an ice glare, his features were sharper than before, he stood tall while landing further away. Horizon, an old man trying to hunt a young lady, how disgusting. Gadra, you are that lad that managed to fight against Demon Lord de Grohl. Horizon, well I'm actually older than you, how shameful someone like you never managed to achieve a saint body. Still carrying you in his arm, Horizon thought about fighting but decided against it after seeing the state of the battlefield. He couldn't give his all, his body was also recovering. Horizon, no, who am I trying to fool, running away isn't an option. Settling the girl down, he unsheathed his sword, Weiss, and got ready to fight, the Imperial Mage Gadra who had now fully recovered. UPOV. Everything was dark, so dark and cold, I felt lonely and scared. Where was I? Who was I? I couldn't remember anything while the ground below me crumbled, thousands of hands started spreading toward me. Trying to catch and take me into that hole of despair, I could feel myself shattering over and over. You are nothing. A silent voice came flirting behind my ear. I felt a chill down my spine as I tried to turn around but nothing, my body felt so foreign at that moment. At the end I was just a little girl who cried, who was alone facing the unknown. You are useless, die, you aren't needed in this world, you are nothing. The same voice came to haunt me again, he swirled around me, a body made of bug and purple/pinkish halo. He wasn't something alive or dead, he was just a thing. Author, you are an anomaly, you have to die for the sake of the world. I. My hair slowly turned white, my emotion became even more unstable, I was you. No Mirai, I was also just someone. Mirai, I'm. The hands below started reaching out for my body, it quickly spread from my legs to my wrist before attacking my arm. It was totally absorbing me and I had no will to resist. My eyes looked down as a constant flux of voice started overflowing my ears. I was nothing, I was useless, I need to die for the world. It kept repeating over and over, there was no light, no hope, only darkness here, a darkness I cannot beat. I am scared, should I just die? And no, I still want to live but maybe. Mirai, I'm N. You are Mirai Virion. My eyes widened as I looked up, my vision was illuminated as a bright light started chasing the darkness away. I was completely washed while the author was still hanging desperately at my neck. Mirai, why you? But what shocked me the most was the appearance the light took, a woman with slender features, someone I knew so well yet so little. Mirai, mother. Memories started flooding in as I saw the woman I wanted to meet so badly. I wanted to hug her, talk to her but my body just wouldn't budge. Not exactly but we are definitely closer than what you think. Mirai, huh? What do you mean? Don't worry Mirai, everything will be fine, because... Her last few words were blurred, as if censored. I couldn't begin to understand what was happening when the light started fading away. Our time is up, we'll meet again Mirai. Mirai, wait. At least tell me your name, huh? Remember, you are the one who named me after all. The figure smiled before totally fading. I stood there before the control of my body came back. I turned my head to look around, wondering if this was the afterlife, but it felt way too unreal. The words of that figure resonated within my ears again. Mirai, I am Mirai Virion, yes, I am me. I remember everything, the war is ongoing, I fought until exhaustion, now I need to wake up. I need to fight, there is still someone I want to talk to after the war, this can't be the end. I finally made my resolve. I know what I truly want. All this time, I thought my purpose was to eliminate the author for my father's sake, but, no, I'm much more selfish. Mirai, huh? What are those memories? Suddenly, I felt another spang of flashes spread across my mind. Foreign and unknown memories made way to my brain. Those were memories of a world where nothing of what I know happened. I ate, laughed, and played with my parents. I was the princess of a dukedom. I was happy and smiling. Mirai, what is this? A lone tear ran down my cheek. Perhaps this was my desire. Yes, I'm just a selfish girl who wants to finally spend time with her only family. I wanted to run away from all this and live in peace, but knew that I couldn't. The only solution left was to fight and win. Mirai, huh? And finally, as the last strand of those foreign memories flashed, I saw myself curled into a ball, crying for help. Before cutting down, I was left silent at the unexpected sight. It was too real to be a simple hallucination. What was I really? Who was Mirai Virion? Third POV. Those were her memories of the original reality, the world where Dawn/Origin never altered, a beautiful yet sad fate. A reality that only two people could remember. Those were Mirai herself and Dawn Arcead still fighting against Duel. He flew up in the sky, crashed into the land and split the ocean as both Hero and Titan destroyed everything on their path. Dawn, you are here, huh? His mind dozed off as his body started moving on its own. His consciousness found itself in another space, his mindscape in a place devoid of any color. In front of him was the perfect replica of the sole woman he had ever truly loved, Catherine Wisdom. But inside was another being, someone much greater. Your words from back then, are you still pledging the same mentality? Dawn, yes, good. The voice faded away immediately after. Dawn stared at the empty space while remembering the same words he pronounced before raising his blade against fate. Dawn, I'm ready to sacrifice the world for my daughter, but I'm also ready to sacrifice myself for the world. The world needed Mirai dead, but Dawn couldn't accept such fate. If there was a future he wanted to create, an ending he wanted to see was the one where his daughter would be the happiest. Dawn, I sacrificed our past to pave her future. All the memories of Mirai living a happy and normal life before losing all, he deleted all that to make a reality where she could live. But all this was possible only because of that figure that just left. Dawn, I thank you for making this all possible, Manus, fate. The truth behind the original reality, Origin never reincarnated, he died after taking over the Avirian Duchy. He married Catherine Wisdom. They had a beautiful daughter known as Mirai, but later everything was destroyed. Mirai was left all alone adventuring. Eventually she would shake the entire world, because her sole presence would alter the very foundation of Tensura's story. The author wanted to avoid that. In reality, he didn't want to influence the story so it could reach the ending he wanted. No, for him Tensura's canon ending was the best, and he wanted that, but Mirai's existence would ultimately ruin it. That's why the author got rid of her, and before Mirai could even reach down to the start of Tensura, when Rimuru reincarnated, she died by the hand of the author. Mirai Virion wasn't just anyone, she was the true hero holding the ultimate skill, Lord of Fate, Dahlia, who was later named Manus, Fate by the same girl. But even with that power, Mirai felt crushed by her own darkness. She crumbled and cried. At the very core she was still a young girl who needed her parents. When the author influenced the scenario to get rid of her, she fell into the deepest pit of despair, losing all the people she held dear. At the end, she curled into a ball hoping for all to end. She didn't want to die, just that someone would end her suffering, someone who would save her. And that influenced Manas, fate to act. The power of a Manas is bottomless, coupled with the deep love that her father held toward her. Fate entangled everything to make her master's wish come true. Mirai Virion was the master of fate, Manas. Fate was the one who shall make her wish come true, and Dawn Arceid is the true hero chosen by fate. Dawn, I am the villain. I stated that I would stop the author from getting the ending he wanted, but that same ending was the right thing. It's just me who selfishly wanted my daughter to live. Coming back to reality, Daw's eyes grew cold as he observed the rash and avid movement of Demon Lord Degrol. Dawn, that's right, at the end, I'm the one who is ready to crave the entire world for her sake. His arm glowing wild as he finally stopped the fist fight and reached for Shinexalia. Dawn, are you ready, partner? Shinexalia, yes, everything is ready. Dawn, good, then let's start the last dance. Unseen throughout the line of fate, the ultimate power that Dawn himself used more than he could, the power to change the very past to affect the future. The ultimate art in his arsenal, a power that he recovered once coming back from the past, the skill that shall compensate for his world system skill. Dawn, Fate Paradox. The tragic defeat that Rubrios was forced to take, was rewritten. You who had arrived to the northern coast was killed by Gadra's first disintegration. But at that moment, Dawn's Fate Paradox changed that fate leading her to live. Horizon suddenly waking up was also the string of fate being pulled together. This single moment would influence the past, the present and the future. As all unveiled, Dawn was well aware of everything that was happening around the world beside the chaotic destruction that was unfolding in Malim's domain. The despair that was covering the north coast would soon be washed as Velzard finally departed from Rubrios. With Shu and Kiri on her back, her dragon form terrified the heavens as soon enough that simple fate paradox was going to shamble the entire war. Third POV. On top of the city of the Forgotten Dragon being Malim's domain, the world dragon Evarage, or now known as Varja, sat there calmly. Her dreadful aura has already extinguished every source of life in the mountain, vegetation seemed to be burning, souls were destroyed into nothingness, and the sky itself was falling apart there. Varja, a strong aura is approaching. Is it Dawn Arceid? No, it's someone else. Looking up, she could see a pinkish deadly aura that wreaked destruction approaching. It was so fast that it gazed through the sky for an instant before landing right in front of Varja. The land shook heavily as a part of the mountain was blown away upon Demon Lord Malim Nava's arrival. She had realized the danger that Varja posed and came here as fast as she noticed. The rage plastered on her face was because Malim saw all her followers being erased. Literally, this being that just appeared took the life of those who cared for her for hundreds of years. Malim, you. Varja, you are powerful, but not enough. Her gaze was uninterested. Varja was a mindless beast up until now. All she had was instinct, and she knew from sight that Malim wouldn't be enough to make it worth it. Her expectations were high too, and Varja had only two real targets, one being Dawn and the other being Mirai. All the others are just side dishes. Malim, how dare you? Varja, oh. Malim's magicule were growing up quickly. It was getting to an unmeasurable level. Her face was totally overshadowed, leaving nothing but a beast of destruction second only to Ivarj herself. But something had to trigger an even greater anger, a pure wrath that shall awaken the individual known as Malim Nava. And that was Fry, Malim. Fry and Carrion, both former Demon Lord, had followed Malim when she suddenly departed from Tempest. The reason they were still alive was because of Malim herself. Her destructive aura managed to push off Varja world-ending power. Both of them clashed and nullified each other. The big problem was that Malim was in an enraged state while Varja was just standing there. Things were looking dim, and upon seeing Fry and Carrion, who were nothing but pasture, Varja annihilated them. Malim, huh? In the split of an instant, where even Malim Nava, the destroyer, couldn't react, a large explosion occurred in the sky. She slowly turned around as the horrific scene of Frey's body being blown away. Her face was showing concern for Malim, as the harpy herself didn't realize her own state. Carrion was in a similar position, their bodies being disintegrated, starting from their core and all the way to their edge. Varja, who had moved through space, was just staring at the decomposing bodies with empty eyes. Her two arms were barely touching Carrion and Fry. Varja, how weak. Malim was too stunned to move. Her pupils were shaking, voice and memories flashed in her mind in a rapid series. A single feather of Faye's wings fell down, as if it was the last keepsake the Harpy Queen wanted to give to Malim. The Dragonoid instinctively reached out her hand to grab whatever was left of her friend, but even that was too much. The feather slowly rotted purple before being erased. Right in front of Malim, when it was in her reach, she lost everything again, the silent rage that she had kept in her for 2,000 years. The power of her skill, Satinal, the sins of wrath were once again unleashed. Malim screamed. She screamed so loudly as tears flowed uncontrollably on her cheeks. Her consciousness and rationality broke into pieces as her appearance adapted to her state. A large horn grew on her forehead. She first entered her battle form before reaching a whole new appearance. Her skin grew in armor wreaking destruction, her hair flew off along the wind, her eyes blank before earning a more crazy mindless look. Varja, this is Stampede Mode, the ultimate form of Malim that incarnate destruction and wrath itself. In this form Malim has no notion of rationality, she radiated pure destruction that won't stop until everything is gone. In a way she wasn't much different from Varja now. Malim, ha ha ha. Alone an insane laugh, that was all Malim gave before releasing her powerful aura, for the second time since the war started. The world was shaken totally. From the further west of the continent to the east, 3 of the strongest beings were going out with their unbalanced power. Affection for the flow of reality itself, and this was also the first time Varja felt something. Varja, is this excitement? I can't understand yet, but are those emotions? Being new to emotion and all that made her a proper living being, Varja starred in fascination at Malim. She might truly enjoy a first fight ever since she had gained a mind of her own. East border of the Jura forest, the Imperial army could be seen approaching the border. But at the same time, they had to halt down their march as a large magical formation appeared in the sky. It fell down onto the ground before presenting Tempest's force. Over 500,000 in total appeared under this teleportation spell. Kijin, ogres, goblins, lizardmen or orcs, there were all kinds of different species standing in a military line ready to receive the Empire. But unexpectedly, Tempest wasn't the only one present here. The Tengu battle race were flying over the sky as if waiting for them. Many other races part of the Jura forest were all here to support the monster nation. Rimuru flew up there. He was the only one standing in the middle of the formation, standing while analyzing the situation. Rimuru, we are severely outnumbered. Raphael, notice, the Eastern Empire's force is estimated to be at a total of 2 million a soldier, present on the current battlefield are 800 of 1,000s. Rimuru, what is the difference in quality? Raphael, analysis done, more than half of the present soldiers are enlightened beings, compared with Tempest current's form, winning chances are at 20 to 80% for the Empire. The war happened so suddenly. While Tempest is a lot stronger than they originally were, they still haven't received the proper souls and evolution to increase their winning chance. The situation was looking dire. The Eastern Empire had the number advantage, the quality advantage, they were geared with tanks and airships, and on top of that, the menacing red Eastern-like dragon floating around. It was probably the most important detail as its sheer power was enough to shake the confidence that Tempest previously had. Rimuru, can we even win this? He looked behind, carefully studying his people's expression. None of them were confident beside the primordials and the demon under them. Still none dared to betray their master's expectation and stood proud, their head lifted waiting for the fight to happen. Rimuru, let's do this everyone. I have a single order, don't die, fight and live. We'll meet again at the after-war banquet. All, hi. Thunderous clouds cladded the dark sky as the barren land was reduced to nothing but a death land without life. The giant race who has been ruling those lands for millennia were all gone beside those part of the holy titan Ashura. Dawn and Duel were still fighting. The intensity of their blows were blowing holes into the sky and shattering the lands, destroying whatever ecosystem is left in those rotten lands. Dawn, it's about time. Shinexalia in hand, he made sure to not slice up Duel. The weapon blade known as Shinexalia was capable of that much after all. The reason he kept fighting when it lost most of its purpose after the war started is that the war need to go as he expected it. Dawn, huh? That aura, is that Malim Nava? Why is she suddenly entering berserk mode? But things couldn't just be right. Feeling the intense rage from the destroyer, Dawn froze up and turned around to stare at the direction where Malim was. This was when he finally noticed the most destructive and chaotic aura present in the world, a presence Dawn knew way too well. Dawn, Varj. His body shook in anger and fear. Such big fish couldn't appear yet. Something must have gone wrong with his plan. The problem is that even the Lord of Fate couldn't give him a proper answer. Duel, looking away now. As Dawn got lost in his thoughts, Duel came up from behind and asserted a heavy punch right on the side of the hero's face. His head snapped heavily left as he didn't move an inch from the blow. Duel's fist stuck in his cheek. The demon lord felt something was wrong the moment Dawn turned toward him. Dawn, why should I look at a stupid overgrown insect? Duel, WH. Dawn, I'm not your opponent anymore, so scram. In an instant, Duel felt his body being ripped apart. Shinexalia glowed brightly as several hundred fast stabs were directly engraved onto the titan's body. Dawn remained unfazed as the demon lord was sent all the way back into the ground, forming out another crater. Dawn, now, fate paradox. Changing the course of reality once again, Dawn didn't spare a single glance at Duel before he disappeared. This time, the change he made was that he never left for the barren land. No, instead Malim Nava went there for whatever reason. The war suddenly started because Malim's rage reached a certain state where it started to become uncontrollable. Taking this opportunity, Rudra and Guy decided to take action right away. Some minor details were also changed, like Rimuru never mentioning Malim during the pre-war meeting. Or Dawn and Malim's relationship, as the main reason she would have accompanied you and Eleanor is because here Dawn revealed to Malim his connection with her father and both bonded. That aside, if Malim was here in the barren land in her stampede mode, on the other side Dawn was. Varja, how unexpected, is this the strange feeling I have been going through over and over? Right in front of Everage, the hero chosen by fate and the world destroyer dragon were facing each other. One used the power of fate, the other was the killer of fate. A fight that was bound to happen toward the end of the war was brought into light at the very beginning. Dawn break. And without warning, the first thing he did upon seeing the threat in front of him was to attack. Varja, haha. Now that's interesting. Bringing her hand forward, Dawn's sword and Everage scale crashed. The world itself reacted this time. The mountain they were standing on was totally wiped out by this singular attack. Reality itself broke down, leaving both of them into a sort of subspace between the line of space and time, and for the first time since he reached that state. Dawn felt threatened. The girl in front of him barely even flinched from a direct Dawn break, drawn at his full strength. Varja, you are beautiful. It's incredible. This power is incredible. Dawn, shut your crap, you're going down here. I see now, Carrion and Fry were killed here. This triggered Millie. Wait, where is Carrion and Fry now? I can't feel their presence at all. Increasing the intensity of his slash, Dawn focused all his willpower and rage into Shynxalia, even as a sword forged from the white ice dragon's scale. A weapon comparable to a Genesis class despite being a stage lower, Shynxalia could feel the intense burning rage from her master. It took a toll on her durability and also for the first time, Shynxalia felt like her body was snapping. Varja, if you are this strong, then I can't imagine how Mariah Virion would be. Dawn POV. What did she say? Mirai. Did she just pronounce her name? I didn't hear wrong, right? But how? There should be no notion of her name yet. Because I altered fate. No, Everage, this being is an anomaly which isn't part of the world made by Veldanava. Up until it was mindless, so I was never able to tell, but could she, the world destroyer dragon, not be affected by fate itself? This would explain why Fry and Carrion aren't present anymore, because they were killed by something that fate couldn't control. No. This can't be, but this would explain why I failed so many times, why fate paradox was casted over and over. And now that Everage has a mind of its own, even if I reverse time and fate, she would still be conscious. Dawn, you. I couldn't know what kind of expression I was making right now. All I know is that every ounce of power within my soul and body was released. Was that how Malim felt when she entered stampede mode? Because right now, all I want is the destruction of Everage. Varja, that's perfect, you are really perfect. I can feel my instinct screaming at me to run away. Why is she laughing? Her expression showed pure amusement and joy. Her earlier words kept resonating with my soul. Mariah Virion, yeah, I can't hold back anymore. I need to get rid of them all before something happens to her. Shynxalia, master. Dawn, shut up, I'll kill Everage now. My body stood straight while my head tilted left slightly. I looked at Everage with such an expression that would kill an archdemon on sight. Third POV. But much to Dawn's expectation, Everage and himself weren't the only one unaffected by fate paradox. Two other beings were in the same state. While one was still unconscious, being Mirai, the other looked around confused. Rimuru, huh? What just happened? I feel like my memories have become hazy. Raphael, notice, analysis of the individual Dawn Arcead completed, resistance to the ultimate skill, Lord of Fate acquired. Rimuru, what does that mean? Raphael, the world was most likely changed. By the intervention of Dawn Arcead's ultimate skill, the past was altered to create a new present. Master's memories from two different realities are overlapping. Would you like me to condense it all? Rimuru, yes please do, but still altering the past. What in the world is happening? Holding his head, he couldn't keep himself in his thoughts for so long as the battle against the Empire had already started. Veldora was clashing with Velgrind. The true dragons were further away from the rest, giving a phenomenal fight. While Rimuru was observing the fight ongoing, he couldn't act right away as the leader's movement would undeniably change the course of the battle. A single misstep could be fatal. Rudra either wasn't moving and just sat on his throne in one of the airships. Benimaru was the one leading Tempest's army. The primordials were rampaging at will. Explosions occurred all around in what will be called the Dead Land of the East. Rimuru, this battle has been ongoing for 3 hours now, and there is no end to it. Raphael, the northern side is being weakened. Current state of the battlefield, 62,321 casualty, performing resurrection via soul corridor, successful. And this was the main problem of this war. Rimuru's army was constantly being revived via the soul corridor they shared. Sure, it was taxing in terms of Magicule, but it was manageable because of Rimuru's tactic, since he couldn't just borrow Veldora's power. They switched. Despite fighting Velgrind, the Storm Dragon still possesses a massive Magicule greater than almost anyone in the world. By switching between Rimuru and Veldora under Raphael's management, they could keep up with the resurrection process by small and large intervals. Rimuru, Testarossa, Carrera. Both of you go support the north side. Testarossa, at your command, my lord. Carrera, yes sir. The primordials were definitely a force to be reckoned with. They terrified the battlefield, but the problem is that they couldn't be everywhere. And fighting head-on would be a mistake because no matter how powerful 4 primordials are, they wouldn't be able to take on Rudra and Velgrind at the same time. Such a strategy would be possible only once Velgrind is defeated and that all fall on Veldora's shoulder. Rimuru, we can only push them back for now, and wait for the true dragon to finish. His eyes shifted forward, where he locked eye contact with Rudra. Both of them were waiting patiently for the right moment to enter the battlefield. Speaking of the true dragons, the Storm and Scorched Dragon were delivered in a massive outbreak further away from the main battlefield. Velgrind, I asked you kindly and you dared reject me. Join my side, Veldora. Veldora, I can't do that. They were currently in their human form. Veldora, despite being disturbed by the prospect of fighting the sister he so feared, used his martial arts skill developed from manga. His movements were large and fast, totally opposite to Velgrind's accurate and elegant step. The shockwave caused by each of their blows shaped the surrounding nature. Velgrind, you damn brat. Why are you siding with a vulgar slime? Veldora, Rimuru is my friend. Velgrind, a bad one that gave you a rebellious idea. Summoning a eventail of flames, Velgrind took Veldora by speed and burned him with a fire hotter than any other else in the cardinal world. But as the storm dragon, such flames wouldn't be enough to hurt him. His scales were naturally resistant to all kinds of elements. Though instead of his body being hurt, it was his clothes. They were burned to crisp, leaving nothing of the original white shirt and green cloak Rimuru gifted Veldora. Veldora, you. Veldora was always seen as a primitive and immature brat by his sister. That's actually true. He never had a proper house or clothes. He lived for chaos and rampage, hearing him the worst reputation among the true dragon. That's why when Rimuru gave him all those things he never had, Veldora was genuinely happy. Those clothes that Rimuru picked were precious to him. Even if it was his sister, he wouldn't allow anyone to treat his friend's gift that way. Veldora, you went too far. His face morphed into anger as his skin turned darker. Draconic scales replaced his whole being, wings grew from his back and the shape of his head turned bestial. Taking his dragon form in an overwhelming rage, Veldora flew up toward Velgrind, who kept a straight face. But her own anger was sipping through her lips. She couldn't believe how powerful Veldora had become since the last time she saw him. Velgrind, he is definitely a threat for the Empire now. I guess we have to resort to that. I'll get you on my side, Veldora, don't worry. Reverting back to her own dragon form, Velgrind and Veldora clashed once again, as this time, the destruction they will cause would be incomparable to the one they already made. Storm was formed each time Veldora used his wings. The land burned in crimson flames as Velgrind increased the heat of her large body. Velgrind, this brat grew so much in that short span of time. How is he keeping up with me? The enraged Veldora was fearless, his claws clang into Velgrind's skin, his fang treated for heavy crunch, his Magicule count kept rising like a raging storm. The Scorched Dragon showed small struggles to even approach Veldora. He was turning more and more into a mindless beast that knew how to fight. Velgrind, you really grew rebellious. And this just fueled Velgrind's own anger. Her red scale burned crimson as she accelerated herself. In an instant, she wrapped her serpentine body around Veldora and restricted him from any movement. Her head reached for the back of her little brother's neck. Her golden eyes shone brightly as in an instant, she ripped her fang through the side of his collar. Velgrind, you are still just a child. Veldora, rah. An agonizing scream followed Veldora's fall. Still out of rage, he moved and fought for freedom, leading Velgrind to tighten her restraint. She strangled Veldora over and over until his roar caught on itself. Velgrind, it should be enough. At this time, neither Veldora or Velgrind could move. They were stuck in place with minor flinching from the storm dragon's struggle. Once she made sure everything was under control, Velgrind turned toward Rudra and gave him an affirmative nod. Rudra, good, let's take over this war then, Kondo. At his command, the gun hero Kondo appeared out of nowhere. He stood on a hill near where Veldora and Velgrind fought. His gun in hand, he mercilessly brushed the trigger before pulling it, a bullet infused with the control power of Sandalphon, the Lord of Condemnation. In a slow motion, it went and pierced right through Veldora's chest. In an instant all of the Storm Dragon's energy was drained and his mana circuit along as the soul corridor that Veldora shared shoot down. Kondo, Judgment Bullet, successful. Veldora was successfully subdued and now, with the control features that the Lord of Justice, Michael had, Rudra could directly take over Veldora's mind and make him his pawn. Rudra, this war is over, we won. Even with that, his face remained calm, just his lips curved into a light smirk. Meanwhile, on Tempest's side, Rimuru felt an unbearable pain surging through his soul. He held his chest, gritting his teeth trying to make sense out of this situation. Rimuru, huh? Why does I feel like a part of me was taken away? What is this feeling? Diablo, Rimuru-sama. I came here to report the situation on Lord Veldora's side. Rimuru, Veldora. What happened to him? Diablo had a complicated expression, furthermore he was a bit worried for his master who was showing the ugliest pain. Rimuru, tell me now, Diablo. Diablo, yes, Lord Veldora was restrained and was shot by a sort of projectile. His killing intent is now directed toward Tempest. I suppose his mind is currently under foreign control. Upon hearing that, Rimuru felt something snap in front of him. His eyes shot up with an unseen gleam from the demon slime. Rimuru now understood. A part of himself was just ripped. The precious soul corridor he shared with his first friend in this world was just destroyed. Rimuru, how dare they? While this war should have been unbalanced now, a rageful hope appeared through the line of Tempest. As Rimuru released a dreadful aura, so powerful that it expanded through the entire battlefield and beyond. It was so potent that the few who managed to stay awake from this madness, they all stayed silent and turned toward the demon slime. All alerted from what they just witnessed, a power that was comparable to that of a true dragon. Velgrind, what in the world was that? Did it really come from that slime? Rudra, this is unexpected. Rimuru Tempest, how unfortunate I lost Noth opportunity to gain a powerful pawn with you and Don Arcead back then. Having his hair covering his eyes, Rimuru stood menacingly in the air facing Velgrind and the now controlled Veldora. Rimuru, change of plan, everyone, exterminate them, don't let a single one escape. A order that will fundamentally change the course of this battle. The primordials who have been more into an assist squad could finally reach out to their full potential. A chain reaction where Rimuru's nature would affect everyone. Rimuru Tempest, perhaps the being who incarned the best the concept of evolution. Raphael, synthesis done, would you like to activate chain evolution? Yes or no? Rimuru, do it. The difference in number is big, very big, but that's also an advantage, because with chain evolution, each kill will instantly and automatically absorb the soul and evolve the killer. This is the supreme art that Raphael developed after interacting with Dawn's idea. The skills he had given the Lord of Wisdom allowed this new miracle. Evolving while fighting, the essence of Rimuru's power was now available for all of his subordinates. Back on the northern ocean where Rubrios and the Empire engaged in an infernal war. The sky illuminated as unexpectedly, a new factor appeared, that being Horizon White. He fought against the Imperial Mage Gadra with such might that it was astonishing. His sword danced along the wind, they burst through the sky and ravaged the ocean. It was a difficult fight because both of them were aware of their win condition. If Horizon manages to assess a single direct strike, he wins. If Gadra manages to keep Horizon at a modest distance, he will win time for the rest of the Imperial army and that would be his win. Gadra, this guy is dangerous. We had minor information on this night. The hidden sword of Rubrios, Horizon White, he exceeded my expectations. He was being pushed back. Sure, the previous injuries that Mirai inflicted him were crippling him, but still, even at his best. Gadra had no doubt that even then, Horizon would still be a heavy threat. Gadra, my magic doesn't seem to be enough. I guess I can just win some time. Their fight was superfluous. The true turning point of this battlefield was behind him, in the south side where Eleanor went. Because this was where Velgrind's parallel existence was. Earlier when you and Eleanor split, things quickly went down in the south. Eleanor POV. I was surprised when Horizon suddenly woke up in my arms and jumped saying that he had something to do. Is that really the first thing you say after waking up in a beautiful girl's arms? Not like I actually care, it just took me by surprise. Anyway, I have more important things to think about. Horizon went directly toward the north. You was there too. Did something happen? Then that would be one more reason for me to quickly get to the south. We can't have both sides fall or it will be the end. Luckily, it seems most of the Empire's force seem focused on the north. So I should be able to push them back with the help of the Holy Knight in place, before using the teleportation spell to get here. I sent a communication to Rubrios. It's a matter of time before the remaining great saints and Hinata Sakaguchi get here. I guess even at Rubrios, they were taken aback by the sudden start of the war. Eleanor, TCHN, I'm not suited for this kind of thing, making me do this kind of job when I am more of an intels collector. How funny. Fighting isn't my speciality. I have a strong basis in swordsmanship, but it's nowhere near enough to be called great in our leader's standard. If an average knight is a 50 out of 100, then I'm around 70/100. Everyone has their own specialization. This is a fundamental rule you have to understand except when you work in a group. Eleanor, calm down. Eleanor, this is the final battle. You can't screw things up now. I increased my pace and quickly rushed toward my post without knowing that the inevitable already happened. Calgurio, Oto, pretty lady, you can't cross this line. My eyes narrowed as I forced my legs to stop my momentum. In the split of an instant, the ground that I was about to step on exploded into tiny pieces. I glared up at the author of this sudden ambush, Calgurio Heath, a heavy name from the Empire. He is the commander of the Armored Division, a baron who had achieved a form incomplete that of a saint. A swordsman we couldn't brush off, along with Gadra, Tatsuya Kondo, Damrata, and lastly Gradam. Those are the major officers we had to be careful of. Calgurio, it seems the white meteor isn't here. How lucky of us we can proceed to the operation. Eleanor, by white meteor, you mean Don Arcead, right? Sound like you guys are terrified of him. Calgurio, I wouldn't mind having to fight him, but I guess his reputation back him quite well. I wonder what he meant by that. It sounded like if leader was here, they wouldn't continue whatever plan they had here. Eleanor, you being here means that the Imperial force already infiltrated the south side, right? Calgurio, you are half right and half wrong. Eleanor, huh? Calgurio, we didn't just infiltrate, no. We already took over the entire south coast. My mind stopped working for an instant, his words resonated like glass shattering. Did he say that we lost the battle on the south side? Already. Eleanor, WH. My pupils shook brutally when I realized that what he said was true. Calgurio was grinning madly while a gigantic explosion bursted from behind him. He didn't even turn around knowing what was coming. A large red eastern-like dragon came out of the ground, destroying whatever left of the base we had set in the south. I could only look up powerless as more of its serpentine body flew through the sky. A scorching wave of heat brushed through the ocean. Eleanor, the scorched dragon. My knee started to shake at the deadly presence of a true dragon. My unique skill instinctively made me see the event that occurred here a few seconds ago. Riberios's force tried to stop the Imperial army from approaching, but suddenly, a scorching red dragon appeared and tanked all the attack. Before directly bursting through the large hill that composed Riberios's defensive line, burning every living soul that was in place. Velgrind alone handled half our force, without even breaking a sweat. Calgurio, you see now, the only one that could stop us was Don Arcead. You guys are nothing without your hero. His words were harshly interrupted when several murderous aura made their presence known across the world. I felt my head spinning as those new power sources shook the entirety of the planet, maybe even more. Eleanor, what is happening? Calgurio, that's the main force led by the Emperor, who is releasing such aura there. This is not all. Even if it was just an instant, I felt leader's aura. It was filled with intense anger and hatred. I never felt such clear emotion from him. He should be fighting Demon Lord Dagha. No, he is in Tempest, huh? Why do I feel uncomfortable, as if something important has changed? Calgurio, I have a bad feeling. Let's end this quickly. Eleanor, ugh. I pulled all my might in and tried to get up, only to go down again. At least the scorched dragon's attention has shifted. It isn't on this battlefield anymore, but one of the deadly aura coming from the other side of the world. The problem now, it's Calgurio health. He took out his blade and slowly approached me. Is he not affected by those heavy aura? No, he is protected. I heard during my time in the Empire about some kind of blessing given to the most loyal subject of the Emperor. Even so, I'm barely an average enlightened human while he is an incomplete saint. The gap between us is too large for me to win over some tricks. Eleanor, I need to retreat and reunite with you. Biting my lips, a lingering bitter feeling sprouted into my stomach. I ignored it and activated clairvoyance to see in the brief future. This isn't a spell I like to use because I have to live through whatever I see, and this time, Calgurio directly beheaded me in the next 10 seconds. Eleanor, Karg. Coming back to the present, I quickly held my throat while glaring at Calgurio with rage. He was looking down on me so much that he was certain that he could end me at any moment. I need to move. Those damn legs, if I don't, I'll die. Death, this word followed me my entire previous life, before I was suddenly transported into this world. Eleanor, I don't want to die. The power to see the past and the future is scary, because I don't have the capabilities to change it, and right now, I could only watch my own death slowly approaching. Calgurio's eyes at this very moment were the same as all those stares I got back in England. But this time, the context was different. I'm going to die protecting what I believe in. Flashback. My name is Eleanor Von Trinity. This name was both an honor and a curse during my whole life. Living in an era where social standing is what matters the most for a woman, I always did my best, first daughter of a prestigious noble family. Having an appearance that would make any other woman jealous, I tried my best during the first few years of my life. But after some time, perhaps my 8th birthday, I realized how superior I was compared to the other. I bathed every day in envious stares. I got used to this kind of lifestyle and got spoiled. I became an immature brat who would pick up on those lower than me. At the royal school I attended, I would bully a few girls, seduce the men and assert my dominance. This continued for years until I was 17, when I targeted the wrong girl. I was very ignorant, thinking I could do anything and get away with it. That's why I naturally started to like the most prestigious man in the country, the prince. I still remember his face and personality. He wasn't a good man to speak per se, but I was just attracted by his status. That's why, when I saw him with that pretty girl, I got jealous and angry. Sure, the prince never ignored me, but he was giving an expression that brimmed with kindness and warmth to another woman. It triggered me and I did an unforgivable act. I didn't know who she was and reaped what I sowed. On a calm night, I had that girl lured into an empty room and aggressed her. I mercilessly ripped her hair and scratched an unremovable scar on her face. Her cries and painful growth are still vivid in my ears. I was overjoyed at that time. I had shown again how superior I was. But reality soon catched me. That girl was Lucy von Britannia, the sole princess of the royal family. She was the jewel of the whole country. Someone I could have never touched and compared myself to. Lucy was just so kind that no one would even dare touching her. She helped the commoners and was respected among the nobility, but her modest lifestyle made her go down my tracker as I only followed excellency. That day, where I traumatized and crippled her, was also the day of my doom. The prince who had bursted through the door right after I scared the princess was enraged. I was quickly dragged by the hair and crossed an entire hall filled with nobles. My reputation was instantly crushed. Those who resented me gave me those stares full of malice. And get me out of here. But the next day, the announcement that the Trinity household detached themselves from this affair. They left me to my own fate. As the sun rose, I was pulled out of the cell by 2 knights and thrown into the main hall. My clothes were dusty, my stomach empty and my throat dry. I complained over and over, immaturity at its peak. I still spoke down, not knowing that everyone I thought was on my side had abandoned me. The knights forced me on my knee and grabbed my arm in a motion where they could snap at any movements. In front of me were the royal heirs, and around me were dozens of noble students with bright futures. Most of them were people I picked a fight with. And some were on my side but quickly abandoned me, adopting those condescending looks. The princess was looking at me with sympathy and fear. Her face had a large scar still fresh from the previous night's torture. Even so, her eyes were the least angry among all the people present. At that moment, I truly realized, for the first time, I questioned my own actions. Prince Eleanor von Trinity, for the crimes of harming a member of the royal family and the support of the Trinity family, you are to be executed right away. His words were cold and rageful. The moment he announced my punishment, I felt fear, no terror. I wanted to cry and run away, but couldn't. This was the karma I kept accumulating my whole life. Lucy, wait, brother. This is too much. I'm sure there is still a knot. Prince, shut up, Lucy. She harmed you and left a mark for the rest of your life. To me of that time, his words were silent. I couldn't hear anything but my own heartbeat crying for help. Everyone around became a large shadowing form with nothing but malice in their eyes, all directed at me. I felt so tiny, so hopeless. I realized how weak I actually was, how worthless Eleanor is without the Trinity name. I opened my eyes when it was already over. Finally, at the very end, I looked up at the prince with the most sincere expression I ever had. My eyes shifted to the princess who was still trying to change her brother's mind. Her expression, her kindness, I registered it all before closing my eyes. Ready to accept whatever fate awaited me, but no matter how much I waited, nothing came. The voice and stares I felt were all gone. I slowly opened my eyes thinking I was out to reach heaven, only to find myself in a complete other world, alone in a large plain with dozens of monsters roaming around. I somehow survived, and tried my best to change the way I was. I thought this was a second chance given to me by God. I found a group of adventurers and got them to help me. I wanted to embrace change. I wanted to become like the woman that I tried to harm and the same girl who vouched for me until the very end. I did my best in this new world, but then, the people around me started to act like who I was before, in the small village I was staying in. They made me do all the dirty work. They threw rocks at me because I was an outsider. They made me a laughingstock for all the family dinners in their warm home. While I had to sleep outside, this was the life I deserved. I complained and cried at first, but I realized that I was truly alone in this world. So I forged my mind, or so I thought. Instead it was slowly breaking. The little resolve I had made for myself was crackling under the mockery and physical labor that the village made me do. I stayed there for weeks and months, enduring everything. I thought I would be accepted one day, but this never came. As a large-scale famine started, there was not enough food in this small village, so they had to go buy provisions in the big city. But the village was poor. They usually lived through hunting, but this wasn't an option anymore as all the big cities started monopolizing the hunting area. So they did the one thing they could. They gathered some women and children, and sold them. I was first on the line. I felt the same terror as when I was about to get executed back in England. Their eyes and expression terrified me. When they grabbed my arm and forced me toward an ominous cage, I shut down my eyes and prayed with all my heart. The only thought that crossed my mind was, Eleanor, if only I could see the future. I would have run away. I would have avoided all this. I would have never harmed Lucy. I would have left this village, knowing that besides being an outsider fodder, I would never be anything to them. I could correct my mistakes before I made them. VOTW, notice, creation of unique skill, clairvoyance, successful. A single announcement made through my mind as I let my eyes glow, still being dragged by those villagers. I saw the near future and it was warm, so warm that calmed down every urge within me to cry. Eleanor, help me. My vision was blurry, overshadowed by my fatigue. All I could hear was the arrival of someone, the loud incoherent shout between the villagers and the newcomers. And then everything became quiet. I quietly fell asleep afterward, only to wake up in a large kingdom. I was welcomed by the royal family and foolishly revealed my origin to them, also how my skill worked once I learned more about it. I blindly trusted them as for the first time I felt like I had met people who cared for me in this world. I trusted them. Their influence on me started to grow and slowly I returned to my old way. I was tired of living like trash, the royalty and state of that kingdom were bad, their corruption and greed knew no bounds. But I failed to realize that, and became what I hated once again. But that didn't last long as my skill allowed me to see the near future, but it also allowed me to see a further future if I met the condition of touching the one I want to look into. I saw myself dying over and over, because the king wanted to use me for war purposes. I started fearing the future and shut myself into my room. Everything went down from that. People I had abused would mock me behind my back, the maids and knights wouldn't even bother with me. This was the worst, and I stopped using my skill. But that all changed when I met the leader. He was truly like a charming prince coming to save me from all this. He changed my life and I will be forever grateful for that. Flashback end. I don't know why all these memories flashed. No, perhaps it's because I'm about to die that I saw everything. Is it clairvoyance who wanted me to witness what I achieved in this painful life of mine? What is my past karma that caught back to me after I finally earned a family? Eleanor, I don't want to die. Then you won't. A voice broke through that wall of darkness. I recognized it instantly, a friend of mine, also the subject of a request. Eleanor, you are here. Standing there, in front of me, was you, my best friend and also the last hope for his battlefield. You, Mirai is currently fighting her internal demon, so I have to step up. I can't let my genuine best friend die here. I couldn't really make sense of her words, but that didn't matter because I believed in her. Calgurio, who are you, brat, now? You, someone you should run away from. Calgurio, ah. Well, it doesn't matter, I'll kill you too. You, how can you kill someone that doesn't exist? Calgurio, have you become crazy? He grabbed the hilt of his sword and brought it forward. A fast slash quickly drew its way toward Yu's neck. But Yu isn't like me, she was truly strong. I watched her while being on the ground, she truly shone the brightest now. It was like when I saw Leader for the first time. Yu, is that all you got? Having unsheathed her own weapon, Yu parried the incoming attack with ease, a literal inch away from her neck. She smirked before pushing Calgurio backward. Calgurio, what? Yu, let me show you what your empire's dog feared the most. Her words echoed through the space as she took a familiar fighting stance, her body moved along her blade as if they were one. Eleanor, this. Calgurio, you think you can beat me with a sword? Fine, bring it on. He didn't recognize that stance, no, he just couldn't know because no soldier from the east had made it back after this sword was drawn. You said Don-san was the only threat to you guys. Let me show you what you truly fear. Calgurio, you dare speak when you know nothing. Both stood on opposite sides before bursting toward the other, their sword crossed in the middle, spark flew everywhere as another crater formed onto the land. You, wake up and destroy, dawn break. Calgurio, wah. Taken aback by the sudden pressure, Calgurio Health, Baron of the Empire, received a fatal injury that expanded through his entire body. He couldn't react nor give any last word as dawn break erased his physical body. I don't have much time left before Mirai wakes up, so I'll just give it my all. This will be the last fight for the existence known as you. Mirai POV. A long corridor, that was all I could see for the past hours, I think. Time seems so disturbed here, I feel and know that I'm inside my mind. But I can't get out, it's as if it's not letting me as long as I haven't achieved something, so here I am, walking down this long corridor that seems endless. Mirai, I need to get out quickly, before it's too late. I clenched my fist, so hard that I felt something being crushed within my hand. The light tingling sensation I just had was real. Despite being in my mindscape, I can still feel pain and all physical sensation. This is nothing but a reality within my mind. Mirai, huh? And as if answering my call, a bright light opened right in front of me. As if the end of the corridor came to me, the space was moving backward while I stood still. I froze up, raising my arm in front of my face to cover myself from the illuminating light when I realized I wasn't in the corridor anymore. Instead, I was in a dark room with 3 large doors. They were plainly decorated with different symbols. You are finally here. Mirai, you. The same woman that appeared earlier and woke me up. I didn't intend to introduce myself now, but an unexpected variable appeared. It would be for the best for you to awaken now. Mirai, who are you? Fate, call me Fate. You and I are more connected than you think. Fate. Do I have to take her name subjectively? Or is she really related to fate itself? The moment she has been using my late mother as her appearance already triggered everything within me to be cautious. What is she really? Mirai, I see. What am I doing here? Fate, as I said, an unexpected variable appeared. Your father is currently fighting against the world destroyer dragon Evarage. Mirai, huh? My face went pale as I registered her words. Why would he fight Evarage now? How did he even get out of the seal? An unexpected variable. Was it the author? What is currently happening outside? Mirai, then let me out now. I need to go help him. Fate, no, at the moment you would be nothing but a burden. Mirai, what? Then what should I do? Stay here hidden when everything rolls up. Fate, perhaps it would be for the best, but that isn't what you want. Her voice was calm and uninterested, which made my blood boil. Who does she think she is, taking the form of someone important to me and imprisoning me in my own mind? Fate, that's why cross those 3 doors, each one has a trial you must pass. If you cannot even go through these, your presence outside would be meaningless. Mirai, wah. Fate, recover what's yours, Mirai Virion, then perhaps you'll see the right path you have to follow. As her words faded, her figure started dissipating. I gritted my teeth and tried to get her, but my hand just crossed through her misty form. Mirai, come back. Unfortunately, my shout and pleas resulted in nothing, as all I had left was 3 doors. She said there were trials behind those. Fine, I'll clear these all and go back. I'll deal with that fate later. Mirai, the first door is the trial of pain. Third POV. Standing there, in front of the fallen Eleanor, you swung her sword through the air, splattering whatever blood she had swiped from killing Calgurio. Can you get up, Eleanor? Eleanor, ah yes. The one standing there was definitely you. As her friend, Eleanor could tell that much, but there was something odd. You wasn't exuding the presence she would usually let off. Eleanor, it feels like she is more authentic. Yukitanashi is nothing but a false persona. Mirai resumed to work as her cover, but as time passed, you gained an identity of her own. While she will forever be a false persona, she was still a being who lived independently from Mirai. A being with memories of her own, she had an ego and own will, while they would be second to Mirai's volition. While she is away, you becomes an existence of her own, and she was conscious that her time was up. She worked until now by having her memories altered over and over, only for this moment, the final war where all entangled fate would cross. This battle is lost as long as the Scorched Dragon is here. We need to take her down. Eleanor, but that's impossible. The scorching death feeling she had felt when Velgrind gazed at her was still vivid. Eleanor was aware that even if all the people present there were to jump at Velgrind, the chances of winning were still non-existent. But there was one thing that Eleanor counted more than her own instinct. Eleanor, you have a plan, right? Tell me what I have to do. The words and request Dawn asked her during their date. He had specifically asked Eleanor for this kind of moment, when nothing but a losing path is ahead. Support you the best you can when the time comes. Those were the exact words he had pronounced. Eleanor couldn't really understand at the time, but now, she realized that you was much more than she let on. The supreme sword art created by their leader, which even made the genius Hinata Sakaguchi struggle through hell to learn. Dawn Break was used by you, who isn't even a master swordsman. Sure, she might be among the best in Rubrios, but in no world was she known for her sword play. Let's regroup with Horizon for now. Hinata and her team should arrive any time now. We'll push the Scorched Dragon back by employing raw power. Eleanor, huh? Raw power? This wasn't a method you could use against a true dragon. Those catastrophic being incarnated raw strength. Overpowering one is impossible for people like them whose power barely reached that of an average demon lord. Eleanor, are you serious? Yeah, I'll show you all what it means to be the shadow of the greatest hero. Her voice came out full of pride and thirst for something. In reality, despite being a persona for Mirai, she was totally different. While Mirai is looking at Dawn as her father, for he was always her boss. Someone she followed for decades, she worked for and she looked up to. Even after her own emotions were influenced by her true self, you never ceased to look at his back at a comfortable distance and learn from him. You know, Eleanor, I always hated it when I had to watch him teach the other. Eleanor, what? I'm not like Mirai. I know I can't have the same relationship as she wants. No, instead being his most reliable ally until my end is what I truly wish for. Eleanor, Mirai. Who is that? You smiled as her heart was unchained from all her problems. She was truly free from the limitations she had set on herself. The sky was dark, nothing close to being a peaceful sight, yet you felt calmer than ever, despite the situation or odds. She just couldn't see herself fail now. No, not now. She couldn't fail at this moment. Now that I think, if Dawn-san was the introduction and Mirai the conclusion, I might just be the development. Looking ahead, finally, as if realizing the new threat that she had become, Velgrind's attention finally shifted from Rimuru's aura on the other side of the world to you. Her majestic crimson-red scale glimmered in heat as finally, Velgrind unfroze herself from confusion and took action again. Let's go, we can't waste any more time. Eleanor, hi. South gate of the capital city, Rimuru, a squadron of Imperial soldiers specialized in stealth was quickly moving to rip off the monster nation. Their numbers are approximately around 100 with another bigger army behind waiting to strike. Squadron leader, we are nearing the monster city, disperse now. All, yes. As per his order, the soldiers started encircling the capital city, but soon enough, they realized something odd. There were no guards posted outside. The city was quiet as if it was a deadland. SL, huh? This is weird. Units. Any sight of the enemy's force? Unit 1, negative. Unit 2, none is sight. Unit 3, nothing in views. Things were going too well and they were yet to enter the city, still, they had to carry out the original plan. SL, get ready, we'll launch the first offense. The plan was simple, using the chaos inside Tempest to launch an assassin sneak attack, kill as many citizens as possible then retreat. The main army of this force would then arrive and blend in. Originally, their plan included some other side task, but since the report from the main army came in, stating that almost the entirety of Tempest's force had teleported to confront the Emperor's side, this assassin squad were given green light to go in. SL, wait. But suddenly, something caught the squadron leader's eyes. He urged to stop his men but no response was sent back. SL, Unit 1. What's going on? Nothing, just a dead-like silence which made the Imperial soldier shiver. He looked around with narrowed eyes as the surroundings became blurry. A freeing mist so dense that even seeing a foot away covered the entire area. At this rate, Tempest was becoming a phantom city. SL, who there? Unsheathing his sword, he swung around trying to blow away the mist, but all it did was barely generate a small breeze. He started panicking as the mist seemed to have a will of its own. It started to envelop his arm and legs. There was no strength. But the mist was just being too invasive. SL, what is this? He forced his arm, moving around trying to get the mist away. Panic surged in and he felt like his mind was going crazy as time passed. Finally, a chilling voice made its presence known as the piercing sound of a blade grinding onto the ground rang through the space. Appearing in his blind spot, a lady that screamed death. Flora, you guys crossed the wrong line. A large sides in hand, this was the final stage of her unique skill, Killer, the hidden power from the skill that originated from her darkest day. Flora, perfect crime. A sub-skill of hers that brings out her inner world, sending the target into a subspace filled with this cold mist. There, Flora's presence is made null and any of her strikes become lethal. The scythe that she owned was the Reaper's Blade. A weapon that cleanses the soul and taints the domain with her victim's scream. SL, ah. Terror crept into his stomach as a lullaby made by the hundreds of people killed here, including his very own men who passed just before him. Their scream and pain all directed toward the squadron leader. Flora, the weight of the dead is much heavier than those that are alive. But the compensation for such power is that Flora will be constantly even outside in her daily life, subject to those screams. Her unique skill, Alter Ego, helps her as in her stead. Ada is the one who chose to take the hit for both of them. Flora as a complete person had the persona of both Ada and Flora, but if separated then, the reason such skill was given to her would be Ada's responsibility. Ada, now die. SL, ah. The mist cooling down as the scream of the squadron leader blended into the domain, Flora was left all alone after only 21 minutes and several seconds. The squadron that came in first to disturb Tempest's peace was annihilated. Shuna, Flora-sama, you did a splendid job. There to welcome her, Shuna along with a few orcs that were on guard duty stood there. The reason as to why the Imperial soldiers couldn't read the flow of Tempest is because of the Oni princess. Shuna had developed a new spell with her unique skill as base to cheat one's eyes and perception. Called Labyrinth's Veil, an illusion that would make you wander aimlessly eternally as the goal is just out of your reach. Combined with Flora's power, it was an instant death trap that left no chance for the enemy. Flora, thank you Shuna, let's get ready for the main army now. Shuna, hi, all the citizens had evacuated the city to the deepest floor of the labyrinth, we are ready to set sail. Flora, yeah, by this time the main army should be panicking as all of them lost communication with the first squadron, now it's time to rip them off. The best defense is offense. Flora, beside being the deadliest flower, she was also the second in command of Riberios's Genesis Knight. Warfare tactic and mind-based strategy were second nature for her. She was the perfect leader when it came to defense. The moment Dawn had given her the role to defend Tempest, and that Rimuru approved this, the entire Jura forest had become her chessboard. A playground where the Reaper had total control over life and death. Flora, let's go, we have some cleanup to do. Rimuru Tempest, a being that suddenly appeared in the Jura forest and founded a nation from scratch. This existence couldn't be neglected in the Empire's plan, and now, in the eastern battlefield where the Empire's main force clashed with Tempest's full army. Everyone understood how scary Rimuru Tempest was. The dreadful aura he excluded even shook Velgrind and Rudra. And at the very moment, Rimuru engaged in a fight against both Veldora and Velgrind. Sensing the danger, Rudra immediately ordered the true dragons to focus on Rimuru. Now outside of the army's range, the slime looked down on his best friend and his sister. Rimuru, you'll regret this. Velgrind, talk big, you are done for, if you think you are relatively close to a true dragon. Rimuru, you're too loud. Velgrind's brow twitched. Never has she been so rudely interrupted before. The heat emanating from her body increased as she assumed a humanoid form. An otherworldly beauty, that what everyone would agree upon Velgrind's sight, even Rimuru, though at the moment. All he saw was the enemy. Rimuru, your words are meaningless to me, I'll take back Veldora sooner or later anyway. Velgrind, how arrogant, Veldora. Blow a hole inside this lowly slime. At her command, Veldora, who was still in his dragon form, moved, his large mouth opened as a storm breath charged rapidly. Rimuru, seeing this, gritted his teeth. It pained him to see his first friend in this world acting mindlessly, controlled by some pest. Rimuru, Raphael. Raphael, notice, deployment of ultimate skill, Uriel, yes or no? Rimuru, I trust you, Raphael, no matter which command you start, do it, there is no need for you to ask me when I know I can entrust you with anything. Raphael. A seed of emotion menacing to bloom at any moment, that what Raphael felt at the moment, Rimuru's trust in her was true. In the purest sense, the slime believed in his skill. After all, if there was one person that befriended him before Veldora, it would be Great Sage, now Raphael. Veldora, storm breath. And with perfect calculation, Rimuru totally blocked the incoming attack. Shred of the beam pulverized land below, but nothing came even close to Rimuru. Velgrind, huh? That skill. Rimuru, I'll start with you. Still hidden behind an impenetrable barrier, Rimuru ignored the storm breath and directed his gaze toward Velgrind. He brought out his sword before covering it. Black flames sparkled with lighting. Rimuru's pupils turned predatory as he vanished from his spot. Directly confronted Velgrind as the scorched dragon reacted just on time, parrying his sword with her fan. Velgrind, his speed and strength are mediocre. I can tell his skills are dangerous. Rimuru, Tempest, I might have to reevaluate you. The world slowed down as she thought, her attention focused on Rimuru. His aura was growing terrifyingly fast. Even now, Velgrind couldn't exactly tell how deep Rimuru's power would go. Velgrind, but why do I feel like I'm forgetting something? Closing her eyes, she deactivated thought acceleration. Time resumed as she felt herself being pushed through the mountain behind. Rimuru was following her as both fought for dominance, their weapon clutching against the other. Spark flew everywhere from the sheer friction. Rimuru, Raphael, do something about Veldora. Raphael, affirmative, initiation of. Before she could finish her announcement, the sound of a shattered barrier followed by a loud roar echoed through the sky. Rimuru looked startled when he witnessed Veldora's power. Storms raged through the sky and ravaged the land. Rimuru, what happened? Raphael, error, unlimited imprisoned failed, individual, Veldora. Tempest broke through unlimited imprisonment, error. The Lord of Wisdom was confused and couldn't comprehend what just happened. Raphael, who had just received the total trust of her master, the ultimate proof of her loyalty, yet she had instantly failed upon her first task. This shook the ultimate skill to its very core. And Rimuru could feel the fear that Raphael experienced right there. Rimuru, calm down, Raphael. Rahale, failure, error, emergency initiation of ultimate skill, Yuri. Rimuru, I said calm down. Raphael. For the second time now, Raphael was startled by her master. Rimuru, who had never raised his voice to such a degree toward her, was now talking to her with his heart. His physical body was moving almost automatically as he clashed against Velgrind, avoiding the large tornado formed by Veldora. Rimuru, listen, Raphael, you are my partner. Even if you fail 1,000 times, I'll forgive you that much. Raphael, master. Rimuru, you and I go much back then. We are true partners and I could never get angry at you. His words were reassuring, but something was lacking. Rimuru was being sincere. He was aware that Great Sage is a gift he couldn't have asked for better. Rimuru, I'm not the smartest or the strongest. I have a lot of flaws and I'm naive, but you were always here to correct my mistakes, so for that, thank you, Raphael. Raphael, aye. Rimuru, no matter how difficult the situation is, I know that at the end I can count on you, partner. Each of his words served as fuel for Raphael's emotion. She slowly felt a need to answer to her master's expectation. Something she had before as an obligation, but now, she sincerely wanted it. Rimuru, Seal, I know, how about Seal? Raphael, master. Rimuru, calling you Raphael when it's a skill name is a bit odd. I feel like our relationship would only resume to this, a master and his skill, that's why I'll name you Seal. A sense of pride and relief washed over Raphael, down to its very core. A bright light broke through a sea of fear. Raphael, the Lord of Wisdom, was now evolving in the middle of this war. VOTW, confirming evolution, ultimate skill, Lord of Wisdom. Raphael has now received the name, Seal, successful, evolution into Manus. The announcement rang through Rimuru's ears alone before it shut down on itself. Manus, Seal, the unifier of skills and loyal attendant of Rimuru, Tempest was born. And almost instantly, she had taken her first step, by interrupting the voice of the world into revealing too much of her evolution. Seal, I'm Manus, Seal, the theosophical core of wisdom, the one who merges skills. I exist inside the soul of Lord Rimuru. I shall provide you with my utmost support. It will be a pleasure to work with you, master. Rimuru, a skill evolved. That's incredible. Seal. Already hearing the first compliment from her master, Seal couldn't be overjoyed as she opened her heart. Seal, I shall not fail my master ever again. Coming back to reality, Rimuru and Velgrind have been flying and fighting everywhere now. they were heavenly matched for a long time. But as time passed, Velgrind was slowly getting faster and faster, making Rimuru struggle. Veldora wasn't helping either. The storm dragon seemed to be focusing on just blasting everything away, targeting Rimuru with hundreds of unimaginably powerful spells. He was also focusing on Raphael, so this fight was more of a one-sided dodgeball than an actual confrontation. Rimuru, Seal, Veldora seem to be able to cancel our skills, we have to take him out first. Seal, as your wishes. Rimuru nodded and turned around, totally ignoring Velgrind. The Scorched Dragon, who saw the sudden halt in the barrage attack, looked confused. Before realizing that this lowly slime was blatantly turning his back on her, as if she was nothing compared to Veldora. Velgrind, you bastard. Seal, initiating, unlimited imprisonment, successful. And instantly, Seal showed her newfound resolve. An instant was all she needed to seal off all of Velgrind movement. A perfect barrier surrounded the Scorched Dragon as she returned to her dragon form, trying to break it. Velgrind, what is this? A prison. You dare seal me, you lowly slime. However, her shout fell in deaf ears as Rimuru was already in front of Veldora. Seal, infinite prison will hold for 299 seconds at most, as an incomplete seal. Rimuru, then I'll take care of Veldora in the meantime. Stretching his arm forward, Rimuru activated Belzebuth as yet another storm breath made its way toward him. Rimuru, is there any way to wake him up? Seal, negative, most optimal procedure would be the use of Belzebuth and reabsorb Veldora. Rimuru, I see, fine, let's do that then. He studied Veldora. He was truly a mindless beast. It was saddening to see, but at the same time it served as a resolve seal for Rimuru. Veldora, Ra. Rimuru, now I think, just like with Malim, I did promise to spar with you, Veldora. Drawing his sword, Rimuru's blade clashed with Veldora's claw. A flash of their first meeting, how they sealed their friendship, resonated with their movements. Veldora's chaotic nature against Rimuru's adaptability coupled with Seal's analytics. Rimuru, Seal, why isn't Uriel working against Veldora? Seal, it is due to the nature of Veldora's ultimate skill, Lord of Investigation, Faust. It grants him the ability to manipulate probability and result of certain outcomes. Rimuru, basically, he was the perfect counter for Raphael. No wonder you got messed up. Seal, I apologize for that. Would you like to implement countermeasure for this? Rimuru, yes. But Faust only worked on Raphael because the Lord of Wisdom was akin to a computer. Its reasoning is hyper-logical. Faust is an illogical power, the perfect and direct contrast to Raphael, but now that Seal exists, things are different. Seal operates on a much higher realm than Raphael and possesses the one thing that limited the Lord of Wisdom. Seal, analysis completed, formation of unique skill, fate, failed, variation, creation of sub-skill, fate manipulation, successful. Rimuru, fate what? Seal, imbuing each of Master's barrier with a new element, successful. At her command, Veldora's attack suddenly lost all of its effect. The effect was immediate and any odds for Veldora's victory were now gone. Rimuru, that's incredible. Seal, Master can now proceed with Veldora's absorption. 142 seconds left before Velgrind breaks off the seal. Rimuru, right. Even Rimuru was speechless from what just happened. Seal was back on her confident side, the Monus whose wisdom exceeded anyone else. All that was left to do was to absorb Veldora, and so Rimuru's body decomposed as he used the evolved version of Predator. While Belzebuth shouldn't need such a process, Veldora as a true dragon and higher realm of existence couldn't just be eaten. Rimuru had to return to his slime form and enlarge his body to devour Veldora like how he used to do when he had a unique skill, Predator. This reminded him how he absorbed Veldora the first time. The big difference was that now Veldora is fighting back. As Rimuru's body expanded, slime particles like water surrounded the rampaging Veldora. He wasn't immobilized and his rash movements destroyed part of Rimuru, but the slime didn't care. He trusted his partner and continued the process. After a long minute of struggling, finally Rimuru locked all the parts of his body, constraining the storm dragon. Seal, activation, Lord of Vow, Uriel, temporary seal will now restrain Veldora. Belzebuth activation, assimilation start. At her words, Veldora's struggle stopped as if he lost consciousness. Now it was up to Rimuru. Predator started to erode the storm dragon's form. A large tornado of slime spun around violently. Rimuru felt a burning sensation tearing his soul apart. It was even worse than when he lost Veldora earlier. No, right, there was literal pain, the prospect of absorbing a true dragon who was unwilling. The pain was unbearable, yet Rimuru held in. Even if it threatened to kill him, he wouldn't let it go. Rimuru, Seal. Pain nullification. Seal, pain nullification is already operating at 100%. Master has to hold in until the process is done. It pained Seal too, but she was aware that this pain is necessary. There are some laws that you have to respect when interacting with a higher existence. Rimuru clenched his soul, the feeling of limbs being torn apart. It turned even worse when Veldora broke through the temporary seal and started fighting back. Agitating swirled in Rimuru, what felt like an eternity, a long path with no end was overtaking his mind. He slowly felt like he couldn't do it, until... Seal, adaptation complete. After further analysis of the storm dragon's energy, I have successfully integrated its essence into Master's body. It is now possible to reform the demon slime body into a species akin to the true dragon. Do you wish to proceed? Rimuru didn't need to answer for Seal to start the process. It was instantaneous as all strength left Veldora's corpse. Rimuru's body grew bigger and bigger until it all went down. Veldora's body vanished as Rimuru shrinked back into a normal / slightly above average's slime. His form was larger than the one he had as a demon slime. His body glowed a rainbow, shining brutally as if its very constitution was being altered. Seal, operation successful. Evolution into a true dragon, successful. Seal's existence intensified as she shone brighter within Rimuru's soul, a rebellious residue of Veldora's power still rampaging in her master's slime icy body. Seal, you dare fight back against my master? I order you, Lord of Gluttony, Beelzebub, devour it all until not even a spectrum is left. Her command over Rimuru's skill was absolute, second to her master alone. All the power Seal had absorbed earlier to decrease Rimuru's pain was being sent into imaginary space, where an unimaginable amount of power was being stacked for Seal's next move. Seal, reformation of ultimate skill, Lord of Storms, Veldora, successful. Soul corridor via Lord of Storms, reconstitution, successful. All under the supervision of Seal's eyes, Veldora was now back. Rimuru's condition was rapidly increasing as a surge of power exploded throughout the world, making its presence known. This was the birth of the fifth true dragon, Rimuru Tempest. And all this happened right in front of Velgrind. She, who had just seen her little brother being devoured by the enemy, was overwhelmed with scorching rage. The barrier formed by unlimited imprisonment broke down at the same time. Her eyes were menacingly glaring at the small slime still in the process of its evolution. She quickly made way toward the slime. Clear intent to destroy this mage into its very core, she broke through the thousands of barriers that formed in front of her. Totally blinded by rage, she didn't realize that she was moving into a trap set by Seal. Northwest matter how close she got. Velgrind just couldn't get to Rimuru. No, the slime was just peacefully achieving its evolution. Finally, the glow over his body stopped. Its shape changed as Rimuru assumed his human form. He was currently naked, a genderless body whose appearance was of a 16-year-old human. His every movement had a tint of mystic. His golden gaze graced Velgrind, who was speechless. The current Rimuru wasn't anywhere near the level of a simple true dragon. He had grown up at an unimaginable pace. Seal had reformed everything within Rimuru while he was unconscious. The moment one is evolving, in the process is when they are the most exposed to the voice of the voice and its benefit. Seal took the opportunity to rearrange Rimuru's skill and her own existence. Now Rimuru was as strong as he could be. Rimuru, well done, Seal, we won this war now. Stretching his arm up, he was briefed under thought acceleration about his new capabilities. He just couldn't see himself lose now. His eyes simply brushed off Velgrind as a black mist predated from the palm of his hand. Seal, we will now process the Scorched Dragon, Velgrind's absorption. Rimuru, devour her, Beelzebub. Now being in existence of the same grade, Rimuru was now capable of devouring Velgrind without as much a struggle as he had with Veldora. A first turning point in this world war, signed by the Devourer, Rimuru Tempest. Third POV. Crossing the door of the first trial, Mirai looked around, tensing up. She landed right into a large room with no opening beside an exit encrusted into the hole like a cave opening. Mirai, this trial is called physical pain. What is this about? So far there was nothing, just a calm to almost creepy room. There were a few droplets of water cooling down the ceiling and no sign of life, until, Mirai dove herself deeper in. From the ground sprouted a humanoid form. Mud started to take shape until it formed someone Mirai knew way too well. Mirai, I see, so you gonna make me fight a copy of my friend. In front of her was a now carbone copy of Eleanor. The big difference is that this copy had no sign of life. Mirai, since it's in my memories, can I conclude that this copy has the same capabilities as the true Eleanor? She was half right and half wrong. Those copies aren't forged from her memories but directly through fate. The Eleanor in front of her has a power that far surpasses the one Mirai knows. Mirai, let's get this done then, huh? Reaching out for her sword, something instantly caught her attention as Eleanor did the same. In her hand was now a long sword typical of those wielded in the medieval era on Earth. Mirai, didn't Eleanor specialize in daggers? Realizing something was wrong, Mirai raised her guard up and waited, an invisible tension pulling her mind to its very edge. Finally, in the split of an instant, Mirai felt her arm crackling. Her eyes widened as she moved by instinct. Eleanor had closed the distance instantly and dug her sword right into Mirai's ribcage. If she hadn't let her instinct take over, she would be dead by now. Mirai, so fast. Eleanor copy. Mirai, but if it's just that. Deflecting her sword, Mirai used her knee to break Eleanor's wrist before landing a swift kick into her face. Using the small opening she created for herself, Mirai drew several slabs, fully cutting down the copy of her friend. Mirai, this is the first stage, huh? Looking down at where Eleanor was lost before she was cut down, residue of her form melted into the ground. Shaking her head, Mirai simply walked past the puddle and left for the next stage. Within the wall of Rubrios, a bit before you and Eleanor arrived at the north coast. Shu, being a genius of engineering and machine, he was tasked with a near-impossible task. Dawn asked him to create a tool that Shu couldn't understand, a tool that couldn't be comprehended by the one making it. Meaning, Shu was crafting something with a blindfold and minor instruction. The layout of the tool was rashly explained. Still, Shu didn't question his leader's words, he just nodded and worked day and night after the completion of the dimensional ring. And finally, as the war started, when many soldiers already fell, the young genius succeeded. Shu, I did it. Sat behind the desk in his personal factory, he was bleeding from his nose, his brain was screaming as he overperformed everything he had to offer. Shu, I need to deliver it to you-san now. His hands were shaking, he had pushed his body and mind to its limit. Curie, don't force yourself, kiddo. Out of nowhere, the majestic white fox appeared and supported the poor young boy from collapsing. Curie, you did an excellent job, to think a mere kid who had yet to reach his maturity could make such an artifact. Her eyes wandered toward the floating square that Shu had just created. It had a mystic force surrounding it, swirling around akin to a planet and its stratosphere. Curie could tell how absurd such a thing was, as she already witnessed this kind of energy before. Curie, you madman, you really managed to artificially replicate the power of fate. A wide grin forming onto her fox muzzle, she was aware of a few hidden facts about her master, even if he hid most from even her. Curie was a cunning fox behind her lazy attitude. This was also one of her strategies, to appear weak to devour easier. Curie, anyway, brat, we still need you to activate it. As the creator, only your skill can affect its flow. Shu, I know. He tried to force his muscles to move but they wouldn't obey. Curie, seeing this side, the charge her master decided to put on a kid who barely passed his 10th birthday was too much. Curie, don't move, I'll carry you. Her body extended, growing at a modest size, slightly bigger than a tall human. She nuzzled Shu's neck before grabbing him by the collarbone. Curie, relax and regain your strength, because once we get to the battlefield, there won't be any rest. Shu, why yes. With that, Curie ran off toward the surface when she stumbled on Velzard. Taking the initiative, the frost dragon decided to guide them to the north coast. As she herself had something she had to take care of. Now flying at high speed, Curie and Shu sat tightly on Velzard's gigantic dragon form. Curie, wait an instant, can you slow down a bit? Velzard, huh, why? Curie, I don't really know myself. Dawn-san specifically told me to reach the coast once the artifact was done, but he forced on the fact that we had reached there when the sun settled down. Velzard, MMH. He wants us there at night time. The fox nodded, her eyes darted toward Shu, who was struggling to keep up with the pressure. Even if Velzard slowed down by 100, it would still be too much for a normal human child. With that in mind, Curie enveloped her tail around the young child and covered him warmly. Curie, yes, so let's just trust him. Velzard, fine. With that, Velzard slowed down her pace, navigating herself through the cloud. She made sure to not let those below see her or a wave of chaos would follow. While they left Rubrios in a hurry, there was another group within the Holy Empire's underground palace. Luminous was standing at the entrance of a pretty large room, maintaining a powerful barrier. Luminous, seriously, those heroes are getting out of hand. She had a wide grin as within the formation of her barrier sat Chloe Aubert. She was focusing on adjusting to her adult body. Cladded in her holy armor and equipped with the divine rapier, she was slowly getting back to her prime. Now she is trying to surpass the level she previously had. Chloe, this is not enough. She was meditating, trying to feel the essence of her skill, her mind synchronized with Mana's Cronoa as she rewinded the memories of her past experience over and over. Chloe, I can feel the aura of Rimuru-sensei, he is enraged, things are getting out of control all around the world. This was nerve-wracking. On top of that, she couldn't feel Dawn's presence anymore. He suddenly vanished along with the evil energy coming from the southeast of the continent. Chloe, please, make it so I'm not too late. Negative emotion filled her heart. She remembered her past failure, but fortunately, Manas Cronoa was there to remove all those dark thoughts. Rudra Namal Nazca, the heroic emperor of the East, at the moment, he was frowning while watching as Velgrind and Veldora were subdued by a mere slime. No, he wasn't a slime anymore, he was a true dragon in the purest sense. Rudra could tell just by feeling the wave of aura Rimuru was releasing. Rudra, I need to go down myself. Losing Velgrind in such a way was bad. Sure, there was still her parallel existence in the north. She had separated her existence in two equal states. But Velgrind was being absorbed by Rimuru. Rudra wasn't sure what would happen to the other Velgrind now. So if he doesn't take action soon, everything would crumble on the Empire. The stale really turned into a single defeat. Rudra, ever arced. As he was about to order everyone to retrieve Velgrind, he suddenly fell back onto his throne. His heart and soul started burning. Cracks appeared all over as something within him tried to break free. Rudra, this is... Michael, it's too late, we need to retreat. Without caring about Rudra, Michael totally shattered Rudra's existence, shards of his souls dispersed all over the countless other worlds. In an instant without anyone knowing, the one who was once known as Lord of Justice, Michael, finally made his very own move. Rudra, I knew something was wrong, so this is how I meet my end, huh? His consciousness leaving his body, he could see Michael getting up while ordering the immediate retreat of all the Empire's force. Rudra's astral body evaporated as he tried to grab a once of his own body, regrets filled his heart as he realized how much things he still had to accomplish. His soul slowly got weaker after countless reincarnation, he was at the very end, betrayed by his own power. Rudra, Don Arseid, why do I think about him at such a time? He chuckled to himself, asking a question he already had an answer to. Rudra, yeah, this was my mistake, I should have been more careful, but Michael, don't rest easy because there is a hero even scarier than me lurking in the cardinal world. With those last thoughts, he unconsciously formed a curse on the impersonator of his body. Rudra had many regrets. And one of them was to have let the strongest hero of this era, if only Rudra had been more insightful back then. He could have conquered the world by today, but at the same time, his own heart and emotion were still alive. He was blinded by his justice under the influence of Michael, but deep within his heart, he saw himself and Dawn not in their ambition and goal, but in terms of will. Rudra and Dawn, two heroes who had a lot in common. Michael, all units, retreat. Rudra, we'll meet again in hell, Michael. With that, the Emperor, hero of the beginning Rudra Namal Nazca was no more. All that was left was a hungry Manas who had a clear goal set in mind, the resurrection of his master, and true owner. Velgrind POV. What the heck is happening there? I just felt my parallel existence, who should be fighting Veldora, disappear. Did I die? No, I can't tell, my other part's memories aren't coming to me, so she should still be fighting, but at the same time I can't feel my other part. Velgrind, how noisy. On top of that, there were those small bugs trying to get me, just below me, they managed to kill that cow dude, I think he was a general of the Empire. How pathetic, anyway, I should get done with the people here and leave for the Jura forest, I've got a bad feeling. Velgrind, let's take care of TH. Something in my head rang violently, it was my instinct screaming at me to dodge whatever incoming. I did as I felt it, the sense of urgency, I looked down and nothing was approaching, no, instead there was a little brat staring right back at me. Velgrind, how dare you? Her lips moved as she ran through the battlefield with her companion, I recognized her, she was a minor target from our intel. You from the Genesis Knight of Rubrios, the sole worth she upheld was being part of Don Arseid's personal unit, but just now, I could sweat I felt a threat similar to his. You, maybe you should go on a diet, you're so big that the sky is fully covered. I gritted my teeth, my scales turned crimson as I flew up high in the sky before diving down, you want to play smart with me? Fine, let's see how you'll talk after I burn you down. Velgrind, she is a threat, I have to kill her first. Only then, I realized something that infuriated me, this girl was actually a threat for whatever reason. A threat for me. A simple human, this irritated me to the highest degree and I had to destroy her until nothing was left to appease this anger. I rushed towards them, burning everything on my path, but as I was nearing my goal, I felt a part of my body being blown up. A chain of explosive magic made contact with me, it didn't hurt that much, rather it was more annoying than anything as I had to shift my attention toward the source. Velgrind, TCH, they are here. I was wondering where those guys were since they are a major force on the enemy side, the 10 great saints of Rubrios. Well, they are not 10 anymore, it seems another batch of bugs has come. Speaking of bugs, I guess it's time to unleash that one. Velgrind, Razzle, take care of those saints. Sending a thought communication to that insector, we decided to keep Razzle hidden for the first half of the war and make him appear only when Don Arseid is here. His hatred for that hero was the perfect bait, but since the situation went down to this. Let's use that insect to get rid of the trash, as for me, I have to focus on that you girl. UPOV. It worked, my provocation to Velgrind, it's a petty trick I got when talking to Ada. All living beings are sensible to killing intent, true dragons aren't an exception, Ada once told me how this killing instinct really works. You can't materialize it as it's an invisible force that plays on instinct, sure you can amplify its effect by releasing your magicule, but pure killing instinct is fundamentally different, Ada can use a higher form of intimidation by using her skills. I can't do that naturally but I already gasped the principle, Velgrind is a true dragon who is revered as a catastrophic monster, those who meet her true form would crawl down in fear and despair, a true dragon will never be the subject of true killing intent. They can feel it but not understand it, as those beings can resurrect over time, even now, as our enemy none of our soldiers dared to look at her in such a way. But I'm different, if I can focus on all my will and unleash it on Velgrind overpowering all the other minor intents. This worked, Hinata-san is also here, so let's pick up our pace. Eleanor, whoa, the scorched dragon is burning in danger. That's the point, Those true dragon are still sort of deity, they are as smart as they are strong, but irrationality will always come with anger. Eleanor, so what's the plan then? What else other than taking down the scorched dragon? I turned toward Eleanor with an evil smirk, my face darkened as I drew out my sword. But let's regroup for now. As I said, Horizon and Gadra's fight came into view, it seemed they were still going at each other's throat. Still, while observing them closely, something was wrong. Why was Horizon holding back? No, he is even stronger than before he was imprisoned. Did he progress that much by just fighting Gadra? If it's him right now, he should be able to kill Gadra. What is he waiting for? Well, whatever. I exhaled some air before jumping up. I left Eleanor to leap toward the Imperial Mage. Sword in hand, he surely didn't expect an attack from behind as he only reacted when it was too late. The time for sub-boss is already long gone, you know. Smirking, I didn't bother to listen to any last words he had. I just split his body in half with a horizontal slash before finishing the job with a direct vertical swing. Perfectly split in 4. As they say, it's a double kill for me. The 2 generals of the Empire set on this battlefield are gone. The only remaining threat is Velgrind now. It's truly worthy of being a final boss. Horizon, you are too slow. Anyway, we got the big lizard to take care of so ***. Horizon, I know, but before that, where is Dawn-san? This bastard, he doesn't really care about the people here. Even if we all die, his main priority will be Dawn-san. He has left for another front. For now, just listen to my orders and you'll meet him later. Horizon. I'll take your silence for a yes. Horizon, you changed. You too, now let's get going. I turned around annoyed. This guy has no sense of urgency. No, in a tactical way he should be superior to me, but right now, he is just acting too laid back. I narrowed my eyes while giving him a side glare. We'll have to pierce through the sky and land on that overgrown lizard's back. Horizon, a true dragon scale is much harder than any ores. Do you think any of our attacks would be effective on such beings? Yes, because. As I was about to answer, a loud shout snapped our attention. I turned toward the approaching Eleanor, who I had left in the dust just a minute ago. Eleanor, since when could you jump so high? Don't be surprised by everything you're going to see, or we'll never get through. I sighed and turned toward Velgrind, who was still floating. Huh? Wait, she seemed distracted. She wasn't paying attention to us but the battlefield where Tempest should be fighting. Now it's the time, call of the wind. Forcing the wind to be on our side, it seemed my 2 companions understood what I meant and readied their weapon. Eleanor, be our support. Horizon aims for her head. I'll take off the rest. When we get on her, just buy me 10 seconds. Eleanor, okay. Horizon, I see. What a bland answer. Third POV. Having arrived at the north coast, Hinata accompanied of what remained of the great saints, HSE realized that the situation was worse than they expected. Hinata, Lightus, go down and start treating the injured. All of you go support her. Lightus, High. Arnos, Bacchus, and the others followed. The sense of crisis made them not question their leader's judgment. While they rushed over to the front line, I instinctively stared at the giant flying dragon in the sky, but that was not my main priority. Hinata, for how long are you going to stay hidden? Come out already. I unsheathed my rapier. The real reason I sent off the rest of my team is because of the looming threat I felt approaching. Coming from behind us, were a light forest corrupted by the ambient magicule, an insect-like being. He looked a lot like that Zijin I had fought back in Tempest. Razzle, you noticed me, huh? Hinata, hard to not consider the hostility surrounding you. Razzle, You aren't the one I'm searching for. Let me ask you a question. This guy, he is totally underestimating me. His guard was lowered and frankly I could tell he didn't see me as an opponent. Raisin, where is that hero of yours? Hinata, why are you also obsessed with him? It's getting tiring to answer to mundanity like these. Raisin, what? Hinata, you asked me where Don Arcead was, right? Raisin, what are you trying to say? I chuckled. No, I even burst in laughter. My hand gently grabbed my face as I couldn't control myself. Hinata, ha ha ha. Raisin, why are you laughing? Hinata, haha, sorry, it's just too funny that small fry like you constantly come bugging Dawn-sensei, as if in your personal world, you guys are even reaching the back of his foot. My words must have enraged this insector, but I couldn't care less. While he didn't see me as a threat, it was the same for me. No matter how I saw and studied him, I couldn't see myself losing, no, not after training this much. Razzle, you talk big for a mere saint. My name is Razzle. I shall destroy you right here and now. Hinata Sakaguchi, student of Dawn Arcead, and I will show you that you just don't have the quality to face him. Razzle, student. I held my sword, Moonlight, tightly. This guy looked tougher than Zijin. Maybe it's because from what I heard, the insector of Tempest was barely evolved. This Razzle seemed more experienced, but all these didn't matter. I closed my eyes, remembering the flow of concentration I felt before. Razzle, I see, then it's perfect. I'll destroy you just like how he killed my friend. I couldn't see his expression, but I was sure he was grinning madly. I couldn't care less about his history with my teacher. All I have to do is fulfill my duty, as Luminous Right Arm, as Riberios's guardian. Razzle, I'll rip of your arm one by one. Hinata, focus Hinata, this is the path to reach the next step. Flashback. After being called back to Rubrios while the Festival of Tempest was still ongoing, I witnessed an unimaginable sight which resulted in the comeback of the great hero that had sealed Veldora. While I was briefed about the situation and how Chloe time traveled, I found myself in a training room with Chloe. Hinata, seriously, you are too strong. I was on my knees, panting as I was chosen to be her sparring partner so she could get used to that body. Chloe, this is just the start. Anyway, Hinata-chan has a big flaw, I just noticed. Hinata, a flaw. Chloe, yes, you certainly have become a lot stronger, but your movements are rubbish. Hinata, what do you mean? She pondered for an instant before giving me a bright smile. Chloe, it's not something I should tell you, but don't worry, I'm sure you'll find the answer in due time. You are Hinata Sakaguchi after all. Flashback end. She had left me with this big question in head. I continued my routine training afterward, but this flaw she talked about kept lingering through my mind, but now I'm starting to get it, at least I think so. My new problem was the solution of my previous flaw. It's the dependence on Don-sensei's technique. Those aren't made for me, those sword art are limited growth for me who is more suited for another style. In gaming terms, it would be the same as getting a weapon of the highest rarity and level at the start of the game, when I'm actually using another class. What I need to do now isn't using Don-sensei's technique but assimilating his power to create mine. Hinata, I can see it. My eyes still closed, I didn't even have magic perception on, still with just my 5 senses, I could perceive my enemies and his every movement. Razzle, you won't even see your own death. Hinata, give me strength, sensei. I honestly owe so much to the 2 teachers that guided me all the way up to where I am now. Losing this fight would be an insult to the greatest hero of Rubrios. I smiled comfortably, I really can't see myself losing. Third POV. The silent Hinata and raging Razzle both stood there waiting for the other to take the first move. Ultimately, Razzle lost patience and raised his fist. Being an insector, he was naturally resistant and specialized in close combat. He crossed the distance separating them in an instant, a victorious smirk below his helmet-like head. Hinata wasn't reacting, her eyes were still closed, her hands on the handle of her rapier. She couldn't react to this level of speed. Razzle, pathetic. Hinata. The 2 moves, it was so subtle and minimal, but Hinata managed to deliver her own blow. Standing back to back, Razzle's eyes widened as his hand never managed to reach Hinata, standing there frozen in his punching stance. He stayed silent as he processed what he had just witnessed. This girl, Hinata Sakaguchi, moved so swiftly that her presence seemed to have faded in the space itself. Her feet didn't even move from her original place, her eyes still closed. All she did after performing her new technique was shielding her rapier back into its scabbard. Razzle, this is Hinata, as I said. Surely, Razzle's hand crumbled like a sand castle. Hinata, you are far too weak to even begin to compare yourself to Don-sensei. She turned her head toward the insector. His arms weren't regenerating because his body had yet to realize that it had been cut down. This was a technique that had a speed execution equal to Dawn Break. This was Hinata's very own technique. Hinata, let's call this Silent Moon. Smirking, she turned her head again before walking away. Hinata, and the second melody is called Eclipse. As she finished, Razzle was assaulted by a series of slashes, totally annihilating what remained intact from the first melody. This was Hinata's own sword art, a 2-melody step technique that carries ultimate defense and destroying offense. Hinata, with this I'm one step closer. Inside Mirai's mind, she was still fighting the first trial. Having fought Eleanor in the first room, she went on in succession. The second presented a very dangerous Hinata, the third monstrous Lucas, the fourth a terrific Flora, the fifth a merciless Horizon. Finally, she was getting a breather. Staying in the 5th room, she sat on the ground laying her back onto the wall. Mirai, this is hard, particularly Flora, she is really terrifying when she wants to. She sweat dropped. Sure, Horizon was much stronger, but Flora is a literal instant killer. If Mirai even took a single misstep, she would be a goner. Mirai, this is 5 of the 10 rooms, I'm scared to know who will be behind this 6th room. Sighing, she slowly got up and grabbed her sword. There was crack all over the blade, but it seemed each time it broke, it would regenerate. This was at least one thing she didn't have to worry about. With that said, she finally decided to set foot into the 6th room. However, this room was different from the other, because the moment she stepped in, the world surrounding changed, the cave-like wall straightened, the ground flattened and the room lightened. Mirai found herself standing in front of a large staircase leading up toward a throne. A torch appeared on the wall, leaving the lower area lightened while the very top was kept in the dark. Mirai, a throne room. While in the previous room, her opponent appeared in the form of Mud Golem. This time, there was really someone present there. Sitting on the throne, their chin resting on their hand, this lone figure hidden in the natural darkness looked down on Mirai. Mirai, this pressure, this person is a monster. If she had to place an odds, then the previous challenge she faced would be nothing to the current one, even if Horizon, Flora, and the others teamed up. They wouldn't defeat the new room boss. How strange, I suddenly appeared in this room and was told to wait for the challenger. Mirai, it can talk. Mirai couldn't really tell who that person was, because she was perfectly hidden, no light reflected on her figure. But from the voice, sweet and elegant, she could tell it was a woman, probably the ruler of this place who appears to be a castle. Honestly, calling up the dead isn't nice. Mirai, the dead. Then it clicked in her mind, it seemed like the friends she had fought before were copied because they aren't dead yet. That would explain why she stumbled on an actually living person here. Whoever sitting on that throne is an existence brought back by Mona's fate. Mirai, who are you? Present yourself first. Mirai. Mirai tensed up, the way that person refuted and threw back her question at her was threatening. Instinctively Mirai took a step back and readied her sword. You got quite the instinct, so what's your name, challenger? Mirai, Mirai, no last name. Mirai, you talk a lot for someone who is going to die again. Well, as you said, I'm actually dead. An opportunity to talk to someone might not cross my path ever again. Won't you share a few words with this pathetic lady? A sense of loneliness and regret, that was what Mirai felt when spouted those last words, since it's a trial for her. This woman is forcibly connected to Mirai in some way. This made the girl wonder, was this all real? Is that woman really someone who was brought back, or is it just an upgraded golem with memories? In any case, Mirai spoke up while lowering her blade. Mirai, Avirian, my name is Mirai Avirian. I see, we kind of look like each other, don't you think? Her words were confusing until got up, she slowly walked down the stairs, her every step was heavy as if the land was shaking. Or rather it was Mirai's heart, she felt a sense of discomfort as the woman approached. Finally, the torch lighting the room reflected her appearance, ashen hair akin to the clear moon, blue eyes that shone like diamonds. Her appearance was similar to those from Avirian, a lavish armor adorned with a crest similar to Falmouth on the left shoulder. Her hair loosened up with a very distinct half-moon necklace, and an oddly familiar sword set on her wrist. My name is Luna Arceid, it seems I am nothing but an obstacle on your path. Followed by a heroic killing intent, Mirai felt like the sky was falling on her, her body froze as Luna stepped down the last stair. Now standing right in front of the challenger, she lifted her leg one last time before stomping the ground. The throne room was blasted away, the air surrounding them broke into pieces leading them into a plain field. Mirai, Arceid. Shocked by her statement, Mirai had to face a prime Luna Arceid, a true hero who this time had mastered all her skills and was equipped with her legendary graded sword Full Moon. The same woman Dawn had struggled to defeat, she is the tyrannical ruler of Muth, the destined one of Dawn Arceid. Luna Arceid has accepted to be the 6th room's boss. Luna, now come young lady, show me your resolve. Third POV. In the barren land, an infernal battlefield took place replacing the holy void of Damargania. Degruel, who was previously fighting Dawn there, was now instead facing Malim Nava. Reality having been rewritten, he was now struggling to conceal an enraged Dragonoid. Degruel, why does I feel like something went wrong? He was being tossed around as Malim engaged the fight in a mindless state. The situation wasn't much different than the one he was before. Fate paradox, Degruel still had to fight one of the rare few people that could be proclaimed as the strongest. Degruel, arced. Receiving yet another blow, the Titan groaned. Malim's strength was no joke, each one of her punches were devastating and penetrated Degruel's defense. But what's worse is that Malim is in a mindless state, no words or hesitation, purely destruction. Degruel, I need to get out of here. First, she doesn't let me breathe. Trying to break free, he throwed yet another punch, which Malim responded in the exact same motion. The two fists colliding, Degruel felt a sharp pain extending through his whole arm. He gritted his teeth as Malim just overpowered him like it was nothing. Malim, ahhhh. Her rageful cry reasoned with the planet, an impactful shockwave akin to a natural disaster hit the land. Malim, still blinded by rage, just blasted Degruel through the bottom of the world. Malim, destroy, 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 destroy. A single command appeared over and over in her mind. She immediately dived downward to catch up to Degruel. She fired dozens of Drago Nova, showing the world why she is called the Destroyer. Their fight prolonged as long as one of them would be standing. On the side, however, Leon Cromwell finally recovered from his previous injuries, which were dealt by Malim this time. Leon, fucking shit, why did I agree to this already? He got up and undusted himself, looking around. The giant nation was gone. There were still a few survivors who kept themselves alive with their natural regeneration. But at this rate, nothing would be left from this part of the world. Leon, now what should I do? Somehow I lost contact with my subordinates. They should be near Gistav now, but the connection just cut off suddenly. As he pondered, Dino emerged from underground, his hair disheveled, he had a wild gleam in his eyes. Leon, Dino. Dino, I don't know why but I feel dreadful. When Melim punched me, I saw a forgotten memory. His expression was grim and almost serious. This was a scary Dino that just popped beside Leon. Even the platinum saber could tell that something was wrong. Dino, how unpleasant. He ruffled his hair letting them fall, his expression darkening as he looked up. Melim and Degrol's clash was loud, too loud for his confused mind. Dino, I feel like snapping all of the sudden. A pulse of energy leaked from his body, from his back, a pair of wings was beginning to appear mixing up with his mental mood. But before he could snap out, a voice rang through his head. Feldway, Dino, come back to heaven now, we have a big change of plan. Dino, what? Feldway, just come back, the Eastern Empire lost the battle against the new monster nation, it's time to step up our game. Clenching his fist, Dino forced himself to calm down and took a deep breath. Dino, seriously. Leon, what are you planning to do now? Dino, just shut it, you damn human. Leon flinched as he never expected Dino of all people to talk to him in such a rude tone. Leon, what? Dino, I'm going to be honest, so don't get in my way. A sword appearing in his hand, Dino in an invisibly fast movement, took Leon by surprise, holding his blade against the fallen hero's throat. Dino, the only one here who is scared for their life is you, just so you know, neither Degrol, me or Guy had that fear, this is just another battle for us. Leon, you. Dino, you already lost, I won't kill you because we are objectively still on the same side but be aware that the moment you try biting my back, I'll personally kill you. Dino stated, it was clear and threatening, at the moment there was no sleeping ruler or lazy demon lord. The one standing in front of Leon, a legendary sword in hand ready to slice his throat, it was the fallen angel, the sword of God, Dino, the greatest swordsman in Veldanava's army. Leon, I am scared. Dino, seems like you understood. His eyes trailing off, Dino removed the blade out of the way and turned around just as two portals distorted the space. These two figures emerged, being represented by their majestic wings, the angelic aura that preserved them from the rest of the world. Two seraphim, also known as primordial angels, appeared to pick up the sword of God. Pico, yo Dino, ready to go. Gracia, we got a busy schedule so let's go already. Two of Dino's subordinates, they were with whom Dino had traveled across the world. That's why they were best suited to see the difference between the current Dino and the one who was a demon lord. Gracia, what happened to you? Pico, yeah, you look a bit different. Dino, it doesn't matter, let's go. Deciding to cut this short, Dino just walked toward the two seraphim which agreed instantly as a larger portal formed on itself. Ignoring the flabbergasted Leon, the three angels left as if they weren't here to begin with. The platinum saber aside, Gracia was someone who spent a lot of time with Dino, she was here when they lost their master leading to Dino's rampage. Gracia and Pico were the two angels who helped Dino calm down. But ever since that day, Dino was an empty shell, he sealed most of his power after destroying an entire nation. He became a fallen angel and despised the world to the point of wishing its destruction, but ultimately, he abided by the task Veldanava had given him. Be the watcher of the world, but it was never the same as before, he was just empty, his life had lost all meaning beside a silent order. This is why Gracia was surprised, the Dino she saw upon arriving in the barren land was similar to the past Dino. The emotion he portrayed was fierce with a hint of anger, he might know, Gracia was sure, something made Dino wake up from his empty dream. Gracia, just in case, are you really okay? Dino, yeah, just a light headache. Gracia, I see. Upon arriving in heaven, land ruled by the angels, Dino's expression darkened even more, as the first he met wasn't Feldway or another angel but rather, a lady with platinum pinkish hair, a face full of neutrality and pearl-like eyes. Manus Lucia, seems like you are here, Armageddon is about to be unleashed, you seraphim must get ready for the incoming battle. Pico, hi, we already know. Waving her off, the three angels didn't bother much as they walked past Manus, Lucia who stood still, the neutrality she showed up until now crumbled as the angels left. Her face started twitching violently, forming light glitch everywhere. Manus Lucia, oops, I almost broke the cover. Reforming the appearance of Manus, Lucia, earlier when no one was looking, Manus, Lucia's desire for resurrecting her owner and the author's ambition of reaching his preferred ending led to this, the Manus ruler of heaven was a perfect prey to being a puppet for the author. Mana/author, it's finally the time to launch the Tenma War and get rid of those anomalies. Meanwhile, near the Jura Tempest Federation's capital, a small unit of the Empire was waiting to ambush the monster city. But as they suddenly lost contact with the clearing unit charged with the first attack, those present three started panicking. This was the perfect opportunity for a counterattack against them. In the dark forest, a blurring mist surfaced from the deepest part of the underworld. Before any Imperial soldiers could react, they were already surrounded by thousands of orcs, part of the Yellow Number, the most massive unit within the Jura Tempest Federation. Flora, FOMO, this victory is ours. Sitting on a tree branch, Flora made sure to check if any of the Imperial soldiers could pose a threat. Fortunately, it seems then Emperor Rudra decided to mobilize most of his force on the other battlefield. Flora, Ged-san, you can start the massacre, don't leave any of them alive. Giving out her instruction, she talked mentally to Ged. He was a smaller officer that was tasked to lead the yellow number that were left behind. Since Rimuru had the same strategy as the Emperor, all the citizens were already in the labyrinth, protected from any harm under Ramras's skill. That's why, they just had to focus on protecting the city itself. Geld and the other orc generals were needed on the foremost front line. That's why, Ged, someone who is much less experienced, was given the leadership of a big platoon of thousands of orcs. Ged, yes. Let's go, everyone. Roaring, a cold bloodbath tainted the forest as the orc all activated their common skill, stomping the ground. Vibration started watching from every direction. A land-shaking earthquake engaged the massacre, as once the installation and most of the Imperial defense were lowered. All the orcs jumped forward, their respective weapons painted the ground red. Flora, I left Lucas in the labyrinth in case we failed or some managed to get in, but things seemed to be going fine. She was prepared for multiple scenarios, even the worst, but things were just going as originally planned. Flora was aware that when things go way too well, it isn't normal, the calm before the storm, a silent sea hiding a monster. Flora, I hope the others are doing fine. She looked up at the sky. The Jura forest was one of the rare remaining battlefields where the clouds hadn't gathered chaotically. Flora, the sun is going down already. The sight that offered itself in front of her was unique to say the least. Deep in the horizon, a storm-like fathering as all the clouds seemed to be absorbed. On the east, the sky was clear as if someone had wiped out its very core. It was truly an all-out war. Flora, a war never ends in a single day. Gotta start preparing for the after-battle meeting. Mirai POV. I groaned as I was tossed onto the ground. I quickly rolled to the side as the next instant, the ground I was laying on exploded. Just a moment ago, that lady, Luna, presented herself. I was stunned because she called herself Arcead. And so far, I only know one person alive who has this name, and that's Dawn Arcead. So who is this woman? I just got the time to ask myself when she was already in front of me, ready to strike me down. She is no joke. Her sword is fast, her spells are accurate, and the way she moves to cover her next and previous action is incredible. I feel like fighting a moving fortress. What's more is that she can use a large variety of spells, from defense to offense, passing by support. Also her elemental magic, she gives me no time to breathe. I have been running since the beginning. Mirai, ugh. A sharp pain running through my arm. I looked down to see several stone shards had pierced past her, fresh blood gushing out from her injuries. Mirai, huh? When? Panicking, she focused and noticed how pieces of the shattered ground had been flying as if they were possessed. This is when realization struck her. Luna was playing with her literally. Her hand moved, controlling the surrounding elements to attack her. Luna, what's up? Can't keep up. I gritted my teeth, so many questions unanswered, yet I had to fight. I tried to get my balance back after dodging a large boulder made of stone. She seems particularly specialized in earth magic, at least it's giving me time to dodge. Mirai, left, right, no, I can't find any route to reach her. I made multiple calculations while moving, but nothing. Luna didn't even let me think I had a chance, while some seasoned fighter moved. They would set feints or do mistakes as bait, but this Luna just didn't care. No, she was showing me the rift that separated us. How come I have no memories of such being, and she is supposedly connected to me? No, she is connected to the Arcead, so my father. Mirai, I definitely can't lose here. A low whisper escaped my mouth as I stopped dead on my track, facing yet another boulder she was throwing at me. I held my sword tightly and smashed it forward. A clean slice fractured the boulder into pieces. I used the veil of dust generated to pass through the falling stone. Only to find another boulder, this time, twice as massive, flying toward me. Mirai, she predicted that. No, she isn't even fighting, she is basically toying with me, deciding action on the spot. I reproduced the same scenario, slicing the boulder again, but as I passed through, another boulder came at me. I got annoyed and redid my plan. This continued for a while as I felt my arm getting heavier. Luna, you are pretty strong. Mirai, huh? But again, this wasn't enough. My eyes widened as I heard a voice coming from behind. I had just cut down another piece of stone when Luna appeared behind me. Her eyes shook red as she swung down her blade, a surge of bloodlust escaping her soul. I could only see death awaiting me at that moment. Or at least, that's what I would feel if I didn't foresaw this. Mirai, right where I needed you to be, Luna, oh. I ducked down using my instinct to position myself in a way where I wouldn't avoid the blow. No, instead, I let her blade run through my shoulder, a sharp pain followed by a pool of blood. Still I kept these emotions locked in and turned around. Her blade still stuck in my shoulder. I ignored the pain and used my remaining hand, the right one, to grab her arm. Luna, not bad. Mirai, freeze. I condensed a maximum of mana before freezing her arm. My vision started to be clouded as a headache added itself onto the series of problems I was subject to. Luna smirked and just overpowered me. She let go of her sword and landed a heavy kick down into my stomach. I had to fight with everything I had to stay awake. Still, my body was tossed down, like a rag doll. I couldn't even move my left arm, my eyes were bleeding. Luna, oh. What is this spell? Still, I looked up proud of myself. This is a spell I had created in situations like these. Frost fire, when one touches ice, they can also be burned. This skill seal the one I touch and burn them with fire made of ice. She should be a golem or something of the sort, so this alone will make me why. Luna, interesting, your ice magic reminds me of Donkuin, but that isn't enough. I couldn't see properly but the sound of ice shattering made way to my ears. Did she just break my spell? I didn't have the strength to react, but if she did, then I'm done for. Luna, I guess I won. Her old words resonated with my soul. I wanted to get up but my body just wouldn't allow it. Instead, I crawled on the ground. I struggled to lift my body before being crushed under all the pain. The sound of footsteps approaching, it was clear and loud. Luna, MMH. She whispered something inaudible as I awaited my own death. Will I even manage to come back? I'm in my mind so I shouldn't be able to die for real. But at the same time, the impossible was now possible. Luna, get up. Mirai, ah. A sense of relief washed all over me as my previous injuries healed on itself. I was confused but still looked up. Luna was looking at me with something akin to affection, her hand stretched toward me, emanating a greenish glow. Luna, you are strong, that's a fact but it feels really lacking once you fight someone much stronger. Mirai, why are you sparing me? Luna, that's a good question. I wonder about myself. Maybe it's because you remind me of the one I love. The one she loves. And in this sad tone, she must have lost someone really important. Wait. She said her name was Arceid. Now that she let me talk, I have to ask. Mirai, it may be rude but I really have to ask. You said your name is Arceid, right? Luna, indeed, it seems like that name is still as famous. She looked proud for some reason. Mirai, then, what's your connection with Don Arceid? Luna, Donkuin, huh, tell me girl, how long has passed since Malim Nava's rampage? Mirai, I think around 2,000 years. Luna, it has been that long, since you know Donkuin, then he must still be alive. I nodded quietly. Is she a family member of the Arceid nobility? Luna, good, though I'm a bit sad he never mentioned my name. Well, allow me to present myself properly then. ANF from the sound of it, she was really close to my father. Luna, my name is Luna Arceid, I'm the ruler of the new dynasty of Muth, and to answer your question I am what you could call a fan to Donkuin. Mirai, a fan. Luna, that's right, one of those girls who chased an impossible goal, ending as poison for the idol. She talked in Su way where I couldn't really understand. Mirai, sorry what? Luna, I guess I'm just beating around the bush. My relation with Donkuin is particular but from my point of view, he is a failed love story. I froze up. Did she just mention the words love story beside my father's name? Mirai, don't tell me. Luna, Fufu, at the end he didn't reciprocate my feelings but hopefully I was somewhat of a young love for him. Mirai, wait. This can't be. I ruffled my hair before getting up. My movement suddenly got swift as I grabbed both Luna's shoulder. Mirai, why did he never tell me about you? Luna, Well you seem really close to him too, care to explain? Mirai, I am his D. I halted realizing what I was about to reveal, but at the same it shouldn't be a problem here, right? As I pondered, my grip over Luna's shoulder weakened. She stood back up tall, at least a head above mine. Luna, seems like you can't or don't want to answer. Well that's fine. Mirai, no, I think I can trust you. I am Dawn's daughter. My gaze darted to the side. I was a bit embarrassed to reveal this to someone, but somehow I felt comfortable telling Luna this. Luna, daughter. Her face paled as she stuttered. Her arm stretched to grab me but stopped midway, trying to compose herself after the bombshell I had just released. Luna, tell me more kid. Who did he end up marrying? What kind of life is he living now? Finally, she started shaking me. The sheer strength she was harnessing to hold me was shattering my bones. I tried to speak but her constant shaking started getting to my head. A nauseous feeling swirled through my mind. Mirai, see can you stop shaking me please? Luna, oh, sorry, I'm just a bit shocked. Sheesh, I thought I would die from this. Luna, anyway, grab your sword. Mirai, why so suddenly? If she wants to restart the fight then I'm in no damn condition for that. Luna, I'm going to tutor you. If you are his daughter, then I'll consider you like mine. She started walking away, stopping only after she was at a reasonable distance, taking a one-sword-handed stance. She this time didn't give me a smile full of blood, but rather a kind and curious smirk. Luna, come on and don't hesitate to call me mother or mama. Mirai, you. Luna, haha, I'm kidding, not like I mind thought. Her attitude did a 180-degree switch. At first, she was like an ice statue that seemed untouchable, but inside it's filled with warmth. Still, this room stage turned into a training stage. It's barely the 6th room and there are 4 more. If Luna is this strong, then there is no world where I'll clear the trial. Mirai, fine, then please teach me well, Luna-sensei. Luna, well, that's good enough. Returning her smile, I took my own fighting stance and jumped as soon as I felt ready. If I can't beat her now, I'll just defeat her then. Third POV. Rimuru stared at the horizon with relief, as the ship of the Empire started retreating, and with him managing to defeat both Velgrind and the mind-controlled Veldora. He stood there in the air before switching his gaze toward his army. There was a lot of fight going on while he dealt with his own part. From what he could get, the primordial demon who previously assisted the different color numbers went on a rampage following Rimuru's action. They quickly cleared up the imminent threat. Rimuru's decision was nothing but an order for the demon to free themselves. All the 600 demons controlled by the primordials were previously following the orders to fight alongside the entirety of the army. But for a demon, this isn't the right strategy. Demons are cunning, but above all they are ruthless and don't know true fear. In a battle of this scale, they would run on a rampage even if they had to die. The simple and sheer anger of Rimuru awakened this desire back in them. They were freshly given a name and a body. Their loyalty still lay in their respective progenitor, yet in that simple flash of emotion, all demons who were summoned recently learned what kind of person Rimuru Tempest was. They were now exalted to follow their new master, and on a whim to try to gain his favor, all demons massacred the Empire's soldier. They tore down the flying ship, ripped the will of the weak-minded, and ate down all hope as the strongest unit in Tempest was born. Rimuru, Benimaru, any casualties? Benimaru, Rimuru-sama. No, it's a complete victory for our side. A big smile on the Crimson General's face, his words set Rimuru's mind at peace as he held his chin high. Closing his eyes, he felt the wind flying through his hair. Rimuru, great, I'm glad everything worked fine here. The results after analysis are, a difficult victory of Carrera against the General Condon, Testarosa's victory against the General of the Magic Beast Squadron Gradum, and over 500,000 soldiers exterminated by the entirety of the Tempestian army. Seal, Master, the Soul Corridor with the Storm Dragon Veldora has been re-established. On top of that, Scorched Dragon Velgrind is currently immobilized in the imaginary space. Rimuru, she is still alive. Seal, affirmative. Rimuru thought about it for an instant before shaking his head. He asked Seal to keep her at bay so he could meet her when he got the time. Rimuru, still I didn't expect Rudra to abandon such a precious subordinate. Seal, external influence detected, individual, Rudra Namal Nazca is most likely gone. Rimuru, huh? How? Seal, after further analysis of the information given by Dawn, I concluded that individual, Rudra would never abandon a battle at this stage. Among all the arsenal of the Emperor, the ultimate skill, Lord of Justice, Michael can be found. I concluded after a deepened inspection that Michael managed to win over his master. The meaning was simple. Rudra's mind was taken over by his own skill. The one who issued this retreat order then is Rimuru, a monist like Seal-sensei. I have to look into this later. This was a serious matter, as another unexpected variable might have appeared, but for now, he could at least rest for a while. Rimuru, everyone. Let's go back home for now. Ignoring the menacing sky which started crackling, awaiting for the heavenly race to descend, Rimuru ordered the troop to go back. Sure, he wanted to end this by massacring the entire enemy force, but that was simply not possible. Tempest was now back on their way from a glorious victory. Though the decision of talking to Velgrind later greatly influenced the battle on Ribirio's side, because the Scorched Dragon wouldn't warn her parallel existence to stop the fight. On the northern coast, the other Velgrind narrowed her eyes dangerously. All around her, unexpected situations occurred. Velgrind, what is happening? Did that insector lose to that paladin? This wasn't all. The connection to her other part was cut down. Rudra's aura seemed to be retreating. At this point, Velgrind didn't know what to do, besides one certitude, that she had to kill the girl Tot provoked her earlier. Velgrind, and now they are approaching me directly, how infuriating. Flying up, she swirled through the sky before diving toward the group. Her crimson scale glowed bright as she deactivated her cardinal aura. A technique that uses her nature as the Scorched Dragon to ignite a burning presence. Anything without immunity would be destroyed, while those who have to go through a hellish heat to reach her. Floating right above the ocean, the biggest water source in any world started evaporating. But the 3 kids she aimed for didn't seem to be affected. Velgrind, what is this? A veil of shadow. While the knights were running, you had casted a veil of shadow to protect them. Cardinal aura wasn't an environmental spell. No. The one releasing that scorching aura is Velgrind, meaning that the heat comes from her. If she was put in a closed box, then the heat will be contained. Shadow is an intangible element that doesn't feel heat. Her skill allowed you to bring out shadow as a material thing she can manipulate. Forming a shield large enough to cover 3 people, while it was a shame the remaining allied force had to face it head-on. You, Eleanor, stay back and maintain, Call of the Wind. Eleanor, yes. Call of the Wind is in contrast a natural spell, using the wind to move easier through space. This wasn't an exclusive ability, only those who possess a slightly above average affinity with spirits. You was particularly proficient with these art being naturally loved by the spirits, that's why she made it one of her specialties compared to the other. Eleanor, I can't force the wind the same way as you, but it's a question of life and death, failure isn't an option. Even if she had to break down from this, Call of the Wind won't end until you and Horizon reach Velgrind. With that, Eleanor poured all her magicule into spiritual art. At the same time, you removed her shadow veil and increased her pace. The wind and heat collided, fighting for dominance. Sure, it seemed like it was a fair battle, but Eleanor knew from the moment she faced Velgrind's power. Eleanor, 20 seconds, no, I have to push it to a minute, that's all I can do. Blood started flowing from her eyes. She couldn't just stop a true dragon like it was nothing. An average being like her had to give it her all to even hope stopping these catastrophic beings. Still, this short lapse of time where she would sacrifice her health allowed her two companions to reach their goal. As you approached the scorched dragon, she turned toward Horizon and spoke sternly. You better not mess this up. Horizon, yeah, don't worry, everything will go as planned. Nodding, Yu's figure started melting into the ground. She merged and went down into Horizon's shadow. Instantly, after he jumped, Velgrind was several hundreds meters above the ground, but that wasn't a distance he couldn't reach. Horizon strengthened his back before forming a platform made of rock. He moved up without slowing down as Velgrind looked down on him. Horizon, what a shitty game. He increased his pace further as magicule gathered in Velgrind's mouth. Her dragon form glowed as she released a powerful beam. Blasting through Horizon, the burning sensation overpowered the wind and directly burned Horizon on the first degree. Horizon, ugh. His skin turned red, the heat made his consciousness waver. Still he kept moving forward, until he reached the closest point. Horizon, it's your turn now, brat. Though he couldn't get on top of the dragon, he was still close enough for their shadow to connect. You, who had spared all her strength for this moment, left Horizon and reappeared above Velgrind. You, don't die, you idiot. The sun settling down behind her, this was the moment where the world known as the night arrived, where the shadow dominated the light. You, Shizue, Hinata, and all those little wrench who think they inherited this technique, I'll show you now that only I am his rightful successor. Holding her sword with both hands, she channeled magicule, a bright light taking the form of a large cross shone bright. Its light illuminated the land like the descendant of a holy being. Those who survived could only look up mesmerized. You, I don't intend to chase a meaningless shadow, my time is limited. This is why, even if it's for a short instant, I want to surpass that wall. Awakening, in that desperate moment, you achieved the requirement to enter the domain of the praised saint. Her body felt light, her perception of the surroundings slowed down, a whole new world presented itself in front of her. As she swung down her sword. You, Dawnbreak X. Compatibility, you is one of those people born that way. A sword art is a question of hard work and talent, but above all, you need that compatibility. Hinata wasn't perfectly suited for Dawn's fighting style. This is why, to get stronger, she had to divert herself from his path. But you is different, she held the very essence of that art in her soul. This is why, on a whim, as she let her own genius act, she managed to surpass the previously impossible wall that stood in front of her. Velgrind. As the attack approached, Velgrind knew that she didn't have any time to turn around and dodge. The potent threatening feeling she felt awakened a deep fear within her. She groaned in extreme pain as all her nullification got bypassed. Her scale got destroyed as he rampaged her sword into the dragon's skin. Velgrind's gigantic body wavered before falling down. She was right above the ocean. The boiling water welcomed her as she dropped right into the immense sea. You, however, jumped off right before reaching the water. She stared as a large amount of steam formed on the contact between the water and the scorched dragon. You, I doubt this is enough to take down a true dragon, but it's enough for now. Looking back at the falling sun, several Pegasus could be seen running toward them. On top of that, the elite army of the 11 dynasty arrived. The allied force composed of Dworgen and Sarian has finally reached the battlefield, engaging the remaining yet still massive force of the Eastern Empire. This was the perfect ending for this side of the war, but this was just the prelude. You closed her eyes before landing on the firm land. She collapsed on a knee, her body paying the price for using such a technique, as she was soon joined by Eleanor and Horizon. Both held minor and heavy injuries. Horizon, you really took that dragon down. Eleanor, that was incredible. You, quiet, it's too early to celebrate. Her confusing words were soon understood as Velgrind rose up against. Her blazing body flew out of the ocean before taking a human form. She had scratches all over her figure with a deep wound near her abdomen, which she held with silent rage. Her hair was wet from the shower she just took. Her expression showed a menacing darkness as she bit her lips. Velgrind, these brats. But as she was about to attack again, she flinched as she felt two monstrous aura appearing simultaneously. On her left was a demonic force, a calm power that was hidden most of the time to deceive its enemy, Demon Lord Guy Crimson. On the right, a flying white dragon with a large gem encrusted on its forehead, the white ice dragon, Velzard. Two other major factors of this war have finally appeared. Velzard, I see now, Donluan predicted Guy's appearance, I guess I'm the only one capable of stopping him. Curie, Shukuin, get ready because you'll jump with me. Shu, Hi. Velzard glared toward the red primordial, totally ignoring her sister who was badly injured, and the same could be said for Guy. He fully focused on Velzard, knowing full well that beside her, there was no potent threat here. Guy, Rain, Misery, make sure no one disturb my fight. Misery/Rain, hi. Two Titan of the world flying at each other's throat, an injured Scorched Dragon and a group of human heroes. The situation who had just died down escalated even further into madness. We need to go too. Getting up while ignoring the pain and sore body, she grabbed her sword and started walking away. Eleanor quickly followed while Horizon stayed still, his expression darkened a bit. Eleanor, what's the plan now? We need to finish Velgrind off. Velzard was an ally, she will take care of Guy just fine, so the natural thing to do is to face the other threat. Velgrind is weakened, so she is the most reasonable target. Eleanor, I see, well this might be possible if you pull up another one of that strike. Yes, both of you cover me and create an opening. Her words were brutally cut short as she froze, an unseen bloodlust stunned her as before she could react, a sharp pain evaded her chest. As she looked down, a trail of blood left her mouth, her eyes darted as she looked at her core, a blade stabbed her from behind. Piercing right through her back, all the way through her heart. Eleanor, wah. Looking backward, Yu's eyes widened as she saw one of her own people, Horizon White, standing there behind her. He had just stabbed through Yu's chest, without an ounce of hesitation. What the? Horizon, everything just goes as planned. Shock spreaded across the two girls' expressions as Horizon's appearance started twitching, forms of glitch manically deformed the space around him. Revealing himself, the second host for the author, the one who abandoned as his will broke, Horizon White. Third POV. A flooding pace that overwhelmed space itself, Luna smirked as she parried the increasing slash sent to her. As the minute passed, the little girl who had come to challenge her was growing stronger, through this wasn't the full truth. Mirai and Luna have been fighting, or rather the older lady had tutored the younger one for almost a decade now. Time passed differently in one's mind, Mirai couldn't know what was happening in the outside world, and here in her own mind. She couldn't pass Luna, who was just too far out of reach, this is why she did the only thing she could, get stronger. A decade, this was the time gap worth from the skill difference, Luna and Mirai, there was an overwhelming gap between them. But finally, the goal Avirian's heir has set for herself was on reach. Dashing forward, Mirai's eyes turned predatory, she perceived the world around slower without even using skills like thought acceleration. She had honed her skills over and over against Luna, they sure grew closer, 10 years is enough to rebuild a life. In a way, Mirai could understand more and more of Luna's existence, she pitied her as she slowly learned her story. The story of a lonely light that becomes a shadow after chasing a star. Mirai, Luna-san, you helped me for all this time, I'm genuinely grateful for that, but that's also why I have to win now. A sparkle roared from her pupils, right now, she was in front of Luna, her speed increased at the last moment. A small smirk formed onto the teacher's face, but compared to before it was a smirk filled with pride and a narrow sadness. Luna, well played. A quiet whisper followed by a bloodbath, she slowly closed her eyes, a part of her regrets washed away. On this last move, after 10 years and countless sparring, Mirai had overpowered the 6th rooms of the first trial. Panting heavily as she stood in front of the incapacitated corpse of Luna, she held her sword tightly, the blade dripping with fresh blood. This last attack was definitely the fastest slash she ever did, it landed and sliced right through her enemy's chest. This was her victory, a well-deserved victory built on long-term training and patience, but a part of Mirai wasn't right. Mirai, thank you. Her eyes were showing burdensome fatigue, her hair was dirty and slightly messed up, her clothes tattered in dirt. She stared quietly at Luna, since she wasn't a golem but a being of her own, she just didn't disappear after fulfilling her role. Mirai, why are you so peaceful even after I killed you? Her silver hair was tinted red as her own blood flooded the ground, a decade that is the source of countless memories. What Luna became for her wasn't just a teacher and an enemy, they ate in this subspace, they shared discussion and shared laughter. And at this very last instant, the last thing Luna gave her was a smile that carried so much. Flashback start. It was nighttime in the mind space, at the moment no fight was going on, instead, Luna and Mirai sat in front of a campfire. Some grilled fish were being cooked as both sat there in silence. It has been a little bit over a month since they started the training, but even now, Mirai couldn't understand Luna's logic. Mirai, why are you helping me? Her eyes reflected the burning fire, her face was a bit swollen from the beating she got earlier that day. Luna, you said you were his daughter, that's all for me to give you my full support. Mirai, I see. Luna, MMH. The tyrant of the past smiled softly as she got up and walked to Mirai's side, taking a seat as she stretched her arms comfortably. Luna, what's on your mind? Mirai, I feel like even if I went against you tomorrow, I would have still failed. Luna, well, that isn't exactly wrong. After all, you are nothing but a pebble I could crush at any moment. Mirai's fate was completely in her hand, a light that she could crush at any moment. That's why Mirai felt like a victory would be worthless. Sure, she might pass to the next stage of the trial, but if the one in the 7th room is even stronger, Mirai knew that it would be meaningless. Luna, you are still young. Mirai, from what you told me, you are barely in your 30s, while I'm over 100 already. Luna, your mindset is that of a child, so shut it, brat. Punching the back of her head, Mirai groaned in pain. She held her hair while glaring up at the lady. Luna, seriously, anyway, what I'm trying to say is that you should take it slowly. Being impatient will just be poison now. Mirai, what? Mirai gritted her teeth. She bulked up and started yelling. Mirai, my friends, my family are currently fighting outside and I'm stuck here. It has been months already. I'm not aware of anything from the outside. How can I take it slowly? Her eyes blazed in raging impatience. Her point was understandable, and Luna didn't even try correcting or denying it. No, instead, she let the girl go on with her outburst until she calmed down, the sound of the fire crisping. Luna, calm down yet? Mirai, I. Luna, don't worry, I can actually see myself in you. Throwing a branch into the fire, Luna was perfectly calm, almost unfazed. Luna, from what I understood, the one who sent you here wanted to help get ready. If you are not, you won't get out, right? Mirai, yes. Luna, that means that being isn't an enemy, so most likely she won't do something that will make you lose at the end. Her reflection made sense. This was a trial to go out so she could go protect her people, no matter how much time passed here. It would be barely a few minutes or maybe hours, perhaps days outside. Luna, so don't be down and focus. I'm convinced that you'll achieve what you are meant to. Gently placing her hand over Mirai's head, the girl felt a sense of relief and calm wash over her soul. She looked down shyly and nodded. This kind of moment where the two just talked helped Mirai's mental health to stay at a stable level. This was also when Mirai started to open her heart to Luna. Luna, anyway. Tell me some stories about the future I couldn't see. Mirai, sure. Flashback end. Closing her memory, Mirai opened her mouth before closing it. She wanted to say something but couldn't find the words. Her eyes hidden behind her front hair, her eyes instinctively darted toward Luna's chest where the fatal injury was done. But something else caught her attention. There was a necklace around Luna's neck which was hidden under her clothes until now. A necklace dipped in blood that represented a full moon. Her mind went off remembering how Dawn had a similar necklace, but this was a crescent moon. Mirai, I see. I guess at the end, you guys truly loved each other. She felt a bit conflicted, but she knew, this was her father's life, not hers. She couldn't meddle in when she herself hadn't the courage to confront it. Finally, after long minutes, Mirai looked up. Her blue eyes shone darkly as she took a step forward. A silent plain where the wet footstep of the winner echoed. Mirai finally crossed into the 7th room. Mirai POV. Entering the next room, I left the outdoor field Luna had created to a new isolated cave. I looked around before shaking my head. The words of Luna-san rang in my mind. This was a trial which I had to overcome. There won't be any underhanded fight. So I just looked forward and advanced into the cave, and I was right. The wall in front of me was gradually fading into another decor. From the rough, unorganized cave to a clean interior, this was another castle-like room, and now in front of me was a small staircase leading to 2 thrones. But compared to the previous door, I could clearly see the 2 beings that were sitting on these chairs. A stone statue sat in the place of the king, while the queen was present. Mirai. A lone tear escaped my left eye. I was too morally tired to show a proper expression, but I still cried. The woman sat as the boss of this room. She is someone I know way too well, but at the same time way too less, the woman I always wanted to meet. Mirai, mother. Catherine Wisdom, she sat there, eyes closed, awaiting me to get closer. I honestly didn't know how to react. I wanted to go up, hug her and melt into her embrace, but my body didn't allow me. Still, I had to fight her. The same of this trial might not just be about physical pain, it is also a trial for my mind. Mirai, still, maybe, if I could just exchange a few words. Taking a step forward, I instantly halted. My body reacted on a whim as I jumped away, dodging a fire spell. A small crater formed where I was standing. I quickly looked up at my mother in shock. Her eyes were empty. She wasn't alive. Mirai, what? But from what I saw, those who are still alive are brought here as golem, but those who were already dead are directly taken here. Mirai, ugh. I couldn't think that long. Catherine Wisdom, she is a genius of her own category, just like Origin of Irian. They are a simple human that reached the peak of their era, a genius mage who is the mother of modern magic. Her name is unknown, but her research influenced the world even now. Mirai, what th? A large magic formation encircled me. This was a disintegration spell. No, this is an alternate version of that spell. Disintegration was never mastered by my mother, at least if we consider the modern spell being the complete one. No, instead, she had created different variants which were deemed defective for some reason. The latest version Catherine developed was several times stronger than the one I know. But its magical consumption was far greater. It also doesn't depend on holy magic. Mirai, I need to get away fast. I generated a large stone right below my feet and used it as support to jump away, and fortunately I did because a blinding light erased the spot I was just at. Even the air was gone, creating a small vacuum. This was incredible. Sure, I saw more impressive, but my mother is a simple human. Mirai, mother. Can you hear me? Still, I wanted to be sure. I continued to dodge whatever series of spells she was sending at me, while at the same time, I approached the staircase. I ran and jumped around while shouting words to try getting a reaction out of her, but nothing. Her empty eyes following me calmly did hurt me a bit. Mirai, I see. And there was another weird thing, that this fight was much easier than the previous room. A trail of silver light followed my path as I used the furniture and decoration present to zigzag my way to the thrones. Until I was right in front of my mother, or at least the one who had her appearance. She looked at me with a passive expression, though there was a hint of surprise. Mirai, you. She was real, but this isn't my mother. I know it because her memories are engraved into me. I know how much she treasured me. I can't believe that she would give me such an empty stare. Even if she did, I wouldn't believe it's truly her. Mirai, I truly wanted to talk to you, at least once. Flashing a sad smile, I drew my sword across the space, cutting her into pieces. The fight ended in an instant. Her eyes widened before coming. I thought I would be conflicted, but the moment my blade made contact, I felt like I was killing an empty shell. Mirai, was this really all? I was a bit confused. Since the room should be giving gradually harder challenges, Luna was a wall I couldn't hope of defeating when I first entered. But the room following hers was just this. An imposter. Were they hoping to disorient me with just my mother's appearance? Mirai, no. The passage to the next room has yet to appear, so this isn't the end yet. I turned my eyes toward the king's statue. It was supposed to be my father in his past life, but it didn't look like him. No, instead, it just represented a random person with no distinct features. Mirai, this. I quickly pulled my sword and stuck it through the statue. I continued with a series of fast swing, cutting even when it was physically present anymore. Mirai, the statue moved. The king is the last rampart of a nation. Now that I think, the statue looks a bit different from when I first saw it. This status is the true boss of this room, most likely my father, but for some reason he didn't appear directly. No, instead Catherine seemed to be buying time so he could appear. This was a timed fight. If I was too weak or too slow, the king would have appeared on its own. Mirai, since it's a trial, everything must have a meaning. I wonder what was the point of this room. The wall behind the thrones collapsed, revealing the pathway to the 8th room. This confirmed my thought. I managed to end the battle before the true boss appeared. Is it a good thing? I don't know, but at least this is the fruit of my hard labor. Luna's training allowed me to defeat the mage genius whose wisdom transcended time. Mirai, perhaps the trial didn't expect me to train with Luna-san, and this ended up having me way above the trial's standard. In any case, I gave a last glance at the 7th room before moving toward my next fight. I didn't bother shielding my sword, keeping a firm grip over the handle. With slow steps, I couldn't feel any fatigue or need. I just felt empty. Mirai, shit, my mind is a mess. A small light appeared in front of me. I left all thought aside to enter the 8th room, in which only a cold room awaited me. It had a circular shape with a sort of delimited arena at the center, where a lone figure stood straight. A sword in hand, I recognized the person as it was myself, or rather, it was the appearance I took when I was you. Mid-length black hair and eyes, the formal uniform from Ribirio's military, and a unique graded sword which didn't hold much meaning. Mirai, what is the meaning of this? You, so we finally meet face to face, Mirai Avirian. I was startled as she pronounced a few words. How could she talk? This place made less sense with each passing room. You isn't a real person, she is a persona, a fake identity, so how could she communicate? Is it someone else with her appearance? Mirai, who are you? You, I wonder to myself, but if I truly had to choose, I am you, a simple knight working for the greatest hero. As soon as she finished, she bursted forward with her sword, aiming for a stab. He ducked my head sideways. Her blade fended off the air. A few strands of my hair were cut down in the process. Still, that was all she did. She stopped all mention, our faces a few inches away. I could see all kinds of emotion in her gaze, from sorrow to anger. Mirai, I see. I guess this will be a true fight then. 3rd POV. A bit earlier, on Rubirio's side's battlefield, after all the big names arrived, you couldn't believe her eyes as she saw herself being stabbed by an ally. Horizon, who was showing his true self, a lost face after countless hours of torture, a puppet for the author. He slowly moved the blade, sending a wave of agonizing pain through Yu's body. You, art. Horizon, everything goes just as planned. Eleanor, what are you doing? In a rageful cry, Eleanor grabbed her weapon and ran toward the betrayal. She was about to go for Horizon when he spun around. With a grin, he took out a short dagger which he used as a secondary weapon and placed it under Yu's neck. Keeping a clear grip on his sword still stuck in her chest, he hid behind her before talking. Horizon, don't move, Eleanor, or she'll die for real. Eleanor, you. The tension rising, this was a desperate situation. Eleanor started panicking. Still she looked around. Velzard had just engaged a fight with Guy Crimson. Velgrind focused her attention on her older sister while trying to fend off the allied force from Dworgen and Sarian. Hinata and her group were helping the fallen soldiers. No one could help. Eleanor, and no. Horizon, seem like you understood. You, PFFF. A low siffle escaped Yu's mouth. She was coughing blood, yet a vile smile couldn't be stopped from forming. Horizon, have you gone mad? You, haha, sorry, I just realized something funny. Her enigmatic words somehow made Horizon uneasy. He considered killing her right away, but her instinct told him to not. You, Eleanor, please do me a favor. Eleanor, what? You, get away from here fast, because things are going to get ugly. Her body started glowing, her hair turned from black to white, her eyes shone purple. Horizon gritted his teeth as he tried to stab her. But his sword just broke down before disintegrating into particles in contact with you, or rather, the one he was trying to kill. Horizon, what is this? Eleanor, why you? A pillar of light followed. It stopped all battle for a moment as everyone felt the sheer power coming from the sudden transformation. It took several more seconds before dying down. You was no longer here, no, instead a beautiful lady who radiated a purplish aura replaced her. Her amethyst eyes gave off an omniscient sight over the entire world. This was Manas, Fate, who brought herself out of ignorance. Fate, you crossed the line. Horizon, for this second betrayal, I won't forgive you. A sword made of crystal appeared right in her hand. It was the weapon true hero, Mirai, held in the previous reality. The legendary blade, Destiny. Horizon, what the hell are you? Without a word, Fate swung. Destiny, a powerful and inevitable blow crossed the fabric of logic. Horizon's left arm fell down. He groaned in pain, having to fully face the overflowing power of a Manas. Ferocious exchanges were traded as you hunted down her original self. The ground burst open as she stomped to get momentum. Her movements were fast and accurate, a style different to Mirai's, who portrayed the quintessence of what a knight of Avirian's duchy was capable of. Despite being that same person, they acted, thought and fought differently. It would be a clear fact that they were different individuals if one were asked without knowing their circumstance. Mirai, she is strong. Was she boosted upon coming here? No, her speed and strength are all inferior to mine, so why am I struggling that much? The answer was technique. Yu's sword technique had progressed unimaginably in a matter of an hour. Slowly but surely, Mirai realized how similar yet foreign her opponent's movements were. Mirai, I can't read her. You, it must be frustrating, right? Mirai, what? You, I hate you. Words coming from the deepest part of one's soul. Mirai was shaken by the calm expression you showed while spouting those words. You, why you and not me? I wondered for a long time, why must you live in the light and glory while I shall disappear like a shadow? Yu's skill revolved around shadow, but that was only a face of Mirai's power, unique skill, Eclipse. The ability to freely control light and shadow, this was Mirai's original unique skill. Mirai, I. You, so please Mirai, why don't you die for me? Mirai, huh? Yu remained calm. Her expression was that of one who accepted their fate yet still tried to fight against it. You, a shadow is bound to disappear in front of the light, but if the light dies out, then only the shadow remains. If Mirai died, then you would continue to live. This was a cruel reality. They couldn't just coexist. Mirai's ambition will ultimately lead to Yu's death, and Yu's wish will go against her true self's goal. Mirai, is this some kind of mind game? Are they trying to get me to lower my guard with this? As for Mirai, she who didn't know that Yu was developing an identity of her own was confused. Still, all paths and questions led to their sword clashing. This was a fight, the winner got all and the loser lost all. There was no need to hesitate, that's what Mirai thought. Mirai, sorry, but someone is waiting for me outside, I can't lose here. Planting her feet strongly into the ground, she awaited Yu to approach before sending a calculated diagonal slash. It should have been unavoidable considering the speed on which you traveled, but with an equally monstrous reaction time. She raised the guard of her sword and blocked what should have been a fatal blow. Yu, I figured that much. Smiling sincerely, she increased the weight on her sword, as if all until now was merely a warm-up. The intensity heated tenfold. Mirai gritted her teeth, passing in full defensive. Everything that you did was in the norm of being reacted. Yet the dreadful combination akin to a puppeteer controlling an entire theater, Mirai just couldn't leave her defense a second, threatened to be killed the moment she did. Mirai, constant wave of perfect attack, I can't counterattack at all. She was being pushed back and surely, the wall behind was approaching. At this rate, her doom was inevitable. She had to get out of this somehow, but you just didn't give her the space and time to. Mirai, this is bad. She was somehow getting more exhausted in fighting you than when she fought Luna, not because one was stronger, but because their style didn't match at all. Is that all you got? At this rate, I might just take your place. Mirai, compared to you, coward, I would cherish my time with Dawn-san. Phrasing on a dangerous subject, something crackled within Mirai as she instantly overpowered you before taking the offense. Mirai, shut up. That's more like it. Her provocations weren't meaningless, Yu's words up until now aimed for this, to wake up Mirai further from her own demon. While she couldn't defeat Horizon after his betrayal, Yu and Manus, fate communicated. No matter how powerful Mirai was getting, those trials were here not to get her stronger but so she could bear the weight of reality. Mirai is a broken shell which was rebuilt with the power of fate. If she were to come out now and confront her former demon, the result would be the same as putting a broken glued vase in front of the same boulder that shattered it previously. There is no helping it, a side character only serves to make the main character shine. Her figure shrinking as the light grew bigger and bigger, the intensity which she began the fight with decreased. Slowly, she let her guard down, her eyes trailed toward the moving blade of Mirai, who stopped right before it could slice her neck. Mirai, what are you doing? Why did you stop? Two questions, with both girls not knowing the answer. One stopped because she just accepted her fate and the other did because she felt like she had to. Mirai, are you really you? I guess so. Mirai, how? Do you really think a puppet given emotions will remain as such forever? Her guard completely down, she grabbed the blade that threatened her, blood flowed down as a deep wound formed on itself. Her hand bleeding, you ignored the pain and directed the sword toward her heart. Even so, no matter what I want or wish, fate is unavoidable. Her lips quivered. Was she scared or stressed? No. Mirai didn't even know if by killing her here, would you completely disappear. So many questions without answers, she didn't want to hesitate but again her instinct told her to. Mirai, get up, if you are true then fight until the end. You are too kind. Removing the blade, Mirai took several steps back before taking a battle stance. She didn't know why she spared you. A moment ago, she wanted to kill her fast so she could move on, but in the end, she wanted to give a proper conclusion to this fight. I see. She sighed and got up, her sword was on the verge of breaking down, still, one more swing wouldn't hurt. She stood straight, her eyes narrowed, stared at Mirai, faintly, appearing beside her was Dawn. You are really just like him, I can't rivalize. Smiling, the reason for Mirai's doubt was this honest smile, even as she died, when she provoked or when she first appeared, that smile never left Yu's face. She thought she was going to meet her end on the battlefield but maybe things were better that way. Mirai, let's get this done. Yeah. Long time ago, when the greatest duchy still existed, there was a tradition among the knights and swordsmen. After a long fight between honored individuals, both shall end it with a single and last strike, standing face to face, acknowledging one another. The tension voltage, all that was left was action. When the 60 seconds mark rose down, both ladies disappeared from their position to end it. This isn't too bad of an ending. Her sword glowed bright, the same technique that had damaged Velgrind. Dawn Break X. Mirai, wah. A form similar to the best sword art she knew. As the light grew closer, Mirai felt the sense of urgency to dodge, but if she did, it would result in her defeat. Even so, Dawn Break X was a technique Mirai didn't know. It was developed on a whim during the moment where Yu was independently fighting. A sword that transcended the best sword. Yeah, everything will be fine, no matter the outcome. A white flash blinded the whole room. In an instant, the fight was over. When the curtain was still up, the sound of a sword stabbing through a body riverbed throughout the space. Once the light died down, only one remained standing, sword dripping with blood. Just a moment earlier as Dawn Break X was about to make contact and shred its target into shred, Mirai parried the attack, leaving her blade to shatter. She deliberately inclined her body in a way so Yu's attack would land but fail on its main goal, which was to destroy its enemy. The sword dug deep in Mirai's body, leaving her on the verge of death, but at the same time, she focused on the offense. Repairing her broken sword with ice, a newly formed blade made of the coldest element, she stabbed through Yu's chest. Mirai, I won. Remaining standing, both had their fair share of physical pain, coughing blood. Yu still kept her smile. Her right hand, who had never let go of her sword when needed, finally lost its strength, but before ending it, her left hand tightened in a fist as she silently punched Mirai's stomach. Good luck. Transferring all the energy left in her to the victor, Yu also gave away the technique she so desperately honed, the power she created to catch on her idol. All the knowledge concerning Dawn Break X and her fighting style were given to Mirai. Only then Yu loosened uncomfortably as Mirai used her remaining strength to remove her blade. Swiping the blood off as she fended off the air, her wound started regenerating while you just fell face first. The floor filled up with her blood. Mirai, you worked hard. She felt bitter, just like when Luna died. Her sense of duty and guilt clashed in her inner self. She fought out of her own will. She could only stare at the motionless body before looking up, and walking past the corpse. Keep moving forward as long as you're alive. Because that is the prize for winning this battle. Mirai, and I'm sorry, I have to acknowledge it, you were truly a mind of your own. She muttered those words while walking through the newly formed gate. Her destination was the next room. 2 more fights before the end of this first trial. There was no room for hesitation after coming this far. Her body healed as she spoke. Her appearance couldn't be more messed up after this point. Meanwhile, after Mirai left, you laid down lifeless, her eyes slowly losing their light. Clear tears dwelled out after realizing she was left alone. She didn't want to cry in front of Mirai. She didn't want her true self to have an ounce of hesitation because of her. This was the last moment of her existence. After this, there will be nothing. You will be gone. It's cold. She whispered weakly under her breath, so weak and broken that would empathize even the coldest heart. Her eyes kept fixing the same direction, which was chosen after she stumbled down. Her cheek made cold contact with the flowing blood. I feel so lonely, so cold. Her eyes lid slowly closing, her vision darkened as she felt all the weight of loneliness. Her life flashed in front of her eyes, the good and bad moments, all condensed in an imaginary sphere. At the end, she couldn't help but muster a last smile. I don't want to die. Her vision tunneled before closing on itself. The cold tears that left her eyes would forever flow down her now stone-cold skin. This was simply the end of a development. And the start of the conclusion. Reopening her eyes, you found herself completely fine. She stood in a large subspace made of white. Looking around, all she saw was this empty sea made of white. Where am I? She pondered. There was nothing but a presence who suddenly emerged from behind her. She quickly spun around and gave out a bewildered look as she noticed a lone man walking, his back facing her. You let out a smile as she shook her head. The tears that were forming were quickly wiped as you smiled. I don't know where this will lead me. Her legs moved on their own. She started chasing the man, who turned around to greet her. His face was hidden by a veil of shadow, only his mouth remained welcoming her with a smile. But his appearance couldn't escape you's judgment. This was the Dawn that you followed for so long. Not the reincarnation of Origin of Irian, not the puppet of the author, simply the hero that she looked up to. I don't know if reincarnation or simple extinction awaits me. Her last regrets were simply washed away. But I guess I won't be too lonely, right, Dawn-san? Catching up to him with those last words, both left for an unknown adventure that might or might not await them at the end of this path. Third POV. The atmosphere shifting, the appearance of Manus, fate alerted everyone on the north coast and threw off guard everyone. True dragon, human or monster, all felt the sudden emergence of a new powerhouse. Manus, fate who had just brought out the legendary blade, Destiny, a long sword adorned with a complex guard that could mesmerize any blacksmith. Horizon, what in the world are you? A justified question which received no answer. Manus, fate simply stared at him coldly. Her sword pointed at her enemy. She without a word, swung the blade. A sharp slicing sound cut through the space. Horizon, huh? Eleanor, no way. Fate is a very narrow and complex concept. It is an omnipresent force that affects any living or non-living thing. A singular attack that is influenced by fate. It didn't come from the present, nor the past or the future. Horizon's arm was simply detached as if it was always like this, but contrary to fate paradox, which directly affected history. Manus, fate didn't alter the people's memories. Horizon and Eleanor just saw an unavoidable attack striking the former. No armor, no matter, no energy, nothing could parry her blow. Horizon, what just happened? My arm was sliced off. The pain is unbearable and I can't regenerate. He jumped away instinctively while grabbing his shoulder which now missed an entire arm. He glared at Manus, fate but suddenly flinched. Her eyes were passive, focused on him excluding all forms of human emotion. She was a monster he couldn't face. Horizon, I need to run. Manus, fate, pathetic. She raised her arm along, Destiny, making those who witnessed the previous scene anxious. Her presence was already terrifying enough, now her power was simply incomprehensible. At this point, Velzard and Guy were on standby watching the situation unfold. Velgrind was busy with the allied force but even so she was secretly eyeing over the Manus. Manus, fate, consider yourself lucky, I am not the one who will take your life. Paradoxically, Manus, fate is the one who follows the line of fate the most. As the representation of such a concept she doesn't actively intervene to change what about or shall happen. At the end, she was a skill evolved into a Manus. Her master and wielder are the one who can make such a decision. But now that Mirai Virian, the one who awakened her, was sleeping, Manus, fate was independent skill at the moment. She worked on the wish of her master, but since she wasn't here to direct concrete order, fate is now following her own path. Fate, reverse fate. Using the same technique Dawn had employed before, based on inversing one's fate, fortune becomes disaster, life becomes death, rain becomes sun. A perfect balance that turned everything around, but, compared to Dawn's skill, there was a fundamental difference. Fate's, reverse fate, was incredibly more perfect. The effect of her skill shattered all willpower within Horizon. Life force became poison, he fell down motionless, his eyes blanked out, his bones shattered, and his status as a saint was revoked. This wasn't a fight to begin with. Fate was not something humanity could defy. Fate, running away, already. In the end, Fate has little interest in Horizon. Her true enemy was the particles of glitch that separated itself from Horizon's body and started leaving. This was part of the author's authority. Since he had lost its host, he was now going back to its main body. And Fate didn't bother trying to stop it. No, she had finished her job and went passive, waiting for a certain event. Her eyes shifted toward the sea where the several remaining battleships of the Empire were trying to retreat. They didn't know that another catastrophe was lurking in the sky. Fate, reality is really cruel to all living beings. She muttered those words as a giant figure suddenly spawned in the sky above the ocean. Diving down, the figure was big enough so more than half of its upper body was still above the water. This was Curie in her giant form. A nice-tailed silver fox whose size exceeded that of a true dragon. Her appearance was another shock as she roared, shaking the sea. Large waves formed on itself. These tsunamis assaulted the Empire's ship, leaving them no choice but to take down the fox first. All the remaining airship and navy force focused on Curie. Anti-magic bullet and magic formation surrounded the fox titan. But nothing seemed to affect her as she stayed still, gathering magicule at a fast pace. Soon enough the Imperial force realized something was wrong. The usage of magic was weakening. Before totally shutting down, no anti-magic area or barrier were set, yet no magic could be used. Curie, you invaders who dared sully the territory of my master, it's time for retribution. Her eyes glowed red as she finished the preparation of her attack, just now, in a matter of 2 minutes and 21 seconds. Curie, a cryptid from the Nine-Head clan, had fully absorbed the entirety of the magicule available around her in a radius of 25 kilometers. Curie, elemental storm. Opening her mouth, every natural element appeared above her head before rampaging. Storm, thunder, the ocean, the world itself was rampaging through her spell, the incarnation of a natural disaster. A silver fox, one of her kind which didn't follow the path of simplicity. She couldn't name her tail and summon beasts like Kamara. But she created her own path. Her true identity is a direct offspring of the world destroyer dragon Evarge, having a potential and rank equal to Zelenus, the king of Insector, a force that could rival the true dragon if raised perfectly. Being sealed for so long, Curie had lost a lot of power, but in an instant, no, by the end of the war, she will be undeniably among the strongest entities reaping the ground of the cardinal world. Mirai stood still, her eyes narrowed as a few droplets of sweat ran down her forehead. She had just entered the 9th room. And the opponent this time was the one she expected to meet in the final room. If the difficulty gradually increased for the first few rooms, after Luna's trial, it was just people who were close to Mirai. The training she received allowed her to walk through these, but now, she was facing another wall. Power and closeness, this boss had both and stood there at the center of a simple room without any furniture. Waiting for her, fortunately for Mirai, there was one recomforting fact, and that was the hair color of this individual. Dark, this was the true hero Dawn Arcead, not the one Mirai could consider as her father but the incarnation of a heroic tale that has lasted for 2,000 years now. Mirai, a double awakened hero egg, the ultimate skill, lord of stories and an overall better swordsman only second than his future self. Lifting his eyes, Mirai could instantly tell the difference between him and Luna. He was the winner of their fight. Even with her intensive training, this might not be near enough to take on such a monster. The hero hockey he was releasing in constant waves were suffocating. Mirai, now that I think, I don't know much about my father during this period of his life. What she knew was origin of Virion and the Dawn after he joined Rubrios, but between them, there was a 1,700 years gap. Mirai, I want to say I'm scared, but above all. She took her fighting stance, holding her sword formally with both hands, her left foot sliding in front of her right's. Her eyes cleared, focusing on her enemy. She applied the very basis of swordsmanship and waited. Mirai, I can't lie, I always wanted to clash swords with you, father. Copy Dawn. No words, it was a mindless golem that replicated perfectly one's strength and fighting style. Copy Dawn, frozen world. But compared to their original self, these golem won't wait to unleash their full power. The entire room was turned into ice, Mirai included. Her body froze before everything became ice, an instant defeat. Or that was supposed to be. As Mirai's arm broke free, the rest of her body followed as if only the surface of her skin were affected. Shards of ice fell off as she glared at the golem. Mirai, how rude, what was that? I definitely felt myself dying, but somehow I came back. Looking down, there was a bright purple light sticking out of her chest, mainly from her heart. She couldn't gaze at it for too long as her enemy didn't wait to strike. He was already in front of her, his sword, Dimension, up for the following attack. Copy Dawn, Dawn break. Mirai, you. Her hand instinctively lifted, her blade crossed the space forming an arc right in front of her. The information she had gotten from you a few moments earlier had just saved her. Yu's very own technique was based on an extreme understanding over Dawn's swordsmanship, meaning among all the data given to Mirai, everything concerning this deadly sword art known as Dawn Break was listed. Countering it was now just a matter of reflex and instinct. Mirai, I can see it. A square-shaped pattern formed in her pupils. Mirai felt all the obsession and pain you went through, the despair of being a simple facade that will eventually disappear. Yet she clutched on a mere ray of hope. She followed her own path until the very end and accepted her fate. Mirai, now that I'm here, I can tell, you surpassed him at the very last moment. Power and skill were concepts that the common folk would never manage to surpass those gifted. But swordsmanship is a matter of hard work and training. In terms of pure sword, Dawn Break X has surpassed the Dawn Arcead that you followed. The one Mirai was currently facing, you managed to cross that mountain and so, there was no reason Mirai couldn't. Mirai, at the end, no matter how well of a copy you are still a copy. Countering, she broke down the golem's guard and took a step forward, a smile formed onto her lips. She swiftly marked the golem's stomach with a cut, not wanting to end the fight yet, she silently walked past with just that. Mirai, I can feel it, just a little more and I'll break through the next stage. She now wanted to become stronger, even if the stats and power of this golem were absurdly high. There was no soul behind all this power. Once Mirai realized that, everything became obvious. The attack patterns were simple, she just had to base her strategy on Dawn's strongest power and skills. Copy Dawn, Road of Faith. Mirai, that's all you can do, spamming those spells. The large holy formation that forced the hand of space was instantly broken. Mirai clutched her heart, the light held firm within her grasp. Road of Faith is a complete holy magic-based structure, but just like disintegration, it could be broken and overtaken with the correct formula. Mirai, this borrows the power of faith. There is no one to believe in a vulgar copy. Again, the soulless body that this golem was heavily limited Dawn's power. This was also a realization for Mirai. Her father wasn't just strong because he had power, but also because he was himself. Someone with his power and ability won't ever reach his level. Mirai, is that all you got? She glared at the golem. He wasn't moving anymore, probably trying to come up with another spell. Ultimately, he opted with the most optimal choice, stabbing the ground with his sword. Copy Dawn, True Rewrite. The ability to turn the very reality they were in into a story and changing every law and details, this simple ability that could even harm a true dragon if placed correctly was once again unleashed. Mirai watched as everything deformed. She could feel the threat and danger, yet her expression remained calm. Her hand still clutched on her chest, the light within her soul kept growing. She had felt it earlier. This light protected her from being killed by the frozen world. This same light guided her through all the hardship. Until now, this light had protected her while being sealed. Mirai, everything will be fine, I know it. She watched as True Rewrite grabbed and tore her apart. Everything about her was being rewritten at an unmatched speed. Her past, future, and present, her appearance, her name, and her memories. All were being erased and replaced. The pain was intense. Her cry started echoing through the room. Mirai, I'm being destroyed. This power is really insane. There was no escape route. All she could do was endure this pain. Her eyes blanked and her mouth opened in agony. Yet her mind remained sane and calm. Mirai, this is the power of the author, I see, so this is the level I have to at least reach. It was a hunch. She felt like she had to endure this so she could take a step further toward her goal. The pain was at this point just a detail. Her hand remained on her chest all this time. Mirai, I'm still ignorant, a weak and hopeless girl. I don't know anything about myself. I just realized this. This light protected her. It was her power that always followed hidden, yet she never realized it. Her father's action, the past she knew and the present that was happening. She once thought everything was playing as she expected. But now, she could only face reality. Nothing went as planned. No, in fact she was dancing in the palm of the other. Mirai, no matter what my past is, I want to look at a brighter future. At last, the bright light exploded. All the rewritten actions were overpowered as the light flashed through the room. Mirai stood still, her body back to normal. Her life was her own. She smiled and looked at the copy of her father. The newfound confidence in her eyes gazed at the golem. Copy Dawn. Mirai, so, anything else? She created a sword made of ice and pointed it toward the golem. A spark bursted from her pupils. She expected another powerful spell or show of skill, but contrary to her expectation, the golem simply smirked and simply dissolved. He locked eyes with Mirai before closing them, shaking his head. Mirai, huh? It was clearly a golem, but it seems it inherited a bit of its model's memories. Mirai was left confused as the door behind her opened. She stared at the puddle of mud in which the golem disappeared. Was he moved by her determination? Or did she just clear the trial without the need of fighting? Simply overpowering everything he could throw. Mirai, this is a trial, I see. A trial doesn't specifically end in a victory or defeat. The main purpose of a trial is to test one's might. Once Mirai had received the lesson and the reason for the said trial, there was no need for a fight anymore. These 10 rooms were here to prepare her for the next trial. Mirai, then, if my guess is true, then. She turned around and quickly walked toward the pathway. Once she crossed the line, she was back to the trial hall. There was no 10th room to begin with. As long as she awoke that light, dawn appeared in the 9th room because there was no need for another round. Mirai, I see. She looked down, reminiscing the last smile of the golem that took her father's face, before directing her attention toward the trial doors. One of these, the one she had just gone through, was broken, 2 left to go, and her next destination was the trial of the past. Mirai. She silently stared at the gate before walking through it. A floating text appeared as she read it through her mind. Mirai, Chapter 1, A Fresh Start. The world surrounding her shifted as her presence faded, a scene that she couldn't believe happened right in front of her. She was back into a faraway past, a reality that was now gone, the true reality she was living in. She had become a reader who had to observe her own story unfold. Within the Duchy of Avirion, the great Duke and Duchess were together in a room. Both were overjoyed as within the arm of the woman was a fresh-born infant, sat on a bed. She had just given birth to their daughter. Catherine, look dear, this is our daughter. Origin, yes, our hope for the future. Catherine, have you decided on a name? Her voice was weak and her eyes menaced of shutting. She had a hard time giving birth, still her life wasn't threatened. At this time, both of them, who were nobles from prestigious families, graduated and were geniuses in their respective sectors. One was the sword and the other was sorcery. Origin Avirion and the now Catherine Avirion were a happy couple that wrote their own history. And now, on this cold winter day, they gave birth to a whole new story on its own. Origin, Mirai, it means future in an ancient dialect, so her name will be Mirai Avirion. Catherine, I see, then Mirai, say hi to your dad. Smiling with joy, Taharine gently rocked the baby, subtle waves that calmed the infant as she opened her eyes. Blue pupils, just like her father's, her world illuminated as she raised her arm up trying to reach her father. Incoherent noise escaped her mouth as she instinctively started speaking baby rubbish. Mirai, Bobby ABA. Origin, what is it, princess? Smiling genuinely, the formation of a happy family, the greatest duke, the genius mage and the heir princess was born. This was the end of the first chapter. Mirai stood there motionless, her eyes locked on her happy family. She had no memories of such a scene, meaning what was in front of her was either fake or something she forgot. Mirai, is this really true? She stretched her arm, trying to grab the memory itself, but nothing came. Instead, another floating text appeared saying, Mirai, Chapter 2, An Unexpected Early Surprise. It was clear now, she was going to witness as a sort of ghost, all the scenes that were forgotten and sealed into her soul. Years passed and Mirai slowly grew up. Now 6 years old, she was a bright star who was loved by her family and all the servants within the Duke mansion. At the moment, she was running happily before jumping on top of a woman's back. It didn't startle the lady as she was used to this by now. Shiria, princess, you shouldn't run like that. Mirai, but Shiria. You promised to play with me. Shiria, hi, let me just report something to the Duke and I'll play with you. Mirai, really? Flashing a smile, Shiria was Origin's secretary and a knight for the dukedom. She was also young Mirai's best friend and nanny when Catherine couldn't take care of the princess. Mirai, yay. Then let's go see Dad. Jumping off, she grabbed Shiria's hand and started running. The secretary smiled warmly, following to make sure their princess won't fall on the way. Making their way through the long corridor of the duchy, the duo soon arrived in front of Origin's office and entered after getting permission. Mirai greeted her father before jumping toward him. The Duke quickly caught her and settled her down on his lap. Origin, what's up, princess? Missed your dad. Mirai, yay. Can you play with us too? Origin, maybe later. Patting her head, the little purred into her father's embrace as Origin looked up and let Shiria make her report. From Mirai's point of view, she couldn't understand much since the adults were using complicated words for her age. Still, she would keep those memories locked before learning their meaning later. 2 words really stood out, and those were war and tragedy. Origin, I see, I guess this is inevitable. Bring this report to Catherine. I also need to leave for the capital to warn the Emperor. Shiria, right away. Gathering a few papers, she was ready to leave until a cute squeak retained her. Mirai, are you leaving? You promised me to play. Shiria, arg, sorry princess, maybe next time. Mirai, meanie. Pouting, Mirai crossed her arm while expressing a saddened face. This struck an arrow into Shiria's heart as she hesitated. Seeking help from her lord, she looked up with a conflicted expression. Origin, you both can play later. how about you stay with your father while Shiria works? Mirai, really? I can stay with Dad. Origin, you sure can, she is still a bit young but gaining early experience won't be bad. He wasn't a fool, this little girl was his daughter and the next ruler of the dukedom, sure being just 6 years old didn't qualify her for teaching yet. But even by standing and observing, a kid can learn a lot. Mirai, okay. Then I'll stay with Dad. She beamed a smile, leaving a sense of relief in Shiria as she bowed and left the room, her pace quickened as she really didn't want to make the princess wait too long. Origin, now that I think, the Emperor did talk about an arranged marriage between my cute little princess and His Highness the Prince. Looking down, he watched as Mirai played with his finger, his eyes darkened a bit as silent killing intent filled the room. Origin, yeah, that's not happening, I might have to just destroy the imperial family if they force onto this matter. As he had said at her birth, she was a hope for the future, the story of a life starts at day 0, following a normal life. The parents are the one who write the prologue, the children write their story and finally, their epilogue becomes the prologue of the next generation. Origin was ready to give his life for that, even if that meant fighting a god. Mirai, Dad. Are you listening? Origin, yeah, what's up? Mirai, I want to be as strong as Dad later. Her smile was truly a ball of joy that illuminated this castle. Origin smiled and hugged his daughter silently. Origin, no. You'll surpass me for sure. Mirai, surpass. Origin, yes, you'll shine even brighter than me and your mom. Mirai looked down, she could comprehend at her young age but eventually she would rise just like Origin expected her to. Ultimately, she just nodded and looked up with her bright smile. Mirai, then I'll make Dad proud. Origin nodded, his eyes caught on at the same time a piece of paper that stood out from the other on his desk. Origin, by the way, Mirai. Mirai, Origin, how would you feel if I told you that you'll soon be a big sister? Mirai, huh? This was a very early and unexpected surprise for the young Mirai who didn't even know the process of life. Concluding the chapter, Mirai was left speechless as she stared at her father and her younger self. Mirai, I have a sibling. This was truly an unexpected turn of event. Where was the sibling now? What truly happened? Why? How? All kinds of questions tormented her mind as the third chapter started. Mirai, Chapter 3, Birthday. Winter was coming, it was already Mirai's 7th birthday, oblivious of the political conflict that was unveiling outside. She celebrated and buried these happy memories forever into her mind, standing in front of a large cake with dozens of guests. Her father and mother behind her, Mirai blew off the candle officially announcing her growth to the age of 7. She happily jumped as she received gifts but even with all the luxurious clothes, jewels or toys she had received. The one thing she was the most curious about was her mother. Catherine's stomach was bulging out, showing signs of pregnancy. This had awakened a natural instinct in young Mirai as she would often stay long hours with her mother, hugging her soon-to-be sibling. Catherine, are you curious? Mirai, yes. Catherine, Fufu, I'm sure you both will be the best sisters. Mirai, sisters. Catherine, now that I think, I didn't prepare a gift for today. Come here Mirai. The little girl nodded and quickly made way to her mother's side. Catherine smiled and bent down all the way until her mouth was right beside her daughter's ear. She used her hand to cover any noise leakage and whispered. Catherine, I didn't tell Daddy yet but you will have a newborn sister soon. Mirai, really? Grinning, Catherine gave her a thumbs up before both girls hugged each other. On the side Origin just smirked while faking indifference. He had heard their whole conversation but felt like not intervening. Origin, a second daughter, huh, I guess I'll have to step up my game to all these parasite young nobles. He was also thinking about a name. This was a hard dilemma as he took months to decide on Mirai's name. It's an important matter that he would carefully work day and night if needed. Mirai stood there watching the birthday unfold, a lounging sense of loneliness washing her back. She saw herself being happy with her family yet none of that actually happened in her current life. Mirai, a birthday, huh? She wanted to walk closer, to join this feast, laugh and smile like the young Mirai but her feet just didn't move. She was frozen on the spot, fearing the unknown. Her eyes displayed her desire, yet she remained in the shadow as the space around her broke down. Chapter 4, Years Later. This simple floating text appeared as the scenery changed, jumping a bound in time. Years passed, Mirai was now a young lady, standing as the glorious princess of the duchy, a 15-year-old beauty that could charm anyone. She was now more aware of the world surrounding her, learning sword from her father and magic with her mother. She was talented in both fields, not at the individual level of her parents but in the long term. Everyone agreed that she would surpass them both. Being claimed as a gem, she wasn't sent to the Imperial Academy and stayed in the duchy which she preferred. A young lady who had it all, loving parent, generational talent and a healthy sister. But as perfect as her life was, at the dawn of her 15th birthday, a war broke out. It all happened on the continent they were living. The Empire and a group of United Nations opposed to the imperial rule rebelled. This was inevitable. The situation concerned Avirion more than anyone else since they were directly at the border of where the fight would break down. Mirai, who had gained that knowledge after growing up expecting to rule the duchy in the future, she with heavy step bursted into her father's room. Mirai, father. Origin, Mirai. What are you doing here? In this reality, Origin had never ascended into a saint or even an enlightened, meaning he was very affected by tiredness. He had dark circles under his eyes and buried himself in work. Mirai, the situation at the border is worsening, we need to do something. Origin, you don't have to worry, even if the imperial family refused to send aid with their ridiculous excuse, Avirion is still the strongest side. Mirai, still. She looked down, frustrated. Origin, is something wrong? Mirai, I heard a lot of gossip in town, they have been calling father a coward because we are letting these rebels run free. The war in itself wasn't a problem, Avirion's force is the greatest in the continent, Catherine's family was also a dukedom. With the union between Wisdom and Avirion, their combined power could oppose the imperial family themselves. This is why the emperor didn't cooperate with Origin in most matters nowadays, they feared his influence more than anything. Origin, let them be, above my personal pride, I am the great duke ruling those lands, don't forget that a leader cannot let meek insults get in the way of your judgment. Mirai, still, I hate it when people call you names when they don't know anything. Origin, the sole recognition I need is my family's. Smiling, he closed his eyes and crossed his arms, perhaps his own father would have disapproved of such words but Origin had developed himself in such a way. He believed in Avirion's total victory and this wasn't arrogance, Avirion's forces were just above, thought Origin couldn't expect betrayal from behind. Time passed by and all started to fall in order, slowly but surely, the rebels' force started weakening, Avirion showed the difference in their military. But, as winter approached, the first sign of erosion appeared, the rebels employed demon summoning to enhance their force. On top of that, the provision given to the dukedom from the rest of the empire was cut down, the harsh winter incoming didn't allow self-management for food and many other resources. All hell broke down the day before Mirai's birthday, when the imperial family backstabbed the great duchy. An all-out war happened, the weakened duchy fought the best they could but a decisive turn shattered all hope for victory. Standing in the middle of the destroyed castle, Origin held his sword looking down disappointed. He stood in front of his family while facing the invader, his eyes locked as he made his resolve. Origin, Catherine, take the two girls and leave. Catherine, you. Their youngest daughter passed out while Mirai couldn't get up, her leg was injured and all the things that had just happened traumatized her. Her hand shook as she felt truly powerless, the land she had started to cherish, her family and the rest of her life was being torn apart. Origin, Avirion is no more, there is no need to clutch on a useless pride or logic, please Catherine. The enemy force were approaching quickly, the remaining knights serving the dukedom all stood up and raised their sword, pledging to follow their lord to the afterlife. Catherine, still, I can't leave you here. Origin, you can't leave our daughters too, go, don't worry everything will be fine. He was injured, blood tainted his clothes and his sword started rotting from all the flesh he had sliced now. Yet he stood up, pointing his sword toward the sky. Origin, I will now issue my last order as Duke of Avirion. His voice was dry but still loud enough for even the enemy to hear. Origin, the present might be dark but the future will shine brighter than ever. Rise your blade once more, let your soul cry for a last battle. A genius sword master hailed by all knights, even when put at the lowest, his presence still captivated the crowd. Just a last ray of hope amidst a sea of despair. Origin, protect the hope of the future. Mirai, who had heard those words, could only look up, her body still shaking in fear, the last memory she had with her beloved father. Was he rushing toward the enemy with the remaining standing knights, as she was pulled regrettably by her mother along with her sister to flee? Mirai, and no. Mother. We can't leave without Dad. G, go back please. Catherine, I'm sorry sweetie, I'm sorry. The strong and confident mother she always knew was crying her heart out, she forced her legs to run, tightening her grip over her daughters. She apologized over and over, but no matter how many times she did, Mirai couldn't hear any, her vision narrowed until the last sight of her father's back disappeared in the horizon. Mirai, and no. No. She desperately stretched her arm trying to grab her father who was already gone in the distance, a first tragedy that will soon be followed by another. On Origin's sight, after a short battle where he didn't aim for a win but rather buying time for his family. He fell down a knee, while trying to support himself with his sword, he looked up regretfully at the one who had completely wiped out the duchy's army. A white-haired lady with crimson-red pupils. Origin, to think the Emperor would help the rebels to take me down. The woman was now standing right in front of him, her eyes locked down on his soul as the people around were mercilessly killed. Blood showering the destroyed castle, what remained was fully conquered. Origin, to even summon one of the calamities of the East, may I know why the white deity of Silberia appeared here? The Reaper that accepted to join hands with the rebel, Blanc, the white primordial demon. Blanc, you seem to know me, well for your question, I was offered quite the big amount of sacrifice and I was bored. Origin, so my defeat all laid in a bored factor, how pathetic. Chuckling, a dreadful aftertaste was left in his mouth, to think the simple boredom of a singular being would cause Avirian's downfall. This was a harsh reality he had to accept, that no matter how powerful he was, how skillful with a blade or proficient ruler he was. In the end, he is a simple human. Blanc, MMH. Interesting, I was a bit intrigued since you have white hair similar to mine, what's your name? I'll make sure to remember you after your end. Origin, heh, what an honor. Getting up, he ignored all the pain and relaxed his body, this was his last job as a ruler, a husband and a father. Origin Avirian, that's my name. Releasing all the remaining power he had, Blanc got startled at the sudden burst of Magicule, the demon that she had summoned shrunk down in instinct. The rebels' force were pushed back, Origin in an instant had formed a wall with all his power. Blanc, he is just a human, yet, this power, there is no mistake. An aura that could be compared to an awakened demon lord, though at this time, Guy Crimson wasn't the first demon lord yet, there was no accurate scaling. So for Blanc, the power this human displayed was akin to her very own, the essence of a primordial. She couldn't help but grin at the sight, as a demon, she naturally enjoyed meeting someone that could bring up excitement. Blanc, bravo. She clapped her hand before materializing a large scythe made of black energy. Blanc, I'll kill you myself. Origin, do it if you can. But the one thing that truly fascinated Blanc was the lack of fear in her opponent, he wasn't fighting to win but trying to buy even the slightest second for his family to run. This strangely left a bitter end in her merciless soul. Blanc, before that, tell me, why are you going that far for these people? Origin, what do you mean? Blanc, you could easily run away and hide, so why fight a lost battle? Origin, I guess you demon cannot understand us lowly humans' mindset. Blanc just stared at the men, his expression softened while his body shook in agony. Origin, my role is to simply protect my family. Blanc, haven't you done enough already? Origin, a father can never do enough for his children. He smiled confidently, this resolve was charming, Blanc could only shake her head before taking a step forward. This was the moment to end this, she stretched her arm in the air as a menacing presence approached the Duke. In an instant, the battle ended when both reached each other's danger range. Blanc, truly fascinating. Blanc brought her hand to her cheek, a slight cut was performed, the willpower Origin displayed had managed to get this simple injury. Meanwhile, Origin fell onto the ground, his body was diagonally cut in half from his shoulder to his wrist. Blanc, okay, you win this Origin Avirian. Smiling, she issued an order to the demon serving her, the order to stop the massacre and leave. She didn't intend to protect what Origin brought time for, so she decided to give them mercy in her own way. And that was to stop being involved with this stupid conflict. Blanc, human conviction can certainly be beautiful, I wonder if I'll ever meet a human like you again. She was curious, despite fighting to death and posing a threat to his family, Origin didn't look at her with hatred. No, he who accepted his fate, fulfilled his role until the very end. Blanc, Fufu, I wonder will this heritage grow into something even greater. She also hoped to see this humans will again, certainly through the daughter Origin had left behind. If she can become like her father, then leaving her alive was a good choice. With that, Blanc disappeared from the main world, her boredom cured for the moment. Blanc, but somehow, I believe we'll meet again, Origin Avirian. Mirai POV. Why is this happening? Father said everything will be fine so he'll come back and win, right? So why am I being carried away by mother, why are we running away? Why? Why? Catherine, this won't do. Mirai, huh? Mother suddenly turned around and created several magic barriers blocking a large fireball incoming, I looked up with tears in my eyes. Catherine, TCH. The Imperial Army, I guess they truly want to end us. Mirai, and mother, what is happening? My voice broke down in the middle, I was petrified. Catherine, Earth Rampage. The ground suddenly started to shake as a large dome made of rock and stone surrounded us. Catherine, Mirai, my daughter, listen to me because I won't repeat. Mirai, what? Catherine, father and mother will be gone for quite a while. She gently dropped me and my sister onto the ground and brought out a short dagger. Before stabbing her own finger, she then started drawing a magical formation onto the ground, at the same time I felt the dome around us shaking. Someone was commanding it with spells, at this rate we'll get buried alive. Mirai, what are you saying? Dad and Mom, why you? Catherine, you heard your dad, everything will be fine, so don't worry about us. Her finger danced around, her fresh blood completed a complex formation I didn't recognize, I racked my brain trying to put order to the situation but failed in the end. Catherine, runic teleportation, Mirai, please take care of your sister. Mirai, why are you saying that? Mother hurried to my side and hugged me tightly, For the very first time, I heard her crying. Droplet of tears fell onto my shoulder as her caress brought me a sense of distance. Catherine, eat well. If you ever feel sick, rest before doing anything else. Find a good man for yourself. Her words slowly tore me apart. I didn't find the strength to hug her back as reality hit me straight in the face. Catherine, look after your sister. She is still young, she needs you, and you'll need her. Mirai, aye. Catherine, life won't be easy, but remember, me and your father will always love you both. I couldn't stop the tears that flowed like a river. I never cried openly because it was unruly for the princess heir of a duchy. But now, I couldn't control my emotions. Catherine, Mirai, my precious little baby, please live. Finally breaking the hug, she gently planted a kiss on my forehead before activating the magic formation. Mirai, wait, why you can't leave us too? Catherine, I have no choice, but don't worry, I won't go far away, I'll just join your father and will always watch over you too. The circle below us glowed brighter and brighter. At the time I couldn't understand why Mother didn't come with us. But, later I realized, this magic formation which served for teleportation was incomplete. Mother never finished it and activated the spell in such a way where she needed to sacrifice her life force. She just couldn't cross the teleportation spell. My last memory of her was, her smile, her hands carefully grabbed my shoulder, her face showed pure regrets as she sent me and my sister off. I tried to reach out for her, but just like how I lost my father, I was just too weak to reach my mother. The ceiling broke down, as the Imperial Guard's captain appeared with a lustful smile. He surely hoped for more than simple humiliation from us. But that was too late. My vision blanked out when I was sent away to an unknown location far away from this hell. Third POV. Once Catherine made sure her cute little daughters were gone, she smiled and stood up. Most of her power went into that runic teleportation, so there was no way for her to get away from this, now that she was surrounded. David, surrender. Catherine, you can't win. Captain of the Imperial Holy Force serving right under His Majesty, David Buckwood was a classmate of both Origin and Catherine. He is a corrupted man who always had his eyes on the heir of the Wisdom but failed in seducing her in the past. Catherine, I have no regret, though you will start having some for coming here. David, huh? Catherine, wait for me, dear, I'll join you soon. She closed her eyes before messing with her magicule. It was clear what she was intending to do, a self-destruction spell. David, what are you doing? Catherine, what else other than taking all your trash with me? Fear crept in all the soldiers around. Catherine Avirian, a sorcerer genius who possesses an absurd amount of magicule. Even if she is extremely weakened, the power she was releasing was enough to scare them all. David, why you stop this? His attitude flipped instantly, as he jumped forward trying to stop this madness before it's too late. Catherine, I never thought I would use this spell. She couldn't know that one day, she'd need to sacrifice herself like that. It wasn't even a proper spell, just a rampage of her power until everything exploded. Catherine, let's just call it, hope for the future. Smiling, the area was blasted into a large explosion, leaving nothing behind. All forms of life within the radius were disintegrated. A large white light surrounded the explosion area. This was what she called hope for the future, a light that symbolized a brighter future. At the very end, even if the casualties were immense, the Duchy of Avirian had lost the war, putting an end to 100 years of history. Far away on another continent, Mirai opened her eyes. She was right under a tree as heavy rain flooded the atmosphere. She tried recollecting her thoughts, feeling a hazy mind as if she had been asleep for weeks. Finally, she remembered everything. Mirai, and no. Mother, father. She fell onto her knee, crying all her emotion out. She felt dreadful, her throat turned dry and slowly, she lost her mind. She punched the ground, scratched the dirt to the point where it damaged her nails. A series of negative thoughts crossed her mind. Mirai, father and mother lied, they are liars. Why did they leave me alone? Why? As her Tominette continued, a small noise escaped the other survivor of that hell. Mirai froze up before she looked to her left. There, her little sister who was just getting up, rubbing her eyes not knowing what just occurred to their perfect family. Sister, Wani-chan, where are we? Without waiting, Mirai rushed to her sister and hugged her tightly. She cried silently with the confused sister in her arms. Sister, Wani-chan. Mirai, everything will be fine, I promise you. Her voice wavered at each word, she couldn't contain her fear and sadness. Mirai, yes, everything will be fine. The rain overshadowed the two sisters. Mirai at this moment could only comfort herself with this last request from her mother. To take care of her little sister. As the chapter ended, Mirai stood under the rain. The droplet didn't reach her yet she felt like a whole tsunami had covered her all body. She looked down, her hair covering her eyes as she felt all sorts of emotion, her first tightened to the point where blood gushed out. Her eyes were empty as she witnessed the whole chapter silent. An intense rageful aura escaped her body. This tragedy happened on the morning of her birthday. Mirai, father, mother. Without care, the next chapter's floating text appeared. Chapter 5, Deviation. Third POV. Years passed after the tragedy in which Mirai and her little sister lost everything they had. Now living hidden from their homeland, the two girls were forced to work as what adventurers were called in that era. Explorer, people who would travel across the land and sea to discover new land and creatures. This was the only thing Mirai could really do to protect her soul family. She couldn't stay at the same place for too long, she had to earn money and pass time with her young sister. So this job as an explorer was the perfect role she could assume. There was no clear system, just a sort of main base of operation in the big city. In fact, most of the time, Mirai had to do mercenary-like job instead because an explorer cannot make a full monthly living from simply exploring. It was a dirty job but surely, Mirai made sure that nothing would lack for her little sister. Now being respectively 24 and 17, Mirai had rented a small house in the northern continent ruled by the High Human. The reason she stayed there longer than any other place is because of her appearance. Mirai was incredibly beautiful, her sister too, and this fact alone made the people there think that they were of the same kind. With this, Mirai managed to settle down a little though she planned to leave soon. Now in a small dining room, Mirai served dinner. The sun was settling down leaving for the shine of the darkness of the night. Mirai, eat when it's still hot. Addressing her sister, despite the lack of educational facility or teacher, the younger sister was pretty smart and cunning. She looked down at her plate. It was soup like any other day. They didn't have the funds to profit a luxurious dinner. Not like it bothered any of the two, Mirai was fine with it while the sister was too young to remember what luxury Avirian proposed. Sister, thank you, Wani-chan. She grabbed her spoon and took a light sip before stopping any motion. Her eyes portrayed a foreign doubt. Sister, Ne-chan, have you not considered taking revenge for father and mother? As they grew up, Mirai was forced to tell her sister the truth, how in a single day they lost it all. And the little sister could see how big of an impact it had on Mirai, since contrary to her, Mirai had lived years with her parents. The pain Mirai went through was much worse. Mirai, I can't say I never thought about it. Turning her head toward the window, the sun was half down creating a beautiful orange sky. Mirai, but, every time I look at the sky, I can feel my mother and father's eyes watching over me. Sister, won't they want to be avenged? Mirai, I doubt that, it's only now that I realized how great both of them are. The memories of that tragic day were still vivid, haunting her every night. Someday she would even avoid sleeping and keep herself occupied with the excuse of earning more money. This was nothing short but a lifelong trauma that she couldn't overcome. Sister, then, why can't I remember father and mother's faces? This was another problem. After being transported away with the runic teleportation circle, the younger sister seemed to have lost most memories about her family. She remembered all the moments, but when it came to her father and mother, it seemed like a blank state. Their faces and love were totally missing. Mirai, I don't really know, but it's better that way. Before losing consciousness, the little girl had seen servants being massacred. Surely a trauma was also eating her away, and thus her own memories decided to exclude those scenes. Sister, how were our parents? Mirai, MMH. Mother was the most beautiful and kindest woman in the world. She would often play with us using magic, sing lullabies when we couldn't sleep. She showered us with love. Her tone turned sweet and bitter. Talking about this reminded her of what she had lost, yet it was comforting to remember those good old times. Mirai, and father was the strongest. Until his very last breath, he fought for what he believed. Sister, I see. Even if she couldn't remember their faces, this little sister looked down, trying to hide a proud smile. Sister, I'll help Wani-chan achieve whatever she plans to do. She played with her spoon shyly. They were the only one for each other, in a world filled with greed and sorrow. Mirai, how can you be so cute? Come here, let Wani-chan give you a big hug. Sister, wait. When they finally started to regain what people would call a normal life, they thought nothing could go wrong anymore. Not unexpecting the looming danger coasting through the distance. Chapter 6, Sorrowful Awakening. Coming back home after a long day of work, Mirai went to the market and brought everything needed for a small birthday celebration. After all, today was the day her little sister turned 18. Since she was already considered an adult, Mirai decided to let her live more freely. They were still in the northern continent, though they were currently holding some found to move away to another continent in the next few months. Mirai, they don't have any cake here, maybe I should bake one myself. As she pondered, her instinct suddenly kicked, she halted her march and widened her eyes as a loud explosion occurred at a fair distance. It was several hours away in another district, followed by the shout of some high human. High human, monsters. Monsters are attacking. Mirai, what? An uneasy feeling invaded her whole existence, she dropped the grocery and quickly ran off toward her home, moving through the panicked crowd. Even if the high humans were naturally stronger than normal humans, they were not much different in terms of civilization. Just more advanced, a big percentage of the high humans weren't fighters. Mirai, please be safe. Clear fear in her eyes, she was heavily slowed down by the crowd but using any power would alert the guards. Still, if something happened to her sister, then... Mirai, I can't let this happen. She tightened her fist and jumped, landing on the wall. She started running vertically without bothering to be seen. Her breath ragged as she panicked when her house came into view, the windows were broken and a heavy smell of blood flooded even the outside. She quickly jumped down and kicked the door open, in a particular way, the door was fully intact as if nothing happened. Mirai, huh? Upon entering, Mirai let out a relieved expression as her little sister was just sleeping, the room inside was fully safe, no blood or sign of monsters. Mirai, thank God, you are safe. Catching her breath, she went to her sister's side and knelt down gently grabbing her hand, it was warm, yes warm. Mirai approached her head and placed her forehead right on top of her sister's. Mirai, I'll protect you so don't worry. An oath she wanted to respect. The episode closing on this heartwarming scene, it wasn't the same for future Mirai. As she stood there, staring at her past self and little sister with pity, the reason. Because there was no warmth there. Mirai, how pitiful. Her eyes grew even colder as she stood there at the door frame, no one could see her, no one could console her just like her past self. From her point of view, the scene displayed up front was different from the one past Mirai saw. Laying on the ground, her little sister's body was cold, her eyes were mutilated and several scars could be seen decorating her skin. All around the room were different kinds of monsters, mutants and beasts, everything was a mess, blood overshadowed the original wall. What past Mirai saw is merely the projection of what she wanted to see, after going crazy. The shock of losing the only family she had left was too much, she instantly denied the reality, holding her little sister as if she was still alive. But for future Mirai, she saw the world without a filter, this was the harsh reality of a girl who had truly lost everything now. A girl who would never accept the death of her little sister. Past Mirai, everything will be fine, we'll be together forever. Her words just fueled her future self's anger, Mirai quietly watched before turning around. A floating text appeared as she got out of the house. Chapter 7, A New Hero. Several decades had passed, Mirai had continued to live her life, but one thing had changed, she was deemed as crazy from many people's reports. Since she would often talk to the air as if someone was there, for her, she would constantly see her sister as a ghost. They were just hallucinations as she still believed in her survival, this is also the reason she chose this new path. A road filled with grief and revenge, monster, human, not all living creatures were against her. She didn't have anyone, so she'll fight for herself, until all those that had caused her grief would be gone. Relentlessly hunting down humans, she was soon proclaimed as a hero of mankind here to save humanity from those evil races. But a hidden factor, she was sharpening her fangs so she could one day go back to her homeland and recover everything that was hers. The ghost of her sister kept whispering those words. Avenge me, avenge us, they took everything from us, kill them all. Mirai, I need to get stronger, once I kill them all, father, mother and will be proud. Her sword tainted in crimson red after killing countless monsters/humans and all kinds of creatures. She moved forward and forward, becoming an enlightened human rather than a saint on her own, her desire for power and conviction ultimately led her to be given a hero egg. In front of the world, she was a hero going by the name of Mirai, but her heart would never forget her origin, she belonged to the great duchy of Avirion. The most prestigious blood flowed through her veins, born from two geniuses, she vowed herself to follow that path. All this led her to the future, as one day, she stumbled onto a specific cave leading to a sort of dungeon. It wasn't a place listed on any map, this was a whole new dungeon with treasures and secrets. She didn't think much before jumping in and started exploring, the inside was a large simple labyrinth. There were no monsters or loot, only an endless labyrinth in which Mirai felt herself trapped. She felt like walking in the same room over and over despite going downstairs every once in a while. Mirai, MMH. I'm definitely walking in a circle. Looking around, on one of the large pillars present was a large cut, that she had made previously after realizing something was wrong. She went down another floor yet the cut remained, meaning, the access to the lower floor led her to the current floor. Mirai, you think so? Starting to talk alone, Mirai started looking further into the room's detail, she couldn't be just stuck here, there must be a solution somewhere or somehow. Mirai, yeah, the formation of this labyrinth is complex and affine, no one would develop such a space to hide nothing. The cold pillars were all the same, dozens of them were inspected but it resulted in nothing. This is when Mirai thought about thinking differently. The space within this labyrinth seemed altered, controlling such a concept wasn't possible, so the remaining solution is. Mirai, you're so smart, the solution was evident. Smiling to her own vision, Mirai closed her eyes and drowned herself into the surrounding magicule. This was when she started to see it, tiny little light surrounding her, those were lesser spirits. Mirai Avirion, the human beloved by the spirits. Mirai, so pretty. Reopening her eyes, those lesser spirits were clear to her now, they were lined to form a sort of pathway. As if begging Mirai to follow them, seeing no harm in that, she executed and slowly made way through the labyrinth. A long walk as she explored the entire structure, following the spirits allowed her to break free from the endless loop that this place had created. Finally, she arrived at the very bottom of this labyrinth, an immense room with a single large pillar made of blue crystal. Mirai, what is this place? The sight was enchanting, the power that this place exuded was intense, as if this was the very center of the world. She quietly watched as the lesser spirits suddenly became more agitated, they guided her to a sort of staircase leading to the very top of the pillar. She didn't hesitate long before following, each step becoming heavier as she was affected by a strange energy. Someone on top was warning her. It wasn't killing intent, just enough magicule to make one hesitant of taking another step, thought it was meaningless for Mirai as she just kept moving forward. Until she reached the very end, standing at the roof of the pillar, she froze at the sight of a beautiful lady. She was simply standing there playing with a spirit with her finger, her face portrayed a dignity superior to that of a noble. Her presence was almost divine and those transparent wings scratched on her back accentuated this feeling. Ramaris, to think my first guest would be this interesting. Spirit Queen, Ramaris, one of the most powerful beings active in the central world. Mirai, you aren't human. Naturally, Mirai was on guard, this being was unlike anything she had met before. Ramaris, no need to be so tense, I'm merely a guide for the hero. Mirai, hero. Ramaris nodded with a content smile, she let go of the spirit and gracefully approached Mirai. Ramaris, I was tasked to guide the humans worthy of being called hero, and it seems you have the qualification to receive my guidance. Mirai, what are you saying? Since Mirai was the very first visitor and hero candidate, it was normal for the process to be slow. In fact, Ramaris was grateful to fate for her first customer to be a wielder of the hero egg. Ramaris, a human that guides others, that's what my purpose is. Mirai, no matter how you look at it, it's suspicious, why would a species that shares only a part of our appearance help humans? Ramaris, I see, you seem to have quite the hatred for your own kind, well, this is just how God designed us. Ramaris sighed before pointing her finger toward Mirai's chest. Ramaris, humans are the core of the world's civilization and a race preferred by the gods, I am nothing but a guide, there is no need for me to overthink such matters. Activating her power, Ramaris looked into Mirai's soul. Ramaris, I see, you are a rotten apple. Mirai, huh? Ramaris, you hate humans and monsters equally, you seek revenge yet you are loved by all spirits. Spirits were beings who moved by instinct, they would rather look into one's soul than their physical appearance. This was something odd even for Ramaris. Mirai had 2 layers on her soul, a sphere made of pure light while being covered in a deep darkness. Someone like that would make the spirits flee on sight normally, yet all of them wanted to be used by her. Ramaris, what is your name? Mirai, I won't give my name to someone who has yet to introduce herself. Ramaris, oh my, you got quite the character. To Ramaris, this girl was like a lone wolf, she was all alone and desperate for something. Ramaris, fine, I am the Spirit Queen, the guide of mankind, Ramaris. Mirai, Spirit Queen. Ramaris, yes, those little lights you see floating around you are my children and subject, now mind you introduce yourself. Forcing a dark smile, Ramaris wanted to actually make some progress with her first guest now, even if Mirai didn't fully trust her. Mirai, just call me Mirai. Ramaris, Mirai. That's quite the charming name. Deciding to hide her last name, she did it not out of shame but mistrust, if Ramaris ends up betraying her. The mention of Avirion would lead to all those pesky dogs who dared biting her family would come for her. Ramaris, then, Mirai, let's start. All Ramaris had to do was to guide Mirai to summon a greater spirit of light so her hero egg would hatch. But nothing went as expected, the moment Mirai stepped up to summon a spirit. Ramaris flinched, the spirit suddenly got scared, praying to summon a spirit is the same as revealing your intention. What Mirai wanted the most was power and the reason is revenge. Ramaris, such darkness, the spirits of light are going crazy yet her natural affinity attracts all of them. The situation is the same as a bunch of crazy men walking through a wall of fire to get to their beloved. Ramaris, I need to stop here, even if it's the first time, this is too much. The agonizing cry of the spirits terrified her ears, Ramaris had to make a decision, she concluded that no matter what. Mirai was too dangerous to be kept alive, this thirst for revenge is enough to break the balance of the world in the near future. Ramaris, I need to kill H. She raised her hand to do what she had to do, but was cut down as a voice resonated in her mind. Veldanava, wait Ramaris, let this human do. Ramaris, what? Be but Lord Veldanava. The spirits are suffering. Veldanava, I will compensate you later, for now just observe. The sudden intervention from the one called God, Ramaris could only bit her lips and retract her previous claim. She looked ahead as Mirai messed with her people, but as time passed, she realized what Veldanava was after. Mirai, this girl wasn't just acquiring a spirit to later awaken the hero egg, no instead, she was awakening herself on the spot. She used the spirit's force as fuel to grow her power. In a mystic-like environment, the Queen of Spirits could only watch for long hours as all kinds of spirits were devoured to create a new hero. Ramaris, this is unbelievable. This simple girl who happened to be the first guest in her grand duty, had left the most exceptional yet bitter experience in Ramaris's mind. Mirai, I can feel my body swirling with mana, this sudden surge of power, is this the mysterious phenomenon some had called awakening? This notion was still uncertain. Mirai, who had experienced the effect by becoming a saint, could deduce that much. It was only recently in the last decade that people had given a name to such a phenomenon, where one suddenly gets an increase of power, and achieves a natural ability surpassing that of a normal human. Her body covered in a bright light, the impossible happened at the very first try, no true hero existed before her. And Mirai had become one using her own means. A dark smirk crept onto her face as she listened to the voice of the world announcing her awakening. Mirai, a true hero. Haha, isn't it great? Ageless body, unlimited stamina, power that transcended humanity, immunity to most magic, new skills and power. What would happen if you gave absolute power to someone who had already lost their mind? Only a disaster will occur. Mirai, ha ha ha. Holding her face with both hands, she laughed maniacally as she fell onto the ground. Mirai, that's right, now I'm ready. Her pupils shrank in craziness. The ghost of her sister Genti knelt beside her, whispering in her ear. Sister, that's right Wani-chan, now you can avenge us, you can kill them all. A whisper coming from the deep bottom of her own desir, for the best or the worst. Ramaris, what is your plan, Lord Veldanava, to let such a thing be born? Calling this a true hero awakening didn't suit well for the Spirit Queen, this was more like the birth of a fallen hero. And surely, this simple decision of letting her live would radically change the world, but that was outside Ramaris's vision. As she did as per her duty and sent off Mirai after she was done awakening. Following that day, blood spread across all continents. The name that people once praised as a hero was now tainted with malice. A lady who proclaimed to be the heir of the once great Duchy of Avirion appeared suddenly, this name who had been buried over time once again shone. The uproar caused the empire to fall into crisis. The new emperor, who is the son of the one who had betrayed the duchy, immediately asked for Mirai's head. But the difference in power was too big. If the strongest human was a gun, then Mirai is a black hole that constantly got stronger. A city, an entire nation ending with the entire continent, she had massacred all those involved with her family's demise. It took her years, her appearance didn't even change, only the color of her aura which gradually turned red from all her victims. The Vengeful Spirit, this was the name given to her, a title that brought terror to all continents, a peerless beauty who never aged and stopped until the destruction of her enemy. Once again, the name Avirion was brought on the lips of any living being, but this time, instead of loyalty and joy, it was fear and anxiety. However, the woman concerned was different from what everyone thought of. Mirai was currently standing under a heavy rain. She had finally achieved her revenge. Standing in front of her was a pile of stone she formed with care. Her fingers were dirty as she didn't want to use any magic. She dug the stone in the ruin surrounding the destroyed castle she was currently standing in. Around her were dozens of corpses, freshly sliced and devoid of life. Mirai couldn't care less about anything before looking at her stone work with empty eyes. Mirai, I did it, father and mother, can you see it? I finally killed the last one of those bastards. The location she was standing at was the former Grand Castle of Avirion, the only place she ever called home. The pile of stone she had made herself was the grave of her parents, that she could finally honor and pray. Mirai, I'm sorry for being late. The former Duchy of Avirion, who was given to another noble after the tragedy, Mirai made sure to keep this place as the last piece of her revenge. She wanted to plant this grave as a consecration of her life. She lived for this revenge, and finally everything was done. Mirai, huh? The heavy rain hit her face, her eyes widened as she saw a figure appearing beside her parents' grave. Mirai, what are you doing, sister? The ghost that had followed her for so many years, whispering encouragement to take revenge, was now right in front of her. A bright smile that seemed to chase the rain away, the second daughter of Origin and Catherine Avirion. Unmei Avirion. Mirai, what are you doing? Unmei simply smiled, her hands behind her back. She opened her sky blue eyes which reflected the world. For a brief instant, Mirai's field of vision was cleared of all nuisance, in a vast space where she and Unmei were standing. Unmei, I have been waiting for you, Wani-chan. A warm whisper unlike anything she had heard for the past few decades. Mirai was too stunned to move, she could only watch as Unmei extended her hand. Unmei, please stop this madness now, come with me. Mirai shook, she stared at the hand offered to her, before reaching out her own hand. This was like a proposition to end it all now. To finally move on from her desolated path, she genuinely wanted to grab her sister's hand, which felt more honest than anything Mirai heard for the past few decades. But as Mirai started moving, a sudden pitch of darkness made its presence known from behind. Mirai, WH. Turning around, she saw another Unmei, the one who had been accompanying her for decades. Her expression was dark, she quietly approached and whispered those same hateful words. Unmei, too, don't listen to her, the world did us wrong, our revenge has yet to be done. Unmei, Wani-chan. The two sides clashing, Mirai was too perturbed to make a correct judgment, the darkness that held her from behind slowly ate her away. While the warm light up front tried to suck her back. Mirai, I. She was actually scared, the lounging sense of loneliness creeping inside her heart. Unmei, get away from my sister, you parasite. The light blowing out brighter, slowly Unmei, too, facade was washed away, revealing its true appearance. A humanoid form made of glitch, something that didn't make sense when looked upon reality. Mirai, WYMMH. Before she could finish asking, a hand covered her mouth, the one who had impersonated her sister for all these years stared right into her soul. This figure had no eyes or facial features, it was just a manly form made of glitch, still Mirai could feel what she would describe as eyes fixating her. Author, shut up, you should have never existed, who dare you mess up with this story? His words dipped in venom, the darkness he excluded spread across Mirai's body, pushing the light further away. Mirai, no. Get away from me. She struggled, trying to break free from these chains of darkness. She had finally opened her eyes, the faces of her parents were clear. They would have never wanted her to pursue such a path, all this time, she was manipulated. Author, how sad, if only you waited a little more, you would die peacefully. Breaking her mind slowly, this is the fate decided for Mirai, a slow and mentally torturing journey that will result in a conclusion surrounding her tragic death. Author, but whatever, just die your useless side extra, don't you dare mess with this story, you will just waste this wonderful story. His hands harshly grasped Mirai's neck, strangling her. Mirai felt her consciousness shaking, for the first time in decades she felt powerless. Her fighting spirit was broken the moment she realized she was being manipulated, and now, she was just going to die like that. Thousands of regrets in her heart. Mirai, is this the end? How am I going to face father and mother now? I am pathetic. Her lips quivered, her hand loosened as she started accepting her fate, before a flash illuminated her mind. She remembered the sole true connection she had after losing all her family, when she was traveling to commit her revenge. She sometimes would feel the tension, the hallucination of her sister would disappear, the author's influence weakening. Those times where she was being herself, at the time, only one person opened her heart. Mirai, right, didn't I promise him to get back to his side? So we could start a family. Why did I leave him again? She promised this man, yet the influence of her ghost sister forced her out to continue this massacre. Now that everything was coming to an end, she felt regrets, she regretted so much. Mirai, I want to live, I want everything back like it was before. A tear leaning down her cheek, Mirai finally closed her eyes, a bright shine broke her focus as Unmei confronted the darkness once again. Not to prevail as Mirai was now, dead. Or so she thought, the moment after, she woke up in her bed, the sight of her mother singing a lullaby immediately moved her heart. Hoping that this wasn't a dream, and sure it wasn't, she had gone back into time before the tragedy where she lost everything. Mirai, regression. Did I really go back in time? Then, can I save everyone? Hope dwelled in her chest, she smiled ready to make all the sacrifice to protect what she once lost. But this time, her enemy was much closer, the author formally got in her way, 1 try, 2, 3, 4. Death by invasion, death by the storm dragon's rampage, death by a monster invasion, death by illness. Mirai watched as her family was decimated again and again, lives stacked one on another. Before she knew, Mirai had lost count of how many times she retried. Every time she woke at her mother's singing, she was reminded of each time her mother expressed her love before being executed. She saw all kinds of possibilities, where her family just died when she could save them. Her mind was broken long ago, she kept restarting while losing her emotion, she once thought if it was truly what she wanted. And each time she hoped that it would be her last time, the only thing that kept her sanity going was the sole survivor in each of these realities. The one she saw as a friend, a companion then a lover, in each reality he stood at her side and died at her side. If Catherine was the first sight she met after regressing, this man was the last she saw as she died. And right now, again, he was right behind her as she faced the author once again. Her swordsmanship and magic had transcended the realm of mortals by now, she had gained new skills and knowledge yet she had failed to defeat her nemesis. She who had changed the fate of the world, couldn't save herself from her own fate. Mirai, I'm tired. Swinging her sword, the divine blade, destiny, forged during her early regression, Mirai once again fought against the author. And halfway through, she had realized that even if she won NWO, it would be meaningless as everyone she loved were already gone. Only one remained at her side. Mirai, what's the point of continuing? Her form weakened as she readied herself to lose another life, only to wake up in her bed once again. This was just another try. Author, that's what you thought, right? With pure malice, the author was unaffected by these time loop, he always stood in her way. Ending her life over and over, if he couldn't stop her from coming back, he shall at least break her spirit until she won't ever stand back. Her fighting spirit had already reached rock bottom, all that is left to be done is to pin her down with a last greater shock. Mirai, ah. As she stood still waiting for the final strike, her body jolted as the unexpected happened, instead of receiving the final blow from her nemesis. She felt a scorching pain extending past her chest, looking down, a sharp blade had just pierced through her heart from behind. Her eyes widened horrified, with ragged movement she turned around to see the men she had loved for so long, betraying her. Mirai, why? Her physical body didn't really matter, she was a true hero in core, a being who transcends humanity. What truly pained her was the fact that she was betrayed by the soul light that kept her fighting after losing her family. Like a vase filled to the brim, a single droplet purposely let down shattered her whole world. Author, what is the worst suffering known from mankind? Betrayal. Everything was thoughtfully calculated, from the very first time to this last one. The more you cherish someone, the worse the betrayal becomes, planting a seed that will slowly corrupt your mind, becoming what he wants to live for. Also the sweet dream becomes the most heinous poison. Mirai's eyes shook, tears streamed down as she realized the situation she was in. Her identity was once stolen and now her heart too. Mirai, this is truly the end. The man who she had trusted everything, just stared at her coldly. He was just a pawn created for this very moment. I won't apologize for this, it's your own fault for fighting a losing war. Those insensitive words were followed by the heroine's blood. He had retracted his blade, letting the woman he had tricked fall down. Bathing in her own blood, Mirai laid there on her stomach, her vision blurred and the harsh words of those around turned deaf. Mirai, all this, for such a mediocre result. While the lingering feeling of defeat was bitter, she felt strangely at ease when it came to dying, despite knowing that even if she woke up again, she wouldn't have the strength to fight back. What would happen if she saw her family being executed right in front of her eyes again? And this time, she won't even have someone to rely on after their death. Mirai, I wish I could just disappear. Will this pain stop then? She felt lonely above all. Everything around was a vast void devoid of any warmth. This was the space she had unconsciously created while losing herself, a place that fully characterized her. Mirai, no. I still want to live, but is it really worth the suffering? Her neck snapped, she shifted her vision up, a weird hallucination materialized, the two people she always wanted to save. Mirai, even now, when I'm begging for some hope, you two are the only people I can think of. Her father and mother, they were already gone in this reality. The reason for their death was forgotten as Mirai's memories started mixing every reality's information. Mirai, help me, please. She whispered weakly before losing all strength and falling asleep. At this point, she was no more conscious of what would happen. But contrary to what she thought, the people who were standing there weren't hallucinating. Origin and Catherine both were truly here. They had always watched their daughter, even when she was at her lowest. They couldn't help but encourage her. It pained them seeing her struggle, it made them proud when she became stronger, and it angered them when she lost all hope. Origin, I'm sorry dear, but... Moving from his spot, he walked closer until the freezing body of his daughter was right at his feet. He knelt down, hugging her gently in his warm arms. Origin, I can't rest while knowing my daughter still needs me. Smiling, he turned toward his wife, who nodded understandingly. Catherine, don't worry, take care of our sweet little baby. I will be there waiting for the moment you come back. Origin, yeah, it won't take long. Catherine disappearing, she chose to exclude herself, knowing what would happen next. Mirai's body glowed before awakening again. Opening her eyes, the blue shine that she once possessed was gone. Instead it was a dazzling purple. A being born from Mirai's wish to change everything, a Manus, once called the ultimate skill, Lord of Fate. A powerful skill Mirai learned to use as lives passed, though she was never able to fully control it. Not even knowing the existence of the Manus dwelling in her soul. Each time she failed, Manus, fate would appear and restart everything. She lived for her sole goal of helping her master save herself. But now that she was broken, no matter how many times she retries, Manus, fate couldn't do anything. At least, she couldn't. Manus, fate could only turn to the one being her master trusted the most. Manus, Origin of Irian, will you anchor that free my master? Facing him in the body of his own daughter, this isn't their first interaction. Manus, fate had predicted that one day her master will fall too low to ever get up again. Fate is a complex aspect which cannot be calculated by normal means. At a point, even Manus, fate couldn't see a reality where Mirai won, but that doesn't mean there was no way. Origin, yes, isn't this the role of a father to get rid of the children's bully? Honest confidence, aware that the path will be even more difficult than for Mirai, since Origin Avirion is merely a genius in human standard. Even so, he was ready to go through hell to save his offspring. This brought a subtle smile on the Manus as she nodded, accepting this oath. Manus fate, reality will be changed once again, you will not remember anything about the past and future, you will become a new existence that will bear my master's fate, are you still willing to go through that? Origin, yes. To defeat the author, they needed a plan, a whole new scale where they would watch the author from a higher dimension. Using fate to alter the very foundation of the world. Manus fate, what people call the story, we will alter everything to create a new reality, a new possibility. Changing the law of creation to the point where only the Almighty God and His will might realize it. This was her plan, she will seal Mirai's power and memories, give her a new identity so she won't have to go through the hell she had experienced. Instead, Origin Avirion will bear all this suffering, her pain and sadness, everything will become his even her power. Manus fate, but be aware, your existence itself will become a chess piece for the greater picture, you will become a pawn that will be discarded once your purpose has been fulfilled. Origin, if that is the fate I must follow to help Mirai. The world surrounding them broke like glass, the past, future and present mixed together spinning all around. In the vast horizon, a blue-scaled dragon could be seen sleeping seemingly ignoring what the two were doing. Manus fate, I will assist and consider you as my contractor. Origin, very well, but before that, can I ask you a question? The world still spinning, Origin had no problem with the life ahead of him but something else bothered his mind. Manus fate, what? Origin, will Unmei Avirion exist in this new reality? This question came on unexpected to even Manus, fate, her eyes calmly analyzed the men standing in front of her. A long minute or maybe more passed by, before she finally answered with a negative shake of her head. Origin, I see, I guess it can't be helped. He had knew the moment he saw Manus, fate, the translation of Unmei in ancient language is fate or destiny. Mirai didn't awaken a Manus on the spot, no, it was the sacrifice of her sister, Unmei that allowed such a miracle. The sole being who had fully witnessed her corruption, she was the light that tried to chase down the darkness. Manus fate, Unmei Avirion is gone, her existence is no more. To give another chance to her big sister, she had offered everything she had, Manus, fate isn't Unmei Avirion but she inherited everything from the second princess of the greatest duchy. Origin, I see, in the end, I wasn't able to protect both my treasures. He said with a sad smile, looking down, this in a sense added more determination to save his only remaining princess. Manus fate, our time here is coming to an end. And before they knew, it was time to restart everything, to create a whole new scenario. Origin, it seems so. Manus fate, I will wait for you, at the very end. Origin, yeah, hopefully, it will be a victory celebration. His body started glowing, it was time to leave, still Origin took a good look at the Manus, it was the last at me perhaps he would see his daughter as the father he currently is. A Manus is a being that serve a single purpose, Manus, fate's expression was cold to emotionless but even then, Origin could see through her facade like a paper wall. He smiled and shook his head, she said she had inherited everything from Unmei, meaning Manus, fate's whole personality is modeled from the second princess. At the very last moment, Origin could see his two little treasures, as a whole. Origin, you don't have to worry anymore, I will take care of all the bad guys, so rest easy Mirai. Closing his eyes, the creation of a new reality was successfully completed. The trial ending as the chapter concluded, Mirai was led back into the trials hall where only the last door remained. Her expression was dark to almost cold, she had just witnessed the truth hidden right under her nose. This was the truth about her, the light pending in her chest even now, she now understood Manus, fate's words. She wasn't ready to face the consequences of her past, if Mirai Avirion once broke down under all this pressure, what makes the current her? Who is much weaker than her past self, what would make her worthy of my fighting? Mirai, there is only one answer. Lifting her head up, she stared quietly at the final door, leading to the trial of awakening. Mirai, who am I? This is a question that repetitively flashed in her mind, now she had an answer. Mirai, I am Mirai Avirion, the daughter of Origin and Catherine Avirion, and the hero that wields the power of fate. Taking a step forward, she crossed the last trial gate, all her doubt and fears were washed away as Mirai Avirion regained everything she once had. This last trial had just the word trial listed as a name, the inside was just a long corridor surrounded by space, a corridor that led toward the outside world. Each step she took awakened a part of herself, her swordsmanship, her magic, her memories, everything was being absorbed into her soul. The shackle binding her broke down, breaking free from her own trauma. Mirai, it's time to go back, I run away for far too long now. On the northern coast, Manus, fate carefully watched the battlefield, Velzard and Guy had resumed to their fight. Freezing the land and burning the sea, Velgrind was still dealing with the allied force, though she dominated the whole confrontation and was now focusing on the Monas. Curie was still rampaging in the ocean. Monas fate, it should be time. Closing her eyes, she had just felt the burden on Mirai's soul weakening before fully breaking. This could only mean that her master was background. A faint smile formed onto the Monas's lips. At her feet, the collapsed horizon, and near her a frightened Eleanor. Everything happened so fast yet so slow, but finally it was time to back down so the true main character could finally. Eleanor, wait. Yuchan. What is happening? While Monas, fate remained neutral to anyone approaching her beside her enemy, she was particularly sensitive about Eleanor, who was desperately trying to grasp the situation. She knew that the you she was referring to was already gone. Still, she felt no guilt or empathy. Monas fate, she was happy, at the very end of the road. Still she left with such twisted words. Eleanor wanted to ask more, but her vision was blinded as Monas, fate's body exploded in a bright light. Forcing those too close to cover their eyes, a body made of pure light, Mirai slowly broke free. Cracks appeared all over her, as if the light surrounding was a secondary skin. A large chunk shattered, first revealing her left eyes. A crystal blue that seemed to reflect the world itself. Her hands and shoulders followed, her hair then her knee, until everything broke. A lady who appeared to be in her 20s, a flawless pale white skin, long white hair that screamed the aspect of winter. Features that would put any woman to shame, a perfectly rounded hourglass figure with long fabrics made of ancient material covering her skin. A cape reaching down on her back coming from her shoulder, a light armor that favorized agility, and a divine sword decorating her wrist. This was Mirai Avirion, a forgotten true hero that incarnated the very will of Avirion. Mirai, it's about time I finish what I started. Third POV. A freezing breeze gazed at the ocean. Velzard coldly glared at Guy. She was still in her dragon form. A large serpentine body with 2 arms sticking at the front, a large golden gem on her forehead. The mere presence of hers was cooling down the entire earth, threatening the formation of a new ice continent. Guy, you became softer, Velzard, it doesn't suit you. A blazing fire surrounding his fist, he throwed yet another punch. Their fight has been going on for a while now. Even if they had to keep the sudden appearance of Monas, fate in check. Velzard, you bark even more than I remembered. Dodging the attack, Velzard used her natural agility to slide around the air. Trails of frost rained behind her path. She turned around and opened her mouth, gathering energy instantly and locking Guy, who was right ahead. Velzard, frost breath. A light blue mass of energy left her mouth, radiating everything on its path. Guy was completely submerged into the beam. The air froze at the sheer coldness of Velzard's attack. The clouds were cleared, leaving a large hole in the vortex gathered in the sky. But as the frost breath cleared by himself, Guy could be seen unharmed. His skin and clothes were partially frozen, leaving a crystallized torn. Though nothing he couldn't handle, judging by his maniac smirk, his fighting spirit flooding his surroundings, this was just the start. Guy, as I thought you became softer, shooting your breath toward the sky so you won't hit those trash below. Guy burst through the air, interlocking both his hands before descending with a heavy motion. He quickly made an impact with Velzard's body. The wind bursted as Velzard was sent flying dozens of meters away. Guy, caring for these weak humans now. Velzard, don't speak bullshit. I'm only doing this because I can't have my new family angry at me. The Ice Empress was left unbothered, charging another breath. Neither of them had activated their ultimate skills yet. Their fight continued for several more minutes before they were cut short. The other threatening presence they had felt changed drastically. Mirai having come back, a lounging sense of familiarity filled Velzard's soul. Her eyes fixed the girl for a brief moment. Velzard, so you were his daughter. As the humans say, the apple doesn't fall too far from the tree. A smirk decorating her mouth. Velzard had made up her mind before the war started. Instead of continuing her fight with Guy, she decided to retreat, something that her past self would definitively not do. This even managed to startle Guy, who out of rage tried to stop her. Guy, where do you think you are going? Velzard, you don't interest me anymore, Guy. Dodging again, she gathered Magicule into her core and released it right after to freeze Guy. Guy, an ice prison. Are you running away now? As he stated, Velzard created new spells based on her skill, a prison made of ice. Even for Guy, he will need at least a dozen seconds to free himself. Enough for Velzard to leave. Was she really running away? No, fighting powerful individuals was always part of her species' nature. A true dragon is the highest ranked being, and so their pride is above the rest, but for the current Velzard, she found something more important than such meaningless pride. She had listened and understood Dawn's story. What would pride give you once those you cherished died? Velzard, say whatever you want. I have better things to do than dealing with a hobo demon. You'll have to find another mommy to beg for some coins. Without turning back, Velzard flew away, leaving a rageful Guy in the dust. Guy, Velzard, you'll pay for that. Mirai POV. Phew, I finally came back. Feeling the true sense of my body is a bit weird after being trapped in my mindscape for so long. Anyway, it seems my body has turned back to its prime condition, though I can tell I haven't regained all my power. Minus fate, that's right, currently more than half of my authority with Dawn. Mirai, I see, only one person can really control the aspect of fate, but by splitting definitely a 100%, you can share the power. I stretched my arm lightly, feeling these now foreign bones crack, before I started analyzing my surroundings. Eleanor was standing on the side speechless, her eyes staring at me. I owe her an explanation later. Eleanor, WRUU. MMH. I guess she can instinctively tell I'm not her best friend. Well, technically I am, but not really. Now that my mind is clear, I realize that the you I fought during the trial wasn't fake. I also feel conflicted. Was she truly dead? Can't I just create a new personality named you? Those questions swirled in the back of my mind. Mirai, you are half right and half wrong, Eleanor. I gave her a sympathetic smile and shifted my sight away, feeling a taint of guilt, though my vision then landed on a corpse. Mirai, seems like we will meet again, Horizon-san. Laying on the ground, an arm severed, this was surely Manus, fate's work, thought it seemed she decided to keep him alive so I could judge him personally. Horizon White, this man wasn't unfamiliar to me, after all aside from being father's close subordinate here. He is also the man I loved previously, the one who shattered all hope in me after stabbing my heart. Horizon, shit. Mirai, you don't seem to remember the past yet you betrayed me, know us again. Horizon, what are you talking about? He was struggling to get up under the pressure of my gaze. I wonder what he saw at the moment, a monster. A girl with unfamiliar power. Mirai, you'll understand soon. My eyes glowed as I requested Manus, fate to give him back the memories of the first reality. I had questions before passing judgment upon him. I stretched my arm toward him and let the power of fate flow. I squinted my eyes, watching carefully as Horizon's face turned pale. Memories in series must be flashing through his mind. His mouth opened agape, his eyes blanked for an instant. I watched coldly as he fell onto the ground gasping for air. Mirai, now you remember, if you do, you better answer my question carefully. Unleashing my true hero Haki, I crushed his presence like an anvil falling on an ant. He must have felt the sudden urge of bloodlust and magseal. His body jolted up, his eyes dazed off toward me with fear and confusion. Mirai, tell me only the truth, was everything about us fake? Horizon, why yes huh? I forced an answer out of him, using my skill so he would only speak the truest truth. I closed my eyes feeling the last tint of regrets leaving my heart. Even if he betrayed me, I once truly cherished my time with this man. I loved him with all my heart even if that heart was already rotten. So I had hoped that there would be a misunderstanding, even if that hope was overshadowed by my own hatred. Mirai, tell me, why did you backstab me? Horizon, I know. Stop this. He tried to stop his own mouth of speaking. This man is definitely human, he wasn't born as a puppet. He became one along the path called life. Mirai, I don't have enough time. Grabbing my sword, Designated, I stabbed his right thigh. A loud and painful groan left his lips. He sure was different from the cold and composed Horizon my father raised. This was the conflict between both his past and current personality. Horizon, I was a slave and the one who lent me their hand back then was the Mirai, the author. I understand now, at the end he is a victim of the author too. Mirai, then who does your loyalty belong to? My father Don Arcead or the author? This was my final question. My hand was already hard gripped on the handle of my blade. I just waited for confirmation so I could slice his neck off. Horizon, I don't know. Mirai, I see, that's all I need to hear. Closing my eyes, I let my body move on its own. A sentient smell of blood invaded my nostril as I felt a slight resistance at the edge of my blade. My arm circled around, forcing a path to whatever was blocking me. In an instant, I had killed Horizon White. I had killed a former love, a comrade, and a traitor. His headless body jizzing blood right before me. I turned around before reopening my eyes. Mirai, I will weave my own fate from now on. This was the last string that truly bonded me to the former reality. Now I can start anew. Velzard, you showed quite an interesting side of yourself, brat. Lost in my thought for a moment, I looked up as the gigantic body of the white ice dragon overshadowed the land. Velzard, she is one of the closest women with my father here. I didn't expect her to come for me right away. Is she seeing me as a threat? I instinctively raised my guard. Even if I was strong, fighting a true dragon is never easy. Velzard, MMH. No need to be on guard. Hop on, I will support you from now on. Mirai, huh? Lowering her body, she landed on the ground waiting for me to get on. A freezing chill ran down my spine. Was I supposed to get on her back? Velzard, no need to be wary, you are his daughter, that's sufficient for me to help you. Her large golden pupils fell upon me, her words brought a sense of ease to me. She didn't seem hostile, no, in fact she had that sort of motherly presence. I hesitated for a moment but her gaze reassured me enough to take a step forward. My feet leaped by themselves as I jumped on the oldest true dragon alive, supporting myself with one of the large scales flooding her back. I made my way up toward her head, only then I realized how massive those creatures truly were. The world on the ground seemed so small as Velzard rose up and started flying. I quickly turned toward Eleanor, who was still down there. Mirai, start gathering the troops and retreat. I'll join you later. My voice echoed through the freezing air. I'm sure Eleanor heard me, though I couldn't get her answer as Velzard didn't wait to get high in the sky. Mirai, where are we going? Velzard, where you'll shine the brightest. Shine. What is she saying? I looked around confused before realizing what she meant. This was a bloody battlefield. Even if the glory is monopolized by the strongest, in this world, you just need one man to change everything. This is why the effort of the common folk, unfortunate enough to meet a true monster, their effort is just overshadowed by an already blooming shine. Velzard, I'm honestly not invested in helping you human, but even I have eyes. This was honestly shocking. A true dragon is a superior species, reigning above all life. They are like royalty in the food chain, so naturally they were bound to become arrogant and independent. Not having to rely on humans' intelligence, as far as I know, even if millions of humans were crushed, they wouldn't bat an eye. So for the strongest true dragon alive to pronounce such words, was pleasantly surprising. Mirai, yeah, humans like me aren't self-sufficient. When the strongest can live eternally even if they were alone, as a true hero, I only harbor a strength rivaling them. I live for a purpose, and for that same, I can't achieve alone. The true strength of an army is the soldiers. Velzard, yes, humans are weak, that's why they need a leader, a source of hope. I could basically feel the smile on her face. Despite being on her back, this was still very strange to me. I never expected myself sharing a discussion like that with Velzard-san. Still, her words guided me. I was about to leave directly to join my father, forgetting that I had a duty to achieve here. Guy, where do you think you are running? Hick. I tightly grabbed onto Velzard's scale as she accelerated suddenly. Several red energy orb flew past us. Demon Lord Guy Crimson, this guy was here too, and it seems he isn't happy with Velzard. Velzard, how annoying. I guess I have to finish you off first. Mirai, wait. Velzard, what? Mirai, please focus on dodging. My eyes locked in. The world surrounding me slowed down. It's about time I get used to this body a bit. It feels like I haven't moved for ages. Velzard, fine, but I can only cover for you that much. Mirai, naturally, I can't expect anyone to buy time indefinitely against Guy Crimson. Third POV. For the next few minutes, Guy had been throwing all kinds of magic and spells toward the sky. Circling around, Velzard taunted him by avoiding them all. Some managed to gaze and burn her scale, but nothing she couldn't handle. In fact, she was more curious at what the little hero on her back was doing. Mirai on her side was focusing, a bright silver light erupting from her heart. She was at that moment controlling the fabrics of fate. Dawn and Mirai, both of them possess this ability, and it works on the same scale. It's akin to what modern humans call coding, the system as a whole being reality itself. They are the one who can change the code of this system. By applying the required formula through their skills, fate can then be manipulated. The process was never that I wanted something then it became reality. It's more of I want it, I develop it, finally I change it. Mirai, I saw Father multiple times affect so many people at once, but he is really incredible. Mirai's plan was to remotivate the entire army under Riberios's flag, to give the retreat order. Even if she yelled at them to run away, most of them already lost hope and don't have the energy to do so. In times of crisis like that, a good leadership can change everything. And now, the only solution for Mirai is to use fate. No one knows Mirai, but with fate, everyone will follow her order. Mirai, a power that affects multiple people at once will always be more constraining than on a single individual. What Dawn could do with seemingly ease was actually extremely complex. Mirai was confident that once she recovered all her power, she would actually surpass her father, but that's only in terms of raw power and ability. But Dawn actually excelled in pure skill. Mona's fate, there is no need for you to overthink it, just walk at your own rhythm. Mirai, easy for you to say that. Care to help me out a bit? Mona's fate, I am currently very limited. Taking further action will be dangerous. Mirai, huh? What do you mean by that? Mona's fate, something you will have to worry about later. All I can tell is that I cannot help before we meet with Dawn again. Even if Mirai didn't count on her Monas's help when she thought of her plan, it was still a bit annoying, though it seemed Mona's fate was limited in her action due to the share of power given to Dawn. Mirai, no Mirai. Focus on the task ahead of you. It was now a fact to her. She might be the legitimate holder of fate, but Dawn was a genius at manipulating that aspect. But at the end, what he held was a copy of her own power. Mirai, Velzard-san, I'm ready. Velzard, took you long enough. Velzard's state can't be said to be pleasant. As time passed, more of Guy's offense landed. She was in a pretty bad state. Mainly because she didn't defend herself, focusing on just dodging. She also didn't use her skills to protect herself because of Guy's nature. But now, she could finally move freely. Velzard, Snow Crystal. Stopping all motion, she floated still while activating her defensive spell. A large flower-patterned ice shield formed, totally blocking all of Guy's attack. Guy, you think that's enough to stop me? Activating his own ultimate skill, Lord of Pride, Lucifer, everything about Snow Crystal was uncovered. In a matter of seconds, he would be able to overcome this night-invincible wall, but these few seconds would again be the real problem. Mirai, Destiny Beyond Fate. Because the one Guy Crimson was fighting is a hero, the arch-nemesis of the Demon Lord. A true hero incarnates the hope of all humanity. Just like that hope, Mirai held in her hand the light that shall guide mankind. Mirai, listen to me, Knights of Rubrios. Allied force of the Holy Land. Standing on top of the white ice dragon, the picture of a valiant warrior riding a dragon while confronting the most fearsome demon lord was printed in everyone's mind. Mirai, I am Mirai Avirion. Daughter of Dawn Arcead and a new hero who will guide us to victory. Rising her hand up in the sky, she infused the spell she had been preparing in her sword. The formation of energy gathered to a single formed a large blade made of pure light. A light of hope. Mirai, this war is already won on our allied side. Now retreat. Run, your family is waiting for your triumphal return. Her voice ported out for everyone to hear. For a brief moment the battlefield was silent, only the sound of cooling waves and raging clouds could be heard. Only the figure of a new rising hero could be seen in the heart of all the wounded soldiers. The mention of their greatest hero's name brought surprise and joy. The original denial and shock they must have felt was overwritten by fate. The warm light welcoming their souls as if a path was being formed to guide them. Mirai, believe in me. Place your faith in me. I shall bring you all back home alive. Her eyes glowing sapphire, strange purple markings appeared all over her body. Mirai, I shall slay all evil blocking our path. For Rubrios. For humanity. Stretching her second hand, she held Destiny tightly before swinging it down. Guy, who was the target of the holy light, shrinked. He tried to get away but couldn't make it in time as his figure disappeared into the light. Mirai, judge all evil that stray away from the path of rightfulness. Be the blade that shall suppress all harm toward justice. By the light that shall hunt all darkness, I convene the third law of Avirion, astral judgment. Guy, fucking sh. The holy light severed the sea in half. The wing arced in a crescent shape, leaving an unremovable mark on this part of the ocean. A line following the Bay of Rubrios all the way to the Eastern Empire, where water failed to flow. This was the technique she had created over countless of retry, a sword that personified her own vision of what Avirion symbolized. Velzard, frightening, you are truly his daughter. Mirai, this is just the start. Guy Crimson survived, though it seems he had to let go of his material body. Still floating on the same spot, Mirai looked at the after effect and consequence of her attack. Surely the nature she had just destroyed will change the ecosystem forever. Just like how her father had dropped the temperature of the continent's west part, she too had left a mark on the land directly. Velzard, it's fine. Guy can be considered out for the following part of this war. Mirai, yeah, he may come back and raged at the very end, but for now. Her gaze trailing off toward the folk, the allies were cheering for her. She could basically feel a sudden burst of faith and motivation through the entire field. They were all working together to get out of here now. As for the enemy, the majority of them were wiped out by Curie. Though they were also retreating, some lucky one managed to get back to their land. In the end, over 1 million of Imperial soldiers had lost their lives here. This is a total victory for Rubrios. Velgrind, you damn sister. Again another guest. Velgrind was back in her human form. Her dress was slightly torn and dirty. Still, she had retreated after an infernal fight with the allied force from Dworgen and Sarian. Velzard, it has been a long time, sister. Velgrind, I didn't think you would fall so low to let a lowly human ride you. Velzard, are you provoking me when you are in the same situation? How cute. A sweet rolled down the scorched dragon's forehead. She didn't know why, but suddenly she felt so distant from her sister. Even if they weren't exactly close before, she felt at this very moment that Velzard took a leap in some foreign territory she could never reach. Velgrind, are you really my sister? I feel like you are a totally different person. Velzard, MMH. Well, I guess it truly has been a while since we last met. Velgrind POV. My sister Velzard, she really changed. The way she stands there feels completely different. This battle ended with a total defeat on our side. I can't contact Rudra or the other me. On top of that, the measures I took were destroyed by this hero Mirai. I knew she was dangerous the moment she taunted me. Still, her appearance and presence shifted. Was she hiding her true form and power all this time? To reveal it at the very end. Velgrind, daughter of Dawn Arcead, a new hero, huh? I glared at the girl standing behind my sister. This girl right now isn't someone I can take lightly. Mirai, and you are the Scorched Dragon, Velgrind, shouldn't you be retreating now? Velgrind, cocky aren't you? I should, as she says, but the overall situation is just too weird. I can feel multiple energy bursting through the world all around the planet. I feel like if I leave now, I would be walking on eggshells. Velgrind, sister, can you tell me what's really happening in this war? Velzard, I am as clueless as you, this war wasn't something in our hand to begin with. She is right, I couldn't help but look down, my mind has been clearer ever since Mirai used her spell. That light managed to clear something in my soul too, and I have come to realize. Despite being a true dragon, the strongest and wisest being, we fought in a war that we couldn't control. Rudra, Guy Crimson, Dawn Arcead and now Mirai Virion, these people seem to be the core of this war, to even reduce us to dragons as pawns. Velgrind, do you know what happened to Rudra? I can't feel his presence anymore. I thought I had sensed him retreating, but now, it feels like his presence vanished and someone else has taken his place. Velzard, Rudra. I guess he must have lost the battle against Tempest, other than that, I don't really know. Velgrind, really? I took a thinking pose and overworked my brain, is Rudra dangerous? Now that I think, he was feeling a bit unwell before the war started. I honestly don't care much for the Empire, but if Rudra's life is threatened, I will have to take unprecedented action. Mirai, if you are talking about the Emperor Rudra Namal Nazca, I advise you to resolve your heart. Velgrind, what? I glared at the girl, does she know something? It sure looks like she does. Mirai, promise me one thing, Scorched Dragon, if you do, I'll tell you everything I know about Rudra's condition. Velgrind. How audacious, but I guess this is the trademark of those called heroes, just like Rudra these humans are so daring. I took a moment to think before letting out a big sigh. Velgrind, what do you want? Mirai, I just want your cooperation in the future events, that's all. Velgrind, cooperation. Mirai, yes, if you think logically, this war is meaningless and dumb, now that it has come so far, we can only prepare for the future. She stretched her hand toward me before tightening her fist, this girl who looked like a brat to me a moment ago. Was now a fully fledged woman, seriously, do kids these days grow up so fast? Velgrind, I'll think about it, just tell me about Rudra now. Mirai, fine I'll let you off for now. A thick mark formed on my forehead, along with an awkward smile, this arrogant attitude really started to annoy me. Velzard, how kind of you, Mirai-chan. And this sarcastic tone, these two seem to be a perfect match duo. Mirai, anyway, have you ever heard of the term Manus? Velgrind, Manus. What's that? It does sound a bit familiar, I must have heard of that word somewhere before but forgot. Velzard, I think I heard Big Brother mention that word once back then. Velgrind, Big Brother Veldanava. Mirai, well this is expected from the god creator. Oh. It seems she knows about Veldanava too, now that I think, who is Mirai Virion really? Her power isn't something you can hide for so long, she couldn't have awakened on the spot because no matter how exceptional you are, you need some time for adaptation. Mirai, a Manus is simply said, a skill which attains a mind of its own. Velgrind, huh? Velzard, a mind of its own, Velgrind, wait. Do you really believe her? Is that even possible? It's absurd, a skill achieving a will of its own. It's unheard of. Velzard, normally, I would have denied such a possibility but Mirai already showed us the proof of her claim. Velgrind, what proof? Wait, now that she mentioned it, earlier this Mirai girl was giving off an otherworldly presence. Even to me, it felt so alien and unexplainable, she wasn't like the hero she is now. Velgrind, don't tell me. Mirai, that's right, the being you all witnessed earlier is a Manus. That also means this girl has a living skill, how dangerous. Mirai, ultimate skill, the Lord of Justice. My eyes widened at the mention of Rudra's skill, how did she know? No, that wasn't important, the simple explanation of what a Manus is followed by Rudra's skill. The realization clicked in me, did Michael become a Manus? Then what happened to Rudra now? Velgrind, tell me everything now. I gritted my teeth and reached out my hand to grab her, but before I could approach too closely, I felt a freezing aura weighing me down, the sheer pressure made me stop all motion. Velzard, cool your head down, even if you are my sister I won't hesitate to strike you down. For the very first time, I was genuinely scared of Velzard, her golden eyes were staring at me not as a sibling but as a threat, no. Perhaps to her, I was more of a lizard than anything, I knew she was much stronger, even if I didn't openly admit it. Now I'm feeling it, she was never serious when confronting me in the past, she is a monster in her own category. Velgrind, I am sorry. Velzard, right, now be a good girl and stop interrupting Mirai-chan. I shifted my gaze down, unable to reply, only a nod left my stiff figure. Mirai, you are really scary when you want, Velzard-san. Velzard, this is merely education I failed to instill in my rebel siblings. Mirai, I see, that aside, as you both probably have guessed Rudra is no more, his skill has now taken over his body. I clenched my fist hard, the more I thought about this possibility the more realist it became. Velgrind, then where is Rudra now? Mirai, his soul shattered and dispersed across the other worlds. Velgrind, and no. This can't be. I could hear the sound of my heart shattering, my pupils shook heavily as a massive headache assaulted my mind. Velgrind, how can this be? Rudra was the kindest and most ambitious man. I couldn't care less how my expression morphed into ugliness. I bit my lips while covering the side of my face with a hand. Mirai, there is no need to despair, I can guarantee you that there is a way to bring him back. Velgrind, what? I weakly looked up, her eyes weren't lying, was there truly a way for me to reunite with Rudra once more? Mirai, that's why, Velgrind, join force with us, I'll promise you that one oath, you will be able to meet your beloved again. Velgrind, really? Her hand stretched for me to grab it, I hesitated for a moment before shaking my head. Velgrind, tell me, what I need to do. I couldn't fully trust her but all she had said made sense to a certain degree, if I don't take this opportunity now, I might regret it later. On top of that, Velzard is so different, I'm curious as to why she changed that much. Perhaps this is a trap, but everything led me to take this hand offered to me. Mirai, Eleanor will take care of the evacuation, we should leave for Tempest now, the key of this war is there. I just nodded, this war had already reached a point of non-return. Strangely, I looked up at the falling sky, the angels were menacingly running rampant any time now. I should have realized something was wrong the moment Rudra decided to use Armageddon at such a time. Third POV. Meanwhile on Tempest's side, Rimuru had come back from his own battle, ordering the retreat order. The entire army soon managed to get back home, without any causality, a total victory worthy of being celebrated. While the soldiers cheered, Rimuru with his cadres quickly made way toward the labyrinth. There, he was welcomed by Shuna. Shuna, congratulations for your victory, Rimuru-sama. A warm smile decorating her face, Rimuru returned the gesture while following the ogre princess. Rimuru, was there any problem on your side? Shuna, Miss Flora had dealt with some invaders, aside from that, nothing worth mentioning happened. Rimuru, I see. Shuna, we took the measure ahead and already prepared a meeting room. Opening the door, a large room was presented to Rimuru, a room big enough to welcome 100 people. A square table at the center, empty from all presence. Shuna, I already got the confirmation from the Allied force, they are all on their way for the First World Emergency Meeting. Rimuru, more work. Shuna led him to his seat first with a kind smile. Ramaris, oh Rimuru-kun, already back. Rimuru, Ramaris. Seems like you got it easy. Resting his chin over his hand, Rimuru watched as Ramaris took her own seat. Behind her, Trainee and Beretta stood still blowing lightly after recognizing Rimuru's presence. Ramaris, by the way, you seem to have evolved. Rimuru, well it kind of happened. Ramaris, Veldora isn't here. Rimuru, I have to deal with him and his sister. Shifting his gaze aside awkwardly, he still had to talk things out with Velgrind, and something tells him that it won't be easy. Ramaris, well, that aside I wanted to show you something concerning. Rimuru, MMH. At her words, Trainee stepped forward and settled a small device on the table before activating it. A holographic projection erupted to illuminate the empty space above the table. Rimuru, this. Ramaris, we found this earlier, the entirety of the southeast, mainly Malim's domain, the land of Gistav and the Harpy territory of Fulbrosia are engulfed in this dome. The picture was alarming, a sort of white sphere surrounded the land, its rampaging effect had crossed into the Jura forest's territory. But it didn't seem to expand, Rimuru could tell just by looking at the picture, it wasn't a natural phenomenon but man-made. Rimuru, what is that? Ramaris, from what I observed so far, it seems that the laws of space and time were overruled, no destruction would be a more accurate assumption. Rimuru, wait, didn't Malim go there? Ramaris left out a confused expression before getting a more stern one, Malim was indeed the one who went there. But the world was affected by fate paradox, for anyone other than Rimuru and Mirai, that reality didn't happen. Ramaris, Malim. No. Dawn is there, and he must have engaged in a reckless fight against the world destroyer dragon Evarage. Rimuru, WH. Seal, Master wasn't affected by the sudden change of reality due to the ultimate skill, Lord of Fate instigated by Dawn Arcead. Suddenly Rimuru remembered, the information he had right now could be different from the one everyone else had. Rimuru, this could be dangerous, what if there are other things who got mixed up? This was a reminder at how terrifying the power to change reality is, with the wrong usage, an entire nation could have never existed. Seal, would Master like me to alter his memory so everything would fall in order? Rimuru, I trust you so do it. Seal, right away. It was honestly too much of a headache to try finding what happened or not, if Seal could take care of everything as she was basically immunized. It would only benefit Rimuru before he got a brain stroke thinking that he was an oddball compared to the rest. Rimuru, so, Don Kuin is there. Ramaris, that's what I believe but approaching the area isn't wise. Rimuru, what is this dome? Ramirez, MMH. It's hard to explain, but I would refer to it as a hole in space-time. Despite the white dome being limited in size as a multi-nation large sphere, what contained within the dome was an entire world made of nothingness. It wasn't exactly the void but rather a subspace line that directly moved around reality, a sort of interstice space that separated all creation. Ramirez, this is basically a gate connection to a world of infinite possibility. Rimuru, infinite. Judging by how serious and tense Ramirez was, Rimuru could only gulp, fearing the worst. Ramirez, listen well Rimuru, and keep it secret for now. Her hands shook nervously. Ramirez, Dawn is responsible enough to take care of his own business, but if, in the worst scenario, he happens to lose and that Evarge is the one coming out of the rift. Rimuru, I never saw Ramirez this nervous before. Ramirez, then I fear that this world is doomed. Her reasoning was based on the fact that if Evarge ever came out alive, he is at least at the level of a true hero capable of facing the catastrophe of the world. And on top of that, time doesn't exist within the dome, perhaps a few seconds passed, or maybe decades. Evarge will grow stronger as time passes, no matter how, if he defeats Dawn single-handedly. The world might have to welcome a true evil god. Rimuru, doomed, huh? They might be winning the war against the Eastern Empire, but the looming threats were still around waiting to act. Rimuru, it's fine. Ramirez, huh? However, Rimuru didn't worry much. He was concerned about the overall matter, but still he let out a tiny smile. Rimuru, I'm not very familiar with the West's culture, but from what I heard, Don Kuin is a hero. He will win for sure. Ramirez, I know, I was just saying in case. Rimuru, yeah, let's prepare for the worst just in case. Crossing his arm, Rimuru looked down, pondering. The battle was far from being over. Rimuru, by the way, where is Flora-san? Ramirez, MMH, I think she went off trying to communicate with Rubrios. She and Lucas have been a great help in organizing the Labyrinth to welcome all the citizens. Rimuru, I see. Any news on the other battlefield? Before Ramirez could answer, the door opened with Shizu making her appearance. Shizue, I can answer that. In her hands was a large stack of papers, which made Rimuru jolt in fear. Rimuru, Shizu-san, are those paper? Shizue, yes, after coming back, I was charged with gathering all the reports received by the allied nation. Shizue was one of the warriors who helped Tempest fight on the front line, though she was more of a support than an actual fighter. Helping reorganize the troop, carrying out Benimaru's directive and much more, naturally, her sword was tainted red during the battle too. Rimuru, Shizue, oh don't worry, I already went through them all, you just have to listen to my own report now. Rimuru, really? Is she an angel? No, she must be a goddess. Rimuru was genuinely touched, escaping from the hard nightmare that paperwork was. On top of that, Shizue displayed great skill in doing that. To Rimuru, he thought that Shizue actually liked doing paperwork. Rimuru, it suits her very well, she would make the perfect secretary. He could see the picture of Shizue wearing a tight secretary outfit guiding her colleague on how to do their job. Though he didn't know the sad reason as to why Shizue had become so good at doing paperwork. Shizue, during my time in Rubrios, I was neither the smartest nor the strongest, all I could do was actually doing paperwork for Yu-san and Flora-san. That was the harsh reality, a fact that she wanted to bury within her soul. Even at night she would dream of all those piles of paperworks, unfinishable. Shizue, ahem. So on a general scale we are winning on every side, but it seems the battle on the northern coast has turned chaotic. Rimuru, North Coast, Rubrios and the Empire's largest force. Shizue, yes, Demon Lord Guy Crimson appeared there, because of that Miss Velzard joined the battle along Kirichan and many other external forces. Rimuru, whoa, that sounds rough. Looking up, he imagined the scenario. He already met with Velzard several times and he could tell why Veldora was so scared of her. So a fight between Guy and Velzard has nothing to be envious of his own battle against two true dragons. Shizue, but amidst all that, a particular report from Eleanor caught my interest. Rimuru, Eleanor? I remember her, didn't Dawn invite her on a date, hee. Shizue, MMH. As much as love talk is entertaining, I would like it if Rimuru-san would be serious about this matter. Rimuru, sorry, continue please, she is scary too. An innocent smile that carried all the murderous intent in the world. Rimuru and any man could agree that such women are the scariest. Shizue, as I was saying, in her report she describes the appearance of a lady that replaced Yu-san. Rimuru, replaced. Shizue, yes literally, and this lady called herself the daughter of the hero, Dawn Arcead. Silence dropped over the empty room. Rimuru's mouth was left hanging as he tried to process the information. Ramirez's attendant almost lost balance in their footing and the Spirit Queen herself kept a calm expression. Ramirez, MMH, a daughter, what a naughty boy, hiding such truth from me. Rimuru, can you repeat please? Shizue, Dawn-san, has a daughter, her name is Mirai and she seems to be a hero just like her father. Rimuru, seriously, I knew he was old but that's. Pinching his forehead, from a world destruction threat to a friend's unexpected daughter, today sure was filled with surprise. Shizue, this Mirai is now on her way toward Tempest. Rimuru, oh. Is she using teleportation? Shizue, no. She is actually riding Miss Velzard who is in her dragon form. It's also stated that the Scorched Dragon was with them. Seal, before you ask, individual, Velgrind possesses a skill called Parallel Existence allowing her to split her existence in sort of clones. The one master fought is only one of two. Rimuru froze, his head dropping on the table. He then heard Seal's voice announcing a powerful aura approaching which belonged to Velzard. Rimuru, time to get back to work. Third POV. Within a place where the sky was upside down, a place where no logic or laws were applied. Beyond reality and between the worlds, a dimension that served as base for all creation, where time and space revolved around nothing. The most accurate word to call such place would be dimensional gap or perhaps the ground of reality. In this place, two individuals could be seen fighting, everything on their ways was annihilated, no sign of hesitation, only pure destruction. A point in history where rightfulness and evil fought directly, thought in this situation, no one could tell at a glance which side was good or bad. Simply because neither of them cared for the fate of the world or safety of the people, all they had in mind was the total destruction of their opponent. In this fleeting moment, where time passed by independently of the central world, the strongest hero of this reality faced the greatest evil known to this story. Dawn Arcead and Varja, also known as Everage, two name, two appearance, and a single fate. Varja, this is so much fun. Give me more, you monster. However, Varja had shown the most despicable attitude ever since the fight started. They had already lost track of time. Blending into their focus, even so Varja was genuinely enjoying this, she who had awakened her consciousness and own will recently. Even as she was overpowered by her enemy, she found joy in all this ordeal. Dawn, shut up. All contrary, Dawn couldn't be more serious, he couldn't count how many times his blade has pierced his opponent. But no matter what, Varja couldn't just die. Each second's engraved Dawn's expression, the wording monster used to describe him suited his current form well. A body filled with killing intent, to the point where only a dark-fogged figure with two glowing orbs serving as eyes could be observed when staring at him. Whereas, Varja just looked like a beautiful flower, a figure full of grace shitting the balance between evil and good. Varja, you are really the best. I can't get enough of this. I wonder if Mirai will be even better. Another remark that tickled Dawn's sensible nerve, he gritted his teeth with all his might before raising his hand to the sky. Dawn, I said shut up. A burst of magicule escaped his body. They have already crossed the line of no return, ever since the moment they broke the fabrics of space and time. They had been in this unlogical place, each one of their blow affected the structures of the other worlds. This was a territory connection all creation, simply said, if the two wanted, they could cause much more damage than any other beings in this very instant. Dawn, dusk. A sleeping spirit who had pent up frustration ever since the loss of her soul comrade, was now awakened on the deadliest front. Dusk, yes master. Dawn, road of faith. A divine arch made of light illuminated the dimension, forming a large empty cross reaching out endlessly. Varja smirked, she looked up deploying her energy without any technique, simply covering herself like a child raping a piece of cloth. Varja, this light, it's dangerous for me isn't it? Even in front of such threat, a power that would make the strongest race flinch and trigger their survival instinct. Varja just felt the need to receive and overcome this attack, as the light intensified before exploded. The World Destroyer Dragon stretched her arms forward, a maniac smile aborting her face. Dawn, get radied by the heavenly light. Decades ago, Dawn had created this holy art to equal luminous, sanctuary disintegration. His goal was to create a power that would bring such destruction while remvoing the restrained luminous had. This is the result of his own genius and creativity. Road of Faith is a multiplicator based on three factors. The first one is the amount and quality of faith given to Dawn by the population. As a hero hailed in the West, the number is astronomical. The second factor is his own power. Even if his magicule count isn't limitless, he always recovered more than what he used in battle, this technique being part of the rare spell he would feel a drain in his power. Lastly, spiritual energy, or rather dusk, the greater spirit of light is the foundation of the spell. Thus even if one of these factors is lacking, the spell would be greatly affected, but that didn't matter in the current situation. As even if all the faith of the world would be against him, Dawn's very own power is far exceeding the level needed to activate the spell. This was just the result of his own anger. No matter how big the consequence of his present action will be, he was ready to bear them all just for the annihilation of this singular enemy. Eleanor POV. Things happened so fast that I couldn't collect my thoughts. In a flash, Yu-chan was stabbed in the back by our own comrade. After that, you disappeared, her appearance shifting into an otherworld-like beauty. I couldn't even begin to process the situation when that was being subdued horizon. I was left on the side powerless as this Mirai then appeared, proclaiming herself the daughter of the leader. My heart tightened painfully as a memory resurfaced when I stared into the pure light Mirai exposed. Dawn, the day he brought me to the Empire for our so-called date, he had a favor to ask me. At this moment, I started understanding what he meant. I didn't doubt even a second that Mirai Virion was his daughter because he practically confirmed it himself. When the time come, help her. It was the request he submitted to me before using his skill to make me forget. Now I remembered everything. Just by the feeling of it, the light Mirai created was of the same nature as Dawn's, their appearance, their presence and power, everything matched. Eleanor, help her, is there even somewhere which needs my help? I clenched my fist disappointed in myself. When my best friend was stabbed I did nothing but scream. Now, they have all reached the realm of the divine, somewhere impossible to find a place. All I can do is, help the foot soldiers and manage the common army so the others can focus on the more dangerous matters. Eleanor, I feel bitter about all this. I wonder where you are, Yuchan. My personal feelings had to come next, rather than that I should focus on the matter at hand. A lot of soldiers were injured, and the retreat has been rolling on pure chaos. Curie, oh you're here. Turning around, my eyes met with Curie, the silver-white fox belonging to the leader. She was unexpectedly deadly earlier but now she has shrunk back into a modest size, slightly bigger than an average human child. On her back was Shu who seemed to have fainted. Eleanor, what is he doing here? Shu is our last line of defense in Rubrios. He isn't a fighter but a genius craftsman, thus his value only laid in his survival. You won't throw someone this valuable on the front line. Curie, honestly, I feel like our purpose in coming here vanished the moment Lady Mirai appeared. Eleanor, lady. Wait, could it be that you know something about her? I made my way to the fox and grabbed her fur. This didn't cross my mind but Curie suddenly appeared after the leader's appearance changed. This fox whose power could be classed among the strongest, she definitely knows something I don't. Curie, calm down, all I can tell you is to be patient. Indifference, that's right, even if we are connected through our common master, Curie and I have no real bond. The way she calmly asked me to calm down was akin to a cold shower being splashed so suddenly. Eleanor, I. Curie, I can understand you have a lot of questions and that you are doubting your own capabilities but, I can tell you one thing for sure. Escaping my grip, the fox gently settled down Shu onto the ground before nuzzling something out of his pocket. It was a small device that excluded a familiar yet foreign energy. Curie, everyone here being demon lords, heroes or dragons are pawns for the bigger picture. The fact that you are standing here alive and sane means that you still have a purpose to fulfill. Bigger picture? I couldn't make sense out of her words. Was she implying that all of us living beings were living out of someone else's will? Curie, there is no one who can predict the future for sure, at least not a mortal that isn't God. Don't be too harsh on yourself. With those last words, she jumped away, her figure disappearing in the horizon. I looked down with a tightened fist. Shukuin was still on the ground. I sighed and ruffled my hair in frustration. Eleanor, a purpose to fulfill, just like how Dawn asked me. My mission was to guide all the survivors back home. After that, I'll surely be asked to wait in Rubrios until further orders. Something only I can do. Even if I couldn't make sense out of Curie's words, it still haunted my mind for the next few hours. Third POV. A cold winter approaching a city which brimmed with spring. That's what Rimuru witnessed as he went back onto the surface after receiving the news of Velzard approaching. He quickly got away from the city and released his aura to indicate where his location was, since his army was in the middle of a light celebration. Having the Frost Dragon and a new hero suddenly appearing would cause a wave of chaos, unneeded turmoil. Rimuru, this is a very scary sight. At his side, Shizue and Ramaris, they were the one who were with him when the notification came in. Surely, it didn't disappoint as Velzard gently landed in her dragon form. Her body shone bright before reverting to her humanoid appearance. Beside her was another beauty which was Velgrind who carved a wary look after noticing Rimuru, and lastly, to complete this beautiful trio, a lady who could say the most gracious out of the three. Rimuru, dang, three beautiful women arriving with a badass entry. His eyes involuntarily stopped on Velgrind, an electrifying tension rose up as he was once again reminded that he should have a talk with the one currently resting in his stomach. Velgrind, you are the last thing my other self saw. Rimuru, huh? He expected her to lash out and directly try to kill him but instead, Velgrind wasn't sure of the condition of her other self. Rimuru, shouldn't they be capable of communicating? Seal, I took some measure to ensure that this Lizai means that the Scorched Dragon stays quiet for now. Rimuru left out a confused Gorin, not knowing that the Velgrind he had absorbed was completely shut down by Seal. Her body was suspended in the air, rope made of light suspended her to the point where no movement could be made. Her mouth was binded too, leaving only a tearful face as the mighty dragon struggled. Seal, from my analysis, releasing Scorched Dragon Velgrind won't be harmful in any way. Rimuru, are you sure? I mean she won't get mad after regaining her full power, right? Seal, yes, I made sure this won't happen. Hearing her assurance, Rimuru sighed and just let his partner process. He approached Velgrind, who was still glaring at him. Rimuru, yes, sorry for that, though we are enemies, so you can understand at least that much. Velgrind, WH. Her words were interrupted as she felt the connection with her other half back. In an instant, she assimilated everything her parallel existence had experienced. A cold chill ran down her back. Her vision was flooded with the battle against Rimuru, to the torture she experienced under the crazy Manus of wisdom. Velgrind, ah. Coming back to her senses after what felt like eternity, the first sight she was met with is Rimuru, who just stood in front of her, his head tilted. In a fast motion, Velgrind quickly jumped back, showing a terrified expression. Her hand quickly dug onto her big sister's shoulder as she hid behind her. Velzard, Velgrind. Velgrind, Manus are scary, let me hide behind you for now, please. Her sudden behavior left everyone speechless, but the most surprised was Velzard. She couldn't have ever imagined such a sight. Mirai, ahem, Rimuru-san, can I talk with you in private? Redirecting the discussion away, Mirai pitted a little Velgrind, since she had knowledge outside the boundaries of reality. She knew about Seal, and like a puzzle, she understood why Velgrind had such a reaction. Rimuru, why yeah. Wanting to get away from here himself, he just followed, not bothering to fully comprehend the request. Rimuru POV. What in the world did Seal do to that poor dragon? Sure, I was angry at her just a while ago, but suddenly I feel sorry for her. I'm a bit scared to know where Veldora is now. Seal, he is currently hiding while reading a manga after I told him Velgrind was there. Rimuru, this old man. I sighed and shook my head, deciding to have a good talk with him later. For now, I had to give my full attention to this beautiful girl. Mirai, stop staring at me, it's creepy. Rimuru, ugh. We got away from the main group, and unconsciously, as dozed off in my own thoughts, I failed to notice that my eyes just kept locked on her. Rimuru, sorry. Mirai, it's fine, though you are way too docile for the king of a nation. Rimuru, well. I had nothing to say. She was right, I should be more fierce and intimidating, but I didn't feel like it was needed right now. After all, if the reports are accurately true, then this girl is my friend's offspring. I will never intimidate someone with such status. Mirai, meh, that's a quality on its own. Rimuru, thanks, I guess. She smiled softly as we continued to walk further away, until we couldn't see the other anymore. Right in the middle of the forest, where the tree leaves fell in slow motion, Mirai halted and looked up. From where we were, the rift in space/time could be seen. It was a gigantic dome whose size exceeded that of a nation. Mirai, Rimuru-san, it might be sudden, but I have a request. Rimuru, tell me. Mirai, please, save him, save Don Arcead. Pointing her finger toward the dome above the trees, I fell silent, her back facing me. I genuinely wished the best for my friends. But for some reason, I was unable to give a direct or reassuring answer. Words stuck in my throat. Feeling my silence, Mirai turned around. Her blue eyes judged me for an instant. This gave me the same feeling as when a criminal is accused of something he didn't do. Mirai, it seems my request is currently too much, so I have another one. Rimuru, you. Mirai, when the time comes, don't stop us. At first, I thought she was like a beautiful flower. I was told that she was a hero whose rank equaled that of an awakened demon lord. But, now, the sense of distress she is excluding creeps me out, her eyes displaying pure calmness who hid immense fear and anxiety. My heart dropped cold, as my mouth moved instinctively. Rimuru, why yes. I didn't know what she meant by asking me this. I didn't know who she meant by us, but I was sure that if I refused now, something would later turn to the wrong twist. This woman cannot be underestimated. She made me feel like I owed her something, asking an unreasonable request knowing full well I wouldn't be able to grant it. Then asking the true request. This is a common technique used with the parent as a child or in merchandise. Mirai, good, now let's go, there is a meeting soon, right? Her words resonate within the forest as she returns her gaze toward the dome. This was clearly where she wanted to be. Even if she was scarily terrifying, but still I could see the resemble, when staring at her back once again. The figure of Donquan flashed in front of me. Was she worried for her father? I wondered. Her hair flew along the fresh wind. Seal, master, after examination, individual, Mirai Avirian. Hearing my partner's sudden report was another frozen shower, I kept my eyes up, watching the woman's back. Now I could see something else. The weight on her shoulder seemed unimaginable. Third POV. Sometime later, everyone left for the underground meeting room, which was filled really fast. In a matter of hours, every big leader of the allied force of the West gathered, Elmesia El Rusarian, Gazel Dwargo, and many other kings and rulers in the West. They were all conveyed to this meeting since it will mainly discuss the fate of humanity. The seat's position was quite simple. At the head of the table, Rimuru sat there surrounded by his subordinates. He was the only one with more than 2 allowed guards. Testarossa and Diablo behind him. He had others like Shuna, Cheyenne, or Benimaru on standby. Important guests like the Elven Empress or Dwarf King were sitting near Rimuru, and the further away you were, the less important you were in the eyes of the demon slime. Though among all the guests, one of the most important was missing, being Luminous Valentine, ruler of the Holy Empire of Rubrios. Instead, Mirai took the seat, but her presence was ignored by the normal human due to the oppressive presence of having all living true dragons gathered in a single place. Showcasing the importance of this meeting, humans, mortals, and deities were all gathered around a single table. Presentations weren't needed, invitations were also sent in a rush, which allowed any rulers to participate as the entire world was concerned. Even if Rimuru planned to in a way discriminate everyone by only giving the lowest of the information needed. He was already let down once by the human race, this won't happen a second time. Rimuru, then shall we start this meeting? We will now present the current situation across the globe. To make sure no foolish human could disturb this meeting, Rimuru's aura was on, the power of the true demon lord affected everyone. More than that, Rimuru was the fifth true dragon, his current power, if not restrained, could kill all the common folk here by just overpowering them with his aura. Rimuru, please Shuna. Closing his eyes, he gestured toward his subordinate to turn on the device placed in the middle of the table. A large holographic screen appears displaying multiple pictures of location all across the planet. The meeting followed suit with the result of the battle led by Tempest and Rubrios. A small notion of Malim's fight with Duel also popped. But the problem of this clash is that the fight was still ongoing. As they spoke, those sharp enough could catch a glimpse of Malim's rage. The mess being cleared up, Rimuru and everyone concluded that there were three main problems now. The first is the falling sky, explained by the invasion of the angels. The only action that they could take is to trigger any possible defensive system they possessed in their respective nation. The second problem is Malim. At this rate, the world might collapse under her power as it's growing every second now. No matter how strong Duel is, he will at a moment fall and let Malim run free. Lastly, it's about Dawn and his disappearance. His sole presence was a sign of hope for the human, so when it was confirmed that he went missing in the south, where the rift/dome of space/time formed, some fell into despair, others requested to rescue him as soon as possible. They were scared. A hero is not just a status given to an individual, it's a sign of hope where mankind can gather under. A flag of opposition that symbolizes protection. Having their greatest hero gone is akin to being told that the enemy could oppose such hope. Humans couldn't just trust other races when their strongest party wasn't even present. The goddess of Rubrios should be the representative that voices their thoughts, but she wasn't here. The hero who serves as her ace neither could be seen. Aside from those two big names, Hinata wasn't present, just an unknown white-haired girl. Elmesia, Rimuru, fighting on 2-3 different sides is too much. What are your plans of action? After being presented with the potential threat, the big shots started discussing among themselves, almost ignoring the rest of the room. This was a simple quick judgment as those in actual range to speak with Rimuru were being who had lived for centuries. They had experience to back themselves and knew more than any human. A bad ally is worse than 10 terrifying enemies. Trying to share a discussion with humans whose interests are only themselves is meaningless. They neither had the knowledge or the capabilities to stand at the same height as the powerhouse present. Rimuru, we can't perfectly secure the entire planet. This is simply impossible with the matter at hand. Swiping his hand through the air, he removed the matter of the falling sky and the rift from the screen. Rimuru, as much as I want to help my friend, calming Malim is more important. Gazel, this is easier said than done. Rimuru, is something the matter? Gazel, unfortunately, Dworgen cannot risk to fight with the destroyer. Only a handful of individuals can face her. No matter how big or well prepared an army is, she cannot be taken down with a normal method. His point was justified, not like Rimuru had any intention to bring any army to confront Malim. Rimuru, don't worry, because I plan to confront Malim by myself. With a charismatic tone, Rimuru silenced the entire room with a single statement. Sure, the fact that he was now a true dragon wasn't known. But even so, the destroyer's reputation equaled that of Demon Lord Guy Crimson, a force incomparable to any catastrophe. Ramaris, are you suggesting you go alone? Rimuru, that's right, actually I feel more confident going solo, so I won't have to hold back. Was it overconfidence? Or perhaps arrogance? Did he underestimate the opposing force? No, he just had faith in Malim. He had learned her story and past before. Malim is a cheerful kid who suffered at the cost of human greed. She wouldn't snap for no reason, at least Rimuru's best friend wouldn't. This is why instead of sacrificing someone to fight her, he wanted to at least try talking to her. Velzard, I just noticed but his existence, it's similar to us true dragon. Velzard's ice-cold eyes fixated the slime. She couldn't pay much attention early because of Velgrind's sudden behavior. But now she could see it clearly. Even if Rimuru had to fight, he might be able to pull off something, not to the point of winning but still. Velzard, I see, I think we can all trust him with this. Raising her hand, not even Rimuru expected having a positive vote from Velzard. All eyes turned toward her. The silent beautiful white ice dragon, her sole presence after being presented is enough to shake the entire continent's flow. Ramaris, If Velzard agrees, then I guess there must be a reason. Elmesia, still, wouldn't the storm dragon be a more wiseful choice? At the mention of his name, Veldora jolted up. He was trying to make himself invisible by not talking or even breathing. Since all his nightmares were present in a single room, not even a manga could distract him from the aloof presence of his sisters. Velgrind, I'm against that. Again another surprising intervention, Velgrind a former or maybe still enemy. Elmesia, why so? Velgrind, Veldora is nowhere near powerful enough to fight with Malim in her current form, also he is too dumb to engage in emotional talk. Vemzard, well I can't argue with that. Ramaris, right, he might even accidentally enrage Malim more. A 3-series blow combo that pierced right through the storm dragon's soul, K.O. Veldora, oh ouch. Rimuru, ahem. As you heard, I'm the best bet, so just trust me and leave Malim's matter in my hand. His confidence simply left no room for debate. The fact that 2 true dragons backed his claim also helped. Gazel, are we going to ignore the fact that the Eastern Empire's guardian deity is currently sat with us? His sudden question brought a sense of realization across the room. It was a worldwide fact that the Jura Tempest Federation and the Eastern Empire was at war just a few hours ago. So to see the Scorched Dragon sitting there, calmly and almost cooperative, was shocking. Velgrind, I have my own reason, besides who would want to fight this crazy slime a second time? She muttered the last part while looking away, her skin shivered as she was once again reminded of the traumatic experience within the imaginary space. Her words weren't caught by anyone beside those with sharper senses. This left a single thought in those people's mind. What could have Rimuru possibly done for the Scorched Dragon to fear him? Even so, this question will be left unanswered until the end of time itself, as neither Rimuru or Velgrind wanted to explain. Rimuru, I can vouch for Velgrind-san, as for now she is on our side. With Rimuru stepping in, everyone was forced to agree. This was when he noticed that his words had much more weight than before. He wasn't just simply the king of a newly created nation, but rather he was Rimuru Tempest, the ruler of monsters who had pushed back the empire. No one seemed to raise their voice in hope of denying his new authority. Rimuru, beside after hearing Velgrind-san's story, she is also a victim. A fourth matter Rimuru didn't want to disclose was the current state of the Eastern Empire. Humanity was at risk, so if it was announced that the war against the East was still going, the morale would drop dead down. One of the major threats, Manus, Michael. But it was concluded beforehand that Velgrind will be the one dealing with him. Rimuru, now, on to the next matter. Swiping his hand right, the screen zoomed on the breaking sky. The cracks all around the world seemed to have been intensified. Along that, a sort of golden aurora mixed onto the original blue sky. T was the warning that the Divine Order race, Angel, will soon descend. Rimuru, from what I learned, the Great Tenma War will soon happen. Tempest cannot provide support to everyone in this case. All I can say is that you people should set your differences aside and help each other to get through this. From Ramaris's mouth, he had learned more about the Angels. They weren't a threat for Tempest or Rubrios. It was more concerning for the rest of the Western nation. Even so, Rimuru couldn't just weaken his own nation to help the other. He wasn't that kind. Western King, wait. Are you really asking us to fend off for ourselves? Western King, shouldn't we all stick up together? It's the Great Tenma War so feared in our legend and myth. Western Noble, didn't the Jura Tempest manage to push away the Empire? Then they could help us too. Finally, the true nature of the humankind was revealed. Noise filled up the room. There were over 30 human rulers present. They had the number advantage, and after the first protest, everyone thought it was okay to chime in, a domino effect based on their greed. Rimuru, this is going to be a headache. Diablo, Rimuru-sama, should I dispose of them all? Rimuru, N. Testarossa, my what a good idea, I can easily usurp their respective throne afterward. Rimuru, Seriously. He was getting a bit scared from his followers' expression. Not only them, with a single glance he noticed all his friends and those considered powerful were starting to grow annoyed by the humans' antics. Velzard, should I just freeze them all to death? Velgrind, I think roasted is better. Ramaris, calm down you two. The noise growing louder and louder, Rimuru held his forehead trying to find a way to calm them all. He tried to seek help from his fellow rulers, but Elmesia was just looking down, polishing her nails uninterested. As for Gazel, he had his eyes closed and arm crossed waiting for the situation to unfold. This basically meant that Rimuru had to set off the fire by himself, or so he thought. As his eyes wandered around, he caught a glimpse of a particular girl who was oddly quiet. Rimuru, wait is scary as hell. Her hair stood in the way of her vision. A menacing aura slowly made its way out of her body. In a heavy motion, she slammed her hand over the table. A loud shockwave reverberated throughout the room. The previous slanders quieted down. Now all the attention was on this unknown girl who sat on one of the most prestigious seats. Mirai, you guys are awfully loud when all you spout is pleas for help. None tried to stop her from speaking those harsh words directed toward the end of the room. Naturally, this didn't go well with the one insulted. Western noble, this is a meeting where we are trying to work together. Western queen, yes. How dare you blame us for that? I'm sure this monster nation also needs our help. Western noble, beside where are the Holy Empire's cadre? Are they looking down on us that much to not attend such a meeting? Western king, and to send such a rude woman as its representative. Another wave of slanders aimed toward Mirai. This ticked those behind her, though the main concern wasn't that bothered. This is what she was after, since neutralizing slander toward an individual is easier than against a whole subject. Mirai, it's better that way, I can just shut them all down at once. Flora, who was standing behind her as her attendant, couldn't help but sweat drop after realizing her intention. They had met just early. Flora and Lucas were hesitant in believing such words. Their comrade was in reality the daughter of their leader, and now she was taking the lead. Absurdity like that was hard to believe, but ultimately, they had to follow suit. Velzard, should I shut them all up? Velzard's presence also helped since they all knew about her close relationship with their leader. Mirai, no, it's fine, I'll take care of it myself. Western noble, who is even this little brat? Removing her first off the table, Mirai stared at the large crack she had formed. Her eyes then wandered off toward Rimura, then Ramaris. Mirai, who am I? Tell me, noble of the West, will you be able to hold your head at the same height after I reveal who I am? Western noble, wah. Western king, quiet down. This lady is still the representative of Rubrios. A more wiseful ruler quickly shut down those who were about to cross the line. It didn't need to be a genius to know Rubrios' might. Even a paladin of theirs could be attending such a meeting, and standing among royalty. Seeing the Mirai's confidence triggered a hint of fear through the wise king. He saw an opportunity to get closer to Rubrios. Making an enemy out of them is the last option one needed. Mirai, seriously, nobles will always be the same. A memorial flash of her former home, the Great Duchy, where everyone was united under a single banner, a land ruled by a true noble. Mirai could only shake her head in disappointment. She slowly got up, swiping her hand through her hair. She stood still, her jewel-like eyes judging every single individual present in the room. Mirai, I will redo my introduction since none of you bothered to listen to it earlier. Placing her hand over her chest, she gracefully introduced herself again. The way she spoke and her intonation made it seem like she did a favor to all those present. Mirai, I stand here as the Holy Empire of Rubrios' representative. My name is Mirai Avirian, but some of you might be more familiar with my father's name. As a small smile crept up her face, she simply looked up with an innocent smile, taking pleasure in this. Mirai, I am the hero Dawn Arceid's daughter. Hopefully this will remove any misconception of Rubrios' seriousness over this meeting. Changing the heat into cold, her words sank like a hot knife into a butter block. She simply stood there eyeing the reaction with sweat confidence. A potent silence enveloped the room. No one knew how to react. This wasn't just a simple matter of daughter and father. On top of that, they couldn't properly believe these simple words. A hero with such fame is observed and countless rumors fly around his head. But never the mention of a wife or daughter ever appeared. Gazel, I see, no wonder you look so much like him. Unexpectedly, the dwarf king got up. He was now suddenly interested, turning his head toward Rimuru first. Gazel, oi Rimuru, can we trust this girl? Rimuru, huh? Well, I guess. Gazel, you don't sound sure, you mind if I test her right here? Without waiting for an answer, Gazel turned back to Mirai, his arm loosened beside his large body, his eyes turned fierce as he suddenly activated Hero Haki. His mighty power filled the room in an instant. Those two weak-minded were forced down. Since they were all human, it didn't affect them negatively, reminding them of the power of Gazel Dwargo, a hero of its own. Gazel, not bad. However, Mirai didn't even flinch. Her hair was flying through the sheer tension of his aura, but her eyes remained calm. She took a light breath before straightening her posture and released her own power. Mirai, you dare test me even after knowing my identity? Her eyes glowed bright. The next moment Gazel was forced down back onto his seat. Sweat poured from his forehead as his haki was totally overpowered. Gazel, she is a monster too. If Gazel made sure to use the necessary power to test and not injure anyone, Mirai simply unleashed a force way beyond what he was capable of. The cold room was now filled with a silver to almost white nebula of Magicule. The power of the new hero presented to the world started making those two weak go crazy. Mirai, this will be a single warning without a second chance. Do not test me, if you can't handle the consequences. After a short while, she simply retracted her aura and sat back on her chair, crossing her arms. This was what she meant by swiping everyone in a single loop. Now, no one will dare cross words with her. She has proved her worthiness, her identity, and authority all at once. Velzard, that's my girl. Ramaris, Era, they sure do look alike. Rimuru, women are really terrifying. While the humans were catching their breath back, multiple different reactions ran through the room, ending ultimately with another awkward silence. Testarossa on the side glanced toward the new hero with newfound curiosity, though upon noticing her stare, Mirai threw back a dangerous glare. Testarossa, MMH. hostility. Mirai, she is the woman who killed father in the first loop. Tension was palpable. Rimuru noticed it and quickly let out 3 dry coughs before taking the lead back. Rimuru, anyway, let's put the angel matter aside and go toward the last topic. Swiping his hand again, the large dome where space and time was ripped appeared on the screen. The basic information was already given, now they only needed to find a solution. And for this matter, instead of Rimuru, it was Ramiris who spoke up. Ramiris, some of you expressed your worry to the hero of the West. As you all know, he is currently trapped within this dome whose property cannot be explained with simple words. There was no solution, but this answer will only start another ordeal. All they know is that their hero is trapped there. They didn't know about Everage, they didn't know about the dimension within the dome. Ramiris, judging from the lack of information, we cannot risk an expedition to help him. It was hard for her to say it, she had to swallow her own pride. Velzard, I'm against that. Ramiris, huh? Velzard, sorry Ramiris, but I plan to go there and help if I can. She was serious and Ramiris could tell that. There was no way she could find words to stop her now. Ramiris, why are you making this harder? Velzard, it is what it is, and... Mirai, sorry to interrupt but I believe Velzard-san should remain here. Chaining a confused reaction, no one expected Mirai to stop the strongest true dragon alive from going there. Velzard, huh? Why? Mirai, I have my own reason, but the main one would be. She avoided Velzard's freezing glare. Even if Mirai was his daughter she wouldn't spare her if she planned something weird. Mirai, I am his daughter, so let me take care of it. She didn't have a shred of hesitation or fear when announcing her participation. Her eyes circled past Velzard to look at something further beyond as if expecting her next answer. One would think it's foolish of her to basically state that she would take the place of a true dragon, Velzard at that, but Mirai was showing unbound confidence. Velzard, I could help too. Are you trying to resolve this on your own? Mirai, yes, this is a problem that revolves around my family, so please don't interfere now. It was an illogical thing to do in this situation, but Velzard couldn't help but be entranced by this resolution. She took a second to ponder before sighing. Velzard, so she doesn't see me as a family. Well, I couldn't expect that much after a simple journey. Fine, I will do as you say. She backed down. Velgrind was the most shocked about this as she never would have expected her cold sister doing this. Mirai, thank you. Things should have ended here, but as Mirai expressed her gratitude, the atmosphere shifted dread with everyone tensing up. Those capable enough immediately got up and formed several barriers to close a certain spot on the table. Where space started to bend afterward, a rift large enough to fit 2 grown men penetrated the room. And coming out of it, 2 bare feet followed by the figure of a young lady. Her silver hair trailed off her back overlapping her light dress. A major detail about this sudden appearance was that the lady missed an arm. In fact, her body was burned, barely holding onto with regeneration. A smile adorned her face, a very creepy smile as her 2 pupils shrinked upon fully coming out. The rift closed instantly after. She was standing on top of the meeting table, all eyes on her eyes. A concerning aura escaped her body. An aura that could instantly wipe out most of the people present. Those who fought her in the past recognized this presence filled with destruction. And Mirai could only glare up with a sudden urge of rage. Rimuru, who is that? Seal, warning. Sudden intruders possess a power superior to that of a true dragon. Rimuru, wah. His words were cut short as the newcomer roared. Despite her delicate appearance, the cry she let out was nonetheless but terrifying. Ramiris on her hand quickly initiated her skill, sending all those 2 weak away. They were still in her labyrinth after all. Ramiris, how did that bastard get in there? My labyrinth works with its own space/time. She was genuinely scared, watching the entire floor crumble over a simple roar, which ended after a few seconds. The lady simply stood still before laughing maniacally. All those who remained knew who she was aside from Rimuru. The world destroyer dragon or evil god, Everage. Varja, I won, ha 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 ha. I won. A few words that sent chills over everyone's spine. A catastrophe had just appeared before the final battle could even start. Third POV. A dreadful presence brooding the underground meeting room of Tempest. Ramiris struggled to keep control over the very structure she had created. The being before them, Everage now known as Varja, is just that powerful. Her words and laugh echoed through the room, leaving everyone frozen. Time seemed to have slowed down, before completely freezing, as Velzard with an instant motion opened the suspended world. Everything in existence turned gray, information particles turned solid. Under the ice dragon's gaze, Velzard bursted through Ramiris's barrier and grabbed tightly the world destroyer's throat tightly. Velzard, you are done for. Mirai, wait. A singular voice startling her, Velzard turned her head around, not expecting anyone here to be capable of moving within this frozen state. But that single moment of inattention cost her arm. As Varja herself wasn't affected, purple flames accompanied her hand as she caught the white ice Empress's wrist. Letting the fire devour her. Velzard, ugh. Varja, hey, as expected all of you are worthless compared to that guy. A maniac smile deforming her angelic face, Varja spreaded her aura, shattered the suspended world, everything turned back to normal. But the state present was different, being frozen for an instant, Ramras's barrier was completely shattered and taken aback. She was pushed to the wall behind, gritting her teeth. Varja, is that all you got? The power backing her strengthened even further, she glared at the one who possessed the greatest magicule count present, which was Veldora, but soon lost interest. Instead, she focused her attention on Velzard, who had recovered from her previous injuries, and ice performed through air to completely trap her in an ice prison. Velzard, fucking SH. While Velzard was dealing with the sudden enemy, she wore a pissed-off expression, rage swirled within her soul as she herself didn't know why she had such a reaction. Meanwhile, Mirai quickly went to check on Ramrus. Fortunately no real injuries were dealt, just some burns on the physical and spiritual body. Ramrus, to think the evil god would appear here. Mirai, we need to seal off the labyrinth for now, can you do it? Ramrus, yeah, just give me a few seconds. Mirai nodded, her pupils shifted around. In the rush, only a few people remained here, the 3 true dragons and Rimuru, along with Ramrus and Mirai herself. The rest was teleported, even the primordials. This was the best course of action Ramrus could take. Everge being here is a big problem. But the human nobles were another, they couldn't be left alone within Tempest during such a crisis, so even if they had lost a precious powerhouse here, they had to trust in their capabilities to stop the evil god. Rimuru, geez, things were going way too well. Veldora, damn, that girl is going toe-to-toe with big sister Velzard. Even so, as much as they trusted their own powers, the sight before them spoke to itself. Velzard and Varja were light years away from the other present. Perhaps Ramrus with her full authority could manage to step foot in, but right now, she was too busy remodeling the labyrinth. Velgrind, TCH, as much as it irritates me, we can't do much. Mirai, you guys are too pessimistic. Rimuru-san. Can you protect Ramrus-san? Rimuru, huh? Well, yeah, sure. Taking out her sword, Mirai slashed the air as a wave of destructive magicule flew toward the Spirit Queen. The simple stay within its range was dangerous, even more for Ramrus, who was really sensible to natural energy. Mirai, furthermore, what did she mean by she won? Her expression darkened, she feared the worst even if deep down she knew such possibilities weren't possible. Her legs sank into the ground as she leaped forward, joining side with Velzard. Velzard, Mirai. Mirai, oi. You stupid lowly. How are you here? Rageful words sprouted out of her throat as she swung down her blade horizontally. The impact with Varja's skin cracked the air, leaving the evil god smirking, as she realized who the little girl who was proud enough to raise and face the most dreadful existence. Varja, oh ho. Are you perhaps that hero's offspring, the one I have to kill? Mirai, answer me. Varja, hey, quite festy. Her grin further developing, Varja grabbed with her bare hand the blade, ignoring totally the sharp pain that eluded a wound on her palm. Varja, what other answer than I won? I killed that bastard. Mirai, you. Varja, are you angry? No, I can tell you don't even believe my words, so why ask? Forcing her way out, Varja swung her arm, which still held onto Mirai's sword. The heroine was sent in the air, keeping a strong grip over her handle. Mirai, TCH. Varja, that's more like it. A spark of rage lit through the heroine's eyes. She stepped onto the air and opted for a front thrust, the tip of her sword an inch away from her target's face. Still, Varja didn't let go. Her smile faded away for an instant before returning. Mirai, there is no way he could have lost when I look at the current you. Even if the opposing power was greater than anything she had ever witnessed, Mirai was confident enough that Dawn wouldn't lose to just that. In fact, when Everge appeared here, Mirai felt a sense of disappointment and relief, not because she could simply defeat that thing but rather because it wasn't as menacing as she expected. Varja, hee, well, you are about half right. A stiff laugh escaped her mouth as her smile completely disappeared. Varja has been showing a joyful side until now, but in reality, she was frustrated. She was angry because she had to follow the plan set. The injuries covering her body were the result of that plan. A few moments before, in the dimension gap where Dawn and Everge fought, the former had activated its most destructive ability, which is named Road of Faith, materializing the holy world at an unimaginably large scale. Varja could only watch in amazement. She gathered all her power to protect herself, ready to feel whatever aftereffect she'll get from this attack. A enjoyably grin plastered on her pretty face. She awaited like a kid waiting for its Christmas present. But soon enough, this smile vanished. A voice made way to her mind, ordering her to retreat. Varja, what? No way. I'm finally seeing something interesting. Author, you'll see something even greater, so leave now, I'm closing the rift. Varja, you. As the light of the holy spell reached its climax, Varja was forced to rip a portal behind her and leave. The world surrounding them within this dimension gap could be said to be full of space, while the requirement to enter this place is the lack of space. Within the rift, it was full of the said element, because it is connected to all reality. From there, you could enter any world or reality by just ripping a hole there. The only problem is that Varja wasn't used to such a thing yet and thus her next location was randomized, leading her to Tempest by accident. Dawn, what do you think you are doing? Naturally, Dawn noticed her intention. He activated his spell on the rush, catching the World Destroyer dragon. A burning pain followed as Varja barely escaped the spell. Her body was heavily injured in the process but still she managed to get away. Varja, trust me, I don't want this either. Dawn tried to follow her right away but the hole Varja created closed on itself right after. On top of that, the dimension gap was sealed off right after. Dawn, what? Drawing his blade, he attempted in slashing the space, creating another rift in which he quickly jumped in. But to his annoyance, he didn't appear in the Cardinal's world but in the middle of a town in a world where Magicule was very impure. A fantasy old-like city filled with citizen walking, this was a foreign place Dawn had never seen. He gritted his teeth before punching the ground in frustration. Dawn, fucking shit. They sealed the path to the Cardinal world. Bloodlust slipped out of his body knowing out the people in the surrounding. Even with the power of fate, it will take time for him to unseal the path and get back. Traveling through the world couldn't be harder in those conditions. On top of that, there was no possible way for him to check on the time flow. Meaning, even if he managed to get back, it may be already too late. Dawn, no, don't be pessimist, let's just get to I. Dusk, Master, that woman. Dawn, what woman? His partner's voice brought him back to reality as he looked up, his eyes widened in pure shock, amidst all the corpses spread across the ground. A lady was standing completely fine, though she was scared, her soul was so naturally strong that it held on even when facing such bloodlust. Her eyes locked with Dawn's, not knowing why she couldn't take them off, but for Dawn, he had instantly recognized that soul. Dawn, El Lara, mother. Who are you? That woman was certainly her reincarnation, but it seemed like every other ordinary soul, she had lost her memories of her past life. This shocking reunion in the middle of such a crisis could only lead to further development. What will Dawn do now? He had to get back but such a nostalgic figure had to reappear now. Into heaven, home of the angelic race and seraphim. Currently, in the middle of a large corridor within the heavenly palace, a lady with platinum pink hair could be seen coughing uncontrollably. A evil smirk bordering her face, this was Manus, Lucia or rather the first vessel of the author, and currently, she was feeling the after effect of overusing her authority to close the path to the Cardinal world. Manus Lucia, closing the gate took a toll on me, well it's fine, by the time he comes back I would have totally freed Varja. Taking slow and painful steps, she made way toward a meeting room where all seraphim also known as primordial angels were gathered. The world united to fight them, it will be a war to the end, until one side is completely annihilated. Manus Lucia, Michael will do his part, I just need to focus on the rest, mainly Malene Nava, she is still rampaging, controlling her is a must now. Feldway, what are you doing? Manus Lucia. Her perception being blocked due to the overlord of authority, she failed to notice the strongest seraphim sneak up behind her. Straightening her body, she turned around to face this man, the first creation of God, Feldway but compared to his usual state. His hair was covered in silver, his appearance was much more majestic, triggered Manus, Lucia's own memories about her master. Manus Lucia, you unsealed your true body. Feldway, seeing the opposing force, I realized that holding back will only lead to failure. Manus Lucia, failure. Do you believe in my defeat? Feldway, perhaps it is your lack of experience as you fail to realize the true scale of the battle outside, but remember these words. Approaching her, he walked past the Manus while applying a sharp bloodlust. Feldway, you are merely a tool to revive Sir Veldanava, don't overstep your boundaries. He noticed the state of the Manus and how she used her authority for something trivials. Feldway, I don't know why you went to such lengths to close the central world, but be careful from now on. Manus Lucia, how dare you talk to me with such a tone? Feldway, I dare because you are just an empty tool whose usefulness has been depleted in half now. He was right, without her authority, Manus, Lucia could only command the angelic army, her use in battle is now limited. But her sole unknown action greatly decreased the enemy's force. Manus Lucia, you. Feldway completely ignored her afterward, walking away entering a room further down the corridor. Manus, Lucia could only grit her teeth in rage. Dino POV. Ugh, this headache is getting worse with each passing moment. Pico, are you sure you are okay? Dino, yeah, be quiet for now. I held my forehead annoyed, my eyes shifted around, US Seraphim were suddenly summoned, only Feldway is left to come. Even those who were tasked to survey the spooky palace, but we were all called, and the reason was pretty much obvious. The ongoing war, shit, I never felt so awake, at least not after Lord Veldanava's death. Gracia, actually you look like you are about to murder someone. Abra, that's surprising coming from the ever-laziest angel. Dino, shut up. I look up with blood in my eyes, I really wanted them to shut it and let me repose my mind. But this couldn't be done as the door opened, followed by Feldway's entry. The most surprising part which startled even me was the fact that he had his true body. The one given to him by our Lord. He brought that cursed body out, huh? Feldway, I'll keep it brief. This is a total war against humanity. We have a single goal, and that is humanity's extinction. His cold words washed the room frozen. Sure enough, the opposition raised. I myself was on the neutral side, but that isn't the same for Abra. Abra, Lord Veldanava went as far as sacrificing his life for the world, and now you are asking us to get rid of what he sought to protect. Feldway, watch your words, Abra. The two of them glared at each other, tension palpable in the air. I carefully stayed aside, not wanting any of this. Feldway, I'm doing this for our Lord's sake. He is obsessed, much more than the rest of us. It's a universal fact that we all knew. When we showed compassion for Malim, our Lord's daughter, Feldway didn't care even a bit. Only Lord Veldanava mattered to him. Sacrificing the whole world is just a natural function if it's for Lord Veldanava. A simple occurrence needed for the greater sake. Abra, tch. Unnaturally, Abra turned toward me. Her eyes seemed to seek help. At the same time, I felt the pain in my head intensifying tenfold. I gritted my teeth, annoyed by those spasms. Feldway, you all only have to focus on destruction. I'll take care of the rest. His cold words ended as the door opened again. This time the heavenly cardinal, Lucia, or at least the being who took that appearance, entered. Her state could be said to be pitiful, barely holding on to breath. Her condition seemed to worsen as we spoke. Manas Lucia, damn it, I underestimated the cost. At this rate this body is going to be destroyed. Damn Veldanava, you purposely lowered the authority Manas, Lucia could potentially gather. She struggled to reach the edge of the table we were at, before looking up, as if evading our gaze. Feldway went behind her and whispered something, clearly hidden by a barrier so we wouldn't pry. He was quick as he instantly left afterward. That's right, even us are pawns for his plan. He wouldn't share anything until needed, not like it usually bothers me, but right now I'm feeling really irritated. Manas Lucia, fucking bastard. Huh? Was she always this tense and daring? If I remember correctly, Manas Lucia is a being born from a skill that served Lord Veldanava. She became the cardinal of heaven, managing the billions of angels here, even if her authority doesn't involve us primordials. We wouldn't go as far as ignoring her call and request. She holds the highest standing position, equal if not slightly superior to that of a seraphim. But even if I never interacted with her actively, I don't remember her being so emotive. Zalario, I guess this meeting is over then. We just have to descend and cause destruction, right? Manas Lucia, basically yes. I will upload the location each of you will be deployed. Don't disappoint me. Her condescending tone, the way she moves and talks, did she develop such an ego while I was in the main world? This could be possible, but somehow, I was restless around her. Pico, geez, this is literally a monarchy. We don't even have a say in this. Gracia, well, it seems this was planned by Feldway and his allies a long time ago. We can only tag along or we'll become heaven's enemies. I listened closely to them. After all, they were still the closest friends I had here. Thought my eyes were settled on Abra. She was looking down frustrated. Just like that the meeting went on, our position on the battlefield was nothing but close to randomness. Just one important and major fact had to be remembered. It's that Feldway will be the one dispatched to confront Malim and de Grol. After this, the meeting was closed and everyone went on their separate ways. My friends too, they had to make some preparations knowing that they might face those annoying ancestor demons. Abra, wait right there, Dino Cohen. I halted my march. Somehow I knew she would approach me as soon as we were done. Facing her, I was met with a fierce glare. Dino, what do you need? Abra, are you really fine with this outcome? Dino, why ask me? You know very well how much I hate humans. I felt a deep sense of discomfort while saying that, but this was a fact that I was sure of. I even went as far as to destroy several nations in the past, making me fall from grace to become a fallen. Abra, what? How can you say that when the mortal being you respect the most was a human? Dino, what are you talking about? What is this girl saying? A human I respected? There was no such a thing. Even Rudra, the Emperor of the East and Guy's rival, didn't make me respect him. But Abra was genuine with her words. Suddenly I felt the headache intensifying again. Dino, ugh. Abra, there is no way you could have forego wait. As if realizing something, her steps grew heavy as she approached me. Her hands grabbed my collar and tossed me in the air slightly. Dino, what are you doing? Abra, that's a seal. And this shape. I tried to get away from her hold, but she forced me still. Her arm leaped around before penetrating my chest. I was in disbelief at the situation, but it was real. Abra then squeezed something that brought me immense pain. Abra, I just need to shatter this seal then. Dino, get away from me. Involuntarily raising my voice in anger, swiping my arm, I sent Abra back a few feet away. Wings sprouted on my back. My clothes dematerialized to return to my combat form. A black robe flew down my body. I glared at Abra with bloodlust, Caliban appearing in one of my hands. I wanted to slice her into half for the gesture she dared impose on me. Abra, you are more stubborn than I remember. Can't you see the seal around your soul? Dino, a seal. She isn't someone to joke around, so I instantly ran an analysis over myself but couldn't find anything wrong. Abra clearly clarified her wish to not harm humanity. Is this her plan? Try to get me on her side. Even if I did, the true threat for her is Feldway and Celerio. Dino, I can't find anything. Are you trying to fool me? Abra, what? Are you this blinded by your own delusion? Lord Veldanava died knowing that he would pass away. No matter how languish you are, it's time to move on. Accepting grievance, this is what she expected me and the other to have, but that simply wasn't possible even for Abra herself. Lord Veldanava is our master and will remain as there even if he never comes back. Dino, you talk as if it's easy. I lowered my blade and returned back to my normal state. My wings vanished. I didn't bother hiding my annoyance and simply walked away. Dino, don't do that again, this is a warning. Still, even if I was physically sure nothing was wrong with me, a part of me couldn't help but ponder, is there really something going on in my soul? Those headaches are getting out of hand. I never got to experience such phenomena before. Dino, seriously, what's going on with me? Third POV. Evarage/Varja, her rampage inside the labyrinth is still ongoing, bursting through the floor of the labyrinth. This forced Ramirez to take extra measures and separate the battlefield from the rest of the labyrinth. Though the corruption was getting to her, it was temporarily stopped by Veldora and Velgrind, who erected a barrier around her. Velgrind, how much longer, Ramirez? Ramirez, just a bit more. Even if it was just the aura, Velgrind found it harder than anything she had faced before. Keeping it here forever isn't an option. Ramirez couldn't even just seal a part of the labyrinth because Varja would simply break through space. Veldora, it's starting to get tiring. Even Veldora, who was the major magicule supply here, felt drained. His eyes couldn't help but dart toward the trio of monsters fighting ahead. Veldora, that girl, I think Mirai is scarier than Dawn. Ramirez, just hold it, I'm going to split the labyrinth in 2 parts. Her plan was to get Mirai, Velzard and Everage somewhere else, because the labyrinth wasn't safe anymore. They had to evacuate everyone, so Ramirez could make another subspace, but that's easier said than done. Even with 100% control over the labyrinth and her skill, Everage's aura made it incredibly hard to control. Ramirez, just a bit more. Rimuru, you guys have been ignoring me. Anyway, what's up with that lowly destroyer? I feel like there is no end to her power. On the side, Rimuru was here the whole time. He was constantly using Belzebuth to absorb the remnant of magicule that pierced past the barrier. Seal, I advise the master to go help Ramirez in the separation of the labyrinth. Rimuru, right, no matter how much I block, it's still affecting Ramirez, so the best we can do is to increase her formation pace. Seal, shall I enable parallel existence? Rimuru, huh? Before he could give an answer, his confusion deepened along Velgrind as a new Rimuru spawned. His eyes were red, indicating the possession of the Manas of Wisdom. But that was only known for Rimuru. Seal, I will help. Ramirez, Rimuru. Huh? Startled by the appearance of a perfect replica of Rimuru which uses the parallel existence of Velgrind. Ramirez didn't have much time to resonate as she simply accepted the much appreciated help and quickly resumed her skill. Rimuru on the other hand simply sweat dropped and focused on using Belzebuth. It was much harder to control now that Seal focused her attention on something else. Rimuru, she really did that. Velgrind's reaction is actually hilarious. Stealing the power of someone right in front of the said person, this is really only something Seal would do. Velgrind, don't tell me he actually got all my powers too. Wait, those red eyes, shit. It's that crazy monster. Shivering as she remembered her time in imaginary space, which was everything but pleasant. Velgrind quickly averted her eyes and did her best so there won't be any more reason for her to go there. Back to Mirai, she was careful with her offense, even if she had the edge during the fight, topping with Velzard's support. Getting rid of Varja is only a matter of time. She had realized earlier that Varja purposely mentioned Dawn's defeat. It was a basic strategy, since there is no way for them to know if he is alive or not. Spreading a death even if it's fake can heavily affect the moral and fighting spirit. It can also trigger emotion like despair and anger. Varja was in such a condition. After all, no matter how crazy she was, fighting such battle after taking the strongest holy spell head on is too much. Varja, well, even if I die now, I got to see the difference. These trash can never compare to me. A sinister fact left in the shadow, 10%, this was the power Varja could release out of her original power. She doesn't have any skills part of the voice of the world system, her powers were dark and her own. Splitting her body into multiple parts just like how parallel existence proceeded naturally came to her. In this world, there was no one worth more than 50% of her main body, so once she is realized, the world's destruction will be inevitable. Varja, furthermore, this girl isn't as strong as I expected. Is she trying to trick me? Mirai Virion, this was the target she had to kill in every reality that was resetted. There was once a time where Mirai reached the peak power that opposed her nemesis. That was when Evarge, the world destroyer dragon, had to be summoned and released. Perhaps it only happened in a few realities out of the countless. Varja still remembered them despite having an ego back then. From her instinct and hazy memories, Mirai should be a lot stronger. Varja, well, compared to that monster I just fought, this is a breeze work. Smirking, an idea suddenly popped in her mind. Full of mischief, she formed a sword out of her scale and parried the incoming attack. Her eyes focused to match Mirai's movement, before she started the counteroffense. Varja, hey, sword is easier than I thought. Mirai, you. Swinging carelessly, Varja wasn't naturally gifted or anything, she simply imitated the most beautiful and dangerous swordsmanship she had witnessed. And for that, Dawn had become a learning book for her. Being just an imitation, she could only copy his movement and tempo. But it was good enough to be called the work of an expert, a copy that instantly triggered Mirai's wrath as she recognized the art. Mirai, how dare you use that? Varja, what? Are you jealous? I noticed how similar you two's techniques are, but you just fall pale in comparison. A clear taunt that affected Mirai in the wrong way. She was aware of that as well. The sword art she uses is based on the Duchy of Avirion's technique. And this extremely efficient art was created by her father, and it died down with him. Out of the countless battle and swordsmanship Dawn had learned through his journey, none came close to Avirion. Just like how a smaller star was absorbed by a bigger one, everything he had learned ultimately strengthened his main art. Mirai could bring out the full potential of that sword, but Dawn simply broke that stage. He is a genius swordsman after all. Mirai, you think such taunts will get to me? Varja, it's clearly working though. Mirai, shut up. She couldn't see her own expression, but right now, her face was completely darkened by anger. Her aura has been rampaging, enabling Velzard from helping. Mona's fate, you sure are a troublesome girl, calm down. Mirai, I know, but I really can't. No matter how hard I try, my body and mind just won't listen. A burning rage that goes past the state of reason. She wanted to kill her opponent so badly for every possible reason. Mona's fate, well, you will get all the time to cool off after that. As soon as her sentence ended, the room illuminated itself into a bright color. Ramorous had finished her rearrangement. Everything spun around as Varja and her two playmates were separate from the rest. Mirai side-eyed the Spirit Queen, giving her an acknowledging nod. Through her eyes caught the sight of another Rimuru, rather than him. It was Seal. Her eyes simply coldly returned her gaze. No, Seal wasn't staring at her but someone beyond. She was staring right at Mona's fate. Mirai, huh? Mona's fate, she has found out my existence, surely because of the analysis she had run through the Lord of Fate, origin. Mirai, just from that. I guess the Lord of Wisdom is really something else. The wall opening and closing, Mirai kept her stare locked on Seal before everything disappeared on sight. Velzard, seems like I won't need to hold back for the sake of others anymore. Mirai, Velzard-san. The atmosphere freezing, Velzard simply stepped forward, since the hostility had been interrupted after Ramorous started locking them up. Varja was several feet away waiting, and for the second time today, she felt threatened. Velzard's appearance changed slightly, her body grew more mature, her dress melted for a black shirt that revealed way too much of her chest. Her blue eyes turned gold, a form where she can fully unleash her power. In this state, the frozen feeling that death upholds simply chilled down Varja's spine. Varja, she is dangerous. Her guard rose up sharply, more than ever actually. She had just realized the misconception she turned herself in. That Dawn Arcead, the most powerful individual she had faced up until now, was the strongest. Velzard as she is right now is at the same height. Just like Guy Crimson or Rudra at his peak, these monsters can surely hold their own against her. She also thought that the sole other threat was Mirai Avirion, but she isn't at that level. Perhaps she could win against them because she has the capabilities to do so, and under certain circumstances, she would win. But at the moment, she lacked in several aspects. Even Varja, who is like a newborn, could tell that. Velzard, step back. Mirai-chan, let the adult take care of this. Mirai, Velzard, it's fine, I saw what you were worth, let me pave your new path. Stretching her arm forward, her words were colored with cold warmth. Mirai is strong in her own right, Velzard was aware of that. But compared to the scale of power currently sitting at the top of the world, only her power and skill could compare to these. She herself still had a long way before reaching there. Similarly, she could be called a grandmaster from a previous era that popped into the future where the base standard had increased by a lot. Velzard, my rudeness, I haven't properly introduced myself to you, intruder. Shards of frost covered the new subspace. Everything quickly turned into Velzard's domain, as ice spread it around like water. Velzard, I am the White Ice Dragon, Velzard, and this is where you will meet your end, intruder. A freezing tone that made Varja sweat. As another fight was about to begin, she realized that escaping from here won't be possible now. Varja, I played around a little bit too much. Dawn POV. My heart froze at the sight of Lara. She didn't recognize me. Even if she had entered the cycle of reincarnation, her appearance didn't change much. That must be because she was a transmigrated otherworlder. Her soul was just that strong to uphold at least this much. But her memories didn't. Still, she is clearly Dawn Arceid's mother. Wait, can I even call her my mother? Dawn Arceid technically died the day I was born, or rather he died the moment Origin of Irian was mentioned. I was him but also someone else. Still, I couldn't help but feel weak at this sight. This woman is one of the few regrets I had. Who are you? Dawn, I looked around, the sight of several dozen unconscious corpses with only me at its center. This was like the Grim Reaper amidst his victims. Dawn, I'm a traveler. I looked at her with a buried feeling she might have caught on since her expression shifted from fear to confusion. But as she opened her mouth to speak, the sound of what seemed to be an army resonated through the space. I activated universal perception and noticed several dozen knights coming this way. They must have been alerted of the ruckus I made. Dawn, this is going to be a pain in the ass. Come with me. Dawn, huh? I got startled when she closed the gap and grabbed my hand, before running off to who knows where. She was guiding me to a safe place. But why? From her point of view, I should be a sort of criminal who randomly started rampaging. Dusk, Master, I can feel the presence of a spirit inside this lady. Dawn, a spirit. Now that you mention it. I squinted my eyes while appraising Lara. Her back was covered in dirty clothes. Was she reborn as a commoner? Anyway, inside her was clearly a spirit, but a very small one without ego. Is there spirit in this world too? Considering the poor magicule quality in the air, even with such a small spirit, she can top this world. Dawn, excuse me, but I can take care of myself. You don't need to worry. What are you saying? The knights were coming. They are going to lock you up for all the reason possible. Dawn, why are you trying to protect me, huh? My words brought her to stop. She turned around to face me confused. It was genuine emotion showcasing her lack of answer. Why? I don't know. I just instinctively vow you're right. Why am I helping you when you are in the wrong? I said. Her appearance barely changed, but that was just for the overall shape of her body and face features. Her hair was now dirty blonde and her dark eyes were replaced by green jewels. She was small in stature. As I thought, she must not have enough food to cover a natural 3 meals a day. Dawn, I see. For now let's get out of here. It seems like you don't have the best impression of the knights here. Wah. I simply grabbed her shoulder before slightly pushing her back, my other arm extended to catch her leg, a perfect princess carry. Dawn, can you tell me where your house is? Yes. Right this direction. She pointed her finger toward our left. From the position of the sun, it should be the east. I turned behind one last time, seeing the first few knights arriving, before simply leaping away. There is no way any of them can catch me. Even without using my digital nature, this world is just that weak. Dawn, well, what's more important right now is... I looked down. Lara was still in my arm, her eyes shut, scared of the height and speed we were moving at. Dawn, by the way, I didn't get your name. My name. Right, I should have started with this. I am Rachel, and you, sir? Dawn, I'm to just call me Origin of Irian. Rachel, of Irian. Are you a noble? Seems like people here don't get last names when they aren't noble. I'm a bit saddened to know that fate wasn't kind to her even after she died for my development. I might as well have to pay her back, but can I really do that? Can I fix a regret of the past when the future was at stake in the cardinal world? Dawn, maybe I should just go back. Curie, Master. Are you here? Huh? This voice, Curie. How did she contact me when I'm in another world? Wait, our soul corridor is intact. Can the soul corridor actually transcend space? But that shouldn't be the case without proper measure like Chloe's ultimate skill. Dawn, Curie. How are you communicating with me? Curie, oh that, I'm used to this kind of communication since I'm a cryptid. Anyway, I had some information to share. A cryptid, huh? Curie was always a special case, so something like that is possible, or is it the power of fate that affected reality so she could do such a thing? It would be equivalent to filling a plot hole in a story. Curie, Lady Velzard had successfully defeated the newly appeared Evarge. The next big appointment is the war against the angels. Everyone is preparing. I listened to this report very closely. Rimura departed toward the barren land. The rest is just some formal defensive structure. Velzard decided to station herself at Tempest since it will obviously be the biggest target with Rubrios for the angel. As for Rubrios, it seems like Chloe is about to break out of her trance. The strongest true hero is about to be reborn. Dawn, by the way, Curie, how much time has passed ever since the start of our conversation? Curie, huh? Well, I didn't count, but around 10 minutes. Then if I calculate quickly, around 2 minutes here passed, 2 to 10, then I can stay here a bit longer. Dawn, listen Curie, I'm currently in another world, don't disclose that to anyone, please go to Mirai's side and protect her, I'll be back soon. Curie, if it's asked so kindly. Mirai, from the report, it was said that she fought against Everge when she suddenly appeared in Tempest. To think of all places, she would get there. Mirai should be returning to Rubrios now. I want to see her now. Dawn, but how could I be a good father if I can't even help my own parent? I shook off the external struggle I felt within my mind and focused on the task at hand. A day has 1,440 minutes. If 2 minutes here result to 10 in the cardinal world, then a week here is equivalent to almost a week there. Dawn, it's enough to pay my debt toward you, Lara, or should I call you Rachel, now?